Chapter 1, Chen Dazhuang's South System is in place. September 1st. Jinling University. First day of school. The weather is still quite hot, so the girls on the university campus are all dressed very coolly. The fat boy Chen Dazhuang was very happy watching the girls coming and going around him. Because most girls in college wear makeup. So in Chen Dazhuang's eyes, the female classmates in Jinling University were much prettier than those female classmates in his high school who didn't know how to put on makeup. Basically, they are all little beauties. This made Chen Dazhuang's slightly depressed mood much better. During the summer vacation, his high school girlfriend, Wang Lulu, broke up with him. Wang Lulu said that Chen Dazhuang could not provide her with emotional value. Although Chen Dazhuang is fat, he is not stupid. He knew that what Wang Lulu really disliked was that he had no money and was a little fat. In high school, their love was pure. Wang Lulu has always said that she will kiss Chen Dazhuang when she goes to college. But during the summer vacation after the college entrance examination, she broke up with Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang will never be able to kiss Wang Lulu's mouth. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang still felt a little sad. But now Chen Dazhuang finds that basically all the female classmates in college are prettier and more elegant than Wang Lulu. He was no longer so angry. I am a college student now, and there are so many girls in college who are better than Wang Lulu. I also have to thank Wang Lulu for letting me go so that I can pursue better-looking girls. He. Chen Dazhuang felt happy when he thought about it. Otherwise, why is there such a saying that a happy heart makes the body fat? One of Chen Dazhuang's advantages is that he never engages in internal conflicts. The world is big, but eating is the biggest. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang immediately felt a little hungry. He came to school early this morning. After finally checking in, when Chen Dazhuang put the luggage he brought from home in the dormitory, not a single classmate was there. So Chen Dazhuang went out for a walk, to relax and look at the beauties. I'm going to see where the school cafeteria is. This is where I'm going to eat for the next 4 years. Chen Dazhuang raised his head and looked around, looking for a building in the school that looked like a cafeteria. Suddenly, a beautiful figure caught his eyes. Fuck! Oh shit! What the hell? Chen Dazhuang swore that this was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. Chen Dazhuang is not good at Chinese and doesn't know how to describe the girl's beauty, so he can only use wow instead. Chen Dazhuang's heart was beating so fast that he didn't even feel hungry anymore. In the scorching September, the air is filled with heat. The girl was wearing a white Gucci cropped navel-bearing top, which perfectly outlined her slender waist. She paired it with a pair of light blue Dior high-waisted denim hot pants, showing off her long and straight legs without reservation. The girl's legs were straight and shapely, with smooth, natural lines extending upward from her slender ankles. The girl was wearing a pair of white Chanel sandals and her toenails were painted with light pink nail polish, which sparkled with a charming luster in the sun. Around her neck hung a slender Van Cleef Arpels for leaf clover necklace, with carnelian embellishments adding a touch of cuteness to her. On the girl's wrist, a Cartier blue balloon watch is low-key yet luxurious. Her long, smooth hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair falling beside her fair cheeks, making her skin look even whiter than snow. Bite! Detected a woman who met the system's beauty standards. Perfect life system is activated. Host information is as follows: Happy Smiley. Name: Chen Dazhuang. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 90 kilograms. Status: healthy. Talent: none. What? System. I, Chen Dazhuang, also have a system. Chen Dazhuang was very happy. He laughed widely in his heart. If there wasn't a goddess-like girl not far away from Chen Dazhuang, he would have laughed out loud. When he was in high school, Chen Dazhuang studied very hard. But he is also a man who has read tomato novels for more than 1,000 hours. Naturally know the power of the system. He used to envy those male protagonists who had the system. Everyone can make money just by lying down. Surrounded by all kinds of top beauties, there are endless delicious food to eat and endless luxury houses to live in. I didn't expect that it would finally be my turn. Brother Tongzi, what functions do you have? Chen Dazhuang imitated the novels he had read, silently recited in his mind, and summoned his system brother. Bite. Basic function of the system: the host will give unlimited cash back to beautiful women who meet the system's appearance standard above 85. The rest are not open yet. Hey! That's great. Chen Dazhuang was ecstatic. This function was great. Although Chen Dazhuang is still a freshman. But I still know that dating a beautiful woman costs money. The more beautiful the beauty is, the more money she spends. With this cashback function, you don't have to worry about it. Brother Tongzi, let me ask you, what is the cashback ratio? Current cashback ratio 1:1. Ah. The ratio is only 1:1. This? Chen Dazhuang was a little depressed. He only had 1,500 yuan on him, which was his food allowance for this month. No matter how much cashback you get, it's still 1,500. You can't make money from this. Brother Tongzi, can the cashback ratio be increased? Chen Dazhuang quickly asked his system boss. The system has many functions. The host needs to explore it himself. Okay, Tongzi brother. Chen Dazhuang saw that his system was rather cool, so he didn't dare to ask. After all, having a system was good enough. What if you annoy the system and let it run away? That will be bad. Chen Dazhuang raised his head and looked at the girl not far away who met the system's standards, intending to try out the system's functions. If the system doesn't tell you, you'll know if you try it yourself. Bite. Just as Chen Dazhuang was looking at the beauty, a piece of data appeared in Chen Dazhuang's mind. Name, Shen Wensi. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Status, healthy. Experience, 0. Favorability, 0. Chen Dazhuang was quite smart. He immediately realized that the beautiful girl at the freshman reception desk not far away was named Shen Wensi. Such a beautiful girl has an appearance level of only 88. Chen Dazhuang was a little surprised. He didn't know how beautiful a beauty with a score above 90 must be. Chen Dazhuang understood all the other data, except the experience, 0. The innocent Chen Dazhuang was a little confused. He couldn't help but ask his system boss. Bite. Referring to the number of times a girl has had. Chen Dazhuang understood. His face turned a little red and he felt a little excited. The system is really powerful. It can even see such private things of girls. He. So, senior sister Shen Wensi is still very pure. Deep down in his heart, Chen Dazhuang liked Shen Wensi even more. I have made up my mind to make senior sister Shen Wensi my girlfriend. Chen Dazhuang knew that there were not many pure girls like this in today's society. If I don't act quickly, other scumbags will take advantage of me. Chen Dazhuang could see from a distance that all the male freshmen at the freshman registration office were secretly looking at Shen Wensi's long legs. Almost all the sophomore and junior boys were also secretly looking at Shen Wensi. Get out of here, you beasts! Let me do it. Chen Dazhuang thought anxiously in his heart. He wants to save Shen Wensi from danger. Chen Dazhuang stepped forward quickly and rushed towards Shen Wensi. If it were in the past, Chen Dazhuang would have known his own limitations and would definitely not have dared to step forward. Because Chen Dazhuang knew that Shen Wensi, who was taller than him, would definitely look down on him because he was fat. But now, I, Chen Dazhuang, am a man with a system. Chapter 2. Want to add me on WeChat? Just transfer 500 to me. Shen Wensi stood up, leaned back slightly, and stretched gently. Her movements were filled with the youthful vitality unique to a beautiful girl. Her body lines are smooth, and her superior figure is fully displayed in this unintentional stretch. The weather is a bit hot today and the sun is glaring, so Shen Wensi plans to go back to the dormitory to rest. As a sophomore campus beauty at the School of Economics and Management of Jinling University, Shen Wensi has many hidden privileges. For example, the enrollment work has not yet ended, but if she leaves early, no one will say anything. Naturally, she has a group of suitors to help her get the job done. My name is Chen Dazhuang, I want to add you on WeChat. Just then, Chen Dazhuang walked up to Shen Wensi. He raised his head slightly, looked at Shen Wensi, who was wearing a pair of flat shoes and was taller than him, and said confidently. Shen Wensi was slightly surprised. She took a serious look at the short and fat boy in front of her. He was not as tall as her, had dark skin, and most importantly, was very fat. Shen Wenxi then took a look at Chen Dazhuang's clothes, which were obviously cheap and of unknown brands. Favorability -20. Chen Dazhuang heard a system prompt in his mind. His face changed, and he saw Shen Wenxi frowning her beautiful eyebrows and making a clear and pleasant voice. Chen Dazhuang, right? You want to add me on WeChat? Just transfer 500 to me. After saying that, Shen Wenxi walked around Chen Dazhuang's fat body and prepared to hurry back to the dormitory. Shen Wenxi expected that a poor student like Chen Dazhuang would be reluctant to transfer 500 yuan to her, so she used this sentence as an excuse to refuse. Shen Wenxi felt as sick as if she had eaten a fly. Although there were many boys pursuing her, most of them were polite and had good conditions. I don't know where this fat, ugly man in front of me gets his confidence from. You come to chat with me without even considering my conditions. Chen Dazhuang knew from the system's prompt that the school beauty named Shen Wenxi must be very disgusted with him. However, Chen Dazhuang had to admit that Shen Wenxi was very beautiful. Because Chen Dazhuang felt that Shen Wenxi looked very beautiful even when she was angry. Besides, it's just a transfer of 500 yuan, I'm not short of money. This is what Chen Dazhuang is least afraid of now. According to the system, for a beautiful girl like Shen Wenxi, the 500 yuan can be returned immediately. Hey, wait a minute. Chen Dazhuang immediately stretched out his hand to stop Shen Wenxi. He was fat and not flexible. If he didn't take action, Shen Wenxi would run away. What are you going to do? Favorability -20. Shen Wenxi screamed loudly, jumped nimbly, avoided Chen Dazhuang's hand, and looked at Chen Dazhuang as if he was a gangster. How can this ugly fat man have such poor character? He even touched me in public. Chen Dazhuang looked at Shen Wenxi, who was looking at her with raised eyebrows, and felt that Shen Wenxi was beautiful in a different way even when she was angry. He was not in a hurry, and said to Shen Wenxi calmly, "Beautiful girl, please don't leave yet. I can transfer 500 to you. Please add me on WeChat." Shen Wenxi was a little money grubber. She was stunned when she heard this and looked up and down at Chen Dazhuang, who was wearing a tight, off-brand t-shirt and beige crop pants. A little unconvinced, "Are you sure? Transfer 500 to me just to add me on WeChat." As Shen Wenxi spoke, he took out his cell phone from his bag. "Wenxi, what's wrong with you? Is this fat guy harassing you? Student Shen, what happened? Do you need my help? Student Shen, let me help you." At this moment, a group of male classmates suddenly surrounded Shen Wenxi and Chen Dazhuang. They just saw the fat man Chen Dazhuang approaching their goddess with bad intentions. I was secretly paying attention to what was going to happen. Unexpectedly, Shen Wenxi screamed loudly, and they rushed over immediately. This was a good opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. Where did this bold lunatic come from? How dare he harass the school beauty in broad daylight? Several of the male students looked at Chen Dazhuang hatefully. Did what they dared not do. If it wasn't for leaving a good impression in front of Shen Wenxin, he would have pushed Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang looked at the group of blushing male classmates around him with disdain. As a man, he naturally knew what they were thinking. Chen Dazhuang was about to say something when he saw Shen Wenxi waving at the boys around him. "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding, don't get excited." The several male classmates around who were blushing and excited finally calmed down. Like a hound that was calmed down by Shen Wenxi. Shen Wenxi opened the WeChat QR code on his iPhone 15, handed it to Chen Dazhuang, and looked at him without saying anything. Chen Dazhuang smiled lightly upon seeing this, took out the Redmi 14C that he had just bought with the money earned from working during the summer vacation, and used WeChat to scan Shen Wenxi's QR code to add him as a friend. Shen Wenxi signaled Chen Dazhuang with his eyes, then turned and left. Chen Dazhuang naturally understood what Shen Wenxi meant, which was to urge him to transfer the money quickly. Chen Dazhuang smiled, turned around and walked towards the dormitory without paying any attention to the group of stunned clown male college students surrounding him. He was going back to the dormitory to test the system's functions. A boy who was watching just now was thin and pale, as if he had been playing games all night long. His glasses were about to slide off the tip of his nose. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief, and he stammered. Just now, Shen Wenxi added that fat guy as a WeChat friend. Another boy with yellow hair and wearing trendy hip-hop clothes and a metal necklace around his neck blushed, slapped his thigh, and shouted at the top of his voice. "Damn, am I blind? That fat guy is so ugly. Why would Shen Wensi add him on WeChat? Another boy, who was wearing sportswear and had beads of sweat on his forehead from playing basketball, frowned and paced back and forth quickly, his brows twisted into the shape of a character, and muttered anxiously. Could it be? Could it be that the fat guy is Shen Wensi's fellow villager? I am also her fellow villager. How come he can add more but I can't? Chen Dazhuang naturally didn't bother to care about how shocked the group of boys were just now. On his way back to the dormitory, whenever he saw a pretty girl, he would look at her a little longer, trying to find another girl who met the system's standards. Because based on Chen Dazhuang's many years of experience in reading novels, the system upgrade should be able to increase the cashback ratio. The cashback ratio is now 1-to-1, so it is difficult for him to get rich. If you want to upgrade the system, you must find a few more girls who can give you cashback and try it. Unfortunately, Chen Dazhuang tried out more than a dozen college girls who he thought were pretty along the way. The system didn't respond at all. Even a few of them he personally felt were only slightly worse than Shen Wensi were not acceptable. Alas, Chen Dazhuang sighed to himself. He didn't know that the system's requirements were high. Or maybe those girls just now use makeup to make themselves feel good looking, but their actual looks are actually not that good. Chapter 3, Be My Girlfriend and Transfer 520 yuan every day. When Chen Dazhuang returned to the dormitory, a roommate had already arrived. This roommate has a fair and clean complexion, wears a pair of glasses, and is wearing all branded clothes. He is standing aside playing with his cell phone. The parents who accompanied him were helping him make his bed. The boy looked up and saw Chen Dazhuang coming in. He glanced at Chen Dazhuang with a hint of disdain in his eyes. But I still said hello to Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang nodded to him, returned to his bedside, and turned on his Redmi phone. Sure enough, Shen Wensi had already added him on WeChat. No message was sent to him. Chen Dazhuang first clicked on Shen Wensi's circle of friends. As expected, he could not see Shen Wensi's circle of friends. Chen Dazhuang directly transferred 500 yuan to Shen Wensi via WeChat. Bite! The host transfers 500 to the female who meets the requirements and gets 500 cash back. The system's funding source is absolutely safe. No organization or individual can find any flaws. Please rest assured, host. At the same time, Chen Dazhuang also received a message on his mobile phone. Card with the last number 8135 received 500 yuan from ICBC on September 1st, remitted from another bank with a balance of 1,500 yuan. The other party's account name, confidential. The other party's account name, confidential. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Chen Dazhuang immediately felt relieved. Brother Tongzi is really awesome. The clever Chen Dazhuang suddenly thought of a way to make money. As long as he could convince Shen Wensi to cooperate, he would continue to transfer money to Shen Wensi and then ask Shen Wensi to return it. Even if he gave Shen Wensi half of the money every time, he would become rich quickly. After all, although this 1,500 yuan can be used for unlimited cash back, it can only be given to beautiful women and cannot be used by yourself. Chen Dazhuang thought that if he transferred money like this a few times, he would be able to buy an Apple phone. Although Redmi phones are very popular, who would use Redmi when they can afford Apple? Do it when you think of it. Chen Dazhuang quickly sent a message to Shen Wensi. Shen. Bite. Serious warning. The host cannot use any means to obtain money from women recognized by the system, nor can they seduce them in any way. Unless the women themselves are willing. If the host has similar thoughts next time, the perfect life system will leave the host. Ah. I get it, Tongzi Ge. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Brother Tongzi, don't leave me. Bang! Chen Dazhuang called out to Brother Tongzi loudly in his heart, and he even bumped into the bed board on the upper bunk in a hurry. In the dormitory, the newly arrived student and his parents looked at him several times. Chen Dazhuang didn't care about them either. At this moment, no matter how he called, the system ignored him. Chen Dazhuang was anxious and quickly took out his cell phone again. I transferred another 520 to Shen Wensi. Bite! The host transfers 520 to the female who meets the requirements and gets 520 cash back. Also received a text message notification. Chen Dazhuang finally felt relieved and patted his chest. Just don't run your own system. As long as the system brother is still there, I will figure out how to upgrade the system sooner or later. Jinling University Girls' Dormitory. As soon as Shen Wenxi returned to the dormitory, a fat girl came to greet him. She is Shen Wenxi's best friend Du Xiaojuo. Shen Wenxi often has some suitors who send her breakfast, snacks, etc. Shen Wenxi would basically distribute it to her and other people in the dormitory. Xiao 11er, are there any handsome guys when we go out to greet the new students today? Du Xiaojuo joked while chewing on Jiuwei duck neck. She actually knew that Shen Wenxi had high standards. Many outstanding boys in the school had pursued Shen Wenxi, and many of them had persisted until now. Shen Wenxi has never been in a relationship with anyone, but just keeps a certain distance from them. There are no handsome guys. The weather is too hot, so I came back. Shen Wenxi took off her coat and returned to the air-conditioned dormitory. She seemed to come alive again. As she casually answered Du Xiaojuo, she secretly thought to herself, Du Xiaojuo only cares about eating and handsome guys. Ha ha, handsome guys can't be eaten. Shen Wenxi suddenly thought of the short and fat boy she had just met. She took out her cell phone and prepared to delete the fat guy. It was because I was obsessed with money that I actually believed the fat man's lies. Exclamation point. He actually sent it. He sent it twice, for a total of 1,020. Shen Wenxi's favorability increased by 5. Shen Wenxi was naturally not polite. She took both sums of money and then replied with a question mark. Question mark. Shen Wenxi guessed that the short and fat boy had sent it by mistake or was just trying to be brave. Although Shen Wenxi was greedy for money, he didn't want the boy to starve to death. Because based on her observation of Chen Dazhuang, a boy dressed like this only needs more than 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. I called her and asked her what she would eat this month. Shen Wenxi planned to return the 520 to Chen Dazhuang after he asked for it. Then after 2 days, block this fat guy. Here, Chen Dazhuang saw the system prompt that Shen Wenxi's favorability increased by 5 and knew that Shen Wenxi saw the transfer he sent. Chen Dazhuang opened the text message and saw that Shen Wenxi had sent a question mark, so he quickly replied. Be my girlfriend and transfer 520 to you every day. Chen Dazhuang now doubts his own system and needs to transfer more money to a certain amount before he can upgrade it. There is no other way. My system is quite advanced, so I can only test it myself. Currently, Shen Wenxi is the only one recognized by the system, so Chen Dazhuang plans to transfer more money to her to increase her credit limit. After thinking about it, Chen Dazhuang was worried that Shen Wenxi would not agree, so he returned the 520. He made his own system boss unhappy and misunderstood that he was taking money from girls. I quickly added another sentence on WeChat. It's okay if you don't agree. The 520 is your compensation for mental damage. You don't have to return it to me. Being his girlfriend, 520 a day? That's 30 days a month, that's more than 15,000. Shen Wenxi was surprised. Could it be that I saw it wrong? That short and fat guy is a rich second generation? Shen Wenxi carefully recalled the details of meeting the boy. Well, although he is not good looking and his clothes are ordinary, he is indeed very confident. I'm not afraid to see this beautiful lady. Shen Wenxi has never been in a relationship, not because she doesn't want to. She has very high requirements for her boyfriend and she doesn't have any requirements for a boy's appearance. She just wants to find a rich second-generation guy. There were also rich second-generation guys pursuing her in the university. There are quite a few, but they are the kind of people who won't act until they see the rabbit, and they are all quite fickle. Shen Wenxi was not sure whether she was the one who really wanted to marry her or not just wanted to play with her. Shen Wenxi's mother told her the importance of marriage for women since she was a child. She herself knows what her most precious thing is. So, she kept her distance from those wealthy suitors and didn't agree to any of them, so that they all felt hopeful and could enjoy some convenience. Shen Wenxi had never met a boy who would transfer money to her right away, and even said he would give her 520 yuan a day, which would be 15,000 yuan a month. If he didn't lie to me, then this boy must be from a very rich family. I think his name is Chen Dazhuang. Shen Wenxi changed the WeChat note to Chen Dazhuang, and at the same time gave Chen Dazhuang permission to view the moments. Shen Wenxi's favorability increased by 10. I won't lose anything if I try. I'll see if he can give me 520 a day. If he can't pay me one day, I'll just leave. Anyway, I won't let him take advantage of me. Shen Wenxi thought while typing, classmate Chen Dazhuang, what do you need me to do to be your girlfriend? Cute expression. Chapter 4: Eating Japanese Food with Shenwensi. Eat with me every day. Chen Dazhuang replied quickly. Chen Dazhuang's biggest hobby is beautiful women. The second is delicious food. He also knew that he was not familiar with Shenwensi, and if he made other excessive requests, such as booking a room, the other party would definitely not agree. Just now Chen Dazhuang thought that as long as he and Shenwensi had a meal together, that is, he was treating Shenwensi, then the system would give him cash back. It's like you can have a free meal, no matter how expensive it is. After all, you can swipe the card more times. This is a great free meal for Chen Dazhuang. I have to eat with you every day? 520 includes the meal money. Shenwensi was furious. Although the food expenses were less than 520 yuan a day, the boy was so fat and must have eaten a lot. Moreover, the money was deducted from his own pocket. This was definitely not acceptable. Of course I'll pay for the meal. I'll treat you to any feast you want. Seeing that Shenwensi had misunderstood, Chen Dazhuang sent another message to explain. Chen Dazhuang specially added an invite and waited for a long time. He did not receive any warning from the system and could not help but feel happy. I found a loophole in the system and can get 3 meals a day for free. Shenwensi looked at the message sent by Chen Dazhuang, rolled his eyes, and replied. Can I bring my roommate with me for lunch? Let's go eat kaiseki outside the school together. Humph. You were the one who said you can eat whatever you want. I'm bringing Du Xiaoduo, the foodie, to eat Japanese food with me. I'll see if I can make you poor. Shenwensi came up with a good idea, which was a good opportunity to test Chen Dazhuang's financial resources. If Du Xiaoduo wants to eat enough kaiseki cuisine, she will definitely not be able to be full without spending several $1,000s. Chen Dazhuang looked at the time on his Redmi phone. It was already 11 o'clock. His stomach was growling with hunger. He immediately replied. No problem. I don't know where the Japanese food store is, I'll wait for you at the school gate later. Chen Dazhuang didn't care, Shenwensi brought a few people with him. The system boss has said that as long as the spending is for Shenwensi, it's fine. If Shenwensi brings roommates, it can also be considered spending for Shenwensi. Okay. Shenwensi's favorability increased by 10. After Shenwensi replied to the WeChat message, he immediately called Du Xiaoduo, who was eating snacks in the dormitory. Let's go, Xiaoduo. I'll treat you to Japanese food at noon today. Japanese food? Is it the kaiseki Japanese food outside the school? Du Xiaoduo's eyes lit up when she heard this. The kaiseki Japanese restaurant outside the school gate serves exquisite dishes, which Du Xiaoduo likes very much. It's just very expensive. When Du Xiaoduo was a freshman in college, a rich second-generation man was pursuing Shenwensi, and she was lucky enough to have a meal with him. She remembered that she was only half full at the time, and the 3 of them spent 5,000 yuan on the meal. That's the one. Xiaoduo, you can eat as much as you want at noon today until you are full. Shenwensi said to Du Xiaoduo with a smile. Oh, that's great. Brooke, I love you. Du Xiaoduo said happily. Then Du Xiaoduo leaned close to Shenwensi's ear and whispered, Wensi, did you find another victim today? You're so cruel. Go to hell, I'm taking you to a nice dinner, and you're still talking so much nonsense. Shenwensi gently hit Du Xiaoduo. They had a very good relationship. At this time, all of Chen Dazhuang's roommates had arrived. The first boy who arrived was named Chen Juanhao. He had fair skin, a thin figure, and wore a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses. His every move revealed an innate sense of superiority. Like Chen Dazhuang, he has the same surname, Chen, and is from Shanghai. Chen Juanhao's family is quite influential in the Shanghai business circle, and he has been exposed to various high-end occasions since he was a child. At this moment, he was sitting on his bed, fiddling with his limited edition Apple computer with his fingers casually, his eyes full of scrutiny of the surrounding environment. The 2 who came later were from Jinling. He is tall and straight. Chen Dazhuang estimated that he is about 185 centimeters tall. His name is Zhu Zian. Zhu Zian has neat short hair, a well-defined face, and is wearing an Adidas sportswear. Zhu Zian's parents are both civil servants in Jinling. Although his family conditions are not as good as Chen Juanhao's, they are not bad either. His parents dote on him and he has never lacked money since he was a child. The slightly thin boy standing next to Zhu Zian is named Sun Xizha. He has a popular Korean hairstyle, wears trendy brand clothes, and has an exquisite necklace around his neck. Sun Sija is also a native of Jinling. His parents run a hot pot restaurant, and business is doing well. Moreover, his family has a lot of houses, and his living conditions are not bad since he collects rent. Chen Juanhao spoke first, with a faint smile on his face, and said to Zhu Zian and Sun Sija, "Oh, I just arrived at school today, and I didn't expect to meet such outstanding brothers like you two. We must take good care of each other in this school in the future. My family only runs a small business in Shanghai, it's nothing special." Although these words sounded humble, Chen Juanhao's tone was full of pride. Zhu Zian responded with a smile. "Chen Juanhao, you are too modest. Businesses in the Magic City are all big businesses. My family is an ordinary family. My parents work in government departments, so we just want a stable life. I may need Brother Chen's care in the future." In fact, Zhu Zian attaches great importance to his parents' status in the system, so he is just being modest. Sun Sija on the side quickly followed up. "You two brothers should not be too modest, you both have great backgrounds. My family is just a small business in Jinling, and we will have to rely on you two in the future." As he spoke, Sun Sija casually adjusted his necklace, showing the brand logo on it. The three of them chatted with each other, praising each other, and at the same time secretly competing with each other, comparing their family backgrounds and material conditions. At this time, they noticed Chen Dazhuang, who was packing up and preparing to go out. Chen Juanhao glanced at the brand name clothes on Chen Dazhuang, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, but out of politeness, he casually asked, "Brother, where are you from?" Chen Dazhuang simply responded, "My name is Chen Dazhuang, and I'm from a small place." He didn't say anything more. Seeing this, the three of them exchanged meaningful looks. Then they continued their conversation as if Chen Dazhuang didn't exist at all. Chen Dazhuang didn't care. He simply said hello to his three roommates and went out alone. He was thinking about eating the free Japanese food. While eating, you can also admire the beautiful school beauties. Naturally, I don't want to bother with these three boring boys who are only concerned with comparing family conditions. Chapter 5: Eating Japanese Food with Shenwensi Part 2. It was lunchtime and the entrance to Jinling University was bustling with students pouring out. Chen Dazhuang stood under the old locust tree at the school gate, his eyes determined, waiting quietly. He was fat and the ordinary-looking, off-brand sportswear he was wearing was stretched tight, but he didn't care at all. After a while, Shenwensi changed into a white dress and appeared in the crowd like a blooming lily, arm in arm with her fat best friend Du Xiaojuo. Chen Dazhuang, to be fair, the fat girl next to Shenwensi is actually quite good-looking. Although he seemed ordinary compared to Shenwensi beside him. But she is also a beautiful girl with fair skin and good looks. Before the system was installed, Chen Dazhuang didn't even dare to approach this fat girl. Seeing the two of them, Chen Dazhuang raised his lips, walked over with a confident step, and said in a cheerful voice, "Shenwensi, I finally got you here. This is your best friend, right?" Shenwensi suspected that Chen Dazhuang was a second-generation rich man who didn't care about details. She responded with a smile and introduced the two of them. "Chen Dazhuang, this is my best friend Du Xiaojuo, we live in the same dormitory. Xiaojuo, this is the Chen Dazhuang I just told you about, the one who treated us to kaiseki Japanese cuisine. He is a freshman who just registered today." Du Xiaojuo looked Chen Dazhuang up and down, and a trace of disgust flashed across her face. The man was short and fat, and his clothes were obviously cheap and of unknown brand. He didn't look like a rich man at all. Du Xiaojuo suspected that Shenwensi was possessed by an evil spirit and his IQ had dropped. Otherwise, how could the shrewd Shenwensi believe such an ugly and fat boy? Du Xiaojuo couldn't help it. She moved closer to Shenwensi and said in a low voice, "Xiaosi, is this person reliable? Don't be a liar, eat Japanese food and run away, and let us pay." Chen Dazhuang saw all these little actions, but he didn't care about Du Xiaojuo at all. After all, he was confident. Chen Dazhuang just smiled lightly and said generously, "Two beauties, please follow me without worries. I will make sure you have a satisfying meal today." As he spoke, he raised his hand to stop a high-end online hailing car, and after the two of them got in, he got in himself. When getting off the bus, Chen Dazhuang paid the fare with his mobile phone. The host spent 48 yuan on the fare for the female who met the requirements and returned 48 yuan. Chen Dazhuang felt relieved. Shen Wensi was now just his tool. As long as Chen Dazhuang spends money with Shen Wensi, and as long as it is not spent alone by himself, the system will give cash back. Today's Japanese meal is free, Chen Dazhuang thought excitedly. The three of them stepped into this famous kaiseki Japanese restaurant outside Jinling University town. In the Japanese restaurant, warm yellow and soft lights pour down, and the tatami is neat and clean. The air is filled with the elegant fragrance of tea and the mellow aroma of sake. The waiter, dressed in traditional Japanese clothes and with a professional and enthusiastic smile on his face, came over quickly and led Chen Dazhuang, Shen Wensi and the others to a quiet tatami room by the window. Chen Dazhuang stretched out his hand and made a please gesture. With a gentle smile on his face, he looked at Shen Wensi and Du Xiaojuo and said, "Please take a seat first. Please feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite." The corners of Shen Wensi's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of barely perceptible curiosity flashed in her eyes. She was planning to test Chen Dazhuang's family background, so naturally she would not be polite. She took the menu handed to her by the waiter with confidence. Although Shen Wensi herself did not often come to this Japanese restaurant, she had been here many times last semester with her many suitors. Du Xiaojuo also came closer, their heads pressed close together, their eyes quickly scanning the menu. Looking at the staggering prices on the menu, Du Xiaojuo's eyes widened instantly, her heart suddenly sank, and she subconsciously took a breath of cold air. She hastily nudged Shen Wensi with her elbow, her eyes full of worry and suspicion. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. This price is ridiculously high. Can Chen Dazhuang, who is wearing all brand clothes, really afford it? After receiving Du Xiaojuo's hint, Shen Wensi began to have doubts in his heart, and a hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. However, Shen Wensi quickly calmed himself down and remained calm. She stretched out her slender white fingers, pointed at the dishes on the menu, and said to the waiter in a crisp voice, "We need an A5 Wagyu sukiyaki. 1 serving of Australian platinum Wagyu sirloin. For premium seafood sashimi, I want bluefin tuna. Then I had the eyes lobster and sea urchin with sea bream sugibanyaki." The waiter quickly took notes, with a proper smile on his face, and added, "Ma'am, you have great taste. The A5 Wagyu in our store is the representative of Japanese beef. A 5 is the highest grade, with particularly tender meat and evenly distributed fat. It melts in your mouth and is paired with a special sauce for a mellow taste. The Australian Platinum Wagyu sirloin in our store is made from pure Wagyu beef that has been raised in Australia since 2012. The Japanese Taijima Wagyu beef used is the original cattle of Matsusaka beef, Kobe beef and Omi beef. It is fattened for 550 days according to Japanese recipes and has won the championship in the Australian Wagyu Association Tasting Conference. The craftsmanship of Master Kato in the store today is even more extraordinary. The bluefin tuna you ordered is the best sashimi. The meat is tender and delicious, rich in fat, and tastes great with freshly ground wasabi and Japanese tosa soy sauce. The eyes lobster in our store is a well-known seafood in Japan. It has a chewy texture and is paired with sea urchin and sea bream to create a rich taste." Shen Wensi nodded reservedly. She raised her eyes and looked at Chen Dazhuang with a faint smile on her lips, but a look of scrutiny in her eyes. Du Xiaojuo secretly looked at Chen Dazhuang, feeling very nervous. She secretly wondered whether this seemingly ordinary man could handle this table of expensive dishes with ease. "Sir, do you have anything else to add?" The waiter turned to Chen Dazhuang and asked politely. Chen Dazhuang laughed, patted his round belly, and said casually, "As you can see, I'm quite fat, but I have a good appetite. On top of what I just had, give me 2 more of each, or I won't be full." After saying that, Chen Dazhuang waved his hand nonchalantly, his confidence evident on his face. No matter how expensive the meal was, it didn't matter. As long as you treat Shen Wensi to a meal, the system will give you cash back. The worst that can happen is that you just have to swipe your card a few more times. Chen Dazhuang thought to himself. As soon as Chen Dazhuang finished speaking, the chopsticks that Shen Wensi was playing with suddenly stopped, and she looked at Chen Dazhuang in surprise. The man in front of me was dressed in ordinary clothes, and his behavior was rustic and unsophisticated. But just when Chen Dazhuang asked for more food in a casual manner, that unconcealed confidence and unrestrained attitude actually moved Shen Wensi's heart. Shen Wensi felt as if Chen Dazhuang exuded a different kind of charm for a moment, and was so handsome that it was dazzling. On the other hand, when Du Xiaojuo heard this, a look of deep disgust instantly appeared on her face. She rolled her eyes, turned down the corners of her mouth, and muttered softly. This time the guy even ordered 2 of each item. He is such a boaster. He is not afraid of making a fool of himself when the time comes to pay. He is so unfashionable and stupid. Du Xiaojuo complained inwardly while glancing at Chen Dazhuang with disdain, and her body unconsciously leaned towards Shen Wensi. When the waiter heard this, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed across his face, but his good professionalism allowed him to quickly come to his senses. He bowed slightly, raised a polite smile, and replied softly. Okay, sir, wait a moment, I'll arrange it for you right away. Chapter 6. My single transaction limit is 1,500. Yang Dazhuang, Shen Wensi, and Du Xiaojuo sat at the dining table without saying a word. The main reason is that Yang Dazhuang and Shen Wensi just met today. If it were just the 2 of them having dinner, Yang Dazhuang would like to chat more with the beautiful woman. After all, it is also pleasing to the eye. However, Shen Wensi also brought her best friend Du Xiaojuo, so there was a third person present. Naturally, Yang Dazhuang had nothing to talk about with Shen Wensi. Du Xiaojuo looked at Yang Dazhuang with contempt. Although she thought she had hidden it well, Yang Dazhuang still noticed it. Yang Dazhuang actually has a lot of opinions about Du Xiaojuo. In Yang Dazhuang's opinion, Du Xiaojuo is lucky to have a good-looking roommate like Shen Wensi, otherwise he would not have invited her to eat Japanese food. Your appearance doesn't even meet the standards of my system. You're just a light bulb between me and the beautiful Shen Wensi. You eat my meal and look down on me. You really don't know what you're talking about. At this moment, Yang Dazhuang is more interested in the upcoming Japanese food dinner. Shen Wensi, his best friend, had been secretly looking at him with contempt, which made Yang Dazhuang very angry. However, it was Shen Wensi's first time to have dinner with him, and she was the only girl currently recognized by the system. It can be said that Yang Dazhuang can eat Japanese food at this time thanks to Shen Wensi. Thinking of this, Yang Dazhuang just endured it. Fortunately, the 3 people's silence did not last long, and the waiter quickly brought one dish after another of exquisite Japanese food to the table. The ingredients are fresh, the dishes are beautifully presented, and the rich aroma spreads instantly. After all, there were only 3 customers in the store at the moment, Yang Dazhuang and him. Chen Dazhuang was already very excited when he saw the delicious food in front of him. This was his first time eating Japanese food. But Chen Dazhuang still pretended to be calm and maintained a calm appearance. Chen Dazhuang picked up a piece of A5 Wagyu beef and put it in his mouth. The beef melted in his mouth, the rich fat spread on the tip of his tongue, and the wonderful taste instantly hit his taste buds. This is so delicious! He was shouting wildly in his heart, but on the surface he just nodded slightly. Then Chen Dazhuang picked up a piece of Australian Platinum Wagyu beef sirloin. The different textures of meat brought him a different kind of enjoyment. Although the portion was not much, every bite made Chen Dazhuang intoxicated and he admired it silently in his heart. Shen Wensi, who was sitting opposite the table, picked up the chopsticks gracefully, with gentle movements and graceful manners. She picked up a small piece of bluefin tuna, dipped it in soy sauce and wasabi, slowly put it into her mouth and chewed it carefully, her face showing satisfaction with the food. Shen Wensi's every move exudes elegance, and every subtle movement is full of beauty, like a person in a painting. While enjoying the delicious food, Chen Dazhuang openly admired the beauty of Shen Wensi's meal. The slight smile on her lips and the satisfied look on her face when she tasted the food made his heart beat faster. Chen Dazhuang was in a particularly good mood, having a beautiful woman accompany him while eating, and even the food in front of him tasted even better. Chen Dazhuang stared at Shen Wensi in a trance from time to time, with the corners of his mouth rising unconsciously, immersed in this wonderful atmosphere. Du Xiaojuo was very excited. She raised her phone to take pictures of the delicacies on the table and said excitedly, "Wensi, these foods are so beautiful, I can't bear to destroy them." At this time, Shen Wensi looked at Du Xiaojuo with a smile, handed over his iPhone, and said softly, "Xiaojuo, please take some photos for me." Du Xiaojuo nodded quickly and turned into a photography tool, using Shen Wensi's mobile phone to record Shen Wensi's beautiful moments. Shen Wensi sometimes raised her glass elegantly, sometimes picked up food gently, and her every move showed her charming demeanor. Although the price of kaiseki cuisine is expensive, the portions are indeed not large. However, Shen Wenxi didn't have a big appetite and she also needed to maintain her figure, so it didn't take long for her to finish her meal. Start posting to moments using your mobile phone. Shen Wenxi's circle of friends is basically filled with photos of her eating, playing, and visiting art exhibitions at high-end places. One glance at her will give you an impression of her elegant taste and class. Even if ordinary male college students have Shen Wenxi's WeChat, they can see Shen Wenxi's circle of friends. After they saw Shen Wenxi's daily life, they did not dare to have the idea of pursuing Shen Wenxi. After all, Shen Wenxi is really beautiful. But it seems that daily expenses are also very high. Most boys know that they cannot afford to support such a goddess. In fact, these places were taken to buy Shen Wenxi's high-quality suitors. However, Shen Wenxi does have a high emotional intelligence, and she is able to deal with many suitors with ease. Not only did he not offend them, but he also protected himself very well. Although Shen Wenxi's family is okay, they are not particularly wealthy. Her mother taught Shen Wenxi since she was a child that the most important thing for a girl is her first time, and she should never give it away easily. Shen Wenxi's mother suffered this loss. Shen Wenxi's father was just very handsome when he was young, but he didn't have much money. Shen Wenxi's mother often regretted. So she often gave her daughter advice. Shen Wenxi herself is also very smart, and she thinks her mother's point of view is very correct. She had already made up her mind that she would not fall in love easily unless she met a truly rich second-generation man. Otherwise, her experience on Chen Dazhuang's panel would not be zero. Thinking of this, Shen Wenxi looked carefully at Chen Dazhuang, who was fighting with the food across from him. A hint of inquiry flashed across her beautiful eyes. Could this fat boy in front of her be the person she was looking for? Chen Dazhuang had a good appetite. After he finished the double serving of Japanese food he ordered, he still wasn't full. After all, the portions of Japanese food were really small. He looked up at Shen Wenxi, who was looking at him, and said with a smile, "Wenxi, are you full? I heard that the sushi at Kaiseki Japanese cuisine is delicious." Shen Wenxi frowned. She was actually full. However, with Shen Wenxi's emotional intelligence, he naturally knew that Chen Dazhuang meant that he still wanted to eat sushi. So Shen Wenxi smiled and said, "Okay, I want to try it too." Chen Dazhuang was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately waved and asked the waiter to serve him 30 pieces of sushi. The only Japanese food Chen Dazhuang knew was sushi, and he thought sushi was a rice ball that should be enough to fill him up. However, Chen Dazhuang was worried that if he ordered sushi directly, the system would not recognize that he was paying for Shen Wenxi and would think that he wanted to eat it himself. Now that I have Shen Wenxi's approval and Shen Wenxi also wants to eat sushi, that's fine. You can get the system funds for free. Du Xiaojuo, who was standing by, saw this scene and frowned, thinking to herself, 30 pieces of sushi. Could this Chen Dazhuang be the reincarnation of Zhu Baji? How come he can eat more than me? It feels like a waste for this fat guy to eat such exquisite Japanese food, like a cow chewing on a peony. Might as well let me eat it. In fact, Shen Wenxi knew that his roommate Du Xiaojuo had a big appetite, so he ordered quite a lot of ingredients. Du Xiaojuo had almost finished eating. But Du Xiaojuo is feeling restless now. She looked at Chen Dazhuang's clothes and appearance, and he looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. I was worried that Chen Dazhuang was here to dine and eat for free. What if she can't afford the food money? Then both she and Shen Wenxi will be embarrassed. However, Shen Wenxi was very calm and elegantly waited for sushi with Chen Dazhuang. Chapter 7. My single transaction limit is 1,500. 2. At this time, a male waiter of the Kaiseki cuisine came over and told them. Chen Dazhuang and his friends were lucky today, as Ichiro Matsumoto, the sushi god of the Kaiseki restaurant's Jinling headquarters, happened to be in the store. Master Matsumoto can make sushi for Chen Dazhuang and others personally, and they can also watch the process of Master Matsumoto making sushi. Chen Dazhuang and his colleagues need to pay an additional 10,000 renminbi for the master's labor fee. Ask Chen Dazhuang if he is willing. Du Xiaojuo's eyes lit up when she heard this. Ichiro Matsumoto is quite famous in the Japanese food circle in Jinling. When the time comes, you will be able to eat the sushi made by the master himself, and you should also have the opportunity to take a photo with Master Ichiro Matsumoto. If you post it on your circle of friends like that, you will feel so proud. I just don't know whether this fat guy Chen Dazhuang is willing to spend the money. Thinking of this, Du Xiaojuo hurriedly looked at Chen Dazhuang, hoping that he would agree. In fact, Chen Dazhuang doesn't care about Ichiro Matsumoto or the god of sushi. He was too lazy to watch a Japanese rice ball making show. Chen Dazhuang now just wants to eat 30 rice balls to fill his stomach. After all, the portions of other Japanese food are too small and I can't feel full at all. This 10,000 yuan production fee is simply a rip-off. However, when Chen Dazhuang turned around and saw Shen Wence's sparkling eyes, he immediately understood that this girl was moved by the waiter's suggestion. There is nothing to say about that. With Chen Dazhuang, as long as Shen Wence wants to watch it, it's fine. Money is not a problem, as there is a system to back you up. It's also quite fun to watch the Japanese making rice balls. After all, I'm not particularly hungry now, so I might as well just watch a monkey show. Give yourself an appetite. Chen Dazhuang waved his hand and said to the male waiter, then please ask Matsumoto Ichiro to come over quickly, we are not full yet. Don't worry, Matsumoto's money won't be a big deal. The male waiter was overjoyed when he heard this, and didn't care that Chen Dazhuang's words were not particularly polite when addressing the god of sushi. The male waiter thought to himself that he had met a rich man today, and he could get a lot of commission from Ichiro Matsumoto's order. I can buy a birthday present for my new girlfriend. By then, after your birthday, you can unlock new poses. Hey. Seeing Chen Dazhuang agree readily, Shen Wence felt that Chen Dazhuang in front of him was quite handsome. Shen Wence's favorability increased by 5. Shen Wence has never had any requirements for a boy's appearance. She most appreciates a boy's generous and magnanimous temperament. Even Du Xiaojuo, who has always disliked Chen Dazhuang, felt that Chen Dazhuang was more relaxed at this moment. Hearing that Shen Wence's favorability had increased, Chen Dazhuang was delighted. Maybe the system upgrade is also related to the girl's favorability. He looked at Shen Wence, and Shen Wence's interface appeared in front of him. Name, Shen Wence. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Status, healthy. Experience, 0. Favorability, 10. Shit, why is the favorability still 10? Chen Dazhuang was surprised to remember that he had heard several reminders about Shen Wence increasing his favorability recently. But when the two first met, Shen Wence's favorability dropped by 40 points because he forced Shen Wence to add him on WeChat. So now I've added it several times, but it's still 10. But don't worry, take your time. Anyway, everyone is increasing the favorability now, and it will be raised to Shen Wence sooner or later. Chen Dazhuang comforted himself in his heart. I thought that after the favorability was high, I should be able to do some intimate things with Shen Wence. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang became motivated again. A moment later, the kaiseki waiter brought Chen Dazhuang, Shen Wence and Du Xiaojuo to a special room. This is the special sushi making room in the kaiseki restaurant of the sushi god Ichiro Matsumoto. It is usually closed when he is not here. The layout of the room is simple and rustic. The dark wooden decoration exudes a warm luster, and the air is filled with a faint aroma of fish and rice. Ichiro Matsumoto is quite old and his hair is completely grey. Wearing a spotless white chef's uniform and a dark blue apron, he stood in front of the sushi counter, like an artist about to perform on stage. His eyes are focused and determined, and the wrinkles carved on his face by the years seem like medals of his persistent pursuit of sushi skills. Seeing Ichiro Matsumoto so focused, even Chen Dazhuang, who always looked down on the Japanese, was shocked for a moment. Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but look forward to the next sushi. Shen Wence and Du Xiaojuo, who have always been fans of Japanese food, sat down and watched the show attentively. Ichiro Matsumoto slowly reached out his hand and picked up a piece of fresh bluefin tuna belly. The fish meat has an attractive luster under the light, and its texture is as delicate as fine marble. His fingers gently touched the fish meat, as if he was having a silent conversation with the food, feeling its texture and temperature. Then, Ichiro Matsumoto picked up a sharp long knife, and the blade flashed coldly under the light. Ichiro Matsumoto's movements were gentle and steady, and with each cut, he accurately cut the fish into thin slices of even size. The fluency of his knife skills reminded Chen Dazhuang of the elegance of an old country calligrapher writing Spring Festival couplets on rice paper. After cutting the fish, Ichiro Matsumoto started to prepare the rice. He scooped out a small ball of rice from a special wooden barrel. Each grain of rice was plump and exuded just the right sweet aroma. Ichiro Matsumoto places the rice in the palm of his hand and gently kneads and shapes it with his fingers with a unique rhythm and strength. After a while, a small and exquisite rice ball was born in his hands. This seemingly simple action actually contains Ichiro Matsumoto's decades of skills. The size, shape, and density of each rice ball are precisely controlled to perfectly complement the fish. Next, Ichiro Matsumoto picked up a piece of cut tuna and carefully covered the rice ball with it. His fingers pressed gently to make the fish meat and rice ball fit tightly together, as if completing the final assembly of a precious work of art. Ichiro Matsumoto always kept his eyes fixed on the sushi in his hand, not missing any details. He would gently smooth out even the slightest wrinkle in the fish flesh with his fingertips. During the entire production process, Ichiro Matsumoto said nothing. The only sounds were the slight collision of the knife and the chopping board, and his steady breathing. His concentration and devotion made everything around him seem to stand still, as if the whole world consisted of only him and the sushi in his hand. Chen Dazhuang, Shen Wensi, and Du Xiaojuo were all infected by his monograph and did not make a sound. When Ichiro Matsumoto gently placed the prepared sushi in front of Chen Dazhuang, the sushi seemed to emit a unique glow. Chen Dazhuang picked up the sushi and put it into his mouth impatiently. The moment Chen Dazhuang took a bite of the sushi in his mouth, he opened the door to a new world of delicious food. The tender fish, sweet rice, and perfect seasoning create a wonderful taste feast in Chen Dazhuang's mouth. At this moment, all the doubts in Chen Dazhuang's heart disappeared completely, and he deeply felt that the high cost of making sushi was more than just a delicious dish. It is also a tribute to the ultimate in craftsmanship and is indeed a rare experience. It's great to have money. Chen Dazhuang sighed in his heart. Chapter 8. My single transaction limit is 1,500. Across the table, Shen Wensi also gently picked up a piece of sushi. Her movements were extremely graceful. Gently pinch a corner of the sushi with your index finger and thumb, slightly open your cherry-like mouth, slowly put the sushi into your mouth and chew gently. The tender fish meat spread between the teeth, and the sweet rice was soft and glutinous. The blend of the two made Shen Wensi's eyes light up instantly. She savored every flavor, and an expression of satisfaction unconsciously appeared on her face, which was a sincere love and enjoyment for food. Shen Wensi gently closed his eyes, trying to imprint the memory of this wonderful taste deeply in his mind. Du Xiaoduo next to her has a completely different style. Du Xiaoduo's eyes lit up, like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. She reached out and grabbed a piece of sushi and stuffed it directly into her mouth. She chewed quickly with her cheeks and mumbled incoherently. It's delicious. As she spoke, she freed up one hand, picked up her phone, and took a picture of Shen Wensi, who was eating elegantly. She quickly pressed the shutter, and before she even swallowed the sushi in her mouth, she shouted anxiously. Wensi, this angle is so beautiful. Take another bite, I'll take a picture. After taking pictures of Shen Wensi, Du Xiaoduo quickly turned her attention to the remaining sushi on the plate, and her hand reached out again like lightning. Seeing how quickly Du Xiaoduo ate, Chen Dazhuang was afraid that he would not eat enough, so he quickened his pace. He took big bites of the sushi, his cheeks puffed up, and competed with Du Xiaoduo. The two people's hands kept crossing on the plate, and soon, there was only a little sushi left on the plate. After the meal, the male waiter of the Kaiseki cuisine presented the bill respectfully with a standard professional smile on his face, and clearly reported the price of the meal. Hello, the total amount for this consumption is 19,888 yuan. Upon hearing this number, Shen Wensi's eyes widened instantly, and a hint of astonishment flashed across his face. But soon, she lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and she pretended to be apologetic just right, then looked up at Chen Dazhuang. In fact, she was not moved at all, and even had a faint expectation. She was looking at Chen Dazhuang calmly, thinking to herself, let's see if you have the ability. Du Xiaoduo's mouth was wide open, her face full of fear. On the one hand, she was extremely panicked, and the embarrassing scene of the three people being detained by the sushi restaurant kept appearing in her mind, and her palms were sweating with anxiety. On the other hand, he couldn't help but gloat in his heart, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly, with a barely perceptible sarcasm, thinking, Chen Dazhuang, let's see what you can do now. If you can't pay, there will be trouble. Chen Dazhuang, on the other hand, looked calm and composed. No matter how high the bill for Shen Wensi was, the system would pay for it. I'm not afraid of anything. And this meal was indeed the most delicious he had ever eaten in his life. This price is worth it. Chen Dazhuang slowly took out his ICBC card from his pocket. There is a full 1,500 yuan in it. Chen Dazhuang handed the card to the male waiter in a casual and relaxed tone. Please help me swipe the card. The single transaction limit of my bank card is 1,500 yuan. Please help me swipe it a few more times. He looked as if the nearly 20,000 yuan spent was just a drop in the bucket for him and not worth mentioning. The male waiter was stunned, the smile on his face froze instantly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he reacted quickly. His years of work experience allowed him to quickly adjust his attitude. He put on a professional smile again and nodded and replied. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it. The male waiter muttered to himself. This fat student looks quite wealthy, but why is his bank card limit so low? Maybe his parents set it up to prevent him from spending recklessly? But the girl next to him is so pretty, I envy these damn rich second-generation guys. He turned around and walked quickly to the cashier counter to start swiping the card. Spend 1,500 on Shenwensi and get 1,500 cash back. Spend 1,500 on Shenwensi and get 1,500 cash back. Spend 1,500 on Shenwensi and get 1,500 cash back. Spend 1,500 on Shenwensi and get 1,500 cash back. Spend 388 on Shenwensi and get 388 cash back. After a series of system prompts sounded in Chen Dazhuang's ears. The male waiter held the ICBC card in both hands and handed it back to Chen Dazhuang respectfully. Although the male waiter was complaining in his heart about the bad taste of this damn rich man. There was so much money in the card, but the single transaction limit was 1,500, which forced him to swipe the card many times. But he still smiled attentively at Chen Dazhuang, and then handed him a gold-stamped VIP card, saying enthusiastically, Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming our distinguished VIP customer of Kaiseki Cuisine. In the future, whenever you come to any of our Kaiseki restaurants, we will give priority to arranging master chefs to prepare meals for you. We try our best to provide you with a top-notch dining experience. Moreover, you can enjoy a permanent 9.5% discount on all items when you shop in our store. We look forward to your visit next time. Shenwensi's favorability increased by 10. After Chen Dazhuang took the bank card and VIP card, he casually stuffed them into his pocket and nodded nonchalantly to the waiter. Then he stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the store door with steady and elegant steps. At this moment, even though Chen Dazhuang was fat, his body swayed slightly when he walked, but in Shenwensi's eyes, it inexplicably revealed a sense of freedom and unruliness. Chen Dazhuang's broad back also added a bit of elegance, which made Shenwensi feel a little more curious about him, and the slight contempt in his heart quietly faded away. Du Xiaojuo, who was following behind the two men, had her eyes wide open and her mouth wide open, unable to close for a long time. The shock in her heart surged like a raging tide. Could it be that this Chen Dazhuang is a real rich second generation? Du Xiaojuo looked at Chen Dazhuang uncontrollably, her heart full of disbelief. Oh my God, how can this fat and ugly boy be a rich second generation? Du Xiaojuo's eyes fell on Chen Dazhuang's clothes and mobile phone, and her brows were twisted into a knot. Chen Dazhuang was seen wearing ordinary clothes of unknown brand and holding an outdated Redmi 14C in his hand. Du Xiaojuo curled her lips, and was furious. The key is that this fat guy wears cheap clothes and uses a Redmi senior phone that even my mom doesn't like. Are all the rich second generations nowadays hiding so deeply? Looking at her best friend Shenwensi again, Du Xiaojuo's eyes were filled with envy and admiration, and she thought sourly. Shenwensi has good vision, she has always dreamed of finding a boyfriend who is really rich. Chen Dazhuang might really be her destined one. After all, in Du Xiaojuo's eyes, if you are not a real rich second generation, it is impossible to spend 20,000 yuan on a meal and still act so calm. Chapter 9 Bilibili Female Anchor Adana. In the afternoon, the warm sunshine shone on the campus. After Chen Dazhuang had a full lunch, he felt sleepy like a tide. Chen Dazhuang took an all-night train yesterday to report to school. The train was noisy and crowded, the berths were hard, and Chen Dazhuang almost did not sleep all night. My head is dizzy at the moment and I just want to go back to the dormitory and fall asleep. Chen Dazhuang walked up to Shenwensi and said bluntly. Shenwensi, I'm going back to the dormitory. If you want to have a nice meal tonight, just let me know and I'll see you there. When Shenwensi heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed across her beautiful eyes. The student union will have a back-to-school dinner tonight. As a cadre of the Arts and Literature Department of the school student union, she must attend the dinner tonight. If it were before, she would have rejected Chen Dazhuang without hesitation. But now, the strong financial resources demonstrated by Chen Dazhuang in the Kaiseki Japanese restaurant have made her change her mind. Shen Wenxi didn't want to spoil the fun of this god of wealth. Shen Wenxi tilted her head slightly, with a sweet smile on her face, and her voice was as gentle as the spring breeze. Chen Dazhuang, I can't accompany you tonight. I have to attend the student union dinner. As she spoke, her big watery eyes were fixed on Chen Dazhuang's face, always paying attention to the changes in his expression. Seeing that Chen Dazhuang was about to speak, Shen Wenxi quickly stretched out her white and slender little hand like a clever little deer and gently covered Chen Dazhuang's mouth. Then she blinked her bright eyes and said coquettishly, "However, as compensation, I will bring you breakfast downstairs in your dormitory tomorrow morning, okay?" Chen Dazhuang was really surprised, as he had been planning to agree. After all, Shen Wenxi had legitimate reasons. Unexpectedly, Shen Wenxi not only acted coquettishly with him, but also offered to send him breakfast as compensation, which made Chen Dazhuang feel a strange feeling in his heart. It seems that this Kaiseki Japanese meal was worth it, and Shen Wenxi seemed to be really determined to become his girlfriend. "Well, since you have something to do, let's eat together tomorrow." Chen Dazhuang nodded in agreement, his eyes inadvertently falling on Shen Wenxi. In the sunshine, Shen Wenxi wore a white dress that outlined her tall and slender figure. Her waist-length hair is as smooth as a waterfall, and her small face, which is the size of a palm, has delicate features like a carefully crafted work of art. Especially those bright and lively eyes, which seem to hide thousands of stars. She is indeed a beauty with an appearance value of 88. The system panel also appeared in front of Chen Dazhuang. Name: Shen Wenxi. Age: 20. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Appearance: 88. Status: healthy. Experience: 0. Favorability: 0. Chen Dazhuang waved goodbye to Shen Wenxi and turned to walk towards the dormitory. He thought to himself, "Women are born actors." Shen Wenxi's expression when she said goodbye to him with a sweet smile just now was so gentle. But looking at the system display, Shen Wenxi's favorability towards him was 0, which was really puzzling. No wonder there is a saying that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. But it doesn't matter, Chen Dazhuang comforted himself, he can just slowly increase his favorability. Now just treat Shen Wenxi as a tool for you to have a big meal. Chen Dazhuang felt a pang of pain just thinking about having to pay for dinner tonight. He sighed helplessly and decided to just spend 10 yuan on a simple fried rice tonight. This way, there will be 1,490 yuan left. When Chen Dazhuang walked back, his eyes were like searchlights, darting around, trying to find another girl who met the requirements. After all, if Shen Wenxi is not free, he will have a tool man to take his place when he eats in the future. Without spending his own money. Along the way, Chen Dazhuang met quite a few good-looking girls. In his eyes, some of them are even as good-looking as Shen Wenxi. He was full of anticipation and stared at the person with his eyes fixed. Unfortunately, not a single one can be recognized by the system. One of the girls with big wavy hair felt uneasy when he stared at her, and she glared at Chen Dazhuang several times. "What are you looking at?" The girl in sexy black stockings spat at Chen Dazhuang with a look of disgust on her face. Chen Dazhuang curled his lips, shook his head helplessly, ignored her and walked away. Chen Dazhuang thought, "Humph, she must have had plastic surgery or is wearing heavy makeup. She's so arrogant, there's no point in paying any attention to her." When Chen Dazhuang returned to the dormitory, his roommates had already returned from dinner. They were quite unfamiliar with each other before, but after half a day, they were chatting animatedly. Chen Juanhao sat on his bed, his fingers casually tapping the keyboard of the limited edition Apple computer. His eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses sparkled, and he spoke first. "Brothers, I saw a girl with a high ponytail in the cafeteria today. Her body proportions are what the book calls a 9-head body. Her face was small and I couldn't find fault with her makeup. The scent of perfume drifted past her, and it took my soul away. Zhu Ziyan, who is 185 centimeters tall, has a tall and straight figure." His cheeks flushed with excitement, and he rushed to say, "I also saw a girl in sportswear running on the playground today. Those long legs make her look so cool and energetic when she runs, and she has a dimple when she smiles, so sweet. My heart has never been calm since I saw her. I was busy studying in high school, so I never saw anyone so beautiful. I can finally have a good relationship in college. Standing next to Ju Zian, the slightly frail Sun Seizure fiddled with his Korean-style hair and said, I met a beautiful girl wearing glasses near the library. She was holding a pile of books and wearing a simple white dress. Her literary style and the temperament that radiated from the inside out just touched me. I have already thought about it. Next time I see you, I will definitely find an excuse to go up and talk to you. Chen Juanhao raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly, Come on, don't be so nervous that you can't speak. If you ask me, if you meet someone you like, you have to take the initiative, add WeChat, arrange dinner, and go through the whole process. Are you still afraid of not being able to pursue them? Ju Zian nodded quickly. That's right, I'm planning to stake out the playground again tomorrow, maybe I can run into that girl again. Sun Seizure retorted unconvincedly, You are just reckless behavior, I have to create a common topic first and show my inner qualities. Chen Dazhuang got too lazy to listen after a while. He didn't need to look to know that the girls these roommates were talking about were not as good as Shen Wensi. After all, he scanned the system for a long time but couldn't find a second one that met the system requirements. Chen Dazhuang opened Bilibili on his mobile phone, ready to watch a cute girl's live broadcast, digest his food, and then take a nap. Unexpectedly, he didn't want to talk to these three roommates who came from well-off families and were a bit arrogant, but they didn't let him go. Chapter 10 Bilibili Female Anchor Adana 2. Sun Seizure was chatting happily, with a beaming look on his face, when suddenly he seemed to remember something. His eyes rolled around, with a smile that seemed to be pure curiosity but actually concealed a hint of superiority on his face, and he said loudly to Chen Dazhuang who had just entered the room. Hey, Chen Dazhuang, where did you go just now? Did you meet any pretty girls on the road? Share it with your brothers. The tone of his voice was full of the certainty that Chen Dazhuang's knowledge was limited. Chen Dazhuang felt annoyed, but he thought that the school had just started and he would have to spend a long time with these roommates, so there was no need to make the relationship awkward right from the start. So Chen Dazhuang forced a perfunctory smile and said, Just some ordinary female classmates, nothing special. After saying that, he walked straight to his bed, walking a little faster, wanting to end this conversation quickly. When Chen Juanhao heard the voice, he slowly raised his head from the computer, with a faint, somewhat arrogant smile on the corner of his mouth. He stretched himself and spoke slowly. Chen Dazhuang, you don't know that college girls nowadays are quite realistic. Their eyes are on boys from wealthy families. It is difficult for boys from ordinary families to catch their eyes. As he spoke, Chen Juanhao glanced at Chen Dazhuang seemingly unintentionally. Ju Zian immediately responded with a smug look on his face, his hands folded in front of his chest, his chin slightly raised. Yes, some people still think about how good a partner they can find without even considering their own conditions. There was a hint of contempt for Chen Dazhuang in his words. Chen Dazhuang knew it clearly and naturally heard the contempt in their words. But he had the support of the system, so he didn't take these things to heart at all. Chen Dazhuang sneered inwardly, but appeared calm on the surface. He thought to himself, It's a sheer waste of time to argue with these short-sighted, pretentious people. Thinking about getting rid of his roommates and taking the time to watch the cute girl live broadcast on Bilibili, Chen Dazhuang casually replied, It doesn't matter, they look down on me, but I may not look down on them either. I want to date the school beauty in the future. Chen Dazhuang just said what was in his heart, thinking that he would make them stop. Unexpectedly, it triggered a new round of discussion. Ha 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 ha, Chen Dazhuang, you? Are you still planning to date the school beauty? Chen Juanhao laughed softly, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. I'm not trying to discourage you, but with my qualifications, even the school belle might not be interested in me. What about you? Don't think too much. Ju Zian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint contemptuous smile, and shook his head gently. That's right, Chen Dazhuang, just live your life well first. These unrealistic ideas are just for thought. Sun Seizure also laughed, with a joking tone. Chen Dazhuang, it's not that easy to chase a school beauty. Let's be realistic. The three of them were talking to each other, and although their words were calm, the slight contempt in their voices was still clearly audible. Chen Dazhuang calmly put on his headphones, turned on the live broadcast software, and automatically filtered out their voices. He was immersed in his own world and didn't care about the discussions. Chen Dazhuang curled up in his bed, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He tapped his fingers and opened the Bilibili app on his phone. What caught my eye was his literary and slightly ancient style account name: "The moon is full in the West Tower, and the snow falls in the autumn of the moon." However, in sharp contrast to the name, the homepage of the account is almost dominated by cute videos of cute girls. In this era where big data rules everything, Chen Dazhuang's preferences are well understood. On weekdays, apart from occasionally watching food and eating videos, Chen Dazhuang spends most of his time immersed in a lovely world of cute girls. Because of this, every time he opens Bilibili, the homepage recommendations are all content that he never gets tired of watching. The sweet smiles and soft voices of those cute girls became his comfort during his high school life. Chen Dazhuang skillfully clicked into the live broadcast rooms of several female anchors he often watched. He had no money before, so he watched them for free. Now that he has the system, he plans to give gifts to his favorite anchors and experience the feeling of being a big brother. But what's strange is that even after Chen Dazhuang changed several live broadcast rooms, the system prompt sound never sounded. On the screen, the cosplayer who usually appears as a pure little girl is still smiling, with her bright eyes blinking, and her every move is full of liveliness and playfulness. The pink ponytail swayed gently with the movements, and the lace on the Lolita skirt seemed to be telling the sweetness of the girl. The camera switches to show a queen singer swaying her body to the rhythm of the music, her fiery red lips slightly parted, and her voice melodious. She wore a slim-fitting sequin dress that highlighted her curvy figure, and the charm in her eyes was still alluring. Chen Dazhuang knew clearly that the system judged that the appearance of these beautiful anchors did not meet the standard. This only shows that beneath these moving appearances are beautiful illusions created by layers of beauty and makeup. Putting these aside, their actual appearance is far from meeting the system's standard of 85 or above. Looking at the female anchors on the screen that I was once very obsessed with, Chen Dazhuang felt as if something had stabbed his heart hard, and a feeling of being deceived surged into his mind. Chen Dazhuang always believed that those sparkling female anchors he liked were real beauties. But now I realize that everything was just an illusion created by beauty filters and makeup. Chen Dazhuang was very angry. Every time he browsed the live broadcast room of a female anchor, there was no prompt from the system. Just unfollow and block this female anchor that you followed before. He never wanted to see these beauty monsters again. Chen Dazhuang deleted more than 20 female anchors in a row. He has deleted all the female anchors that he usually likes to watch. Just when Chen Dazhuang was very disappointed. Bite! Females meeting the system criteria have been detected. Chen Dazhuang was overjoyed, his eyes widened and he stared at the screen, only to see that the person appearing on the screen was actually a female anchor from Xinjiang. The host's nickname is playful and nice, it's Adana. At this time, there were only a dozen or so viewers in the live broadcast room, and it seemed that he was just a fledgling anchor. Adana looks like a beauty walking out of an ancient painting of the western regions. Her long, shiny black hair fell like a waterfall to her slender waist. A few strands of hair were casually scattered beside Idana's fair cheeks, adding a bit of liveliness. Under the high nose bridge are a pair of eyes that seem to be lit by stars. Her eyes are deep, with the corners of her eyes slightly upturned, full of mystery and charm. Idana's skin is as delicate as mutton fat jade, with a healthy wheat-colored luster, and under the soft lighting of the live broadcast room, it has a charming halo. However, even with such a beautiful face, Adana looked similar to the female anchors who were just deleted by Chen Dazhuang in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room. You can imagine how strong the beauty and filters of those female anchors are. However, Chen Dazhuang knew that this beauty was truly very beautiful and was a hidden treasure. Chen Dazhuang exited the live broadcast room and saw that this anchor had only 800-odd followers. He followed this Xinjiang beauty and then clicked into Adana's live broadcast room. Chapter 11 Bilibili Female Anchor Adana 3. Thank you, brother Yu Manshi Lu Qianqiu Shui, for following me. Thank you for your attention, brother. Adana has just started live streaming. Although she is very pretty, other female anchors are no worse than her in the live streaming room thanks to their beauty filters. Moreover, she doesn't have any talents and is not very good at chatting, so there are very few people in the live broadcast room. There are many female anchors now, and they are all very curly. It is useless to just be good looking. If she wasn't from Xinjiang, there probably wouldn't even be anyone in the live broadcast room now. She has been broadcasting for more than a month. Usually there are only a few dozen people in the live broadcast room, and she knows them all. I usually just accompany her in the live broadcast room and occasionally give her some cheap gifts. They are the kind of true fans who don't spend a penny and just keep you company. When Adana first started live streaming, she was expecting some rich boss to shower her with gifts. Now, a month later, she understood that this kind of rich boss only existed in Legends and in the live broadcast rooms of other big anchors. She had never seen it before. For her, it's great that someone pays attention to her and watches her live broadcast. So when she saw Chen Dazhuang paying attention to her, she quickly thanked him. Chen Dazhuang smiled slightly. This anchor was very polite. In the past, Chen Dazhuang was also a freeloader. The honor level on Bilibili is level 1, and it was earned by snatching free gifts. When he saw those beautiful female anchors thanking the big brother in the live broadcast room, he could only secretly envy them in his heart. Then, they would post words like "the boss is confused" on the barrage to comfort their sour hearts. But now it's different. Now that I have my own system, I can get unlimited cash back. Today I must let this beautiful anchor feel my superpowers. Chen Dazhuang took a look and found that this female anchor did not have a captain. I want to be her first captain. So Chen Dazhuang clicked on it to continue the meeting and went all in with 1,500 yuan. A captain who has been in service for 10 months. Spend 1,380 yuan on Adana and get 1,380 yuan back. In fact, Chen Dazhuang wanted to be the captain of the year, the admiral, and the governor, but unfortunately he didn't have enough money. At this moment, the public screen of the live broadcast room showed the gorgeous special effects of Chen Dazhuang's 10-month captaincy. The animation effect of a huge ship appearing on the public screen instantly attracted everyone's attention. And it appeared 10 times in a row. The moon is full in the West Tower, Jian Qiushui opens the Captain X10. In the originally deserted live broadcast room, the only dozen or so viewers were like water drops splashed by hot oil, and the scene instantly exploded. The son with kidney deficiency wants to go to bed early was the first to post comments. Oh my god! Who the hell has descended upon this little live streaming room? What a move! Wow! The second dimension fugitive paper man followed closely behind. 10 months, Captain? Am I seeing right? This guy has a mine at home and is here to help the poor. I want to be a god with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan was full of envy and jealousy, and he sent 3 barrages in a row. The comments were full of sourness. Is this the difference between people? I live frugally every day, and I only dare to watch live broadcasts for free. My eldest brother has been the captain for 10 months. The gap is deeper than the Mariana Trench. Game noobs love to win by doing nothing couldn't help but complain. It's over, it's over. I was chatting with the anchor every day, but a captain overtook me. My company is no longer so attractive. I have failed miserably as a true fan. The champion of staying up late, Dark Circles, was so shocked that he sent out a string of exclamation marks. The anchor's luck has changed. It seems that he should cling to his big brother in the future. Maybe he can even get some benefits. This wave has taken off directly while I am still crawling on the ground. Chen Dazhuang looked at the comments and smiled happily. He naturally knew what the audience behind these barrages were thinking. After all, he was one of them. It's nothing more than jealousy of him and calling him stupid in my heart. Just know how to spend money recklessly. You can watch female anchors for free. That costs money, why not eat something good? But Chen Dazhuang wants to say, I just have money. I just want to spend money to make girls happy. You losers don't understand the life of rich people. Ha 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 ha. When Adana in the live broadcast room saw this scene, her eyes widened instantly. Her already deep and charming eyes were now full of disbelief. Her hand unconsciously covered her mouth, trembling slightly. After several seconds, he stammered. Brother Jian Qiushui, this is too expensive. I don't know what to say. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and her eyes were slightly moist. She stood up and bowed deeply to the camera. Thank you so much, brother. I never thought someone would be so kind to me. Adana was not good at expressing her gratitude with fancy words, she just repeated in panic and eagerly. Thank you, Brother Chen Xiuxue. Brother, thank you so much. Thank you, I don't know what to say. Thank you so much, Brother Chen Xiuxue, you are so kind to me. Thank you, brother. I am stunned and filled with gratitude. Thank you. I will always remember your kindness, big brother. Thank you, Brother Chen Xiuxue, this means so much to me. Thank you so much, brother. Chen Dazhuang stared at the screen, his eyes fixed on Adana. At this moment, Adana was as beautiful as a fairy from a myth. That exotic face had an almost perfect outline under the warm lights of the live broadcast room. Under Idana's high nose bridge, her plump lips opened and closed slightly, and sincere words of gratitude continued to flow out. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, just like the clouds in the sky dyed by the setting sun, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly with every blink of her eyes. Idana's charming appearance made Chen Dazhuang's heart tremble slightly. Listening to those words full of gratitude and tears coming out of Idana's mouth, Chen Dazhuang's heart was filled with joy. The smile on his face grew wider, with the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. Chen Dazhuang leaned forward slightly, immersed in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It's money well spent. Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but recite it silently in his heart. The feeling of envy of others spending lavishly when watching live broadcasts in the past disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a full sense of accomplishment. Chen Dazhuang finally experienced firsthand the happiness of those wealthy people who spent lavishly on tips in the live broadcast room. It turns out that being thanked so sincerely by the female anchor feels so wonderful. This kind of happiness is like drinking a refreshing cold drink on a hot summer day, refreshing from the tip of your tongue to the bottom of your heart. Adana sat on a chair in the live broadcast room, her eyes red and tears welling up in them. She was so moved that she was about to cry. She is a college student who is about to graduate. As graduation approaches, the employment environment outside the campus is as harsh as winter. I sent out my resume again and again, but most of the responses were ignored. The few interview opportunities one had were also lost due to the fierce competition. Adana, who was wandering in anxiety and confusion, heard that the live broadcast industry could make money. The only thing Adana is confident about is her appearance. She has been praised for her beauty since she was a child. So with trepidation and anticipation, Adana stepped into this unfamiliar field. Over the past month, she has been carefully decorating a simple live broadcast background every day. She also carefully selected costumes with ethnic characteristics and started the live broadcast with great enthusiasm. But there are only a few viewers in the live broadcast room, even though she tries hard to show her life and share interesting stories. All I got was still sporadic interactions and pitifully little gift income. Every late night, after the live broadcast ends, exhaustion and loss always overwhelm her like a tide. Adana began to doubt her choice and even considered giving up live streaming and finding an ordinary job. However, today, the gears of fate are turning quietly. When the special effect of Brother Changqiu, the moon is full in the West Tower who has been the captain for 10 months suddenly popped up on the screen, she was completely stunned and her mind went blank. After a brief moment of astonishment, huge surprise and emotion swept her completely like a surging wave. The sudden support from Brother Chen Xiuxue was like a beam of strong light in the darkness, instantly dispelling all the haze in her heart. Chapter 12, Adana Without Talent. In the live broadcast room, the warm yellow light softly shines on Idana's delicate face. Her bright big eyes were full of gratitude, and she was looking at the camera and thanking Chen Dazhuang who had just given her a huge gift. At this moment, a bullet screen with the captain's exclusive special effects suddenly popped up on the screen. You Manshi Lu Qianqiu Shui, you don't have to keep thanking me, just sing a song for me. If you sing well, I guarantee you'll get more gifts. As soon as this line of words appeared in the live broadcast room, it was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Milk tea without pearls popped up first, and a string of comments were quickly sent out. Who in my family understands? Last time the host sang, I ran to the train overnight. That tune is so off that I can hear it on Mars. Please spare my ears. Milk tea without pearls is currently curled up on the sofa, holding a mobile phone in one hand and a handful of potato chips in the other. When he saw Chen Dazhuang's comments, his eyes widened and his face was full of fear, for he was afraid that Adana would really start singing. Then, game noobs love to win easily was not to be outdone. That's right. Others get paid for singing, but our anchor's singing really costs his life. Last time I sang, my dog was so scared that he started barking, thinking some monster had come. Game noobs love to win without doing anything. He couldn't help laughing as he typed furiously on the keyboard. The tragic scene when Adana sang last time came to my mind. The second dimension escaping paper man proposed a new suggestion. Boss Qianqiuxue, why don't you persuade the anchor to dance instead of singing? Xinjiang girls are definitely good at singing and dancing, and their dancing must be beautiful. Singing is fine, but I just can't stand it. The two-dimensional fugitive paper man wears headphones and slides his fingers quickly on the phone screen. He would push his glasses up on his nose from time to time, looking forward to seeing Adana dance. The champion of staying up late, dark circles under the eyes, also followed up with the post. Yes, dance, I want to see the host dance. Dancing is definitely more reliable than singing. Host, please arrange it quickly. The champion of staying up late, dark circles, was leaning against the head of the bed, his eyes fixed on the screen. The light from the screen illuminated his thick dark circles, and his pale face was filled with anticipation for dancing. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became heated and tense as the barrage of comments scrolled madly. Adana looked at the comment about you man shi lu qianqiu shui chen da zhuang on the screen, and her smiling face froze instantly. The corners of her mouth formed a slightly stiff curve, and she looked embarrassed and at a loss. Brother Qianqiuxue, my singing is just average. If you really want me to sing, that's fine. Idana's voice trembled slightly, and her soft tone was full of confusion. She unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes with both hands, and her slender fingers twisted the corners into wrinkles, as if she was grasping at the last bit of security. At this moment, Idana's heart was like a seasoning bottle overturned, with all kinds of feelings mixed together. She knew very well how difficult it was for her to wait in this deserted live broadcast room for a big brother to spend more than 1,000 yuan in one go. For Adana, this is not a small amount of money, enough to support her through many difficult days of live streaming. In the past, those free listening audiences would just listen to her singing for fun. Even if she sings badly, there will be no substantial loss. Because even if these freeloaders were scared away, Adana wouldn't care too much. But the big brother Qianqiuxue in front of him was completely different. He had already demonstrated his strong strength and support for himself. If my bad singing disappoints brother Qianqiuxue and he no longer likes me and stops sending gifts to my live broadcast room, that would be a big loss for me. Thinking of this, Adana frowned tightly, bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and her eyes were full of worry and fear. But if I don't listen to brother Qianqiuxue and refuse to sing, and if I make brother Qianqiuxue angry, the consequences will be equally disastrous. Adana was constantly struggling and weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Her palms were already soaked with sweat and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Oh, what shall I do? She cried out silently in her heart, her eyes full of confusion, and looked at the screen helplessly, hoping to find brother Qianqiuxue's next instructions from the barrage. Chen Dazhuang didn't care. He didn't insist that Adana sing. He just said it casually. Chen Dazhuang found it a little funny to see Adana so nervous. He casually recharged 666 yuan and bought Adana a lucky cup worth 6,660 batteries. Spend 666 yuan on Adana and get 666 yuan back. Adana, who was at a loss, suddenly had her eyes widened and her face was filled with uncontrollable surprise. When the gorgeous and huge koi special effects appeared on the live broadcast room screen like a dream, she seemed to be injected with infinite vitality. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Wow! Thank you so much for the koi from Qianqiu. This is such a surprise. Adana loves you, loves you. Her eyebrows were beaming with joy, her smile was as bright as a blooming flower, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable happiness and excitement. The live broadcast room was also flooded with barrages of comments, and the audience in the room typed out their inner jealousy. The man with kidney deficiency wants to go to bed early. Help! My eyes are blurry. Brother Qianqiu's koi special effects have completely broken my defense. I am so sleepy that I have to get up and shout 666. The man with kidney deficiency wants to go to bed early. Lie down quickly upstairs. The champion of staying up late has dark circles under his eyes. I bet you can't make it through tonight. Come and get lucky with me. The second dimension fugitive paper man. Who in my family understands this? The instant noodles I just ate sprayed all over the screen. Brother Chinchio's special effects are even more explosive than the high-energy scenes in the new show. Monthly salary of 3,000 yuan to become a god. I envy you so much. Is this the power of money? The money I spent on steamed buns for half a month is not as much as the special effects of the big guy. Game noobs love to win easily. Adana is about to lock her thighs. I chat with her every day, but I am not as good as her special effects. This wave of true fans has completely lost. The dark circles of the champion who stays up late. This koi fish is so bright that my dark circles are reflecting. Does Brother Chinchio need a dedicated guardian who stays up late? Praise him online 24 hours a day. The second dimension fugitive paper man. Jealousy turns me into a twisted monster. This special effect must be summoned from another world. I want the same metaphysical recharge method. Monthly salary of 3,000 yuan to become a god. Others are brushing koi, while I am brushing woo woo woo. The gap is like that between a bronze player and a king. I'm so kneeling. Game noobs love to win easily. It's over. The Atmosphere Group slacker who supports the show every day, have been completely crushed into dust by the big boss's money power. The soft light casts a warm golden halo on Idana's face. Idana's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Her rosy lips were slightly raised, and the pearl accessories hanging from the ends of her hair swayed gently with her movements, making her small face, which was the size of a palm, even more delicate and charming. Amidst the rapidly scrolling bullet comments on the screen, a line of bullet comments with Captain Special Effects suddenly caught Idana's eyes. You manshi lu qianqiu shui, Adana, if you don't want to sing, you can dance for me. Idana's gaze, which had been casually scanning the barrage of comments, froze in an instant. She straightened her slender waist, her white fingertips brushed the hair behind her ears subconsciously, and smiled at the camera with a smile that was brighter than the special effects in the live broadcast room. Brother Qianqiu, I'm actually not very good at dancing. But if you want to see it, Dana will dance for you. Idana's ending tone carries a sweet and coquettish tone, and her voice is as soft as if it were coated in honey. After she finished speaking, she quickly stood up to adjust the music. Even the pink on the tips of her ears had not faded yet, and her heart and eyes were filled with concern for this comment. Chapter 13, Clumsy but Serious Dance. The pink and purple gauze curtain was gently lifted up by the wind outside the window, and Adana placed the mobile phone holder firmly on the dressing table. A small space is left on the table filled with bottles and jars, and the overhead fill light casts a gentle light under the reflection of the mirror. She deliberately pushed all the stuffed dolls to the corner, leaving a small area next to the bed covered with a floral carpet. In the closet behind him hung a temporarily borrowed piece of Adelaide silk, the hem of which swept over neatly stacked jeans and sweatshirts. Adana took a deep breath, and cheerful Xinjiang folk music started playing on her cell phone. Her fingertips blossomed first, and her wrist wrapped in the copper bracelet was a little stiff when she raised it. As the movements rise and fall, the silver bells make a slightly messy crisp sound, but it is like a melting stream in early spring, carrying with it a youthful vitality. As she turned around, her ankle staggered slightly and she almost hit the dressing table behind her. But Adana immediately adjusted her center of gravity, twisted her waist quickly, and tried hard to maintain the smoothness of her dance moves. The beads in her hair tapped her cheeks gently as she swayed, but she paid no attention to them. Her eyes were fixed on the dance tutorial on her phone, trying to imitate it carefully. Her eyelashes fluttered rapidly. While doing the classic neck-twisting movement, Adana pursed her lips and slightly tensed her neck muscles. Although her movements are not as flexible and natural as those of professional dancers, they are full of stubborn seriousness. Every time she finished a movement, she would subconsciously bite her lower lip, as if to cheer herself up, and then immerse herself in the next rhythm. When sliding, Idana's knee-bending angle was not perfect and her footwork was a little awkward, but her body always maintained an uplifting posture. Sweat slid down her temples and wet the hair around her ears, but she was completely immersed in the dance. As the drum beats became faster and faster, Idana's movements became bolder and bolder. Even if she made a mistake occasionally, she would immediately adjust and continue dancing with full concentration. Chen Dazhuang was lying on his back on the iron bed in the dormitory. The fan above his head was whirring, making the phone in his hand slightly hot. The moment Adana spun on tiptoe, the cuffs of her light grey home clothes slid to her elbows, revealing a fair and slender wrist. The copper bracelet on her wrist swayed, making a crackling sound. Chen Dazhuang subconsciously propped himself up, not even noticing his back rubbing against the peeling wall, his eyes fixed on the screen. The camera shook a bit, probably because the stand was not stable. Adana reached out to fix it hastily, the beads in her hair trembling, her cheeks flushed like ripe fruit. The bookshelf behind her was stacked with books in a crooked manner, and on the top layer were several unopened boxes of spicy strips and egg yolk cakes, the wrapping paper gleaming with a shiny glow under the warm light. This kind of mess with a sense of fireworks is 100 times more vivid than those carefully arranged stage sets on TV. Chen Dazhuang's Adam's apple moved, and his fingers unconsciously stroked the edge of the phone screen. When Adana made a mistake in the dance, her ears turned red almost to the point of bleeding, but she continued to dance awkwardly while biting her lips. This made him feel that she was more seductive than any professional dancer. Chen Dazhuang leaned against the iron bed in the dormitory, and the clothesline hanging from the upper bunk swayed across his forehead. He stared at Idana's cheeks on the phone screen, which were red from spinning around, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and his fingertips tapped the recharge interface several times. 1,500 yuan flowed by like water, and 10 confession balloons, special effects decorated with rose petals, suddenly exploded in the live broadcast room. Golden hearts fell in the pink light mist, and the phone screen vibrated slightly. Chen Qiushue sent out 10 confession balloons. As the system prompt sound rang out in the live broadcast room, the public screen was instantly flooded with comments such as "Boss is awesome" and "Boss is generous." Idala's live broadcast room was originally deserted, but the number of online people increased rapidly because Chen Dazhuang kept giving gifts. The number of viewers soared from a dozen to 3 digits, and the influx of new viewers' heads hit the screen like raindrops. Lemon essence, these special effects are so extravagant. They're making my eyes dizzy. Xiao Liu, who is sober in the world, big brother Chen Qiushue is so generous. I'm begging you to hug my thigh. Crowd Eater 888, help. This is the first time I've seen so many special effects, Big Brother is awesome. The champion of staying up late refuses to admit defeat, Big Brother, this reward made me dumbfounded, I bow down to you. This is the koi that suddenly became rich, Big Brother Chen Qiushue is my real brother. I beg you to take me with you. Surfing expert Xiao Li, this wave of operations directly makes me a god. I declare that Big Brother is a god. Happy Planet residents, poverty has limited my imagination. Big Brother, are you short of accessories? Amidst the constant stream of exclamations about Chen Dazhuang's extravagant behavior, a few comments quietly emerged. Dancing Maruko, this dance is really unprofessional. She was so flustered that she couldn't even keep up with the beat. The venomous old man, you only have a pretty face, you are just a vase, what else can you do besides your good looks? The makeup-free justice envoy, maybe the beauty filter is too much, who knows what she looks like in real life. Level 10 dance scholar, she dances too stiffly, like a robot. She's not as graceful as the square dance auntie downstairs from my house. Melon-eating crowd 233, the movements are not coherent at all. It makes me so embarrassed. How dare they come out to broadcast with such a level? These glaring words flashed across the screen. Since there were relatively few old viewers in the live broadcast room, no one spoke up for Aida Lana for a while. Only in the corner, a few new viewers, with a trial mentality, casually gave out virtual roses and small light signs. The cheap special effects looked a bit shabby next to the gorgeous confession balloons. Adana staggered as she completed her last slide, her knees almost hitting the floor. Brother Chioki, I'm done dancing. Before she finished her words, her eye swept across the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments. Seeing the comments criticizing his dancing, Idana's face darkened instantly, the marks from her teeth biting her lower lip turned white, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. But when Adana saw the 10 star-studded confession balloons dyeing the screen a gentle pink, when Chen Dazhuang's avatar was shining brightly at the top of the reward list, Idana's eyes suddenly lit up, like the moon that had been covered by dark clouds and was shining again. She suddenly knelt down on the carpet, not even caring about the pain from her earrings, and waved desperately at the camera. Thank you, Brother Qianqiu, for the 10 confession balloons. I love it so much. Thank you, Brother Qianqiu. There was an uncontrollable tremor at the end of her voice, but the corners of her mouth were raised high, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Chen Dazhuang stared at Adana on the screen. At this moment, Adala was kneeling on the carpet, her thin shoulders rising and falling due to her heavy breathing. The silver ornament scattered in her hair hung crookedly on her temples, and a few strands of hair soaked with sweat stuck to her flushed cheeks. Instead, it makes Idana's skin look white and rosy, like a rose covered with dew in the morning mist. As Idana breathed rapidly, her neckline rose and fell slightly, revealing her delicate collarbone with a pearly luster. The panic during the dance just now caused her braids to loosen, and a few strands of long black hair fell on her shoulders, wrapped around the copper bracelet, glowing softly under the warm light. The slightly red cheek showed the innocence of a young girl, and the twinkling light in her eyes made Chen Dazhuang very moved. Idana's messy hair half covered her blushing face, adding a touch of laziness to her charm. When the silver ornaments in her hair swayed, they cast tiny shadows on her snow-white neck, which contrasted beautifully with her watery almond-shaped eyes. Even though it looks disheveled at the moment, it is still breathtakingly beautiful, like an oil painting in which a palette is accidentally knocked over, resulting in an unexpectedly beautiful picture. Chen Dazhuang stared at Idana's rapidly rising and falling chest on the screen, and a dry and itchy feeling appeared in his throat. He suddenly wanted desperately to make those questioning voices completely disappear in the overwhelming special effects. Chen Dazhuang's fingers tapped the screen frantically, and prompts of successful payment kept popping up on the Redmi phone screen. Every time Chen Dazhuang completed a recharge of 1,500 yuan, he would immediately exchange all the virtual currency for confession balloons. Pink special effects flooded into the live broadcast room like a tide. Chen Qiushue sent out 10 confession balloons. Chen Qiushue sent out 10 confession balloons. Chen Qiushue sent out 10 confession balloons. The moon is full in the west. Chen Qiushue sends out confession balloons x10. The moon is full in the west. Chen Qiushue sends out confession balloons x10. Chapter 14 Happy Idana. The fan in the dormitory was creaking, and beads of sweat were appearing on Chen Dazhuang's forehead, but his eyes were fixed on Idana's surprised expression on the screen. The Redmi phone in my hand became hot due to continuous operation. Chen Dazhuang was unaware of it, he only felt a fire burning in his chest. He wanted to use this pink special effect to completely bury all the negative comments. When the 10th reward was sent out, the entire live broadcast room was almost filled with rose petals. Idana's figure appeared and disappeared in the gorgeous special effects, so beautiful that Chen Dazhuang was overjoyed. Idana's pupils were instantly filled with pink roses, and the dense confession balloon special effects almost covered her phone screen. The special effects of rose petals seemed to be falling on her flushed cheeks. Idana suddenly rushed in front of the camera, the silver jewelry in her hair clattered, and she forgot the pain in her knees as she knelt on the carpet. She clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands and trembled continuously. "Thank you, Brother Chioki. Thank you, Brother Qianxiu." Her voice became sharp and broken due to excitement, and the tail tone trembled like the sound of a bell blown away by the wind. Beads of sweat rolled down the jawline into the depression of the collarbone, but Idana didn't bother to wipe them off. She just tilted her face, which was covered with hair, and bowed hard to the camera, and even her earrings were shaking so much that they almost flew off. When the 10th wave of effects exploded, she suddenly covered her mouth and whimpered, with beads of sweat from dancing still on her eyelashes. At this moment, Idana's eyes were soaked with tears. "Brother Chen. Qianxiu, I don't know how to thank you." She sobbed and raised her head, her red almond eye sparkling with tears, and the tip of her nose turned pink due to excitement. "Brother Qianxiu, I will definitely work harder." Idana's slightly hoarse voice was tinged with a strong nasal tone, but it tickled Chen Dazhuang's heart on the other side of the screen like a feather. Seeing Idana's grateful expression, Chen Dazhuang felt extremely happy. He finally understood why he could watch the female anchors for free. Why are there still rich people who give gifts to anchors? It turns out that I felt really happy when the beautiful anchor thanked me for the gift. At this time, the netizens on the public screen of the live broadcast room were extremely shocked. They were quickly sending comments to express their envy, jealousy, and hatred. The grumpy old man was eating melons online. "Help! Is this emptying the bank? The money I spent on instant noodles for 3 months is not enough for them to pay once. Lemon spirit under the lemon tree, it's so sour, so sour. Idana, check if this person secretly poured vinegar into your bowl. Singles Protection Association, warning! Warning! Top love rival found. Suggest the anchor to block this dangerous person immediately. Shugo Chara Squad, Idana, run! This guy might want to take you to Dubai to grow roses. Rational Consumption Supervisor, who understands this, family members. This is not a reward, this is directly folding RMB into a rocket and sending it away. The jealous king is here. Anchor, don't be fooled by the sugar-coated bullets. What he gave was not a gift, but my tears. Oh. President of the True Love Fans Alliance, beware. Beware. This person's behavior is too arrogant. I suggest you put him on the list of dangerous people in the live broadcast room. The human sober speech bot, this wave of operations has made me understand it turns out that poverty limits not only imagination, but also the right to fall in love. Strawberry pudding is super sweet, help. Is this an ATM machine on your shoulders? I don't earn this much even after working as a bricklayer for a year. Coriander, back off, it's so sour like lemon juice. Hey Dana, look at me, the comments I post can even make a rainbow. The foodie never admits defeat, this is not a reward, this is a down payment directly into the female anchor's card, right? Esports girl Nanako, I suggest that the live broadcast room be renamed The Overbearing President Falls in Love with Me and Gives Gifts Like Crazy. Bald girl wants to get rich, my family, who understands? I'm here to give roses, and others just airdrop flowers. Lonely frog online business, warning. High-risk love rival found. It is recommended that the anchor immediately turn on the protection mode. Milk tea life-saving expert, this special effect is about to burst the phone screen. Chen Chushue, does your family need a sweeper? Star chasing girls, go for it, aid Anna, run. This guy is going to be responsible for your live broadcast special effects for the rest of your life. Anti-roll master Xiao Li, it's over, the threshold for live streaming will be raised in the future, how are we poor people going to survive? A loyal hotpot lover, I seriously suspect Chen Qiushue came to the live broadcast room to show off her wealth, and I suggest holding a rich man behavior awards. Xiao Zhong, the champion of staying up late, help. I was just about to get a free flower, but the special effects crashed. 2D foodie, this is not watching a live broadcast, this is watching a literary scene where a domineering CEO throws money around. Xiao Wang, a drama fanatic, I suggest that Adana write a book, and the title of the book should be How to Make Rich People Spend Gifts on Me Crazy. Staring contestant, I was dumbfounded the whole time. Is this the legendary money power? I envy you. The onlookers 520, it's over, Chen Qiushui is going to marry the female anchor directly. Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the content of the barrage in the live broadcast room. As a veteran viewer who had been enjoying free sex with female anchors for many years, Chen Dazhuang knew the psychology behind these comments very well. Chen Dazhuang has decided to change the live broadcast room at this moment. After all, I have a bank card with unlimited cashback. You can go to other live broadcast rooms to see if there are better female anchors. Although Adala is beautiful, her singing and dancing skills are average after all. I was getting a little tired of watching Adana thanking me all the time. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang typed on the public screen. Adana, when do you usually broadcast live? As the captain of Idana's live broadcast room, Chen Dazhuang's barrage of comments has special captain effects. What's more, the name Yuman Shilo Changqiu was of special interest to Adana. So as soon as Chen Dazhuang shot it, Adana saw it immediately. Adana tilted her head, her voice like melted honey wrapped around velvet, the tail note swirling gently. Brother Chincho, I will start broadcasting on time at 2 o'clock every afternoon. She leaned closer to the camera, the silver ornaments in her hair swaying as she moved, her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescents, tiny beads of sweat still stained her eyelashes. If Chioki Ni wants to see me dance, I can do it anytime, okay? Adana suddenly pursed her lips and laughed, with 2 intoxicating blushes on her cheeks. As long as Brother Chincho says so, I will stay up all night to adjust the time so that brother can be the first to see the new dance. Idana's fingertips unconsciously rolled up the tassels on her clothes, and her voice was as soft as freshly baked naan. With a coquettish trembling voice, after all, Brother Chincho is the one who supports me the most tilde. Sweetheart Guardian 001, help. My heart is bleeding. Adana is actually going to change the live broadcast time for the rich. Is she going to abandon us old fans? Loyal fan Xiao Yangyang, I am so jealous. Chen Qiushue, you are relying on your wealth to snatch someone away. Adana, don't be fooled by him, we are the ones who truly love you. Flower Guardian Archiang, warning. Chang Q, you are monopolizing the market. You have bought all our happy moments. True love never dies. Wow, I wait for the live broadcast every day, but in the end I can't compare to the gifts others give. Adana, look at us, the free fans. Infatuated audience Lao Wang, this is not watching a live broadcast, this is watching a domineering CEO robbing and robbing. Adana, run, don't fall into the money trap. Guardian squad leader, brothers, let's crowdfund for gifts. We can't let Chen Xiaoxue monopolize Adana alone. Heartbroken Boy 233, it's over, we will never see our Adana again, these rich people are so abominable. True Love Fans Alliance, strong protest. Chen Xiaoxue, you are destroying the ecological balance of the live broadcast room, give me back my original happiness. Jealousy, I hate it. Why am I not a rich second generation? Adana, is true love without money not true love? Old fans are in tears. I have been following the show since its inception until now, but in the end, I can't beat a word of love from a rich man. This generation of anchors is so difficult to lead. Chen Dazhuang lay on his back on the creaking iron bed, the blue light from his cell phone screen making the corners of his mouth rise involuntarily. Idana's soft and flattering words were still lingering in his ears, and the sour comments all over the screen seemed to be spice for his good mood. Chen Dazhuang supported his head with one hand, tapping his fingertips briskly on the keyboard, deliberately typing each word slowly. Enjoying the pleasure of being watched and envied. Well, I'll come see you tomorrow afternoon. I'm leaving now. In the live broadcast room, Adana's face was almost touching the phone screen, and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with disappointment. Her voice was as soft as marshmallows soaked in honey. Brother Chincho, are you leaving so soon? She knelt hurriedly, the silver ornaments in her hair jingling, and even her earrings cast after images with her hasty movements. I will be here early tomorrow afternoon to dance the new dance I have learned for my brother. After waiting for a while, I saw that Chen Dazhuang did not reply to the comment. Adana bit her lower lip and lowered her head, her eyelashes casting fine shadows on her flushed cheeks. Suddenly she raised her head again, and as if she remembered something, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest and shook them gently. Brother Qianqiu, please take care of yourself. Remember to add me on WeChat. No matter how late you send a message to Brother Qianqiu, I will reply immediately. Until Chen Dazhuang left the live broadcast room, Adana still kept waving goodbye. Chapter 15, Makeup Techniques and Beauty Lenses of Female Anchors. After leaving Adala's live broadcast room, Chen Dazhuang continued to browse other beauties' live broadcasts. He clicked on the live broadcast room ranked first in the appearance area recommended on the homepage of Bilibili. The pink and purple filter dyed the entire live broadcast room like melted strawberry ice cream. The glowing bunny ears on the girl's head flashed with her movements, and a star-shaped acrylic hairpin was pinned on her fluffy curly hair. She held a pink unicorn doll and tiptoed on the carpet. When she sang the chorus, she suddenly puffed up her cheeks and sang in a baby voice with a long tail note. Ki mi no ko to da isu ki. The stuffed doll swayed gently in her arms, and the silver star ornaments on the ends of her hair jumped along with it, reflecting tiny spots of light. The girl suddenly turned around on the spot, and the hem of her white lace skirt flew up, revealing the pink bow garters tied on her calves. She made a heart shape with one hand, leaned in front of the camera and blinked her moist almond eyes, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Family members, can you please light up the signboards? The bunny will emit super cute light waves to you. As she spoke, she pouted her cherry lips, which were painted with peach-colored lip gloss, and gave the camera a kiss. The entire screen was instantly flooded with pink love comments. Cheese-baked bunny, help. This is too sweet. I'm overwhelmed by the cuteness. Shinbar Guardian Shiakue, the rabbit light wave hit my Shinbar. Help me up so I can get some gifts. Carbonated bubble sound, awesome. Did this sound grow up eating cuteness? A yow, the kiss maniac, wifey kiss. Who can resist this? Late stage of peripheral collection addiction, I suggest you release peripheral products immediately. I want to weld this cuteness onto my body. Sugar excess warning, warning. The sweetness in the live broadcast room has exceeded the ceiling. Insulin is coming. Cute perpetual motion machine, help. I can watch her shaking her ears 100 times. Twin tails believers, the stars on the ends of my hair must be magic from fairies. Plush star controller, the unicorn doll is locked with her. The cuteness is doubled. Chen Dazhuang's mouth corners lifted unconsciously, and his fingers quickly tapped on the screen. The bunny is so cute. Just sent it out, it was refreshed. Ah, wife, look at me. Wait for the barrage to squeeze into the corner. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she reached out and tapped on the screen. Wow! It's a new baby. Thank you for the barrage support. Love you. As she spoke, she made a double heart shape towards the camera, and the bunny ears in her hair swayed even more happily. Chen Dazhuang really likes this female anchor. Unfortunately, Chen Dazhuang stayed in this live broadcast room for 3 or 4 minutes, but the expected system prompt did not sound. Chen Dazhuang sighed lightly and scrolled the screen silently, not even bothering to click to follow. Chen Dazhuang slid to the live broadcast room ranked second in the appearance area. The cold blue light in the live broadcast room suddenly lit up. As soon as Chen Dazhuang clicked into the screen, he was met with a pair of silver-grey eyes that shone with a cold light. The queen in my mind has silver hair neatly tied into a high ponytail, with the purple highlights at the ends faintly visible under the light. The queen biting the black rose suddenly looked back, a dangerous arc appeared at the corners of her crimson lips. When the rose thorn brushed against her collarbone, the snake-shaped silver ornaments rose and fell with her breathing, and the scales reflected a cold luster. Her black leather dress wrapped around her exquisite curves. When she bent over to adjust the equipment, her butterfly bones were faintly visible under the deep V design on her back. She also wore a thin belt inlaid with silver nails around her waist. With a click, a faint blue flame shot out from the metal lighter. She held the slender cigarette between her fingertips and moved closer. She pursed her flaming red lips, and the smoke rings she exhaled slowly dispersed in front of the camera. A lazy and magnetic voice came with the sound of electricity. New friends, please click on the bulletin board for the song list. As she spoke, the beautiful anchor's fingers in black lace gloves slid across the screen, and the silver skull decorations on her nails glowed coldly. The screen was filled with comments. Black Rose Hunter, help! The way my sister holds a rose in her mouth makes me dizzy. Snake Bone Collector, I can lick the screen of this silver snake on the clavicle 800 times. Leather Jacket Control, sister, give me the link to your leather jacket. I want to weld it on my body. Smoky Voice Sniper, this voice is like firing a sniper rifle at my heart. Cold Ceiling, help! The cold white skin, silver hair and leather jacket are simply the GU king of the world. Dark Believers, it is suggested to change the name to On How the Royal Sister Kills the Crazy Live Broadcast Room with a Cigarette. Appreciation of Dangerous Aesthetics, My Sister's Eyes Kill Me. This is not a song request, it's a request for my soul. Silver Jewelry Lovers, Snake Necklace Link Quick Delivery. I want the same oppressive feeling as my sister. Midnight VIP, the atmosphere in this live broadcast room, I declare that I have the material for my dreams tonight. Chen Dazhuang stared at her fingertips painted with burgundy nail polish and waited for a few minutes. The system is still as silent as dead water. Chen Dazhuang stroked the edge of his hot mobile phone, lamenting that today's beauty and makeup technology is too advanced. I just can't tell these Asian sorceries apart. Then Chen Dazhuang clicked on another traditional Chinese-style live broadcast room. The soft light in the live broadcast room pours down like moonlight, and the ink-stained gauze dress flows on the girl, bringing out the charm of a landscape painting. Her fingertips were wrapped in light green armor, and the moment she gently plucked the strings of the guzheng, the mutton-fat jade bracelet on her wrist made a clear sound. The female anchor's hair was decorated with silver hairpins decorated with pearls and jade. As she moved, the tassel swept across her fair neck, like a spring breeze blowing across a pear blossom branch. The song Spring River Moon Night is gradually getting better. When the girl lowers her eyes, the cinnabar mole at the end of her eye is hidden in the shadow of her long eyelashes, flickering. Suddenly, her fingertips quickened their speed, the strings vibrated, and the strands of hair on her forehead also trembled slightly. When the last note faded into the air, she raised her face, dimples appeared at the corners of her lips, revealing her pearly teeth. Thank you all for your presence. As she spoke, the cuffs of the beautiful anchor's dress embroidered with twin lotus flowers slipped down half an inch, revealing the faintly visible red rope around her wrist. At this moment, the screen full of comments instantly turned into a poetic ocean. Qingsan Hua's Hongyu, help! This is a fairy who just walked out of the goddess of Luo River. Yuzheng Ting Shueku, these hands are not plucking the strings, they are plucking my heart. Cinnabar Mole Disaster, the mole at the end of the eye, I declare that my soul will penetrate the strings of a guzheng tonight. Ink and color painting control. I suggest changing the name to On How the Hanfu Girl Can Become a Famous Painting. Man playing the piano under the moon. This voice, this temperament, my ancient style DNA has been completely awakened. Dimple collector. The moment she smiled, my mind was filled with smiles and beautiful eyes. The shopkeeper of Zanhualu. Please provide the link of the same style hairpin. I want to weld this fairy spirit on my head. Classical perpetual motion machine. This is not a live broadcast, it is clearly a scene of a talented ancient woman traveling through time. Celadon reflecting the moon. From gauze dresses to jade bracelets, even your breath smells like the misty rain of Jiangnan. Unfortunately, Chen Dazhuang stared at her neat willow-shaped eyebrows and waited for a long time. The system prompt never sounded. Chen Dazhuang sighed heavily and no longer had any interest in watching the live broadcast. These female anchors have beautiful faces that are carefully dressed up, and the beauty filters on the cameras are so deep. If I didn't have the system, I really wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Chapter 16 at Adana's WeChat. After Chen Dazhuang exited the live broadcast room, he saw a message in his private message on the Bilibili website. He clicked on it and saw that it was the WeChat account that Adana sent to him. Judging from the time, it was sent to him as soon as he left Adana's live broadcast room. When Chen Dazhuang used to watch female anchors for free, he always envied those captains who could add their favorite female anchors on WeChat. You can view your favorite female anchor's circle of friends and chat with her at any time. I didn't expect that I could add it now. What also makes Chen Dazhuang very happy is that Adala is a real beauty. Rather than those artificial beauties created through makeup, plastic surgery or camera beautification technology. Chen Dazhuang searched for Adana's WeChat ID through WeChat. Then add friends. It passed in almost seconds. Brother Chincho, hello. I just got off the air. Adana sent a message quickly and attached a big smiling cute emoticon. Hello, Adana. Chen Dazhuang was a little excited. No girl had ever replied to him so quickly before. Especially a real beauty like Adana. Brother Chincho, just call me Nana. Thank you so much today. This is the first time I've received so many gifts. Emoticon. What Chen Dazhuang didn't expect was that he had just sent a simple greeting. Adana even sent several messages and even a kissing emoticon. This made Chen Dazhuang suddenly realize that he was now the wealthy boss of Adana, not a humble freeloader. Since he is a wealthy boss, Chen Dazhuang knows that he has to be a little cool. Let Adana provide you with emotional value, and all you have to do is lie down and enjoy it. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang paused for 2 seconds with his fingertips hovering above the screen before typing out slowly. It's just a small matter. Adana's message popped up almost instantly. Brother Chencho is such a nice person. I've been live streaming for so long, and this is the first time I've met a boss as generous and open-minded as you Tilda. Adana also added an emoticon with starry eyes. Then she sent another voice message. Her voice was sweet and coquettish. I received a gift from you today, Brother Chincho. My roommates are so envious and say I'm so lucky. Chen Dazhuang stared at the screen and smiled foolishly. Adana was so good at chatting that she made him feel happy all over. However, Chen Dazhuang deliberately waited for a few minutes before replying. Well, tell me in advance next time you broadcast live. Of course. Brother Chincho, I'll be the first to notify you every time I start broadcasting. Adana's words were followed by a series of love emojis. Brother Chincho, if you want to watch Nana's show, just tell me. I'll learn it right away. Whether it's singing, dancing, or telling jokes, we guarantee you'll be satisfied. After waiting for a while, Chen Dazhuang didn't respond. Adana added carefully. How about I sing a song for you now? Just think of it as a little treat before Chenchio's nap Tilda. Chen Dazhuang is now ready to open his mobile phone to play Honor of Kings. I don't really want to chat with Adana anymore. After all, Adana is still suitable for appreciating her beauty. Fans in Adana's live broadcast room all said that her singing was not nice. No, I don't take naps. After sending this message, Chen Dazhuang closed WeChat, opened King of Glory and started playing the game. Adana held the phone, looking at Chen Dazhuang's reply in the dialog box, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the screen. She bit her lip and quickly typed another line. Okay, then Brother Chincho, when you want to hear Nana sing, tell me. I'll be waiting for you anytime. After sending the message, Adana waited for a long time, but Chen Dazhuang did not reply. Timmy. The blue light of the game loading interface reflected on Chen Dazhuang's face, and Chen Dazhuang began to play the game attentively. A pop-up message from Adana briefly lit up on the screen. Chen Dazhuang glanced at the message sent by Adana from behind. Okay. You go ahead and do your work. Make sure to rest and don't get too tired. Without hesitation, he exited WeChat and pressed the block this person's messages button. Then he controlled Zhen Wei to rush into the jungle to attack the blue buff. Forget about that deliberately flattering female anchor for the time being. Yinchuan, Ningxia. The afternoon sun slants into the girls' dormitory of Ningxia University. The tree shadows are cast on the pink curtains. Adana curled up on the lower bunk covered with a lace bedspread, with rhinestone hairpins dangling between her wavy hair, like a cluster of diamonds swaying gently in the cedar scent. The fingers that held the phone looked pale, and the cold light from the screen made her almond-shaped eyes appear even more moist. The natural teardrop mole at the end of her eye was faintly visible as her eyelashes trembled. The last 3 messages I sent in the dialogue box lay there quietly. But there was no more movement in the chat box with Brother Chinchou. Adana bit her lower lip and placed the phone upside down on her knees. Her silk nightgown embroidered with daisies rose and fell slightly with her rapid breathing. Did I post too much? It must be annoying to Chinchou. Adana stared at the screen of her mobile phone and suddenly thought of her many suitors in real life. The messages they send every day fill up the chat list. From greetings of good morning and good night to greasy love words, some people even want to share what they had for breakfast. Every time, Adana would frown and throw her phone aside, complaining that the messages were like sticky spider webs that made her feel suffocated. One time, a suitor sent more than 20 messages in a row. Adana simply swiped the dialogue box to the left to delete it, not even bothering to look at it. At this moment, the dialogue boxes that she had ignored overlapped with the chat interface with Brother Chinchou in front of her, and cold sweat slowly slid down her swan neck. Adana suddenly realized that the flattering words she said to Brother Chinchou and the emoticons she sent were nothing more than what her suitors did to her. As a generous boss, Brother Chinchou's phone must be filled with important information such as cooperation invitations and business dealings. And in Chinchou Ji's eyes, the messages she sent might be like the dog-licking remarks that annoyed her? Thinking of this, a hint of paleness appeared under Adana's delicate makeup. She trembled as she pressed the phone against her hot cheek, causing deep wrinkles on her silk nightgown. Adana grabbed the phone and quickly put it down. The repeated movements made the dangling pearl earrings cast shadows. But Brother Chinchou said so. I told him in advance when we started the show. Adana suddenly remembered this sentence, her eyes lit up instantly, and her fluffy curly hair swayed gently as she nodded. She picked up her phone and unlocked the screen until her exquisite makeup appeared on the screen. The bean paste-colored lip glaze is blended just right, and the glitter under the eyes still shines brightly despite the anxiety. Brother Chinchou must be busy. When I go live next time, Brother Chinchou will definitely support me. Adana murmured to herself, tapping a brisk rhythm on the phone case with her nail polish-painted fingertips. In the end, Adana couldn't help but change the background of her chat with Chen Dazhuang to a screenshot of Brother Chinchou giving her 10 sets of heart-beating balloons. Chapter 17, King of Glory Beauty Plays with Su Su. Chen Dazhuang put a pillow behind his back, half lying on his bed in the dormitory, with his legs curled up and clamped around the quilt he had just received that day. The screen of the Redmi phone is almost touching the tip of your nose. As soon as the loading screen popped up, teammate Angela typed on the game screen, Zhen Wei is a bit stupid, not very good, why not choose Lan? Go, go, go. Chen Dazhuang didn't even raise his eyes. He quickly slid his thumb across the screen of his mobile phone and typed. Today I will use Zhen Wei to lead the team, you just wait for the easy win. As he was speaking, the red and blue buffs were refreshed. Chen Dazhuang supported himself with one hand and half sat up. He poked the screen with his fingertips to control Zhen Wei to rush towards the red zone. A river crab flashed past his eyes. Chen Dazhuang was quick to use his ultimate move. The golden red light slashed down, but it only hit the small wild monster next to it. What the hell? Chen Dazhuang slapped the mattress in annoyance, causing the upper bunk to creak. Before he finished destroying the red buff, he saw a team fight breaking out on the confrontation lane on the small map. Brothers, I'm here to harvest. Chen Dazhuang shouted at the top of his lungs, forgetting that he was in a university dormitory. He controlled Jian Wei and rushed forward, but was ambushed by the enemy jungler just after passing the second tower. In a panic, Chen Dazhuang pressed the buttons randomly and accidentally used his ultimate skill at the soldier. Jian Wei, who was under his control, saw his health bar drop to the bottom in an instant and lay dejectedly on the ground. Chen Dazhuang sat up with one hand, typing furiously. Why doesn't he the shooter output? Could you please not make the mage's movement so weird? In the following team battle, Chen Dazhuang's Jian Wei was like a headless fly. While his teammates were fighting in the dragon pit, he used his ultimate and rushed straight into the enemy's back row, but all his skills hit the enemy's front row tank. After his teammates were wiped out, Chen Dazhuang was still stubbornly chasing the low-health soldiers in the bottom lane, cursing. This teammate can't even lead a line of troops. At the moment the crystal exploded, Chen Dazhuang was so angry that he threw his cell phone onto the bed, causing the quilt to raise a cloud of dust. What bad luck! I've been having terrible teammates these past few days. Chen Dazhuang picked up the thermos cup beside his pillow and took a gulp of boiled water. The water was too hot and he spat it out with a hissing sound. A few drops of water splashed on the pajamas. Looking at his own record of 382, even though his rating was lower than that of a support, Chen Dazhuang still stiffened his neck and muttered. It must be the ELO system that is deliberately sanctioning me. I will definitely kill them in the next round. After saying that, Chen Dazhuang quickly started the next match. Chen Juanhao, Zhu Ziyan and Sun Seizure in the dormitory were also playing Honor of Kings at this time. The three of them were chatting happily and playing ranked games together. The three of them are all at a decent level, all at the king level. At this time, the sound effects of the game were heard in the dormitory. Chen Juanhao slid his fingertips across the screen of his mobile phone and said, Zi Yang, this time use Cai Wenji to protect Gong Sun Li, Seizure and Lan will go to counter the jungle. Zhu Ziyan nodded in agreement, and Sun Seizure was controlling the hero to invade the blue zone. Suddenly the three of them were interrupted by a loud shout from the bed. Hold your swords! I'll lead you to fly! The three of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chen Dazhuang lying on his back on the bed with a phone holder clamped on the bedside railing. The screen of his Redmi phone was obviously also showing Honor of Kings. Sun Seizure stood up and walked to Chen Dazhuang's bed, just in time to catch a glimpse of the hero portrait of Jian Wei in the loading interface. The platinum rank frame flickered in Chen Dazhuang's crazy phone. Oh! Sun Seizure folded his arms and sneered, deliberately raising his voice. Chen Dazhuang, why are you still in the platinum game? No wonder you use such a stupid hero like Jian Wei. I used Yao to ride on the Jungle King last week and it was more stable than this. Chen Juanhao and Zhu Ziyan couldn't help laughing. Zhu Ziyan joked. Maybe they are just pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Chen Dazhuang turned a deaf ear to him. He knew that his three roommates came from well-off families and looked down on him. However, Chen Dazhuang is a systematic person and is too lazy to argue with these roommates. Different paths, no plan. Chen Dazhuang turned on the microphone in the game and shouted at his teammates in the game. Don't underestimate people. I, Jian Wei, specialize in killing squishy targets. Before he finished speaking, Chen Dazhuang's finger had already pointed at the screen, and his ultimate move accurately hit a passing bird. Chen Dazhuang was so angry that he slammed the bed. This is a broken network. Sun Seizure smiled and shook his head, then returned to his seat and opened the voice chat to say to his teammates. Let's fight well and don't get infected by the jungle god next door. The three of them smiled knowingly, and immediately engaged in a fierce team battle, leaving only Chen Dazhuang's roar echoing in the dormitory. Soon, Chen Dazhuang used Jian Wei to achieve an amazing record of 0-12-5 and quickly lost the game. Chen Dazhuang was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. But he still held back. After all, he only had 1,500 yuan left, and he wouldn't get any cash back if he spent it on himself. Chen Dazhuang, who was furious with the four loser teammates he just met, suddenly remembered the Baixin platform advertisement he had seen before. There are many popular beauties on the Baixin platform who can play games with rich players. Those companions are not only highly skilled, but can also provide emotional value. Let the rich players who place orders play happily and comfortably, and they will never be angry about being betrayed by teammates again. Chen Dazhuang was a poor student before, so naturally he wouldn't order things that only rich people could play with. But now that there is a cashback system, Chen Dazhuang feels that he can give it a try. As long as the beauty who is accompanying you is of good appearance, you can get unlimited cash back for the money you spend on her companionship. It is equivalent to the service of having a beautiful woman to play with you for free. Chen Dazhuang slumped on his bed in the dormitory, the cold light from his cell phone screen reflecting off his fat face. Chen Dazhuang, who had just been reported by several teammates and had 5 credit points deducted, quit the game of Honor of Kings angrily. He casually searched for the By Heart app in the App Store and poked the icon hard with his finger. The loading page turned twice, and the screen was instantly filled with jumping avatars. The cute girl holds her milk tea and blinks. A girl with a royal sister style wearing headphones and raising her eyebrows. The photos of various beauties with labels such as National Service XX and All-Rounder made Chen Dazhuang's eyes light up. Chen Dazhuang decisively clicked on the Popular Beauties to Play with section. He moved his thumb mechanically up and down. A girl in a JK uniform hugs a cat and makes a heart shape with her hands. The price is 88 yuan per hour. The esports girl with a high ponytail holds a tablet, and the price is 120 yuan per hour. Chen Dazhuang didn't look away, his eyes just scanned the photo. The face of each beautiful playmate stayed in front of his eyes for 3 seconds. If there was no system prompt, Chen Dazhuang would turn it over with his fingertips. The price tags of ordinary playmates swayed in his peripheral vision, and the words 20 yuan and 35 yuan looked like jumping mosquitoes. Chen Dazhuang simply pinched 2 fingers and dragged the price range in the filter bar to the highest. Chen Dazhuang felt that the price of playing with a beautiful woman who met the system's appearance standards would definitely not be cheap. So you might as well set the price as high as possible to increase your chances. How dare you set a price at this level? After watching for a while, Chen Dazhuang curled his lips at a female player on the screen who had a winning rate of 78%. Even though her ranking win rate is less than 40%, it doesn't stop Chen Dazhuang from looking down on her. The most important thing is that the system did not give any prompt, which means that the woman is not pretty enough. Then I definitely want to spend money with her. When Chen Dazhuang saw a girl with pink and purple hair and her game ID was Jungle Overlord. Chen Dazhuang suddenly stopped, staring at the photo of the other person wearing the esports team uniform, his Adam's apple rolling twice. Unfortunately, Chen Dazhuang paused for several seconds, but the system still did not give any prompt. So Chen Dazhuang rode away with a cold snort. It must be a picture from the internet. If it was really that beautiful, the system would definitely prompt you. I have read a lot of information about beautiful girls who are playmates. The system didn't respond at all. Just when Chen Dazhuang was about to give up. Drop. A target that meets the system's appearance requirements has been detected. Chapter 18. The moon is at the top of my heart. Chen Dazhuang's finger paused above the screen, his grinning mouth almost reaching his ears. I finally found it. I can find an expert to teach me how to play games for free. Chen Dazhuang clicked on the pop-up window of the beautiful companion with the nickname Yushang Xinjian to check her information. The moment the interface jumped, a close-up photo appeared on the screen. The beauty's big chestnut wavy curls fell casually on her shoulders, and a metal chain necklace was faintly visible around her cold white skin. The girl was wearing black-framed sunglasses with diamonds, a lollipop dangling from the corner of her mouth, and the exposed half of her eye was painted with flamboyant scarlet eyeliner. The 3 silver earrings on her ear bones reflected a cold light under the light. The beautiful girl playing with me was wearing an oversized dark trendy sweatshirt with holes at the hem that revealed her slender waist. Under his slender legs were a pair of rivet-decorated marten boots, and the whole person looked like a ball of fire that could explode at any time. Well, this girl looks cool and should be good at playing games. Chen Dazhuang thought secretly in his heart. The information column on the profile page shows the data of this companion player. Game ID, Moon on the Heart Point. Good at Heroes, Luna, Jing, Mai Shiranui. Price for accompanying play, 200 yuan hour. The most eye-catching is the service record column below, with the words number of orders received, 0 lying alone in the blank space. Chen Dazhuang's eyes flashed across the price number and then swept across the orange slogan Newcomer Special, enjoy one-on-one tactical guidance with your first order. 200 yuan? Ha, it's free for me. Chen Dazhuang pointed his finger at the button for making an appointment immediately. Half a month ago. A corner of the curtain in the girls' dormitory of Jinling College of Visual Arts was lifted by the wind. Susu lazily curled up on the pink bed, her fingertips sliding rapidly across the screen of her mobile phone. The rustling of sycamore leaves outside the window was intertwined with the excited voice of Wang Lingyan in the dormitory. Is this true? Wang Lingyan, you made 500 yuan from just one order? Susu sat up straight abruptly, her eyes fixed on the figure on the bed opposite who was trying on new earrings in front of the camera of a mobile phone. Wang Lingyan's dressing table is filled with famous brand cosmetics. The latest YSL lipsticks are neatly arranged, which forms a sharp contrast with the dusty textbooks on Susu's desk. No, yesterday a boss ordered me to play 5 games and gave me a tip. Wang Lingyan sipped on the red bin paste lipstick she had just applied in the mirror and shook her phone proudly. Susu, you're much better at playing games than I am, why don't you give it a try? These words pierced Susu's heart like a thorn. She has been the center of attention since she was a child. In elementary school, she was the lead dancer in art performances, in middle school, she was the cheerleader at sports meets, and the love letters from her suitors filled up her entire desk. When she entered university, she became the exclusive model of the campus photography club because of her outstanding looks. Both of her 2 handsome ex-boyfriends were once school idols. But now, seeing Wang Lingyan spending the money she earned from playing games on shopping lavishly, Susu felt itchy in her heart. That night, Susu downloaded the Baixin app. The photos on the registration page were carefully selected by her. It was an artistic photo taken in an internet-famous coffee shop last month. Through the filter, her skin was as white as cream, her eyes were full of water, and her slightly parted red lips seemed to express endless tenderness. 200 yuan hour. She typed in the number without hesitation. In Susu's opinion, considering her strength as a 50-star king and a face that has been praised since childhood, this price is more than reasonable. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. Half a month has passed, and the message bar on the app is still empty. Seeing new order reminders constantly popping up in the updates of other playmates, Susu began to refresh her own page frequently. She repeatedly checked her photos and personal introduction, and even retook several sets of photos in different styles and uploaded them. But every time she opened the app with great anticipation, she was greeted with a cold blankness. I'm obviously so much prettier than them. Susu threw her phone onto the bed in annoyance. These bitches only know how to use beauty filters. Without beauty filters, they can't even compare to me. Thinking back to yesterday when she passed by the cafeteria, another junior student handed her a love letter with a blushing face, Susu felt even more aggrieved. In the real world, beauty is the passport, but in this virtual online world, everything has changed. Gradually, Susu no longer opened the Baixin app every day. She became addicted to watching TV series and shopping again. Occasionally, when she saw Wang Lingyan talking sweetly to her phone in the dormitory, she felt a little disappointed. That afternoon, Susu was the only one in the dormitory. She was watching short videos out of boredom when suddenly her phone vibrated. The message notification sound of the Baixin app sounded. It's a new order. Susu clicked it excitedly, and the screen clearly displayed appointment for 7 hours of play time. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened and her fingertips were trembling slightly. After waiting for so long, finally my Susu sucker has appeared. But I want to let this sucker boss know. Ordering my Susu is great value for money. Susu bit her lip, and a sharp look flashed in her eyes. She quickly opened the game and began to adjust her inscriptions and equipment. In the reflection in the mirror, the once confident and outspoken school beauty returned. Chen Dazhuang recharged 1,400 yuan into the Baixin app and then ordered a 7-hour play session with Yusheng Xinjian. Sure enough, the system immediately gave him a cash refund of 1,400 yuan. Chen Dazhuang felt relieved, it really worked. At this time, the friend request prompt of Honor of Kings was jumping wildly. Chen Dazhuang clicked on it and saw that the avatar was a beautiful girl with curved eyebrows and eyes. Her nickname, the Moon on the Heart, was particularly eye-catching among the flashing red dots. Chen Dazhuang passed the verification quickly, and his eyes were immediately attracted by the opponent's rank logo. The Peak King, ranked in the top 100 in the entire region. Just as Chen Dazhuang was feeling excited, doubts flooded over his mind like a tide. He scrolled through the homepage of the game The Moon on the Heart. In the retouched photos, the girl had delicate makeup and the pearls in her hair glowed softly under the light. Chen Dazhuang also knew that Yusheng Xinjian's real appearance was also very high. After all, she could be recognized by the system. It is hard for Chen Dazhuang not to think of those vase players who were carried away by the Jungle King. Chen Dazhuang held his phone tightly. What he wanted was not CP, but a real tool to gain points. What if this girl's skills are terrible and she has to rely on others to guide her, then wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Chapter 19, The Moon is at the top of my heart. Part 2. The moon on the apex invites you into the room. Chen Dazhuang nodded his agreement, and a voice as sweet as honey immediately flowed out of his earphones, like cotton candy wrapped in strawberry jam melting in his ears. Hi, big, macho boss. The last syllable of the moon rises to my heart had a coquettish tremor like that of a kitten, and he subconsciously sat up straight. Chen Dazhuang's nickname is Big Macho Invincible Bull. Chen Dazhuang only likes to play macho heroes when playing Honor of Kings, so he chose this name. Yu Shangxin bit her lower lip to hold back her laughter, and she despised Chen Dazhuang's nickname in her heart. Her voice was as sweet as a bottle of sparkling water just opened. Boss Macho Tilda, do you usually prefer charging into battle or carrying the whole game? I can play any position, but my teammates are so bad, otherwise I would have won the championship this morning. Chen Dazhuang naturally cannot lose face in front of the female players. And he really thought he was doing a good job. He is screwed by the system's mechanism, which always matches him with teammates who are worse than computers. Yu Shangxinjian stared at Chen Dazhuang's diamond rank mark, his eyes curved into crescents, but his voice was as soft as glutinous rice dumplings. Boss, I understand. Last time I met a teammate who threw all his skills into the air, and I was so anxious that I wanted to get into the screen and help him operate. I plan to use my trumpet to play jungle and duo with you, so I can set the pace. Macho boss, do you think this is okay? The moon on the top of my heart deliberately lowered its voice, with a mysterious joy. When we win consecutive games and become the king, I will post a message to announce to the whole server that my boss is the most powerful hunk. When Chen Dazhuang heard her say this, he naturally knew that Yu Shangxinjian's king rank could not duo Q with his diamond rank. It is reasonable to change to a smaller size. So Chen Dazhuang said, Okay. Then I'll wait for you. If you play well, you can take me to the top. I can order you from now on. Chen Dazhuang still hopes that Yu Shangxinjian's skills are very good. He has been playing Honor of Kings for several years, but has never reached the top rank. I haven't even been to Xingyao. And just now he saw a lot of beautiful girls playing with him on the Baishan app. I just found one who meets the system's appearance requirements. If my skills in reaching the top this month are not good enough, I really can't rely on the system to reach the king level for free. Soon, a reminder to add a friend appeared on Chen Dazhuang's phone screen. As soon as Chen Dazhuang clicked his yes button, he saw the little follower on the moon's heart send him a playful cat emoticon. Big Macho Boss, here I come. A double-row invitation popped up in the dialog box. The light pink room interface had floating star effects, making the invitation look particularly cute. Entering the BP interface, Yu Shangxinjian's voice came from the headset with a smile. Look at me taking out my Luna. Her fingertips quickly locked onto the hero, and in the animation of the loading page, the figure of the purple-haired girl dancing under the moon appeared in her eyes. Chen Dazhuang chose Kai Huang without hesitation. The sound of metal armor colliding made his blood boil. He stared at Lu Bu on the top lane and was ready to fight. All troops attack. The moment the defense tower lit up blue, Chen Dazhuang controlled Kai to charge directly, with the sword in his hand carrying a sharp sword energy. But the red light from Lu Bu's Fang Tianhua Ji hit him accurately, and the true damage values kept popping up. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the enemy. Jian Wei's sudden appearance from the bushes made matters worse. After being caught 3 times in a row, his screen turned grey and the record column glaringly showed 0-3. If Chen Dazhuang had been playing solo before, he would have turned on the microphone and angrily scolded his own jungler for being a noob who could only farm the jungle and didn't come to gank people. Don't worry, don't worry. The sound of the moon on the tip of my heart is as cool as a mint candy. I'll come after I clear this jungle area. Her Luna turned into a stream of purple light and shuttled through the jungle, marking, charging, and performing infinite combos under the moonlight in one go. Before the special effects of the blue buff dissipated, she had already flown to the top lane to provide support. Purple moonlight swept across the battlefield, and Chen Dazhuang only saw shadows flashing before his eyes. Luna's crescent assault jumped back and forth in the enemy crowd, and the low-health Lu Bu didn't even have time to use his ultimate move before he was killed by the Moonlight Sword energy. The following team battle became Yu Shangxinjian's personal show. Her Luna fluttered between the 5 enemies like a flying swan, her mark flickered like a star, and the cooldown of her ultimate skill was almost seamless. When the last enemy hero fell under the moonlight and the special effects of the crystal explosion illuminated the screen, Chen Dazhuang stared at the super god Luna on the settlement interface and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Kai has worked hard to withstand the pressure. The sound of the moon on the tip of my heart leaps with triumph. Next time I'll protect you. Chen Dazhuang stroked the screen of his phone, looking at her MVP rating and impressive record, and the weight of his heart finally fell to the ground. This playmate with a sweet voice really has the ability to lead him to the top. She's not the kind of beautiful girl who relies on the Jungle King to gain points as a playmate. As soon as the game voice was disconnected, Yu Shangxinjian suddenly pulled off his headphones, collapsed on the iron bed in the dormitory and let out a long sigh. The small chandelier swaying above her head turned into spots of light in front of her eyes. She grabbed the strawberry bear doll beside her pillow and squeezed her soft belly hard. She stared at the bright avatar of Big Macho Invincible Bull on the phone screen, and a helpless arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. This boss went out and fought with Lu Bu head-on. After being killed 3 times, he still stubbornly said the opponent was cheating. If it weren't for his Luna's infinite combo under the moonlight to turn the tide, this game would have been reported. Strawberry Bear's black eyes looked at her innocently. Yu Shang felt deflated and buried her face in its plush ears. Emotional value, emotional value. She practiced smiling sweetly in front of the mirror, tucked her scattered hair behind her ears, and deliberately made her dimples look sweeter. The phone suddenly sounded, and the avatar of the big, strong man, the Invincible Bull, jumped in the dialogue box again. Continue in the next game? I'll let Guan Yu lead the team. Yu Shangxin took a deep breath and typed out a wavy response on the keyboard. Great, boss! I'm really looking forward to watching the tough guy Guan Yu charge into battle tilde. The roommate in the lower bunk could be heard laughing as he was watching a TV series. Yu Shangxin turned over and wrapped herself in the quilt. I remembered staying up late to read the gameplay guide last night. The blogger repeatedly emphasized that you must be patient during the novice period. The moon is on my heart, biting the corner of the quilt, counting silently in my heart. 200 an hour, 200 an hour. The cotton stuffing of Strawberry Bear made a rustling sound under her hands, which sounded very much like the sound effect of Luna killing 5 people in a row under the moonlight in the game just now. The phone suddenly vibrated and Chen Dazhuang's profile picture popped up again. Yu Shangxin sat up straight abruptly and quickly typed out a reply with 3 exclamation marks. The boss is awesome. Guan Yu will definitely kill people. After sending the message, she swung Strawberry Bear in a circle and muttered to the doll's round nose. Once I get the money for this order, I'll give you new clothes. The cool breeze outside the window blew across the clothesline, the plastic hangers jingled, and mixed with the sweet voice of the moon on the top of my heart, drifting towards the starry sky at the end of the corridor. Chapter 20 The Moon is on the top of my heart. Part 3. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunlight slants into the dormitory. The moon is on the top of my heart, curled up on the iron bed. Your fingertips slide flexibly on the phone screen. With the little follower on the moon's tip, the double row invitation popped up again. Chen Dazhuang stared at the dancing star effects in the light pink room interface. My heartbeat quickened. This is their second game of the day. The BP interface flashes blue. The moon is at the tip of my heart and my fingertips draw a bright silver arc on the phone screen. The moment the mirror was accurately locked onto the target, the corners of Yu Shangxin's lips raised in a determined arc. Boss, get ready. Watch how my sister Jing performs the Flying Thunder God. The mirror image flows in the loading page. Chen Dazhuang chose Cheng Yao Jin, whom he was most confident in, without hesitation. The shaking phone screen reflected the red tips of his ears. The sound of the axe blade against the wood-grain skin made him clench his fists against the edge of the bed. Chen Dazhuang decided that he must kill a lot this time and let the beautiful women play with him to know how powerful he is. All troops attack. The moment the defense tower flashes blue, Chen Dazhuang controlled Cheng Yao Jin to jump directly into the enemy's red zone. But he ran into Kai and Dong Huangtai who were crouching. The fingertips sliding across the screen paused slightly as the moon rose to the tip of my heart. A sweet and bubbling voice immediately overflowed from Chen Dazhuang's headphones. "Boss, get out of here. I haven't even finished brushing the 3 wild boars yet." Before he finished speaking, the mirror on the top of the moon was rushing over from the blue zone with the afterimage of the mirror. Her fingers tapped rapidly on the phone screen. Jing's Flying Thunder God special effect is like a blooming silver lotus, marking, charging, and changing positions are done in one go. When the cold light of the mirror swept across the battlefield, Chen Dazhuang stood next to the rotten body of Cheng Yao Jin. 3 enemies have fallen into the mirror rift. Oh my god! The boss is so brave to start the fight with his physical body. The moon on the cusp deliberately raised her voice. The ending trembles like sugar shreds blown by the wind. If you hadn't tricked me into using the Donghuang ultimate move, I wouldn't have dared to be so fierce. Chen Dazhuang stared at his 0-2 record. The tips of his ears were burning, but he stiffened his neck to defend himself. I just wanted to try out the new outfit. Mistake, mistake. The next 10 minutes. Cheng Yaojin's body jumped repeatedly in the river, jungle, and middle lane. Every time Cheng Yaojin controlled by Chen Dazhuang was killed by the enemy's concentrated fire. The moon is at the tip of my heart, and my fingertips sliding across the screen never hesitate. The afterimage of the mirror shuttled between the enemy's back row and its own crystal like lightning. At the same time, he comforted her with a voice full of honey. "Don't worry, boss. I will avenge you." When her mirror killed the enemy's double C at the level of 1 against 3. The exclamation in his voice was even more exciting than Chen Dazhuang's. "Look, boss. Thanks to you for attracting the firepower just now. When the system announces we have destroyed the enemy crystal." Chen Dazhuang stared at the settlement interface, which showed gold medal assist when he was 0-7. The throat rolled twice. The voice of Yushang Xinjian came at the right time. With the joy of a kitten stepping on milk, boss's Cheng Yao Jin is simply a mobile fountain. "I want to play duo with you." Chen Dazhuang stroked his hot cell phone. "Swallow the words 'actually I'm a jerk' back into your stomach. Instead type, 'I'll replace Arthur in the next round. He'll definitely be more powerful than this one.'" The blue light of the new round BP interface lights up. Chen Dazhuang stared at the phone screen. His eyes were filled with tension and determination. "Quickly lock on to Arthur. The moon is on my heart. Arthur, will lead you this time. I will never make mistakes again." A bitter smile appeared on Yu Shangxin's lips. She tapped the screen with her fingertips and locked onto my Shiranui. "Wow! I am really looking forward to seeing the macho boss Arthur wreaking havoc on everyone. I am playing in the middle lane this time, and I guarantee to create a perfect output environment for the boss Tilda." The sweet and soft voice of Yu Shangxin is mixed with my Shiranui's unique voice. All the fancy things are nothing but clouds in my eyes. Chen Dazhuang's chest puffed out upon hearing this. It was as if he had already seen himself carrying the entire game. "All troops attack." Chen Dazhuang controlled Arthur and rushed towards the confrontation road with great momentum. Just use a bunch of skills on the enemy Xiahou Dun. But Xiahou Dun can move flexibly. A backhand combo. Arthur's health dropped by 1/3 in an instant. Chen Dazhuang was panicked. The operation becomes increasingly messy. Several skills were used in succession. The moon on the heart had just cleared the first wave of soldiers. Then I heard Chen Dazhuang's voice pretending to be calm coming from the headset. "This Xiahou Dun is quite something. Wait till I grow up. Then you can beat him up. Don't worry, boss. Keep steady and develop." The moon is on the tip of my heart while speaking. Slide your finger quickly across the phone screen. My Shiranui rolled on the flames. Move flexibly between the middle lane and the jungle. Suddenly, the minimap showed that the enemy jungler Li Bai was coming to gank the middle lane. The moon is on the tip of my heart and the corners of my mouth are slightly raised. Crouch in the grass ahead of time. When Li Bai rushed forward, my Shiranui swings her fan and uses her second skill. Precise deceleration. Followed by a series of combos. Flames exploded around Li Bai. Cooperate with teammates who come to support. Successfully got first blood. Beautiful. Look, boss. Thanks to you for attracting firepower in the top lane, they dare to advance so recklessly. The voice on Yu Shangxinjian's head trembled with excitement. As cheerful as freshly opened sparkling water. Chen Dazhuang listened to the praise. The tips of the ears are red. But I can look at my record of 0-1. Still stubborn? Of course, I predicted their movements long ago. The mid-game team battle is about to begin. Chen Dazhuang controlled Arthur and rushed into the crowd recklessly. I wanted to take control. But he was directly targeted by the enemy's control chain. The pupil shrank slightly when the moon was on the apex of my heart. Fingers fluttered across the screen like butterfly wings. My Shiranui turned into a red phantom. Cut into the battlefield from the side. The fan swung out. Roll and charge. The second skill is followed by the ultimate skill. A set of combos flow smoothly. The enemy's back row was instantly left with little health. The moon is on the apex while operating. While soothing him in a sweet voice, "Hold on, boss. I'm coming." My Shiranui's flames burned wildly in the enemy camp. Successfully completed harvest. But Chen Dazhuang's Arthur had already fallen to the ground. Look at the dazzling operation of Yu Shangxin. He muttered, "If I use my skills accurately this time, I can definitely wipe them out." That's right. The boss took the lead and created a perfect opportunity for me to enter the market. The voice on Yu Shangxin's tip was as flattering as a kitten's. After we take down the crystal, I will definitely post a comment praising the most powerful boss Arthur. Chen Dazhuang listened to this. I feel very happy. Although the results are still dismal. But the praise from Yu Shangxin made him feel that he seemed to be really not far from flying. As the special effects of the crystal explosion light up, Chen Dazhuang looked at the battle record of Yu Shangxinjian, the super god, and the settlement interface where he was 0-4 but still won the title of Silver Medal Warrior. Touched his nose. The joyful voice from Yue Shang's heart came again. The boss is awesome. In your hands, Arthur is the invincible god of war. Can you continue to take me flying in the next game? Chen Dazhuang immediately perked up. My typing hands are a bit faster. It's a must. Next time, I'll change to another hero. I'll definitely carry. There is a cool breeze outside the window. The light from the phone screen reflected the dialogue box between the two people. The moon on the top of the heart winked at the strawberry bear doll. He whispered, 200 an hour, just bear with it tilde. In the next game. Luna, with the moon at the top of my heart, is like a ghost. Whenever Chen Dazhuang's Arthur was targeted by the enemy, she always shows up on time. Kill the enemy's back row under the moon. When Cheng Yaojin gets lost in a team battle, her voice came immediately, "Don't panic, boss, I'm here to take you home." As she spoke, Luna rushed into the enemy camp under the moonlight. Rescue the low-health Cheng Yaojin. The dusk deepened. When the BP interface of the 10th round lights up, the fingers on Yu Shangxin's heart are already feeling a little sore. But her voice was still as sweet as a marshmallow wrapped in strawberry jam. "Boss, in the last round, let my Luna lead the way." Chen Dazhuang looked at the dismal numbers in his performance column. Let us take a look at the impressive ratings of moon on the top of the heart. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, "Thanks to you today." "What are you talking about, boss?" Yu Shangxinjian said with deliberate anger. "It's my honor to be able to win consecutive games with the tough boss." The moment the crystal exploded, Chen Dazhuang stared at the golden light of 10 consecutive victories, listening to the cheerful laughter of Yu Shangxinteng in the headphones. Suddenly I felt that maybe becoming a king isn't that difficult after all. Chapter 21, Invite the Moon to have a great dinner. Chen Dazhuang curled up on his bed in the dormitory, concentrating on playing Honor of Kings for the entire afternoon. At this moment, he felt exhausted all over, as if every bone was clamoring in protest. His stomach also growled in response. Chen Dazhuang subconsciously looked at the time in the corner of his phone screen. He was shocked to find that it was already 6:30. Chen Dazhuang then looked around as if waking up from a dream, and realized that he was the only one left in the dormitory. Thinking back to when I was immersed in the game world just now, I was completely engaged and reached a state of complete selflessness. Because of this, he didn't even notice when the guys in the dormitory went out. Actually, to be honest, Chen Dazhuang never had a good impression of these roommates. They always like to compete with each other secretly, one showing off the new trendy brand, the other bragging about the luxury car at home. This kind of atmosphere annoyed Chen Dazhuang very much, so he was too lazy to talk to them. But at this moment, there is a real problem facing Chen Dazhuang, which makes him a little worried. That means he has to pay for his own dinner. After all, Shen Wenxi can't eat with him at night. Since obtaining the system, Chen Dazhuang has not spent his own money. So much so that he was really unhappy about having to pay for it out of his own pocket. Just when Chen Dazhuang was looking worried, he suddenly had an idea and a thought flashed through his mind. While playing games just now, he had a brief chat with a beautiful girl playing with him, Yu Shongxin Jian. I learned that the other party was also a college student. Moreover, Yu Shongxin Jian is also studying in Jinling, at Jinling College of Visual Arts. It is not far from my school, Jinling University. Chen Dazhuang's eyes lit up instantly, and he thought to himself that he could definitely ask Yu Shangxin Jian to go out for dinner together. If I can eat with Yu Shongxin Jian, I don't have to spend my precious 1,500 yuan. And you can also have a big meal. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang's mouth corners could not help but slightly rise, and he immediately typed in the chat box impatiently. The moon is on the top of my heart. Are you hungry? I'll treat you to. He prayed silently in his heart that Yu Shangxin Jian would agree readily. After all, he himself had been drooling over the feast. What's more, this kind of free opportunity without having to pay for it yourself is really rare. If Yu Shongxin Jian disagrees, then Chen Dazhuang will be helpless. Then you can only pay for your own meals in the cafeteria. Given Chen Dazhuang's usual frugal style, he would only be willing to spend $12 on a meal. There is a high probability that I will buy some fried rice or rice to fill my stomach. This is a world of difference compared to the feast Chen Dazhuang had imagined. When he thought of this, Chen Dazhuang felt a little nervous. Susu Game ID, Moon on the Heart, who had played with him for a whole afternoon, now felt exhausted like a tide that completely overwhelmed her. This tiredness is even stronger than Chen Dazhuang's. After all, during this afternoon of gaming time, Chen Dazhuang was like a hands-off boss, just paddling around and making mistakes every time. On Susu's side, she not only has to control the jungle hero to charge into battle in the game, but also carries the whole game with her superb operation. We also have to pay attention to Chen Dazhuang's emotions at all times, find ways to provide him with emotional value, constantly praise him and encourage him, just to make this customer have a good time. If it weren't for the high price of 200 yuan per hour for playing with others, how could a young and beautiful girl like Susu have the patience to accompany a gaming novice like Chen Dazhuang in a game battle for a whole afternoon? Treat me a feast? When Susu saw the message pop up on the phone screen, she couldn't help but frown and think secretly in her heart. This boy, whose online name is really disgusting from his performance in the game to his conversation. Her first reaction was, could it be that this guy wanted to take this opportunity to date him? Susu didn't want to have too much private contact with such a subordinate. However, when Susu's eye swept across the play companionship order information displayed on the mobile phone, he hesitated again. This high-priced companionship order was hard-earned, and she really didn't want to completely offend this customer because of such a small matter. After all, who can resist money? After thinking for a moment, Susu's slender fingertips tapped quickly on the phone screen. Soon, a line of words appeared in the chat box. You have to pay extra for me to eat with you. Susu felt that this response was perfect, as it not only demonstrated her professionalism as a professional companion player. In her opinion, her time is a commodity, and every service should be clearly priced. At the same time, this euphemistic way of expressing rejection sends a signal, giving the other party enough room to back down and avoid completely ruining the relationship. In her opinion, a otaku like Chen Dazhuang might be willing to spend a lot of money to have a beautiful woman play with him. But most likely they won't be willing to spend more money to invite someone to dinner, so the other party will probably give up. However, Chen Dazhuang felt relieved when he saw this news. As long as the moon on the heart doesn't directly refuse, there is still a chance. For Chen Dazhuang, as long as the problem can be solved with money, that's not a problem at all. The moon is on the top of my heart. What's your WeChat ID? Add me on WeChat. Chen Dazhuang didn't beat around the bush and sent the message directly. Susu frowned slightly when she saw this, but still sent the WeChat ID. After all, the other party is your customer. It is common for companions and employers to add each other on WeChat. There are many inconveniences in daily communication through the Baixin platform or in-game. Many companions will trade with regular customers privately through WeChat. This not only avoids platform fees, but is also more convenient for both parties. After Chen Dazhuang successfully added Yu Shangxin Jian's WeChat, Almost without hesitation, he quickly tapped the screen and transferred 1,500 yuan directly through WeChat. At this moment, he was worried that Yu Shangxinjian would reject his invitation. After all, if I get rejected, there would be no chance of having the dinner I had been dreaming about tonight. Chen Dazhuang knew that in order to get Yu Shangxinjian to agree to have a big meal with him, he had to show enough sincerity. So he sent out the maximum amount he could at the time. After transferring the money, Chen Dazhuang was ready at any time. If Yu Shangxinjian refuses, he will continue to transfer 1,500 yuan and will not give up until he achieves his goal. Anyway, no matter how many times you send 1,500 yuan, the system will pay for it. Chen Dazhuang has no psychological burden at all. But if Yu Shangxinjian doesn't agree to have dinner together, then I can only eat fried rice helplessly. And the more than 10 yuan for the fried rice has to be paid from one's meager savings. When he thought of this, Chen Dazhuang hoped more and more that Yu Shangxinjian would agree to keep the appointment. Chapter 22, Invite the Moon to have a great dinner Part 2. What are you doing? Susu's fingertips trembled violently, and the cold light from the phone screen caused her pupils to shrink slightly. Chen Dazhuang had already settled the platform's gaming fees. This sudden transfer of 1,500 yuan was like a stone thrown into a deep pond, stirring up ripples in Susu's heart. Do you want to extend the playing time? If Chen Dazhuang did so, it would be understandable. This is the cost of treating you to a meal. Is it enough? The words that popped up in the dialogue box made Susu's breathing pause. Just now, she just made up an excuse to decline the invitation, but she didn't expect the other party to take it seriously. She bit her lower lip and rubbed her fingertips back and forth across the screen. The temptation of getting unexpected income and a free dinner is really hard to resist. What's more, the person opposite was also a college student, but he was surprisingly generous. His family must be well off, and he is probably the second-generation rich man that was rumored to be. Susu, who was born in an ordinary family, couldn't help but think. Susu has always had no resistance to handsome looks. But how could she not be tempted by such a wealthy young man? After just 2 years of wandering around in the school, Susu hadn't even seen the shadow of a rich second generation. Who could have thought that the first time I took an order to be a playmate, I would be so lucky? Out of curiosity about the mysterious financial backer, Susu pressed the payment button. Seeing that payment received successfully prompt pop-up in the dialogue box of Yu Shangxinjian, Chen Dazhuang stared at the screen of his phone, his mouth grinning uncontrollably to his ears. He couldn't wait to send the location of the kaiseki restaurant he had just checked in at noon. This store is located in the commercial plaza at the back door of the school, only 10 minutes walk away. This not only saves him the expense of taking a taxi, but also allows him to relive the wonderful taste on his tongue. After all, the nigiri sushi made by the sushi god Ichiro Matsumoto himself, with its melt-in-the-mouth fatty aroma, still lingers in Chen Dazhuang's taste buds. On the other side, the moment Susu clicked on the location, her pupils suddenly dilated. The 4 gold-plated characters Kaiseki Ryorai shone brightly on the screen of her mobile phone, and her fingers holding the phone trembled slightly. She had heard of the name of this Japanese restaurant. It is said that the per capita consumption is equivalent to half a month's salary of an ordinary office worker. The photos of exquisite dishes displayed in the window had made her stop and salivate countless times. But she came from an ordinary family and she had to calculate the discount even for milk tea on weekdays, let alone step into such a high-end restaurant. Although her 2 ex-boyfriends had handsome looks that attracted her, they were both students from ordinary families. Her meals were mostly at the snack street behind the school. At this moment, looking at the address on her mobile phone, Susu quickly put on another layer of lipstick in front of the mirror. Fingertips jumped on the keyboard and a playful message was sent. "Okay, big macho boss, I'll be off right away." Susu's eyes in the mirror were surprisingly bright. She seemed to have tasted the soft and glutinous tamagoyaki, and the top-notch delicacy lingering between her lips and teeth, which she had never experienced before. Chen Dazhuang put his cell phone in his trouser pocket, walked out of the dormitory, and walked slowly along the marble walkway of the commercial street. The early autumn evening breeze carries the aroma of food wafting from various shops. But he had no intention of stopping and walked straight towards the building with a quaint wooden sign on the corner. He raised his hand and opened the dark red door curtain, and warm yellow light poured out. The waiter in kimono immediately bowed, with a familiar smile on his face. "Mr. Chen, you are here again. Are you satisfied with the special set meal at noon? As usual, arrange the best private room for me." Chen Dazhuang responded casually, his sneakers making a slight tapping sound as they stepped on the tatami-covered corridor. The waiters along the way bowed their heads in greeting. Chen Dazhuang turned through 2 corridors with familiarity. The bamboo lanterns hanging at the corners swayed gently, casting fine shadows. The moment you push open the carved wooden door, the faint aroma of sandalwood mixed with sake hits you in the face. The floor-to-ceiling bamboo curtains by the window were half rolled up, allowing you to see the koi carp swimming in the water in the courtyard. Chen Dazhuang just sat down on the soft cushion and took out his mobile phone to watch short videos for a while. I received a WeChat message from Yushongxin Jian. I have arrived. Chen Dazhuang walked out of the kaiseki restaurant to greet him, only to see the evening twilight slanted across the street, and a beautiful girl who looked exactly like the one Chen Dazhuang had seen on Baishan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass door of the kaiseki restaurant. The whole person seemed to be covered with a soft halo. The big chestnut wavy curls that were originally flamboyant in the heart-shaped photo are now neatly tied into a low ponytail. A few strands of hair casually hung on both sides of Yu Shongxin's cheeks, gently fluttering in the evening breeze, adding a bit of gentleness. She replaced the metal chain necklace with a delicate pearl clavicle necklace. The round pearls dotted the cold white skin of Yu Shangxin's heart, revealing a faint soft light, making her neck look even more slender and long. She took off her diamond-studded black-framed sunglasses, revealing the naturally smudged bin paste-colored eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes. The corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, giving her a hint of playfulness. There is the whole person is like cherry blossoms blooming in spring, fresh and moving. Chen Dazhuang waved vigorously towards the moon on his heart, his figure under the navy blue sweater rose and fell with the movement, his round figure was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. The moon is on the top of my heart? His voice was so loud that it scared away the sparrows pecking at food on the roadside. Susu's steps in canvas shoes suddenly stopped, her eye swept over the other person's sturdy figure, and her carefully groomed low ponytail swayed slightly with the movement. I thought I would meet an elegant and handsome young man from a wealthy family, but the person in front of me was half a head shorter than I expected. His broad shoulders almost filled the carved door frame in front of the store, and his shadow elongated by the setting sun looked like a small hill. The bin paste-colored eyeshadow at the end of Susu's eyes trembled slightly, and as her eyelashes fluttered, she could not hide the fleeting surprise in her eyes. The tall figure in the fantasy collided with reality, and the carefully prepared opening remarks were stuck in the throat. Susu's favorability decreases by 20. In just 3 seconds, Susu's mouth raised a standard business smile again, and the pink bow swayed gently with her steps. I'm the moon on the top of the heart, and you're the macho boss. Her sweet voice floated away in the night breeze, only the faint tremor at the end of the voice revealed the momentary turmoil in her heart. Chen Dazhuang's smile froze. What's going on? I clearly invited her to dinner, why did she lower her favorability towards me as soon as we met? Chen Dazhuang looked at the moon again, and the panel appeared. Name, Susu. Age, 21. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Status, healthy. Experience, 2. Favorability, 20. Chapter 23 Eating Japanese Food with Susu. What a pity. Chen Dazhuang sighed secretly in his heart. Susu is really pretty. Although she is less handsome than Chen Wenxi in the system. But Chen Dazhuang really couldn't see it with his naked eyes. But her experience was too, which made Chen Dazhuang feel uncomfortable. However, the main reason why Chen Dazhuang called Susu over was to have a big meal. No matter how many times Susu has been in love, it does not affect him from being a tool for him to get free meals. Chen Dazhuang raised his hand to signal Susu to follow, and his broad palm gently guided the direction. The two walked along the tatami-covered corridor, tapping their feet in unison. As they passed by, the waiters in kimonos straightened their backs, folded their hands in front of their stomachs, and bowed in a precise and uniform arc. Mr. Chen. Amid the constant stream of greetings, the backs of the waiters' necks, exposed when they bowed, shone with a gentle luster under the warm yellow light. Susu's canvas shoes unconsciously slowed down her pace. She looked at Chen Dazhuang's back as he nodded calmly in response. His figure under the navy blue sweatshirt flickered in the light and shadow cast by the paper lantern. At the corner, Chen Dazhuang casually lifted the drooping bamboo curtain, and the metal door knocker rang lightly, and another waiter came walking quickly. The waiter quickly stepped aside to make way. This series of respectful courtesies made Susu's fingertips slightly numb. Her carefully groomed low ponytail swayed slightly as she turned her head, and her eyes lit up with a vibrant light. It turns out that the pomp and circumstance of the rich that I had only seen in movies and TV dramas was actually happening right before my eyes. The moment Susu stepped into the private room, her eyes were involuntarily drawn to the elegant furnishings inside. The light beige tatami has a soft luster. The ink and wash screen hanging on the wall is filled with the artistic conception of mountains and rivers. In the corner, a few late cherry blossoms are inserted diagonally in a bamboo vase, and the pink and white petals and dark brown branches complement each other. On the sandalwood dining table, the indigo brocade tablecloth spreads out like the night sky. The silver chopstick holder holds the gold-painted chopsticks, the set of bone china plates has fine gold edges inlaid on the edges, and even the small dish for the sauce is painted with meticulous peony paintings, showing low-key luxury everywhere. Susu gulped softly, the light of surprise and admiration in her eyes almost overflowing, and the fingers holding the small bag unconsciously tightened. Susu's favorability increased by 10. Boss Macho, my name is Susu. There was a traffic jam on the road just now, so you didn't have to wait too long, did you? Susu tried to keep her voice steady and gently placed the imitation LV handbag she bought online on the cushion next to her seat. She ran her fingertips over the darkly woven cloud pattern on the tablecloth, and the delicate touch made her realize that this was no ordinary fabric. Chen Dazhuang smiled heartily and shook his head. It's okay. My name is Chen Dazhuang, and I just arrived not long ago. Susu's favorability increased by 10. Chen Dazhuang is so polite. Chen Dazhuang's name sounds so noble. No wonder he is so rich. Susu thought secretly. At this time, a waitress in kimono knelt at the doorstep. The waiter's hands were slightly bent as he held the celadon tea bowl, and the emerald green tea soup was surging in the bowl. Fine foam floats on the surface like solidified fat, and the aroma of tea spreads with the fresh flavor of plants and trees, interweaving with the faint ambergris in the air. The waiter knelt on the tatami and opened the cypress food box with an almost pious attitude. As soon as the first sashimi platter appeared, Susu's breath stagnated in her throat. 12 pieces of sashimi of different colors appear faintly in the icy mist. The tuna's belly is covered with warm frost patterns, and the salmon belly is stacked into a pink and white rows. The bluefin tuna otoro in the center is trembling with gold foil, reflecting tiny streams of light under the warm light. This is wild blackthroat fish flown in from Tsukiji Market early this morning. The kimono sleeves of the waitress at Kaiseki Japanese cuisine fell to her wrists, and her slender fingertips lightly touched the edge of the porcelain plate. The fish is processed while its gills are still salty and astringent, and its meat is as tender as solidified fat. The waitress held a long-handled silver spoon and mixed freshly ground wasabi and soy sauce in a ratio of 7:3. The amber sauce wrapped around the bright green particles drew an elegant arc in front of Susu's eyes. Chen Dazhuang picked up a piece of flounder sashimi at random, and the tip of the bamboo chopsticks didn't even leave an impression on the fish body. He tilted his head back and drank the warm sake, his Adam's apple rolling as he turned a blind eye to the dazzling array of delicacies, as if what he saw was just an everyday meal. After all, Chen Dazhuang had eaten sushi made by the sushi god Matsukita Ichiro at noon. These dishes have become commonplace for him. On the other hand, Susu's fingertips were suspended above the prawn, and she didn't dare to let go. Under the translucent pink skin of the shrimp shell, the fine shrimp meat is arranged like pearls, and the tentacles are still condensed with Hokkaido ice. Mr. Chen, Ms. Su, this chawanmushi uses ice lobster brain. The waiter knelt down and took a half step. When he opened the ceramic bowl, white mist carrying the aroma of truffles blew towards him. Susu looked at the trembling egg custard in the bowl, the gold foil and caviar floating next to the lobster meat, and swallowed uncontrollably. She glanced at Chen Dazhuang and saw that he was casually poking a hole in the egg-shaped dough with a bamboo spoon, revealing the thin slices of black truffle hidden deep inside. When the chef was grilling the A5 Wagyu beef on the spot, the sizzling sound of fat dripping onto the charcoal made Susu's eyelashes flutter violently. The marbled slices of meat curled up in the flames, and the amber gravy slowly seeped out along the texture and was precisely poured onto the perilla leaves by the chef. She imitated Chen Dazhuang and put the Wagyu beef into her mouth. The moment the rich fat burst on the tip of her tongue, her eyes suddenly felt hot. This is a feast for the taste buds that would only be obtained if she played with him for many hours. Can I take a picture? Susu's knuckles turned white as she gripped the phone, and the screen had already turned on the selfie mode. Susu was so excited and happy. It was only just now that she suddenly remembered that she could take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments to make her girlfriends envious. Chen Dazhuang picked up the sea urchin without even looking up. When the sweet orange-yellow sea urchin burst between his teeth, he replied vaguely. Random. Susu's favorability increased by 20. Why do I feel that Chen Dazhuang is a little handsome? This thought suddenly came to Susu's mind. With permission, Susu transformed herself into a professional photographer. She captures the details of the plating from different angles. Even the cherry blossoms carved out of mustard have to be photographed in macro close-up. When the camera swept across the photo of herself and the delicious food, a suspicious blush appeared on the tips of Susu's ears. This dessert is uji kintoki with white truffle ice cream. The waiter brought a glass cup inlaid with edible gold foil. Susu looked at the whole Hokkaido melon ball floating on the matcha jelly, finally gave up her reserve and scooped out a big piece of ice cream with a silver spoon. When the aroma of cool white truffles rushed into her nose, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction, completely unaware that her sleeve almost swept into the bowl. Chen Dazhuang pushed the last sip of plum wine to his lips and looked at Susu, who was concentrating on taking pictures. He suddenly felt that this banquet was much more interesting than he had expected. As dusk deepened outside the window, the paper lanterns cast the shadows of the two people on the shoji door. One is relaxed and calm, the other is excited and reserved. They seem like two extremes that came out of a ukiyo-e. Chapter 20 for Eating Japanese Food with Susu Part 2. After they finished eating, Chen Dazhuang casually wiped the corner of his mouth with a plain silk handkerchief and nonchalantly took out a black and gold card. The darkly embossed VIP lettering glows coolly under the warm yellow light, and the tiny diamonds inlaid on the edge refract starlight as it moves. The male waiter in charge of the bill lowered his eyes and took it respectfully. He caught a glimpse of the bank card that Chen Dazhuang handed to him, and his breathing couldn't help but stagnate for a moment. It was the bank card with a single transaction limit of 1,500 yuan that he had swiped many times on the cash register system this afternoon. It's troublesome. Chen Dazhuang leaned against the carved chair, tapping the tabletop with his thick fingers from time to time. The male waiter suppressed the complicated expression in his eyes, bowed respectfully, and walked towards the cashier counter in wooden clogs. The beeping sound made by the POS machine when swiping the card was particularly harsh. The male waiter looked at the bill of 8,320 yuan that popped up on the screen and had to split the amount into 6 transactions. It took a total of 6 swipes to finally pay for Chen Dazhuang. Why is it taking so long? Chen Dazhuang frowned, his voice sounding a little impatient. Susu finally came back to her senses from the shock, her eyes fixed on the supreme VIP card in Chen Dazhuang's hand. She watched the male waiter bow and apologize in panic. Suddenly I remembered the trembling gold foil on the sashimi platter and the brilliance of the wagyu beef fat exploding on the charcoal fire. Susu finally realized the value of this meal. That was a luxury that she could never obtain no matter how hard she tried to play with him. Mr. Chen, Ms. Su, take care. The entire kaiseki meal waiters bowed to see the guests off. Chen Dazhuang left with his head held high, feeling extremely refreshed. I have to say that the Japanese food is not large in portion. But Chen Dazhuang felt that the service attitude of the waiters in the store was really good and worth the high price. Susu followed Chen Dazhuang closely, occasionally stealing glances at him as he inserted the card back. When the black and gold completely disappeared in Chen Dazhuang's pocket, she heard her own violent heartbeat almost breaking through her eardrums. The halo of the neon signs on the street outlined the short and fat silhouette of Chen Dazhuang. Susu looked at him walking casually, and suddenly felt that the image of the rich second generation in the rumors finally had a concrete outline. The night breeze carried the burnt aroma of grilled eel across the street. Susu stared at her and Chen Dazhuang's elongated shadows under the streetlight, and the tip of her canvas shoes unconsciously kicked the stones on the roadside. Chen Dazhuang walked with her, his baggy T-shirt slightly bulging in the night wind. Susu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, such as praising tonight's dessert. But then he felt that this topic was too deliberate, and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Beep! The sound of a taxi horn in the distance pierced the silence, and Susu straightened her back as if relieved. But Chen Dazhuang raised his hand to signal the driver to wait, and turned around with a nonchalant smile on his face. Susu, your quad kill on Jiachan this afternoon was pretty cool. Chen Dazhuang smiled and said, Can you help me improve my scores more often when you have time in the future? I can always ask you to play with me. I have been stuck on bricks and stones for half a month. Susu looked up suddenly and met his smiling eyes. All those speculations about Chen Dazhuang being a rich second generation were suddenly thrown out of mind. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the King of Glory sticker on the phone case. Real? I just researched a new set of equipment for Jungle Jiachan last week, with violent flash, and it is very fierce in the early stage of counter-jungle. Once Susu starts talking about games, she can't stop. She began to excitedly demonstrate the timing of releasing the second skill, and when she talked about the exciting parts, she even stood on tiptoes to imitate the movements of the game character. Chen Dazhuang listened with great interest, occasionally raising his eyebrows or nodding, with a low laugh in his throat. According to what you said, next time we play together, I'll use Xiaoming to lead you, and we'll be an invincible combination. He took out his phone and opened the game interface. The previous defeats were clearly listed in the record list. The teammate I matched with last time was so bad. He insisted on using Yao to ride on the marksman's head. The two of them chatted back and forth, discussing everything from hero restraint to inscription matching, and they didn't even notice that the passing taxi driver honked 3 times. Susu smiled with her eyes curved, completely forgetting her previous reservedness. It was not until the taxi driver cursed that she realized that they had been chatting for almost 5 minutes. Let's get in the car first. Chen Dazhuang helped Susu open the back door. The evening breeze lifted his oversized t-shirt. Can I continue to ask you to play with me tomorrow? Must. The taxi roof light cast a warm yellow glow on Susu's fair cheeks. She raised her hand to touch her long hair, which was dyed with misty pink and purple highlights, and the pearls on her earrings swayed slightly with her movement. In the review mirror, Chen Dazhuang's figure gradually shrank into a blurry dot. Susu bit her lower lip, which was covered with bin paste-colored lip glaze, and suppressed the uncontrollable upward curve of the corners of her mouth. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the game pendant on her handbag. The night wind came in through the gap in the car window, ruffling her swan neck that was faintly visible under her hair. The girl's eyes moved, reflecting the flickering neon lights on the street, and tiny ripples appeared in her sparkling almond-shaped eyes. In my memory, Chen Dazhuang took out his card carelessly when paying the bill. The occasional raised eyebrow when talking about games. Suddenly Chen Dazhuang wasn't that fat anymore. In fact, if you look closely, his nose bridge is quite high. Susu blew white mist out of the car window, and drew a heart shape with her fingertips. And Chen Dazhuang's eyes sparkled when he spoke, which made him much cuter than my ex-boyfriend, who put on a sour face and tried to be cool. Thinking of the other party's frowning expression due to the game's performance, Susu couldn't help but chuckle, revealing the sweetness hidden in the dimple on the right side of her face. It doesn't matter if you're a little fat. You'll definitely feel warm when you hug me, unlike those skinny ones before. When dusk completely enveloped the street, Susu looked at her reflection in the glass and discovered that the tips of her ears had turned red at some point. Susu curled up in the back seat, the cold light from the cell phone screen making her eyes gleam. Slide the album with your fingertips. The glittering frost patterns on the 12 pieces of sashimi, the amber fat dripping from the roasted wagyu beef, the matcha jelly decorated with gold foil, every photo looks like a carefully crafted work of art. Susu bit her lower lip and repeatedly cropped and adjusted the color of the close-up of the rose made of salmon belly and the photo of herself and the glass dessert. The cherry blossom pink nails tapped on the screen, accompanied by the copy. Tonight's calories taste like the sea of stars, comma. The moment the message is sent successfully, a notification sound will be heard in the moments. Susu looked at the neon lights passing by outside the window, and suddenly felt that the night breeze brought into the carriage not only the aroma of grilled eel, but also the faint sweet scent of cherry blossoms. Susu touched her hot cheeks, and the victory pose of the game character on the lock screen wallpaper seemed to be winking at her. And just now, Chen Dazhuang said that he would always ask her to play with him in the future, which made Susu couldn't help but smile foolishly at the phone. The dainty pendant on the handbag swayed more and more happily. Susu's favorability increased by 20. Chen Dazhuang, who was walking towards the dormitory alone, suddenly received a prompt from the system. Chen Dazhuang was a little surprised. Why did Susu suddenly become more fond of me? Is it because I promised to order her to play with me in the future? Or was it me who just opened the taxi door for her? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's really hard to guess what girls are thinking, and it's even harder to guess what pretty girls are thinking. Chen Dazhuang returned to the dormitory while complaining in his heart. Chapter 25 Hostility among the three dormitory members. The dormitory door was pushed open and Chen Dazhuang walked into the dormitory alone. The room was filled with cold air from the air conditioner. Zhu Xian and Sun Xizhe were half leaning on their bunks, browsing their phones. Chen Juanhao, a Shanghai native, was using a sandalwood comb to slowly and methodically style his hair. The mirror reflected the faint smile lines at the corners of his mouth. Hearing the noise, Chen Juanhao paused slightly and knocked the comb heavily on the dressing table. The polished mirror reflected Chen Dazhuang's baggy t-shirt and his trouser legs were still stained with gravel from the school gate. Chen Juanhao has the innate arrogance of Shanghai in his bones, and he always looks at people from other cities with a bit of contempt. In the dormitory, Zhu Xian and Sun Xizhe were both native Jinling people, came from wealthy families, and exuded nobility in their every move. The three of them were inseparable today, touring the campus together during the day and eating together in the cafeteria. In the evening, they had a meal together at a restaurant outside the campus. As they drank and chatted, they got to know each other's family situations to a certain extent. Chen Juanhao must be very smart to have been admitted to Jinling University. He knew very well that showing the superiority of the people of Shanghai in front of Zhu Xian and Sun Xizhe would gain no benefits and would instead be unbecoming, so he kept this arrogance well hidden. But when Chen Dazhuang stepped into the dormitory alone, his eyes lit up instantly. The other person's washed-out t-shirt and pilled pants all revealed the simplicity of the rural areas of northern Jiangsu. A barely perceptible sneer appeared on Chen Juanhao's lips. In his opinion, there was no need to worry even if he offended someone from such a family. The sense of superiority of being a teacher that he had suppressed for so long suddenly surged up like a tide in his heart. He suddenly straightened his back, and the look behind his gold-rimmed glasses was like an icicle. Has Chen finally returned to the team? Today is the first day of school. We all had lunch and dinner together in dormitory 103, but the great god was missing. Chen Juanhao dragged out the last syllable of his voice, deliberately sweeping past the other two. So Chen Dazhuang, you think the three of us are not worthy of you? Chen Juanhao folded his arms and preached to Chen Dazhuang. College students value collective consciousness, but Chen Dazhuang, you are so good that you want to be special on the first day of school. Zhu Xian twirled the pen with his slender fingers, and the cold light reflected from the metal pen swept across the awkward corner of Chen Dazhuang's clothes. The corners of his lips unconsciously pursed into a contemptuous arc. He has always looked down on the poor, and now, seeing Chen Juanhao getting angry, the sense of superiority in his heart was quietly ignited. Zhu Xian chimed in, we are all under the same roof, don't make things too awkward. His voice was lazy, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. If you were to ask me, Chen Dazhuang, since you have entered Jinling University, you should learn to integrate into the collective life. How can we get along with each other in the future if you always put on airs? Sun Xizhe threw his cell phone onto the pillow. His eyes from behind his gold-rimmed glasses swept over Chen Dazhuang's washed white sneakers, and a sneer escaped from his throat. He slowly tugged at the collar of his silk pajamas and deliberately shook the expensive agarwood bracelet on his wrist, making it rustle. The scent of sandalwood mixed with the faint smell of cologne permeated the small dormitory. Maybe Chen Dazhuang hasn't adapted to the pace of the big city yet? But our dormitory has many rules, unlike some places. He paused deliberately, his eyes lightly falling on Chen Dazhuang's faded canvas bag, dragging out the ending of the sentence for a long time, and then exchanged a tacit look with Chen Juanhao. When you are used to being casual, it is inevitable that you will seem out of place. Zhu Xian and Sun Xizhe were leaning on the bunk, looking down at Chen Juanhao, forming a siege. They tacitly acted as Chen Juanhao's accomplices, wanting to bully Chen Dazhuang, who came from the countryside, and feel the superiority of being a city dweller. Although Chen Dazhuang is rather fat, he is not stupid at all and has a clear mind in dealing with people. During the day, Chen Dazhuang had already keenly realized that the three people in the dormitory were not the same kind of people as himself. These three people are all from wealthy families, and they exude a sense of superiority in their daily behavior. Chen Dazhuang's original idea was very simple. He felt that since everyone lived in the same dormitory, they would see each other every day, so they should just try to reduce unnecessary interactions. Although we live under the same roof, daily contact is inevitable. But as long as I talk less and avoid too much interaction with the three of them, it is not difficult to spend this time in the dormitory peacefully. However, what Chen Dazhuang never expected was that his temporary tolerance not only failed to bring about peaceful coexistence. Instead, it made Chen Juanhao and the other three even more aggressive, and they even bullied him. Chen Dazhuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and laughed coldly, with disdain in his smile. He looked directly at Chen Juanhao and the other two without fear, and said slowly, "You three like to be together, right? That means you have similar tastes. Since you three like to eat together, then just continue to eat together. I never interfered in your affairs." Chen Dazhuang paused, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, and he raised his voice and continued. "But why do you three have the right to tell me who I eat with? Aren't you just relying on the little money your family has? You just want to look down on me and bully me, right? I have to tell you the truth, in fact, I look down on you." Chen Dazhuang thought to himself that he would enjoy high-end Japanese food with different beauties at noon and in the evening today. They are all exquisite and delicious dishes, which are pleasant to think about. I don't have the time to have a meal with you three arrogant and conceited guys. It's such a waste of time. Chen Juanhao's eyebrows were almost raised above his gold-rimmed glasses. He sneered and pulled at his silk tie. "The poor fellow is so stubborn, who are you pretending to be noble for? I think you're hiding away because you're afraid you won't be able to pay when the time comes." Zhu Zian turned the pen in a sharp arc between his fingertips, and the metal pen barrel made a crisp sound when it hit the table. "Are you still being treated specially in a university dormitory? Chen Dazhuang, I advise you to put away your self-esteem as soon as possible. Don't let the time come when you can't even afford the cafeteria coupons." Sun Seizure slowly turned the agarwood bracelet on his wrist, and the scent of sandalwood mixed with sarcasm came to his face. "I heard that the cheap restaurants in northern Jiangsu are quite cheap, no wonder they look down on the quality of our dinner. But I remind you, this is Jinling, not your home mud ground." Chen Dazhuang suddenly burst into laughter. He wiped away the tears from his laughter and pointed at the three people, laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "I thought she was some kind of royal concubine, but it turns out she is just a parasite that feeds on her parents." Chen Dazhuang stood up suddenly, his eyes sharp as a knife. "The three of you huddled together, smelling the stink of money and huddling together for warmth, you really look like cockroaches in a sewer." Chen Juanhao's face turned red and he grabbed the perfume bottle on the dressing table and smashed it. Chen Dazhuang dodged sideways, and the glass bottle exploded on the door frame. The smell of cologne mixed with the broken glass splashed. "That's all you have." Chen Dazhuang leaned against the mottled iron bed with his arms folded, his canvas bag swaying gently with his movements. Chen Dazhuang's eyes swept over Chen Juanhao's purple face, Zhu Zian's hands with bulging veins, and Sun Seizure's mouth corners twisted from excessive force, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "If I tell you this, you three will definitely not believe me and will definitely say I am bragging." Chen Dazhuang deliberately drew out the last word, took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and waved it in front of the three people. The chat interface was still half opened on the screen. "I'm telling you that I'm having lunch with the beautiful lady today and in the evening." Chen Dazhuang's thumb slid quickly across the album interface, vaguely flashing by the courtyard where cherry blossoms were falling and the beautiful figure in front of the conveyor belt sushi counter. "I really don't have time to eat with three of you low-class men." Chen Juanhao suddenly burst into a piercing laugh. He held onto the frame of his glasses and bent over with laughter, as if he had heard a huge joke. "Eating with a beautiful lady? Ha 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 ha. Chen Dazhuang, you are bragging too much." "Just you? You are wearing cheap clothes, carrying a torn canvas bag, and smell like a fool. Which blind beauty would be attracted by you? Stop dreaming. I think you are just jealous of us having dinner together, and you made up this lie to save face for yourself. How ridiculous." Chen Juanhao stood up, his face full of sarcasm and his eyes full of disdain. "I advise you to wake up, recognize your own identity, and stop dreaming such unrealistic dreams here." Zhu Zian clenched the pen fiercely, and the metal pen body became slightly hot from being squeezed. With a dull bang, the tip of the pen hit the notebook printed with the Adidas Co. branded logo. Thick ink flowed down the dark blue background pattern, leaving a mess on the logo. He loosened the metal buttons on the collar of his school uniform. His bony fingers turned white from the force he exerted. A sneer broke out between his teeth. "The redneck is full of nonsense." Zhu Zian suddenly leaned forward, and the Nike sports school uniform on his body had a matte texture. The Casio electronic watch on his wrist reflected a cold light, which swept across the corner of Chen Dazhuang's washed white clothes. "Chen Dazhuang, with your poor appearance, which decent girl would be interested in you?" Zhu Xian's tone was deliberately drawn out with sarcasm. Don't think you can squeeze into a circle that doesn't belong to you just by telling a few lies. After saying that, he casually pulled off his school uniform jacket, revealing a black Calvin Klein round-neck t-shirt underneath. The friction of the fabric sounded as if he was deliberately showing off. Sun Xija pulled at the collar of her silk pajamas and took 2 steps closer. The bulging blue veins on her neck trembled slightly with her rapid breathing. The agawad bracelet on his wrist clattered against each other, and every crisp sound seemed to be beating out the rhythm of some kind of judgment. Pretend. Keep pretending. Sun Xija shouted. Chen Dazhuang, if you have the guts, open the chat history and let us see which girl is blind, ha ha. Sun Xija continued. Chen Dazhuang is so broke, yet he's trying to imitate others in dating girls. He doesn't even take a piss and look at himself. Chen Juanhao tugged at the silk tie at his collar, his eyes behind the lenses like poisoned needles. A poor fellow is good at pretending to be rich. Why don't you call out the beauty in your phone and let us open our eyes? Especially the Photoshop pictures are so blurry that they can be used as mosaics. He deliberately emphasized the 3 words Photoshopped picture, causing Zhu Xian and Sun Xija to burst into laughter. Zhu Xian tapped the notebook full of the co-branded logo with his fountain pen, and the ink stains on the leather cover formed a strange flower. I think you are just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Do you know the average seat capacity at the restaurant where we are having dinner today? Is that enough for your food expenses for 2 months? He suddenly came closer, and the smell of sweat from the sports uniform mixed with the deliberately sprayed cologne hit me in the face. Would you like the brothers to give you some coupons? I'm afraid you won't even spend the money to take the subway to the restaurant. Sun Xija suddenly grabbed the sandalwood comb on the dressing table and shook it at Chen Dazhuang. I heard that even mirrors are rare in rural areas of northern Jiangsu. No wonder you are so imaginative. He deliberately dropped the comb on the table, making a crisp sound. This comb is equivalent to your living expenses for half a year. How many beauties do you think it can capture? Want to see? Chen Dazhuang suddenly sneered and turned his phone upside down on the table. The shell of the Redmi phone collided with the table with a crisp sound. Sorry, I won't show it to you. Chen Dazhuang deliberately dragged out the last line of the song and tapped the back of the phone heavily with his fat fingers, causing tiny cracks to appear on the edge of the tempered glass. It's a pity that some people don't even have the right to take a look. Chen Dazhuang's eye swept across the 3 people's flushed faces, and a sarcastic arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. After all, in the eyes of some people, nothing good can be found except a few stinky coins. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Chen Dazhuang threw his phone onto his bed. I don't need you to believe me. Chen Dazhuang sneered. I know that some people, even if they live to be 80 years old, still don't understand what it means that there are always people better than you. But there is one thing I need to remind you 3. Chen Dazhuang suddenly stepped forward and stared at Chen Juanhao, their noses almost bumping. Chen Dazhuang's low voice was like ice wrapped in the 12th lunar month, squeezed out from between his teeth word by word. Before you bully others in the future, think carefully about whether you can afford to be bitten back. As he spoke, the white mist exhaled by Chen Dazhuang hit Chen Juanhao's face, shocking the other party so much that he subconsciously took a half step back. Zhu Xian and Sun Xija also looked at him steadily without saying anything for a while. Chapter 26, Games and WeChat Chats Before Bedtime. After having a quarrel with 3 villains in the dormitory, Chen Dazhuang went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Wash the dirty clothes, change into clean new clothes, and then go to your bed comfortably. The other 3 people in the dormitory sat down and whispered. Chen Dazhuang was too lazy to pay attention to them. The villain is always worried, while the gentleman is open and honest. Chen Dazhuang has had this temper since he was a child. As long as someone dares to provoke him, he will fight back fiercely. These 3 little guys are like this. Chen Dazhuang and they had already fallen out, so there was nothing nice to say to each other in the future. Chen Dazhuang put on his headphones and prepared to ask Shang Yu Shongxin Jian to play 2 games with him to relax. Then have a good sleep. Chen Dazhuang picked up his phone and saw that there were 3 unread messages. They were sent to him by 3 beauties, Shen Wenxi, Su Su, and Adana. Chen Dazhuang clicked on Shen Wenxi's first. Although Shen Wenxi's favorability towards him is still 0, her experience is 0, which makes Chen Dazhuang value her very much. Chen Dazhuang felt that it was normal that Shen Wence's favorability was difficult to gain, otherwise, since she was so pretty, there would definitely be many people pursuing her. Not so aloof, and no experience at all. Didn't you see that Susu's appearance is a little lower than Shen Wence's? Is her experience level already too? Shen Wence sent a message on WeChat, Chen Dazhuang, remember to come downstairs to pick up the loving breakfast tomorrow morning. After seeing this, Chen Dazhuang sent a message, okay. Just look at the next message. The desk lamp in the dormitory cast a soft, warm light around Shen Wence. She curled up in her chair and watched TV series on her tablet. Shen Wence's long hair was loosely tied up with a peach-colored hair tie, and her fair cheeks glowed with a pearly luster under the faint blue light of the tablet. Shen Wence bit her strawberry-flavored lollipop with her cherry lips painted with red bin paste lipstick. When she lowered her eyes, the cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye was hidden in the shadow of her curled eyelashes. As the recognized campus beauty of Jinling University, she had long been accustomed to the boys' attentive flattery. At this moment, Shen Wence was staring at the screen of his mobile phone, his eyebrows furrowed into small crescents. The phone screen suddenly lit up with a cold light. Shen Wence's white fingertips quickly swiped open the message box and stared at Chen Dazhuang's lonely okay for 5 full seconds. Her amber pupils were filled with a trace of annoyance, like the surface of a lake disturbed in the middle of the night. Chen Dazhuang, why did you reply to me so late, and only replied with one word? Shen Wence thought to himself secretly. She is the special concerner in the message lists of countless people, how could she tolerate such a perfunctory reply? The pink manicure tapped the phone case impatiently, and Shen Wence suddenly grabbed the pink pig doll beside the pillow. The doll's round belly was deformed by her pinching, and its drooping furry ears looked just like Chen Dazhuang's depressed look when he was criticized. For the sake of the 520 per day girlfriend fee. Shen Wence puffed up his cheeks, stared at the doll fiercely with his big watery eyes, and suddenly rubbed its pink cheek with the tip of his nose, and blew a breath into the air. I will just bear with it for a while. After saying that, Shen Wence hugged the doll and shook it twice. The pearl hair accessories on the ends of her hair made a tiny sound, which was particularly crisp in the quiet night. Shen Wence's favorability decreased by 10. Chen Dazhuang, who was reading Idana's message, suddenly heard a reminder from Shen Wence that he was more sensitive. I couldn't help feeling a little strange. However, Shen Wence's favorability was originally 0, and now it has dropped to 10. Chen Dazhuang has gotten used to it. Just put this news behind you. Idana's news surprised him. Idana transferred a red envelope of 520 to herself. There is also a long message. Brother Chincho. Every time Nana sees the gifts you sent, her eyes light up like little stars. Being favored by you in this way, my heart feels warm and I always want to do something for you. These are the little gifts that Nana has quietly saved up. Although they are not even 1/10 of what you have given me, every bit of them is wrapped with the sweetest coating of gratitude. If you don't accept it, Nana will become a wronged little crybaby. Please, please, make sure this love finds its owner Tilda. Chen Dazhuang knew that he had only spent 4 or 5,000 yuan on Idana in the afternoon. Bilibili anchors can only get half of the amount. In other words, Nana only got more than 2,000 yuan and she transferred 520 to herself. This female anchor is very good. Chen Dazhuang immediately developed a favorable impression of Idana. Originally, Chen Dazhuang rewarded her today just out of temporary interest. Idana doesn't have much talent, so he will probably stop watching her after a few more times. But things are different now. Idana turned her 1,500 into 2020. This way, the amount he swipes his card with each time will be larger. The simplest thing is that he could only make Idana the captain for 10 months. But I can't even get an admiral. Because an admiral costs 1,998 yuan. Chen Dazhuang can't brush it. You know, the admiral's special effects are much better than those of the captain, and more prestigious. I will give Idana an admiral tomorrow. I also need to give more gifts. Reward this sensible little anchor. Chen Dazhuang made a secret decision in his heart. However, before accepting the red envelope from Idana, Chen Dazhuang still carefully asked the system. Brother system. I could have accepted it before, right? She gave it to me on her own initiative. I didn't ask for it, nor did I hint to her. This system is very observant, and all the property that the opposite sex automatically gives to the host can be collected. Yes. Long live the system. Chen Dazhuang could not hide his ecstasy. He jumped twice on the bed like a child who got a new toy. Every time his fat body fell, the iron bed creaked, and the whole dormitory trembled slightly. Sawdust rustled onto Zhu Zian's shiny co-branded notebook, startling him so much that he quickly closed the notebook with a crisp snap sound. Chen Juanhao took off his gold-rimmed glasses and wiped them vigorously. The eyes behind the lenses seemed to be icy. Zhu Zian clenched his pen tightly, and the tip of the pen made a harsh scraping sound on the table. Sun Seizure tugged at the collar of his silk pajamas, and the agawad bracelet made an anxious crisp sound. The three men stared at this undignified countryman, whom they considered as if they were facing a great enemy, their eyes filled with disgust and warning. Chen Dazhuang completely ignored the three thorny gazes. He hummed an off-tune song and held the phone in the other hand. When Zhu Zian coughed loudly to show his dissatisfaction, Chen Dazhuang simply turned over, revealing the back of his washed-out t-shirt, and declared his disdain for this silent confrontation with his actions. After a moment of stalemate, Sun Seizure turned away first, grabbed his phone and started watching short videos. Zhu Zian threw the pen into his pen bag in a vent of anger. Chen Juanhao snorted coldly, put on his glasses again, and continued to style his hair. Although the three of them no longer looked directly at Chen Dazhuang, they were secretly competing with each other in their hearts. One day I will have to kill Chen Dazhuang. It would be best if I could kick this country bumpkin out of the dormitory. Chen Dazhuang accepted the transfer from Adana and replied with a received. After a while, Chen Dazhuang thought about it. Although he couldn't directly tell Adala that he was very satisfied with her behavior, but it can be expressed through actions. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang turned on his mobile phone. I used WeChat to transfer 2,000 yuan red envelopes to Adana 3 times in a row. He also added, Little Nana, take this for a midnight snack. I will definitely support your live broadcasts in the future. Chen Dazhuang plans to feed Adana fat. In this way, when Adana becomes rich, she can transfer more money to herself to express her small gratitude. This way you will have more funds available. Chapter 27, Bedtime Games and WeChat Chats Part 2. Yinchuan, Ningxia, this charming ancient city on the frontier, on the campus of Ningxia University. The breath of youth permeates every corner. In a girl's dormitory, soft light shines in the tidy room. Adana was lying lazily on her bed with a facial mask on her face, revealing only her lively yet slightly anxious eyes. After the live broadcast today, Adana's heart has been shrouded in anxiety. Brother Chincho has not replied to her messages, which makes her feel like a small boat drifting on the rough sea, ups and downs, and her feeling of anxiety and fear of loss becomes stronger and stronger. Adana was really afraid of losing this generous and wealthy boss. In her heart, Brother Chincho is not only a big spender in the live broadcast room, but also an important support for her in her live broadcast career. Adana frowned slightly, her thoughts in a mess, and she thought for a long time. Suddenly, a truth her mother taught her when she was a child flashed through her mind. The most important thing between people is to give to each other and never just ask for things. This truth was like a ray of light in the darkness, and she seemed to have found her direction. Adana thought carefully and felt that Brother Chincho was indeed very good to her. He gave himself a lot of valuable gifts in the live broadcast room. Those gifts were like bright stars, illuminating her live broadcast journey. I really should express my feelings to Brother Chincho. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of those who were pursuing her. They often send themselves red envelopes of 520 yuan to express their love for themselves. Although I have never accepted these red envelopes, I still feel touched when I see such thoughtful numbers. Thinking of this, Adana bit her lip, as if she had made a great decision. She tapped her finger lightly on the screen of her mobile phone and sent a red envelope of 520 to Chen Dazhuang. After sending the message, she held the phone tightly, staring at the screen without blinking, as if this would allow Brother Chincho to see and reply to her immediately. However, at this moment, Chen Dazhuang and Susu were enjoying delicious food in a warm and elegant Japanese restaurant, with constant laughter. His cell phone lay quietly beside him, the screen occasionally lighting up, but Chen Dazhuang, immersed in the beautiful atmosphere, didn't notice Idana's WeChat at all. Time passed minute by minute, and Chen Dazhuang still didn't respond. This caused Adana, who was alone in the dormitory, to fall into deeper internal friction. Brother Chincho is so rich, don't you think I have so little money? There was a hint of loss and worry in her eyes. But I really don't have much money, and although the amount of this 520 red envelope is not large, it is my sincere gift. Adana was struggling internally, fearing that her feelings would be ignored, yet trying to comfort herself. Don't panic. Maybe Brother Qianxiu is busy with business at the company and doesn't have time to check WeChat. Adana was alone in the dormitory, immersed in her own thoughts, wondering what Brother Qianxiu thought of her. Her mood also fluctuated with her imagination, sometimes full of hope, sometimes occupied by worries. At this moment, Adana was immersed in a vortex of anxiety and self-entanglement. She glanced at the mobile phone screen from time to time, looking forward to the response of Brother Qianxiu. Just when Adana was about to fall into despair, the screen of her cell phone suddenly lit up. The message from Chen Dazhuang suddenly caught his eye, and it clearly stated that he would support him in the future. These few short words were like a bright ray of dawn, instantly penetrating the haze that shrouded her heart. Not only that, there are also 3 transfers attached below the message. Idana's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and her fingers trembled slightly as she clicked the payment button. When she saw that the account balance increased by 6,000 yuan instantly, her eyes became moist and tears of emotion welled up in her eyes, almost bursting out. This is the largest amount of income she has ever earned in one go since she started live streaming. This surprise came so suddenly that she was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Mom is right. It turns out that Brother Qianxiu likes girls who give to him. Adana muttered to herself in her heart, as if she had discovered an extremely precious secret. She thought with joy. Brother Qianxiu is not short of money at all. After accepting my kindness, he transferred a lot of money to me. This shows that what he cares about most is my feelings towards him. At this moment, Idana's heart was filled with gratitude and joy towards Chen Dazhuang, as if the whole world had become so beautiful. Adana was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She quickly replied to Qianxiu's WeChat message. Thank you, Brother Qianxiu. Her face was filled with a happy smile and her eyes were shining brightly. When Chen Dazhuang saw Adana's reply to WeChat, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Chen Dazhuang thought to himself, this is his treasure girl. Perhaps my plan to increase my capital will fall on her. However, at this time, Chen Dazhuang's mind had already flown to the game. He was anxious to enjoy the fun brought by the game and really didn't want to chat with Adana for too many days. So, Chen Dazhuang quickly sent a message, it's getting late, Nana, you should go to bed early. When Adana saw the message, she felt a little disappointed, but she soon realized that Brother Qianxiu might be busy. She has always been sensible, so she sent a message obediently. Okay, good night, Qianxiu brother. After sending the message, Adana gently placed the phone on the pillow, slowly closed her eyes with a beautiful vision of the future, and a sweet smile still hung on the corners of her mouth. Chen Dazhuang sat on the bed bored. He casually opened Susu's WeChat dialog box and the message that came into his eyes was concise and clear. Susu informed Chen Dazhuang in a message that she had returned safely to the school dormitory. Then she asked Chen Dazhuang with concern whether he had returned to the dormitory and enthusiastically suggested playing games together. After all, Chen Dazhuang had ordered a 7-hour play service, so there was still a lot of time left, and it would be a pity to waste it like this. Chen Dazhuang actually didn't have too many complicated emotions towards Susu, the beautiful girl playing with him. She has excellent gaming skills and can liven up the atmosphere just right when playing with others, which is pretty good. Chen Dazhuang tapped his fingers quickly on the screen and replied with only 2 short and powerful words. Call on. After sending the message, Chen Dazhuang couldn't wait to open the King of Glory app, ready to start a new round of battle with Susu in the King's continent. Chapter 28, Games and WeChat Chats Before Bedtime Part 3. Under the warm yellow light of the dormitory, Chen Dazhuang curled up on his neat bed, dangling his legs on the ladder at the end of the bed. The moment the crystal on the phone screen exploded, he immediately took a screenshot of the 112.5 record and posted it to his former high school class group without hesitation. That's it? I just played casually and won 3 games in a row. It's easy to help my sister rank up. Chen Dazhuang deliberately turned up the volume on his cell phone so that the announcement of Big Tough Guy is super awesome could echo throughout the dormitory. The sounds of game effects can be heard one after another in the dormitory. Chen Juanhao, Zhu Zian, and Sun Xizhe were also playing Honor of Kings together. They heard Chen Dazhuang's gaming voice and were filled with contempt. Chen Juanhao suddenly took off his headphones and sneered at Chen Dazhuang. What's the point of playing alone when someone doesn't even have a friend? Lan on his mobile phone screen was moving around flexibly, and the bright red late 16 in the record column was particularly dazzling under the blue light. Zhu Zian sneered and swiped his fingers across the screen to show his low blood counterattack. I'm afraid no one will even be willing to team up with him, so he can only play by himself. When he spoke, he deliberately amplified the first blood broadcast in the game, which was full of provocation. Sun Xizhi came over with a tablet in his arms, staring at the record of 1:15.5 on Chen Dazhuang's screen and making faces. You're embarrassed to post this achievement to a group? You might as well change your name to Mobile Bloodbag Big Man. The three of them burst into ear-piercing laughter, the sound mixed with the game's sound effects as they rushed around in the small space. Chen Dazhuang stared at the resurrection countdown and was too lazy to pay attention to these three villains. After thinking about it, Chen Dazhuang covered the microphone and said calmly, I'm playing a game with the beautiful Lunar Master, but you won't believe it. His voice was so calm, as if he was talking about today's weather. As soon as Chen Dazhuang finished speaking, Chen Juanhao, who was on the upper bunk, slammed his phone on the bed. Double Q with a beautiful expert? Do you think we are 3-year-old children? He took off his limited edition gaming headset, and the silver chain on his neck shone with a cold light. In the afternoon, you didn't even have anyone to match with, and now a Chinese lunar suddenly appears. You need to use your brain when making up a story. Zhu Zian, who was sitting in the lower bunk, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and traced the afterimage of the mirror on the phone screen with his fingertips. I think you can't even afford to hire someone to play with you, so you can only find an expert to lead you in your dreams. He deliberately turned the game interface to face Chen Dazhuang. The King of Glory 58 stars logo on the screen glowed blue. You are really capable. Show me your account ID. Don't try to make a name for yourself by bullying noobs in some bronze game. Sun Xizhi came over with a custom-made tablet, and the unique perfume smell of a rich kid hit me in the face. A beauty expert? I pursued a senior from the esports club for half a year, but to no avail. How can you find a gaming partner? He thought of the screenshot of Chen Dazhuang's battle record that he had just posted in the middle school group, and a scornful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. A112 Cheng Yaojin with a 22-kill lunar? This is even more outrageous than the domineering CEO stories my nanny wrote. The three of them laughed shrilly. Chen Dazhuang was too lazy to argue with them. Put on your headphones and concentrate on the game. Big boss, what's wrong with you? Don't lose heart. The sweet voice of Yu Shangxinjian rang out in Chen Dazhuang's earphones. Luna was stepping on the moonlight box to draw silver blue roses in the enemy's back row. You were so crucial in resisting the tower just now. Without you to draw the fire, I couldn't have cut the shooter at all. Chen Dazhuang didn't speak for a long time just now. Yu Shangxinjian thought that Chen Dazhuang was sad because of his super ghost record, so he hurried to comfort him. TSK. Who are you looking down on? Chen Dazhuang turned over and sat up, throwing the can of Coke he had just finished drinking accurately into the trash can beside the bed. I call this a strategic sacrifice. Without me, Cheng Yaojin, to initiate the team fight, it's all in vain no matter how good your lunar is. Just now I used one ultimate to withstand 5 skills, and the opponents all surrounded me and beat me up. The light laughter on the tip of the moon penetrated into my ears like an electric current. Yes, 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 next time I'll rely on the big hunk boss to take me flying. The afterimage of Luna's infinite combo under the moon passed through the wild area. Chen Dazhuang stared at the "You have become a super ghost" prompt that just popped up on the screen, pressed it casually, and shouted at the top of his voice. The opponent dares to target me next time? I went straight over the tower and got a pentakill. The settlement interface popped up, and Yu Shangxinjian's perfect record of 22-3-11 formed a sharp contrast with his 2-15-7. But Chen Dazhuang didn't care and quickly typed and forwarded it to the middle school group. Look at this output ratio, I am the best in the team in terms of damage resistance. He paused with his finger hovering over the send button and added, there are so many experts here at the university, it's so easy to play around. Soon, the message instantly flooded the middle school group screen, and the little red dots looked like exploding fireworks. Wang Hao, damn! Da Zhuang is really good. Last time when we played together, you were scolded like a dog, but now you are directly hugging the thigh? Zhong Wei, is this true? This Luna's record is too exaggerated, is it photoshopped? Zhao Yang, I'm so jealous. I keep losing in solo queue every day, please help me with WeChat. Li Meng, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Chen Dazhuang looks silly at ordinary times, but he actually does great things quietly. Chen Yu, it feels like playing with someone. But it's awesome to find such an amazing girl. Chen Dazhuang scrolled across the screen, quickly skipping over the questioning messages and picking out the flattering replies, his fingers typing away on the keyboard. I told you to just play around and I'll help you guys get higher scores next time. Chen Dazhuang stretched lazily. Although the record was not good, the thrill of winning streak still made him excited. He touched his phone and typed, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. It was a great day today. Keep taking me flying tomorrow. The moment the send button was pressed, the message from Yu Shongxin Jian popped up almost at the same time. Okay. The big guy is waiting for you, Tilda. Good night. Susu collapsed on her soft bed and let out a long sigh, with the warmth of the phone screen still lingering on her fingertips. She casually threw the phone onto the fluffy plush cushion, making a slight muffled sound. She concentrated on the operation for 3 consecutive games. Even with her strength as the national server Luna, it really took a lot of energy to win consecutive games against Chen Dazhuang, who had a terrible record. Rubbing her sore wrist, Susu stood up and sat in front of the dressing mirror. The person in the mirror has delicate eyebrows and eyes, and although she looks a little tired, her beautiful face cannot be concealed. I remember Chen Dazhuang's promise in the game. I'll carry this game. As a result, Susu couldn't help but chuckle at the funny scene of being chased all over the map by the enemy. Susu opened the drawer and took out a box of expensive facial mask. The moment the cool touch touched her cheek, Susu squinted her eyes comfortably. Today, Chen Dazhuang was very generous. Not only did he readily pay for her playing expenses, he also treated her to an extra meal of top-quality Japanese food. The belly of the fresh bluefin tuna melts in the mouth, and the aroma of the sweet steak lingers on the tip of her tongue. Thinking about it now still makes her savor it. Although Chen Dazhuang is fat and weak, he is rich. Susu playfully stuck out her tongue at the mirror and gently pressed the edge of the mask with her fingertips. The smile in the mirror became brighter and brighter, and the fatigue seemed to have dissipated mostly with this smile. Thinking that I will be able to earn a considerable income tomorrow and enjoy the sense of accomplishment of being relied upon by customers. She hummed a cheerful tune and began to look forward to the next fighting side by side. Susu's favorability increased by 10. Chen Dazhuang suddenly heard the system prompt in his ears. I just said that my gaming skills are pretty strong. Even a master like Susu recognizes me. Chen Dazhuang thought happily. Chen Dazhuang suddenly remembered that his favorability towards Susu should be 50 now. It should be quite high already. If the favorability is higher, can we do something intimate? With this wonderful question in mind, Chen Dazhuang fell asleep. Chapter 29 Shen Wence's Loving Breakfast. The morning mist had not yet dissipated at Jinling University, and a bluish-grey haze was floating below the boys' dormitory. At this time of day, only 4 or 5 boys would rush out with their breakfast bags. The image of them delivering breakfast to their girlfriends with white breath always makes their roommates laugh at them as dog-licking illustrations. After all, when the entire campus is still wrapped in quilts, who would be willing to miss a sweet nap? And today, in the light and shadow under the Paulonia tree, a rose that did not belong to the morning suddenly grew. The girl in the light blue sweater lowered her swan-like graceful neck, and the morning light gilded her seaweed-like chestnut hair with fine gold foil. The girl's eyelashes cast shadows under her eyes like the fluttering wings of a butterfly. Her fingers holding the brown paper bag were slender and white, like a newly sprouted magnolia branch. The aroma of soy milk overflowing from the bag mixed with the faint scent of lemon in her hair, brewing into strawberry wine on a snowy day in the humid air. The boy passing by unconsciously slowed down his pace, and his originally sleepy eyes suddenly became clear. The way this beautiful girl stood on tiptoe and looked at the dormitory building was just like the first cherry blossom timidly blooming on a branch in spring. With its innocence and expectation, it reminds people of the love letter hidden in the desk at the age of 17, and the corner of a white shirt blown by the wind at the edge of the playground. The girl was Shen Wence. She kept her promise with Chen Dazhuang and came to deliver breakfast in person today. She had just sent a WeChat message asking Chen Dazhuang to come downstairs and get it. In order to avoid being seen by too many people, Shen Wence got up early. But I didn't expect that there would be so many people downstairs in the boys' dormitory early in the morning. At this time usually, Shen Wensi would still be sleeping in bed. Damn Chen Dazhuang, why don't you come down? Shen Wensi waited for a while, but Chen Dazhuang still didn't come down, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed. He must be sleeping in. She muttered to the phone screen. Shen Wensi's slender fingers typed quickly on the phone, deleting and retyping the dialog box. You're done becomes, breakfast will get cold if you don't come. Finally, Shen Wensi got angry and changed it into a bunch of furry cat emoticons. Shen Wensi stood on tiptoe and looked around like a kitten anxiously grabbing cat food. Even the tips of his ears were tinged with pink of grievance. Shen Wensi's favorability decreases by 10. In the quiet dormitory, Chen Dazhuang was immersed in a sweet dream, but was suddenly awakened by the system prompt sound. He opened his eyes drowsily and reached out for his phone lazily, and what caught his eye was the WeChat message from Shen Wensi. After reading it, he instantly understood why Shen Wensi's favorability had dropped. I didn't expect Shen Wensi to come here so early. This time it was indeed my fault, so it is reasonable that my favorability rating has dropped. Chen Dazhuang pondered secretly, thinking to himself. He didn't delay any longer, put on his clothes in a hurry, and ran downstairs. Although he tried to keep the noise as low as possible when he got up, he still woke up his roommate Chen Juanhao. Speaking of Chen Juanhao, he is known for being petty. After the conflict with Chen Dazhuang yesterday, he secretly hated Chen Dazhuang in his heart. Like a little beast waiting for an opportunity, always looking for a chance to take revenge. At this moment, seeing Chen Dazhuang going out so mysteriously early in the morning, Chen Juanhao's original strong sleepiness instantly disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. What was this country boy doing out so early? Is there some unspeakable secret? This thought ignited his curiosity like a fire. This prompted Chen Juanhao to put on his clothes immediately and tiptoe to the balcony, wondering if he could catch Chen Dazhuang's braid. So that I can bully him hard in the dormitory in the future. Oh my god! As soon as Chen Juanhao carefully stuck his head out of the balcony, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He was instantly shocked by the scene before him and stood there in a daze. He clearly saw that there was a very beautiful girl standing downstairs in the dormitory. The girl was like a beautiful flower blooming in the morning light, exuding charming charm. I saw her holding a bag of breakfast in her hand, with her head slightly lowered, concentrating on sending messages on her mobile phone. Chen Juanhao couldn't believe his eyes. He subconsciously took off his glasses, blew a few breaths on the lenses, wiped them clean with the corner of his clothes, and put them on quickly. Chen Juanhao was afraid that he would miss any beautiful thing about the girl because of a stain on the lens. He stared at the girl intently and had to admit it in his heart. Even though he had lived in the Magic City, where beautiful women abounded, he was used to seeing all kinds of beauties on a daily basis. But he rarely has the opportunity to see a girl as beautiful as the one in front of him. The girl's beauty was like a bright star, instantly lighting up his eyes. Suddenly, an inharmonious figure walked over. It's Chen Juanhao's country roommate Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang, who was wearing a washed-out t-shirt and was privately mocked as a country bumpkin, was now striding towards the girl. Chen Juanhao widened his eyes, staring at the scene downstairs, and sneered in his heart. In his opinion, Chen Dazhuang was not good at anything, had a bad relationship with his roommates, was not good at playing games, and his living habits were not to his liking. But I didn't expect that this kid, although not good in other aspects, is so brave. Look at the girl downstairs. She has outstanding looks and extraordinary temperament. She is someone who can be noticed at a glance in the crowd. Chen Juanhao thought that he was in good condition and had seen a lot of the world in this prosperous city. But facing such a beautiful girl, he himself was nervous and had no confidence that he could handle it. However, looking at Chen Dazhuang again, this silly boy from the country, he was walking towards the girl without any fear, and it seemed that he was ready to approach her and chat with her. Chen Juanhao couldn't help but sneer in his heart, thinking that Chen Dazhuang really overestimated his own abilities. How could he think of talking to such a beautiful woman? He wanted to see how Chen Dazhuang would make a fool of himself. Chen Juanhao stared at Chen Dazhuang's every move downstairs with the mentality of watching a good show, his eyes full of disdain and expectation. The bloated figure and the slender figure gradually approached in the morning light, and Chen Juanhao's temples were throbbing. A toad wants to eat the swan's flesh. Chen Juanhao clenched his back teeth and sneered, already imagining the scene of the girl avoiding him with disgust. However, the next scene struck him like a thunderbolt. The girl raised a sweet dimple at the corner of her lips and took the initiative to stuff the breakfast bag into Chen Dazhuang's arms. As the two talked, she raised her hand from time to time to smooth the hair by her ears, and her eyelashes trembled with smile. Even Chen Dazhuang's awkward nodding seemed extremely intimate. What is even more terrible is that the girl stood on tiptoe and waved goodbye to Chen Dazhuang. When she turned around, the curve of the girl's skirt lifted up like a princess in a fairy tale. Chen Juanhao's jaw almost dropped to the ground and a broken gasp came from his throat. He staggered and held onto the window frame, feeling that the scene before him was so absurd that it was like a farce. That country boy whom he looked down upon could actually receive such favor from a fairy. When Chen Dazhuang walked back to the dormitory building carrying his breakfast bag and humming a little tune, Chen Juanhao was still standing on the balcony. His nails dug deep into his palms, but it was nothing compared to the burning pain of jealousy boiling in his chest. Chapter 30: People with Broken Hearts. Shen Wence's fingertips turned slightly white as they gripped the brown paper bag. He caught a glimpse of a strand of hair sticking up as Chen Dazhuang hurried over, and felt a little amused. Shen Wence pushed the breakfast into Chen Dazhuang's arms, with tiny beads of sweat on the tip of his nose. The soy milk is completely cold. Chen Dazhuang, if you were 5 minutes later, I would have fed the fried dough sticks to the wild cats. Chen Dazhuang took the bag, looked down and saw a warm tea egg in the bag, smiled and said, "Sorry, my phone is on silent." Shen Wence's eyes widened. "Chen Dazhuang, you must apologize to me today." The blush on the tip of her ear could be seen faintly between her falling hair. "I got up at 5:30 to buy breakfast, and you made me wait in the cold wind for 20 minutes. Chen Dazhuang looked down at the crumpled brown paper bag, his Adam's apple rolling. "Sorry." He spoke in a steady voice, raised his hand and stuffed the soy milk cup sticking out of the bag into it. "I'll treat you to a big meal at noon. You can choose whatever you want." Shen Wence's puffed-up cheeks instantly deflated, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the corners of his clothes, but the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. "Real?" She tilted her head, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "Then I want to be polite." The private restaurant Yunqi Shaozhu at the back door of Jinling University. I heard that the chef came from a Michelin restaurant, but I never went there before because the price per person was too high. "Okay." Chen Dazhuang nodded without hesitation. Glancing at her sparkling eyes, he suddenly felt that the sleepiness from waking up early had turned into lightness. "I'll be waiting for you downstairs of the girls' dormitory at 12 o'clock. I promise not to be late this time." Shen Wence's eyebrows were curved into crescents, and her dimples were filled with a honey-like smile. She stretched out her hand, made a pinky promise, and then waved goodbye to Chen Dazhuang. The scent of lime in my hair mixed with the heat from breakfast created a sweet scent in the morning mist. Chen Dazhuang watched her back as she jumped away. The morning light penetrated the mist, gilding the curve of Shen Wence's skirt. At this time, the panel appeared in front of Chen Dazhuang. Name: Shen Wence. Age: 20. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Appearance: 88. Status: healthy. Experience: 0. Favorability: 20. I saw that Shen Wence's favorability was still negative and there was no increase. Chen Dazhuang secretly sighed that Shen Wence's acting skills were excellent. He went upstairs while eating the soy milk and fried dough sticks that Shen Wence brought him. The branches of the sycamore trees in front of the boys' dormitory were swaying gently in the morning mist, and several boys passing by were frozen in place as if they were cast under a spell. Lin Xiaoyuan is a junior student in the computer science department of Jinling University. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a student union badge pinned to the collar of his white shirt. At this moment, he was holding the rice ball that he was going to send to his girlfriend. His eyes behind the glasses were wide open. Just last month, he posted an anonymous post to the School of Economics and Management forum titled Analysis of the Arguments Regarding Shen Wence's Suspected Homosexuality. As a loyal disseminator of campus gossip, he once vowed to his roommate, "School beautician doesn't even go to the club dinner, she must not be interested in boys." At this moment, he saw with his own eyes Shen Wence talking intimately with a short and fat boy. Moreover, Shen Wence also brought breakfast to this male god. Lin Xiaoyuan's Adam's apple rolled twice, and he suddenly felt that the arguments he had carefully compiled were as ridiculous as torn-up code. Zhu Yi is a muscular man from the physical education department. He just came back from his morning run. There was still a thin layer of sweat from the morning run on his bronze skin, and the hood of his sweatshirt was drooping casually. His rough eyebrows twisted into knots. Where does this fat boy get his good fortune? I pursued a girl from the next class for 3 months, but I didn't even give her milk tea. Chen Wenxi actually took the initiative to bring him breakfast. He had just shown off his pickup skills on the basketball court last week, and now he was watching Chen Dazhuang's clumsy yet natural demeanor in front of his goddess. Suddenly I realized how pale those self-righteous tactics were in the face of heartbeat. On the other side, Lu Mingxuan's jaw suddenly froze as he bit the sandwich. The salty aroma of smoked ham still lingered on the tip of his tongue, but now it tasted sour and bitter. His carefully styled curly hair was slightly dampened by the morning mist, and a 5-digit mechanical watch pressed against his ironed cuffs. Lu Mingxian stared at the figure wearing a washed-out t-shirt who was walking up the stairs, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. As a recognized prodigy in the Department of Finance, he is used to being in the spotlight. At the welcome party, when he held a glass of champagne and invited Chen Wenxi to dance with him, the audience's breathless anticipation still echoes in my ears. But Chen Wenxi smiled and declined. The feeling of her skirt brushing against his fingertips when she turned around felt like a thorn piercing her heart. This? Why does this fat guy do this? He muttered to himself, his knuckles clenching the car keys until they hurt. For 3 months, he repeatedly revised the wording of the invitation to the Western restaurant. He even asked someone to airlift Chen Wenxi's favorite macarons from France. But when he made an appointment with Chen Wenxi, all his words were blocked by her distant and polite smile. But now, the awkward way that rustic boy nodded made her smile with dimples. The aroma of the breakfast stall wafted through the morning mist, mixed with the scent of lime in Chen Wenxi's hair in his imagination, making his eyes burn. Lu Mingxian suddenly loosened the collar of his custom-made shirt, and the expensive crocodile leather belt buckle hurt his lower abdomen. In this battle of love, the luxurious clothes he carefully prepared were no match for that of a short and fat man who looked rustic. Zhao Slouchuan is a sophomore in the College of Arts. His baseball cap was pulled very low, and his shoulders, which were carrying the canvas bag, were still shaking slightly. He held the hot porridge he had just bought, his throat so tight that he could hardly swallow his saliva. As the host of Chen Wenxi's Super Topic, he collects updates about the goddess every day, but he never thought that one day he would witness her gentle smile with his own eyes. At this moment, his mobile phone screen is still on the Super Topic interface, and the top post is his analysis of Chen Wenxi's single aesthetics. But at this moment, it was like a slap in the face. He suddenly remembered the sentence he wrote in the post. Her beauty does not need to be tainted by others. Zhao Slouchuan deleted his pinned post silently with trembling fingers. Su Yang is a sophomore in the Department of Art Design. He is wearing a dark patterned sweater and an exquisite silver necklace around his neck. At this moment, he was stuffing the croissants he had just bought for his girlfriend into his bag when his bony fingers suddenly froze in midair. As the recognized atmosphere male god on campus, he is good at creating romance through niche coffee shops and art exhibitions, and thinks he understands girls' minds best. At this moment, he stared at Chen Dazhuang's washed-out old t-shirt, swallowing his resentment with a rolling Adam's apple. Every date he carefully planned could not bring the tenderness in Chen Wenxi's eyes and eyebrows at this moment. How could this rustic boy make the beautiful girl bow down to him? Lin Jingxian is the class representative of the photography class in the journalism and communication department. He always carries a professional SLR camera with a spare lens hanging around his neck. When his camera accidentally swept downstairs just now, he pressed the shutter button reflexively, but captured the moment when Chen Wenxi looked up and smiled in the viewfinder. He had secretly taken hundreds of photos of Chen Wenxi at school sports meets and debate competitions, and even imagined holding a campus goddess-themed photo exhibition. At this moment, Lin Jingxian's fingers were unconsciously stroking the shutter button, and he suddenly realized that those carefully composed profile faces and backlit hair could not compare to the dimples that naturally appeared on Chen Wenxi's face at this moment. Jiyu Chengjun is the paper king of clinical medicine. He wears Bluetooth headphones to memorize professional vocabulary during his morning run. When his regular pace was disrupted by the scene before him, he pushed up his sliding black-framed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses full of confusion. As a top student in his major, he has always regarded emotions as a stumbling block on the road to learning. However, he had to admit that the silhouette of Chen Wenxi flipping through a book when they met by chance in the library was a rare reverie in his boring life. At this moment, Jiyu Chengjun clenched the vocabulary book in his hand, and he suddenly realized. All the medical terms that he had memorized were None of them could compare to the awkward "thank you" Chen Dazhuang said when he took the breakfast. Chapter 31 Chen Juanhao pretending to sleep. Chen Dazhuang was quietly enjoying his breakfast in the corridor outside the dormitory. The early morning sunlight shines through the window, casting mottled light and shadows, illuminating his slightly lonely figure. Although his relationship with the three people in the dormitory had already reached a freezing point, it was extremely bad. But Chen Dazhuang always sticks to his inner principles and is a very qualified person. He clearly remembered that the scene he hated most was someone eating while he was sleeping. The aroma of the food is particularly tempting in the quiet atmosphere. Every time he smelled it, he would instantly feel hungry, and his stomach would involuntarily make a gurgling sound, which made it impossible for him to sleep. Chen Dazhuang knows well how uncomfortable this feeling is. As the saying goes, do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. So even if the three people in the dormitory were not friendly to him, he would not eat by himself while others were sleeping and bring this unpleasant feeling to others. After breakfast, Chen Dazhuang picked up the garbage and threw it into the trash can. Then he walked into the dormitory and prepared to go to bed for another nap. Zhu Xian was staring at the ceiling with half-open eyes when the dormitory door hinge made a slight creaking sound. The morning light seeped in through the gaps in the curtains, cutting a golden edge on Chen Dazhuang's hunched back as he put his school bag down. He tugged at the collar of his silk nightgown and raised his voice deliberately. "Hey, which god of wealth is getting up so early? People from remote areas don't even understand the blessing of sleeping in?" Sun Sijia turned over and kicked his crocodile leather shoes heavily on the bed frame, the metal buckles making a harsh sound. "Are you afraid that others don't know that you have a biological clock as a wage earner? You're out fooling around before daybreak, and you think this is your cowshed?" He casually grabbed the Gucci perfume bottle beside the pillow and sprayed it hard. The citrus scent instantly filled the entire room, choking Chen Dazhuang, who had just turned around and making him frown. "My girlfriend brought breakfast, so I went downstairs to get it." Chen Dazhuang hung the canvas bag on the iron rack. The friction of the cloth was particularly clear in the silence. When he deliberately emphasized the word girlfriend, Zhu Xian sneered. "Just you? You don't even have a decent piece of clothing. Which blind girl would be interested in you?" Sun Sijia turned over and sat up, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, revealing contempt in his eyes. "Is it some cafeteria lady who took pity on you? After all, only they can stand the smell of oil smoke on you." He deliberately moved closer to Chen Dazhuang, and the cuffs of his custom-made suit brushed across his shoulders. "I pursued the most beautiful girl in my class for 3 months, but to no avail. How can a country bumpkin like you want to have a girlfriend? You need to use your brain when making up a story." Chen Dazhuang's knuckles turned white from being pinched, and the iron bed creaked under his hands as it could not bear the weight. The sparrows outside the window suddenly flew away in fright, making a fluttering sound. He turned around abruptly and faced Sun Sijia directly. "You are wearing a suit and tie, but you have a dirty heart that cannot stand others doing well. No matter how strong your Gucci perfume is, it cannot cover up the sour smell in your bones. Why are you pretending to be so noble?" Zhu Xian loosened the collar of his robe, grabbed the tablet and slammed it on the bedside table. The cold light from the screen made the whites of his eyes turn red. "Chen Dazhuang, do you really think you are superior just because you have a girlfriend? It's just leftovers from other people's charity. Alms." Chen Dazhuang suddenly laughed out loud, his voice was sharp and piercing. "It's better than some people who use their parents' money to pretend to be rich." He gave limited edition bags to girls when courting them, but he didn't even have the patience to write a love letter himself. When he was rejected, he would go around making up stories about her being materialistic. "Is this the dignity of you rich young men?" Chen Dazhuang took a half step forward, and his breath mixed with the aroma of soy milk swept across Sun Sijia's stiff face. "My girlfriend is recognized as the school beauty, and she is willing to get up early and queue up to buy breakfast. And you?" Sun Sijia's gold-rimmed glasses slid to the tip of his nose, and his fingers gripped the bed sheet tightly. "You're full of nonsense. You're wearing cheap clothes, and you still think you can compete with us. Compared to what? Who is better at using luxury goods to cover up inferiority complex?" Chen Dazhuang rubbed the mottled paint on the iron bed with his fingertips. "My clothes turned white after washing, but at least they are clean. Unlike some people, who wear their suits neatly ironed but harbor dirty and shady plots in their hearts. You can't chase girls, not because you don't have money or looks. You guys are rotten to the core. Zhu Zian grabbed the Bluetooth speaker beside his pillow and yelled angrily. Stop quibbling here. If you have the guts, ask your girlfriend to come over here now. I want to see who is the blind one. No need to bother you. Chen Dazhuang picked up the school bag and threw it over his shoulder. The metal zipper made a crisp sound. Some people don't even deserve to be rejected, so don't even think about meeting the real owner in person. He turned and opened the door, and the morning light instantly poured into the dim bedroom. I suggest you two look in the mirror more often when you have time to see how hideous you look. Maybe it's more effective than chasing girls. Zhu Zian grabbed the scented candle on the bedside table and slammed it on the table. The citrus aroma mixed with the sound of glass hitting exploded. Chen Dazhuang, you should have some bottom line when making up stories. How could the campus beauty of Jinling University fall for a poor guy like you who has to work part-time to pay for his tuition? He loosened the collar of his silk robe, revealing a trendy necklace on his collarbone. To put it bluntly, is your annual living expenses enough to buy her half a lipstick? Sun Sijia took off his gold-rimmed glasses and wiped the lenses. The eyes behind the lenses were as cold as a venomous snake. I think you are poor and crazy and want to be famous. Do you really think that you can make us look at you in the right light by making up a lie about your girlfriend being a school beauty? He deliberately shook the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Stop daydreaming about Cinderella and wake up, you bumpkin. Even a toad that wants to eat the swan's flesh should think twice before eating it. Chen Dazhuang suddenly laughed out loud, and his laughter startled a flock of sparrows that flew past the window. He slowly adjusted the zipper of his canvas bag, the metal buckle gleaming coldly in the morning light. Mr. Zhu's logic is interesting. According to you, poor people are not worthy of dating? Or, in your eyes, love is just an accessory to the balance of your bank card? He turned to look at Sun Sijia, his eye sweeping over the Gucci belt buckle that he had deliberately exposed. As for some people, instead of spending time studying luxury logos, they should read more books. At least they will not fail to learn the most basic respect. Why are you pretending to be so noble? Zhu Zian picked up the tablet and threw it hard on the bed. Call her now if you can. Do you dare to gamble? If you lose, kneel down and apologize to us. Chen Dazhuang suddenly became quiet, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the worn areas of his schoolbag's shoulder straps. He looked up at the blue sky outside the window, and the sunlight shone through the sycamore leaves, casting tiny spots of light on his face. Arguing with you makes me look cheap. His voice was as calm as a deep pond. A summer insect cannot talk about ice, and a whale frog cannot talk about the sea. You have lived in your own golden cages for too long, and probably have forgotten that there are always people better than you and mountains better than you. After saying that, he turned around and opened the dormitory door. The morning light poured in instantly, illuminating the three figures huddled in the shadows in every detail. Zhu Zian was still shouting hysterically, Sun Sijia was blushing and ready to refute, but Chen Dazhuang had already walked into the sunlight without looking back. The rustling sound of Chen Dazhuang's canvas bag colliding with his trouser legs gradually disappeared at the end of the long corridor. Chapter 32 Chen Juanhao Pretending to Sleep Part 2. Chen Dazhuang walked out of the dormitory building helplessly. In the early morning on campus, college students out for a morning run were coming and going, full of energy, but he was sleep-deprived and felt a little sleepy. He really didn't want to share a room with those three villains in the dormitory at this moment, so as to avoid causing more unpleasantness. So I decided to find a classroom and lie down to catch up on some sleep. After searching in the huge teaching building, he found an empty classroom. Chen Dazhuang walked slowly into the classroom. The desks and chairs were neatly arranged. The sunlight shone through the window onto the desks, but it failed to dispel the boredom in his heart. He walked gently to a desk, sat down slowly, then buried his head in his arms and lay on the hard desk. Lying on the desk, feeling the coldness and hardness of the table, Chen Dazhuang's thoughts became increasingly confused. He knew very well that he would not be able to sleep well if he returned to the dormitory. As soon as they met, he would probably quarrel with the three petty-minded people in the dormitory again. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang felt annoyed. Before falling asleep, he couldn't help but complain to his system in a low voice. Why is this system so limited? In addition to getting cash back for spending with beautiful women, can't you think more about me and let me spend some money on myself? I hope this system can evolve and I can have more money. As long as I have some savings, I will live outside the school and no longer have to quarrel with these three villains in the dormitory every day. By then, I will have dinner with beautiful ladies every day, and my life will be so carefree. No need to look at these three rubbish people anymore. After Chen Dazhuang finished complaining, he didn't see any response from the system. He sighed slightly and gradually fell asleep. In the dormitory, Sun Sijia threw his phone onto the bed, sneered, and said to Zhu Ziyan, who was on the upper bunk, "Did you hear that? Chen Dazhuang just boasted that his girlfriend, a school beauty, brought him breakfast every day. Did he really think we were fools?" He pulled the brand name headphone cord around his neck. With those washed out overalls and those muddy sneakers, he can hook up with the school beauty. He's dreaming. Zhu Ziyan bit open the pull ring of the coke and didn't care that the foam splashed on the back of his hand. He came over and lowered his voice and said, "I saw it a long time ago. Ever since I saw him pulling that broken box to report for school at the beginning of the semester, I knew he was a worldly wise man. As a native of Jinling, how could we lack this or that at home? He's so good, I think he'd even order 2 more bowls of free soup from the cafeteria." "You do not say." Sun Sijia leaned against the wall, his tone full of superiority. "We are both Jinling natives, both excellent boys with good grades and good family conditions, but we both don't have girlfriends. Why would he, who just came out of the mountains, do that? Not to mention the campus belle in college, even the campus belle from our junior high school had very high standards. Would she be attracted to him?" Sun Sijia suddenly clapped his legs and laughed. "If you ask me, he probably just found a random girl in his hometown to take a photo with and came back to show off." Zhu Ziyan laughed out loud, and the coke flowed down his mouth to his chin. "If that's the case, next time he brags, we'll expose him right there and then and see if he still has the nerve to do that." The two looked at each other, and their laughter was particularly harsh in the small dormitory. Sun Sijia grabbed the tablet on the table, quickly flipped through the class group photos, and zoomed in on Chen Dazhuang's profile. Look at his tacky hairstyle, with a few hairs sticking up at the back of his head. Which school beauty can stand that? He turned the screen to Zhu Ziyan. On the first day of school, the collar of the t-shirt he wore was pilled. If you say you have a school beauty girlfriend, people will laugh their heads off. Zhu Ziyan opened the snack bag, grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth, saying vaguely, "He said his girlfriend sent him breakfast. I looked at the packaging and it was the 2 yuan plastic bag you see at the school gate." He suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "I see him playing King of Glory every day. Is the school beauty's boyfriend so unmotivated that he plays games all day? In my opinion, he is trying to get into our circle by telling lies like this. You can't even choose a reliable lie when pretending to be rich." Sun Sijia sneered and kicked off the dirty sneakers at his feet. "Any car in our family would be enough for him to work hard for half his life. If you really have a girlfriend who is a school beauty, how come you can't even afford to buy her a decent coat?" He suddenly took out his cell phone to record the video. "Next time he brags, I will record it and post it on the campus forum so that the whole school can see this joke." Zhu Ziyan leaned in front of the camera and made faces, with potato chip crumbs flying around. "I'll have thought of a title by then. Shocking. Poor student fabricates love story with rich man to attract attention." The two of them were laughing so hard that they didn't notice Chen Juanhao, who had been pretending to be asleep. Only when they saw Chen Dazhuang leaving did they open their eyes. The moment the dormitory door was pushed open by Chen Dazhuang, Chen Juanhao pulled the quilt over his head and even held his breath unconsciously. He curled up in the quilt, closed his eyes tightly and did not move at all, just pretending to be asleep. Chen Juanhao's mind kept replaying the scene he had witnessed before. The girl standing under the phoenix tree, in a fluttering white dress and with long black hair, had a gentle look in her eyes and eyebrows as she tiptoed to put the gift into Chen Dazhuang's arms. Chen Dazhuang mentioned that the girl was the school belle. Upon hearing this, Chen Juanhao completely agreed from the bottom of his heart. Look at that girl, she is beautiful and has outstanding temperament, just like a beautiful flower blooming in spring, shining among the crowd. If a girl like this cannot be called a school belle, then in Chen Juanhao's mind, he really can't think of anyone else who can deserve the title of school belle. At first, Chen Juanhao was full of doubts, and his head was like a tangled mess that he couldn't sort out. He really couldn't understand what Chen Dazhuang had done to deserve this. Not only is he short and fat, he also looks poor on weekdays. So how could he have such a beautiful school beauty as his girlfriend? And looking at the girl's appearance, she was extremely obedient to Chen Dazhuang, which made Chen Juanhao even more puzzled. Chen Juanhao is from Shanghai. He comes from a wealthy family and his family has been in business for generations. Influenced by his family, he has a very active mind and thinks very quickly. Just as he was thinking hard, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to his mind, and a bold guess came to his mind. Chen Dazhuang might be the second generation of a high-ranking official. He thought that only with such an identity could he barely explain the puzzling situation before him. After all, in his opinion, if Chen Dazhuang's family was extremely powerful, then everything seemed to make sense. Otherwise, why would such a beautiful school beauty be so obedient to Chen Dazhuang and even take the initiative to bring him breakfast? Thinking of this, Chen Juanhao felt his mind suddenly become clear, as if the fog in front of him was suddenly dispelled. Chen Juanhao knows that in this complex society, in order to present themselves as clean and honest, some families of high-ranking officials will deliberately keep a low profile or even pretend to be poor. Chapter 33 Beautiful Counselor by Uni. Aren't Chen Dazhuang's daily behaviors a perfect match for this kind of personality? When he thought of this, Chen Juanhao became more and more convinced of his speculation. He couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious and wary of Chen Dazhuang. Chen Juanhao, hiding in the quilt, unconsciously tugged at the corner of the quilt with his fingers, and cold sweat oozed out of his back. Yesterday he mocked Chen Dazhuang's sneakers for being covered in mud, but now he felt that those mud spots seemed to have turned into sharp needles. As the son of a businessman in Shanghai, he knew too well the weight of power. The image of his father apologetically smiling at the dinner table appeared in front of him, and the secret rumors of collusion between officials and businessmen rang in his ears, and Chen Juanhao's throat tightened. Maybe Chen Dazhuang is really the son of some high-ranking official who is here to experience life. He deduced wildly in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Deliberately wearing old clothes and using broken mobile phones, isn't this the behavior of honest officials in movies and TV shows? Thinking about how he had been sneering at Chen Dazhuang last night, he wanted to slap himself. From outside the bed, he could hear Sun Xizhe and Zhu Zian sneering at Chen Dazhuang. Chen Juanhao secretly laughed at the two men for being ignorant of their own danger. He bit his lower lip tightly, praying that Chen Dazhuang wouldn't notice that he was pretending to be asleep. Chen Juanhao didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Chen Dazhuang left the dormitory. Chen Juanhao lay on the bed, his thoughts tangled like a tangled mess. In fact, he knew very well that if he could shake hands and make peace with Chen Dazhuang and restore the broken relationship between them, it would most likely bring unexpected benefits to himself and the entire family. After all, if Chen Dazhuang is really the second generation of a high-ranking official as he guessed, then making friends with them would undoubtedly pave a way for myself and my family to gain broader connections and resources. However, although the idea is good, it is not easy to put it into action. If I apologize to Chen Dazhuang immediately, this change would be too abrupt. Chen Dazhuang could already imagine the awkward atmosphere in the air when he said his apology. After all, Chen Juanhao is still a college student who has not experienced much of the world. Although he is quick-witted, he has not yet developed the shamelessness of those old-timers in society. Facing such an embarrassing situation was really hard for him to bear. So, after all the hesitation, he could only pretend to be asleep. At the same time, Chen Juanhao had been secretly thinking about what appropriate time and method to use to resolve the conflict between him and Chen Dazhuang. It can achieve the purpose of repairing the relationship without embarrassing yourself too much. Sun Xizhe just picked up his phone to play for a while, and saw Chen Juanhao turned over and opened his eyes. He rushed to Chen Juanhao's bedside, and the iron bed creaked in protest. "Brother Hao, you are finally awake. Didn't you hear what the country bumpkin Chen Dazhuang said just now, boasting that his school beauty girlfriend brings him breakfast every day?" Zhu Zian jumped down from the iron bed ladder, and the coke rolled on the concrete floor with a dull thud. Chen Dazhuang's overalls have white edges from washing out, and he still says the school beauty is throwing herself at him? It's so funny. Chen Juanhao's eyes, which had just opened, widened instantly, and his fingertips pinched into his palms unconsciously. Sun Xizhe held the tablet in front of Chen Juanhao, and the photo of Chen Dazhuang on the screen was enlarged to the point where his facial features were distorted. Look at Chen Juanhao's hairstyle. There are 3 stupid hairs standing on the back of his head. Which school beauty must be blind to like him? Zhu Zian stood beside Chen Juanhao's bed, stuffing potato chips into his mouth, and the crumbs fell on the quilt. If I had known you were awake, the 3 of us, the low-profile F4, would have worked together to crush him into a sieve right on the spot. Chen Juanhao's throat tightened as he stared at the ends of Zhu Xian's hair, which had been dyed chestnut brown. The sycamore leaves rustled outside the window. He thought of the hairband of the stunningly beautiful girl that fell when she stood on tiptoe. Suddenly, he felt that Zhu Xian's exaggerated expression was very much like that of a clown on the stage. Maybe you guys misunderstood? Chen Juanhao's voice was weak. He reached for the glasses on the bedside table. The metal frame felt slightly hot between his knuckles. It's almost 9 o'clock, right? Today is our first class of the new semester. I heard we're going to talk about the credit system. What's the hurry? Sun Seizure kicked off the sneakers at his feet, revealing the limited edition AJ Flying Man logo. Brother Hao, listen to this music first. The country bumpkin Chen Dazhuang said that it was his school beauty girlfriend who sent him breakfast. But I can tell that the packaging is the 20-cent plastic bag sold at the school gate. Chen Juanhao's temples were throbbing. If Chen Dazhuang were here, he would definitely draw a clear line between himself and Sun Seizure. At this moment, he could only force out a stiff smile. Maybe they're after a rustic style? Zhu Xian suddenly came closer, and his breath smelled like potato chips sprayed on his face. Mass spectrometer style? Need it to be so simple that your sneakers get muddy? The phone screen cracked into a spider web. Chen Juanhao leaned his back against the cold iron railing, thinking of his previous guess. He didn't want to say anything more to the two of them, in case Chen Dazhuang heard it. Chen Dazhuang grabbed the textbook beside his pillow and flipped through it randomly, the pages rustling. We're really going to be late. Credits are linked to scholarships. Let's go quickly. Sun Seizure wanted to say something else, but Zhu Xian grabbed the corner of his clothes. Okay, that kid is cheap. Tonight, the three of us will get together to give him a good scolding. Zhu Xian grabbed the school bag, and the metal pendant made a crisp sound. Wait until Chen Dazhuang starts bragging again, then we'll just shoot a video and post it on the school forum. Let him embarrass the whole school. When the three of them filed out, Chen Juanhao was the last one to look back and look at Chen Dazhuang's empty bed. He suddenly felt that Chen Dazhuang's washed-out overalls hanging on the bedside exuded a kind of power. Chen Dazhuang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the early morning sunlight shone through the gaps between the mottled leaves, casting fine light and shadows on his profile. He slowly opened his eyes, his frown gradually relaxed, and he habitually raised his hand to rub his sore neck. The desk was too hard after all. When he woke up, he felt his shoulders and neck were so stiff as if they were tightly tied by invisible ropes. Chen Dazhuang straightened up and moved his arms, which were numb from sleeping on his stomach for a long time. The joints made slight, cracking sounds. The clear and melodious bird songs outside the window, mixed with the faint laughter coming from the playground, gradually dispelled my sleepiness. Chen Dazhuang took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with his breathing. The fresh air rushed into his lungs, making him instantly more awake. The moment he wanted to get up, Chen Dazhuang discovered that the sleeves of his clothes had been pressed into deep wrinkles, and the hem of his clothes was a little messy. He reached out his hand and tidied it up casually, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the puddle of saliva on the desk left when he slept. Chen Dazhuang's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a slightly self-deprecating smile. I just dreamed of myself eating high-end Japanese food, so I was drooling. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to eat private food with Shen Wenxi at noon today. It should taste better than Japanese food. Chen Dazhuang took out his cell phone and pressed the power button. The light from the screen made him squint subconsciously. When Chen Dazhuang saw the time displayed on the screen, his nerves tensed up instantly, as if someone had pushed him hard from behind. The drowsiness he had originally felt disappeared without a trace in an instant. Oh no! Chen Dazhuang exclaimed in a low voice, his voice full of anxiety. The class meeting time notified in the class group yesterday is now extremely clear in my mind, and I almost overslept. Chen Dazhuang stood up in a hurry. The chair rubbed against the ground and made a harsh sound, which was particularly abrupt in the silent classroom. Chen Dazhuang almost ran out of the classroom, his steps hurried and flustered. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the corridor, blending with the bell for class preparation coming from afar. After jogging for a while, he finally caught up with the elevator. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Chen Dazhuang's forehead and slid down his cheeks. When he finally saw the door number of the class meeting classroom, Chen Dazhuang breathed a sigh of relief. After tidying up his clothes a little, Chen Dazhuang walked into the classroom. Find women who meet the system criteria. Chapter 34 Beautiful Counselor by Yuna. The system suddenly prompted. Chen Dazhuang was surprised, and then he became happy again. There is a classmate in my class who can help me get a free meal, which makes things much more convenient in the future. Chen Dazhuang hurried into the classroom and sat down in the last row. He was the last one to enter the classroom. He sat with 3 people who lived in the same dormitory with him. The 2 villains, Zhu Xian and Sun Xizhe, looked at him with mockery when he came in. That superior man in the magic city, Chen Juanhao, glanced at him and kept his head down. Chen Dazhuang had a vague feeling that Chen Juanhao seemed to be a little afraid of him. But it must be my illusion. Chen Juanhao is so arrogant, how could he be afraid of me? But Chen Dazhuang doesn't care about these 3 villains. After he sat down, he began to look for the beauty who caused the system prompt. As soon as Chen Dazhuang raised his head, his eyes were involuntarily caught by the figure beside the podium. The morning light slanted through the glass window, casting a soft halo around the woman. She lowered her eyes and flipped through the lesson plan in her hand. When her white fingertips slid across the paper, the rustling sound of turning pages became particularly faint. The light apricot knitted cardigan hangs loosely on the woman's shoulders, outlining her slender swan neck. The woman's hair was casually tied into a low bun, with a few strands of hair hanging down naturally, like the wet brushstrokes in an ink painting. She had a pair of dewy almond eyes with slightly drooping corners. Her gaze was 3 parts bookish and 7 parts distant. She has a straight nose and lips as light as first blooming cherry blossoms. Her facial features are bright and eye-catching, but her cool and indifferent temperament gives her a contradictory yet harmonious beauty. Light blue jeans wrapped around her straight and slender legs, and the canvas shoes on her feet were stained with chalk dust. It makes her look like a talented woman from the Republic of China who walked out of the pages of an old book, with a breathtakingly calm charm lingering around her. A woman with such temperament and beauty, even if she just stands there quietly, is enough to become the most eye-catching scenery in the classroom. Chen Dazhuang's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that this was the beauty the system mentioned, but unfortunately she should be his teacher. How can you be your own dining tool? Chen Dazhuang had never thought about asking the teacher to have dinner together before. At this moment the system panel also came out. Name, Bai Yun. Age, 24. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 91. Status, healthy. Experience, 0. Favorability, 0. Oh my God! A beautiful lady with a face value of 91. Chen Dazhuang was shocked. Chen Dazhuang was not at all surprised by the numbers given by the system. In Chen Dazhuang's eyes, the woman in front of him, Bai Yun, was the most stunning and moving person he had ever seen in real life. Her beauty is no less impressive than those top female stars in the entertainment industry. After all, to Chen Dazhuang, those female stars are just images that appear on the screen. Although they are dazzling, they are ultimately separated by a screen. And Bai Yun was standing right in front of him, and the beauty that came over him was far beyond what the image on the screen could achieve. The shock it brought to Chen Dazhuang was also unparalleled. At this moment, all the students in the class were stunned by Bai Yun's stunning beauty. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The boys had different reactions. At first, they seemed to be under a spell and stared at Bai Yun blankly, their eyes full of amazement and obsession. Someone coughed awkwardly, breaking the eerie silence in the classroom. The boys, who had just woken up from a dream, realized how rude it was to stare at Bai Yun. Someone hurriedly grabbed the notebook on the table to cover his burning face. Someone pretended to bend down to pick up a pen, but accidentally knocked over a water cup. Even the few boys who tried to remain calm adjusted their sitting posture unconsciously, and the tips of their ears turned so red that they seemed to be bleeding. A boy wearing a baseball cap hurriedly placed his phone upside down on the table, and he had no time to close the camera interface that lit up on the screen. The classroom was plunged into a rustling chaos, with the sounds of rustling papers and moving tables and chairs coming one after another, but no one dared to look up. Only Chen Dazhuang stood like a motionless statue, his eyes fixed on Bai Yun's fingers as she adjusted the hem of her skirt, and he even leaned forward unconsciously. Chen Dazhuang was so focused actually because he wanted to check Bai Yun's panel information. The murmurs of voices spread across the classroom like a tide, and more eyes followed the crowd's line of sight and converged on the back row. Chen Dazhuang was completely unaware that he had become the focus and was still looking up in the direction of Bai Yun. Zhu Xian and Sun Xizhe were like sharks that smelled blood. They immediately stretched their necks and gestured to the freshman sitting next to them. Did you see that? This guy was bragging in the dormitory this morning that his girlfriend was the most beautiful girl on campus. Sun Xizhe exaggeratedly opened his arms and deliberately raised his voice. Something like the school beauty girlfriend will bring him breakfast. Now you're staring at that girl again, your saliva is about to flow onto your textbook. Zhu Xian even took out his phone and pretended to take a photo, winking at the people around him. This kind of toad wanting to eat swan meat is much more interesting than crosstalk. The discussion between the two people spread quickly like dandelion seeds. The girls in the front row covered their mouths and laughed, and several boys crossed their arms and shook their heads. Even Bai Yun, who was originally concentrating on organizing books, was startled by the commotion. She looked up and glanced around the classroom in confusion, and her eyes inadvertently met Chen Dazhuang's. Chen Dazhuang, immersed in the system panel, turned a deaf ear to the pointing and talking around him. To others, she looked more like a fool bewitched by beauty. Bai Yun frowned slightly, clenched her slender fingers into a half fist, and her knuckles hit the edge of the podium with 3 clear sounds. The whispers in the classroom seemed to be suddenly paused, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. Bai Yun lowered her eyes and tidied up the corners of the lesson plan. The loose hair at the ends of her hair swayed gently with her movements, casting a few faint shadows in the morning light. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Yun. When she spoke, her voice, which was a bit bookish, seemed to be wrapped in a layer of mist, and the ending tone rose slightly when it landed on the word Yun. I just graduated from the Chinese department of Jinling University this year. I am currently a first-year graduate student at Jinling University. I will also serve as a counselor for our food safety class in the future. Before he finished speaking, several boys in the front row straightened their backs quietly, wanting to get more attention from Bai Yun. Bai Yun flipped through the lesson plan in her hand, and chalk dust fell onto the surface of her canvas shoes as she moved. As someone who has been through this, I want to share with you some things that freshmen need to pay attention to. Her almond-shaped eye swept across the boys who were whispering to each other in the back row of the classroom. Her gaze seemed to be wrapped in a thin layer of ice, but it paused for a moment when it came into contact with a certain focused figure. First of all, the course arrangement. The core courses of our major require a solid foundation in mathematics and physics. I will post the library opening hours in the class group later. Bai Yun's fingertips slid across the lesson plan, and her voice gradually became steady. When she talked about club activities, her pale lips unconsciously curved up. Although everyone is encouraged to participate in practice, don't join blindly for the credits. Students can just pick 1 or 2 that they are really interested in. When Bai Yun closed the lesson plan, her movements were full of the rigor that only scholars have, and the pearl hairpin in her hair swayed gently as she moved. In the next 4 years, I hope to learn from you and make progress together. After saying this, Bai Yun's lips curled up into a perfect smile, her fair and slender fingers gently pressed on the teaching plan, and she took a half step back, her movements as gentle as a willow branch with dew on it. She straightened her back and bowed deeply to the audience. Her light apricot knitted cardigan slowly slid down her shoulders like petals quietly falling in spring. The thin straps highlight her delicate butterfly bones. Her fair skin glows like a pearl in the morning light, and her slender collarbone is like a crescent moon falling into a clear pond, elegant and full of temptation. The students in the front row suddenly let out an uncontrollable cry of surprise, their eyes involuntarily attracted by this sudden surprise. Bai Yun seemed unaware, and she straightened her body with a calm and unhurried movement. She raised her hand and casually draped the cardigan that had slipped off her shoulders, her movements lazy yet elegant. The falling hair brushed against her slender nose, her dewy almond eyes were filled with a cool and indifferent halo, and the bookish air lingering around her quietly concealed her sexiness. Only the classical charm of an ink painting lingers in the air. Bai Yun stood up straight, her light blue jeans perfectly outlining her straight and slender legs, her waist was slender, and her proportions were almost perfect. The morning light shone through the window onto her, enveloping her in a soft halo. Bai Yun has the freshness and naturalness of a girl next door. It also reveals a kind of elegant temperament that is otherworldly and so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off it, but they dare not look directly at it. The elegance and composure in her every gesture made her seem like a talented woman of the Republic of China who had walked out of the old times, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. Yet it is as pure as the first blossoming cherry blossoms, breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 35, Eating Private Food with Shen Wenci. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Bayun gently closed the lesson plan and held it in her arms. When she lowered her eyes, her eyelashes cast fine shadows under her eyes, and the pearl hairpin in her hair swayed slightly with her movement. The moment she turned and walked out of the classroom, the hem of her light apricot knitted cardigan brushed the edge of the podium, and the toes of her canvas shoes were still stained with chalk dust, like an inadvertent smudge of ink. The sound of footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor. Several boys pretended to pack their school bags, but their eyes were secretly following Bayun's receding back. The girl in the front row with a ponytail grabbed her friend's wrist, her voice trembling with excitement. "Her profile looks like she came out of a movie." When I was bending over to write on the blackboard just now, the skin on the back of my neck was so white that it could reflect light. Before she finished speaking, the girl with glasses quickly took out her phone, and the secretly photographed silhouette was still on the screen. "I took the picture. The shoulder and neckline is amazing, it's the ceiling of coolness." The boys walking towards the cafeteria lowered their voices and talked. The boy under the baseball cap blushed and scratched his head. "Did you notice the sound of her voice?" Although she was cold, one couldn't help wanting to hear her say a few more words. His companion beside him sneered, but couldn't hide his amazement. "It's not just the sound, I estimate those legs are at least 1.2 meters long, and they look like catwalks even when they wear canvas shoes." Behind the two of them, several girls walked past them quickly, holding textbooks. One of them bit her straw and sighed. She looked so gentle while fixing her hair, but her eyes seemed distant. This contradiction was so intriguing. Among the crowd returning to the dormitory, a boy opened the campus forum and started posting, with a picture of Bayun's silhouette with flying hair as she turned around. The title "Help! The new counselor is a stunning beauty" attracted countless replies. It didn't take long for the comment section to explode. Who would understand? The way she pushes up her glasses while teaching makes her look so bookish. I suggest that the school hang her photo in the cafeteria to ensure that everyone's appetite will be increased. When I first entered the classroom, I thought it was a new transfer student. But it turned out to be the counselor? What kind of novel is this that has come to life? Who in my family understands? When she lowered her head to write on the blackboard, the end of her hair swept across the lesson plan. I took screenshots like crazy. Help! When she looked up and made eye contact with me, I felt my heart skip a beat. Is this the legendary one-time love? I suggest that the opening ceremony be replaced with a meet and greet session for Teacher Bai. With this appearance, the skipping rate will go directly into negative territory. I really envy the food class. Who dares to be distracted when the instructor stands on the podium? Knowledge becomes sweeter. It's a shame if she doesn't become a star with this kind of looks. I suggest she debut in a Republican drama where she'll be a cool schoolgirl. I just ran into her in the cafeteria buying soy milk. Her canvas shoes were covered in chalk dust, which was so cute. Who understands? I beg Mr. Bai to teach me how to dress. I declare this light apricot cardigan plus jeans a masterpiece. I suddenly want to change my major. Seeing such a beautiful counselor every day in class will make my GPA soar. I have already set it as my phone wallpaper. This beauty is so refreshing at first glance and so fascinating at second glance. Early in the morning, Chen Dazhuang enjoyed the breakfast brought by Shen Wensi. A simple breakfast consists of only a fried dough stick, a cup of soy milk, and a tea egg. I wonder if Shen Wensi rarely prepares breakfast for boys. For a guy as big as Chen Dazhuang, the portion of this breakfast is really pitifully small. Chen Dazhuang ate this breakfast and went to class. By this time, his stomach was already growling with hunger. At this moment, as he walked towards Shen Wensi's dormitory, his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of Counselor Bayun standing on the podium just now. The scene kept playing in his mind like a movie, every detail was so clear that his heart still beat fast. Chen Dazhuang thought to himself, it turns out that such a stunningly beautiful woman like Teacher Bayun has no love experience at all. From this, we can see that she must be a girl who takes relationships very seriously and adheres to the principle of better to be alone than to be with the wrong person. Such qualities just touched Chen Dazhuang's heart and made him like Bayun even more. Deep down in his heart, he knew that Bayun was his counselor. But then he thought again, Bayun had just graduated from college and was not much older than him. Thinking in this way, Chen Dazhuang felt that he still had a great chance. Of course, at present Chen Dazhuang actually knows very little about Bayun, it can be said that he knows almost nothing. However, Chen Dazhuang has come into contact with many girls in the past few days, and he no longer blushes when he sees girls like before. During this process, Chen Dazhuang also slowly figured out some ways to get along with girls. He felt that as long as he was thick-skinned enough, generous enough, and could meet the girls' material needs as much as possible. Generally speaking, I can get along with girls happily and have fun together. Soon Chen Dazhuang arrived downstairs of Shen Wenzi's dormitory. After sending the message and waiting for a while, he saw Shen Wenzi coming down the stairs. Shen Wenzi wore a baseball cap, which she pulled down very low, and also wore a black mask that covered half of her face. The only almond-shaped eyes that were revealed were surprisingly bright, with a slightly upturned curve at the end of the eyes like a crescent moon dipped in honey, and the eyelashes cast fine shadows under the eyes. The beige knitted dress outlines the graceful waist and hip curves, and the light grey suit jacket on the outside is casually draped over the shoulders, bringing with it a faint cedar scent when walking. Shen Wenzi's exposed ankles were slender and white. She was wearing milky white canvas shoes, and even the edges of her socks looked delicate. After seeing Shen Wenzi, Chen Dazhuang looked at the panel again. Name: Shen Wenzi. Age: 20. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Appearance: 88. Status: healthy. Experience: 0. Favorability: 20. I found that except for the favorability, everything else was the same as before. Let's go. Shen Wenzi's voice was wrapped in a smile and flowed out from behind the mask. The ending tone was light and had the softness unique to a girl from the south of the Yangtze River. When the two were walking side by side, Chen Dazhuang noticed that she had a silver maple leaf hairpin in her hair. It swayed slightly with her steps, contrasting beautifully with the pearl necklace faintly visible around her neck. Shen Wenzi walked with his back straight, his slender fingers unconsciously stroking the leather strap from time to time, and the silver bracelet on his wrist making a crackling sound. This time, Shen Wenzi came alone and did not bring her best friend Du Xiaojuo, who was with her last time. This situation made Chen Dazhuang quite satisfied. Chen Dazhuang still remembers the last time he had dinner with Du Xiaojuo. Du Xiaojuo has an amazing appetite. She always eats up all the delicious food in no time. Every time a dish was served, she would devour most of it in the blink of an eye, as if she could never be full. Shen Wenzi is completely different. She has a very small appetite and always chews slowly and elegantly when eating. In this way, without Du Xiaojuo present today, most of the delicious food will naturally end up in Chen Dazhuang's own stomach. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but secretly rejoice, as if he had already seen the wonderful scene of enjoying a table full of delicious food. After crossing 2 tree-lined avenues, Shen Wenzi suddenly tilted his head. The drunken crab at Yunqi Cottage is its signature dish, but... She paused, her exposed eyes curved into crescents. Their desserts are also very good, and the sweet-scented Osmanthus wine dumplings are especially suitable for after-meal relief. Shen Wenzi's eyelashes trembled slightly when she spoke, and the naturally drooping curve at the end of her eyes made her eyes look even more gentle. Seeing Chen Dazhuang nod, Shen Wenzi raised the corners of her lips slightly under the mask. As she quickened her pace, her skirt fluttered slightly, revealing a section of her fair calves. When she passed by a convenience store, she suddenly stopped. "Would you like a soda?" Without waiting for Chen Dazhuang to answer, he reached out and took the peach soda from the freezer. The coolness on his fingertips passed through the glass bottle. "The owner of this store is from my hometown, and I always stock up on 2 cans every time I come here," Shen Wenzi said as he handed over the drink in his hand and took a bottle of lemon flavor for himself. When she tilted her head back to drink, her Adam's apple rolled gently and the lines of her neck were as smooth as a swan. Shen Wenzi is a little taller than Chen Dazhuang, and because of his tall and straight figure, he looks particularly slender. Chen Dazhuang's gaze seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread and quietly fell on Shen Wenzi. The curve of her skirt fluttered gently when she walked, just like ripples created by the spring breeze across the lake. Her slender waist swayed naturally with her steps, outlining a soft and smooth curve in the twilight. Such scenery made him feel soothed, as if the warm March sun was lingering around him, and even his steps became lighter. But the curiosity in his chest was like bamboo shoots sprouting out of the ground. Chen Dazhuang's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he tilted his head and smiled tentatively. "Shen Wenzi, why are you wearing a baseball cap and a mask?" Shen Wenzi's footsteps suddenly paused, and a hint of embarrassment appeared in her almond-shaped eyes, like a deep pool that was startled and ripples appeared. She lowered her eyes to stare at the tip of her canvas shoes, and her fingertips twisting the bag straps were faintly pink. When I was delivering breakfast to you this morning, I happened to be seen by a few seniors from the same club. She unconsciously added a soft Jiangnan accent to her voice, with a hint of annoyance. As soon as I got back to the dormitory, the news spread like wildfire, and acquaintances I met on the road all joked about wanting to attend the wedding. She raised her hand to pull her cap down a little more, her eyelashes casting an uneasy shadow under her eyes. There were more people on the road at noon, and I was really afraid of being surrounded and asked questions, so I had to wrap myself up more tightly. As Shen Wenxi spoke, he sighed softly, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the edge of the mask, like a ball of soft fur with its quills erected after being frightened. When Chen Dazhuang heard Shen Wenxi's words, he suddenly felt unhappy, as if a stone was thrown into the calm lake, causing ripples. The corners of his mouth turned down slightly and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes, but in the end he still held back and said nothing. After all, Chen Dazhuang knew very well that Shen Wenxi was just his girlfriend whom he rented for 520 yuan a day. Moreover, at present, Shen Wenxi's favorability towards him is still negative. However, Shen Wenxi and I got along quite well the few times we got along. Chen Dazhuang admires Shen Wenxi's acting skills from the bottom of his heart. In such an embarrassing situation, it seems understandable that Shen Wenxi is unwilling to admit to his friends that he is her boyfriend. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang sighed helplessly in his heart and comforted himself secretly. This is just a transaction, don't take it too seriously. Everything is just following the established rules. There are so many beautiful women in the world, there will always be someone who likes you. It doesn't matter if Shen Wenxi doesn't like me, as long as she is willing to have a big meal with me. After all, the life of being able to eat big meals every day is much better than the life of eating cold steamed buns in middle school before. Chapter 36, Eating Private Food with Shen Wenxi Part 2. The private restaurant is located in a small alley not far behind Jinling University. The two arrived quickly. The moment Chen Dazhuang pushed open the carved wooden door of Yunqi Cottage, he was enveloped by the smell of sandalwood and warm yellow light. This private restaurant hidden deep in Wutong Lane is based on Hui-style architecture. An ink and wash screen winds along the blue brick wall, and the hollow flower windows filter the shadows of the bamboo in the courtyard into flowing spots of light. The sound of stringed instruments mixed with the aroma of stewed soup wafting from the kitchen creates a touch of classical elegance among the carved beams and painted buildings. The waiter who led us to our seat was wearing a moon-white gown with a brass bell hanging from his wrist. When he stepped on the blue brick floor, only a very light ding-ling sound was made. He half bowed and led the two of them to the booth by the window. The ebony dining table was covered with a plain white linen tablecloth, and the Jingdas and Celadon tableware exuded a warm luster. The edges of the bowls and plates are painted with lotus patterns, and the end of the silver spoon has a small white magnolia flower hanging on it. Even the placemat under the bone plate is double-sided with suzhou embroidery. One side is embroidered with koi carps playing in the water, while the other side is embroidered with twin lotus flowers. The waiter in the moon-white gown bowed and took a half step back, twisting his wrist slightly, and the brass bell made a clear dingling sound. He lowered his eyes and picked up the gilded copper kettle with a long spout. As the spout of the kettle tilted, the amber tea soup fell into the blue and white teacup with lotus pattern in a silver arc. The rising hot steam, wrapped in the fragrance of roasted beans and orchids, wafted towards him. This is the first crop of chiffon Longjing tea this year, the first batch of water to wake up the tea, please wait for a moment. Before he finished speaking, the waiter took out 2 ice-cracked tea trays from a bamboo basket, and placed his fingertips 3 inches above the edge of the cup as he placed the cup firmly on the table. When the porcelain touched each other, a clear sound like jade was heard. When the second cup of tea is poured in, the emerald green tea buds stretch out gracefully in the water, just like new buds on branches in early spring. The waiter knelt on one knee and adjusted the teacup so that the warm yellow light just passed over the golden edge of the tea soup. The tea aroma is at its best right now, please have a taste. After saying this, the waiter covered his face with his wide sleeves, took 3 steps back and disappeared behind the screen, leaving only the lingering aroma of tea flowing through the carved wooden grid. When Shen Wenxi picked up the teacup, his fingertips lightly tapped the rim of the cup, and the arc of his slightly raised white wrist seemed to gather the mist and rain of the south of the Yangtze River into his sleeves. She lowered her eyes to look at the tender buds stretching out in the tea soup. Without opening her cherry lips, she lightly sniffed the rising tea fragrance. Her eyelashes cast fine shadows under her eyes, and then she took a sip. The tea flowed in her mouth, rolling slightly in her throat. When she put down the teacup, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. The most wonderful thing about this first batch of Longjing tea is the 3 ups and 3 downs. The first brew tastes fresh, the second brew tastes the rime, and the third brew gives you the real taste. Her scallion white fingers tapped the teacup lightly, her voice soft but professional. Look at this tea soup, it's clear, and the buds are standing upright. It's exactly the quality of Mingqian tea. The bin fragrance is clear at first, and the aftertaste is sweet with orchid fragrance. After swallowing, there is a slight coolness in the throat. This is the throat charm. Then he picked up the tea tray and turned the cup in front of Chen Dazhuang. There are also some particularities in drinking tea from this cup. The blue and white glaze can bring out the color of the tea soup, and the ice cracks will show golden brown lines when soaked in hot water. The more you drink, the more charming it becomes. Chen Dazhuang stared at Shen Wence's slender fingertips as she turned the teacup and listened to her poetically describing the ups and downs of Longjing tea, and couldn't help but admire her a little. At this moment, the warm yellow light in the box fell on the side of Shen Wence's face, imprinting the shadow of her eyelashes on her flushed cheeks. Even the maple leaf hairpin on the end of her hair trembled slightly with the voice. Chen Dazhuang suddenly realized that his previous definition of Shen Wence's rented girlfriend was too hasty. If he had come here alone, this restaurant with its carved beams and painted buildings would have made him feel at a loss as to what to do. Those menus inlaid with gold edges and silver spoons with jade pendants are probably like the peep shows in the market in my hometown. Although they are novel, they are difficult to understand. Just like at a banquet, people who don't know anything can only stare at the sea cucumber in a daze. Even though the table was filled with delicacies, in the end I could only swallow them whole without being able to taste the value of the ingredients. But at this moment, when Shen Wenci half leaned over and handed the teacup to him, the warm aroma of tea mixed with the scent of cedar wafted towards him. She pointed at the bud standing upright in the tea soup. It is said that this is the unique posture of Mingqian tea. Chen Dazhuang looked at Shen Wence's focused explanation and suddenly felt that this relationship maintained by money might hide something more precious than he imagined. The exquisite world that he had never set foot in was slowly unfolding before him through her eyes and brows. What Chen Dazhuang didn't know was that Shen Wenci grew up in a middle-class family, and although he had no worries about food and clothing, he generally didn't know so much about these things. It's just that under the influence of his mother, Shen Wenci has engraved the word elegance into every detail of his life. In Shen Wence's memory, weekend afternoons were often filled with a faint scent of tea. The corners of the copy of the classic of tea in my father's study were slightly curled up because I had turned them by myself. Sometimes her mother would take her to visit famous tea artists in the city. On the mahogany tea table, the white porcelain cups and purple clay teapots would collide with each other, making clear sounds. In order to master the water pouring technique of the Phoenix 3-nod tea, she practiced repeatedly in her own tea room. Even if your wrist hurts, you should keep the arc flowing smoothly. In order to distinguish the difference in aroma between Yingshan Xiaozhong and Jin Junmai, he even stayed up late to read professional journals. These seemingly useless studies are, according to my mother, compulsory courses for ladies marrying into wealthy families. It also became Shen Wence's secret expectation for his future life. At this moment in this elegant box, Shen Wence's movements of turning the teacup were natural, as if he was born immersed in the fragrance of tea. The value of Mingqian Longjing lies in its freshness. When Shen Wenci spoke, the ending tone had the softness unique to Jiangnan, but every word revealed the confidence accumulated over the years. The water temperature of this tea should be controlled at 85 degrees. If it is too high, the tea buds will be cooked, and if it is too low, the aroma will not be stimulated. Shen Wenci gently shook the teacup and observed the water marks on the wall. She told Chen Dazhuang that good tea would hang on the wall of the cup like silk, and that was the golden ring. These tea ceremony knowledge that she has acquired at her fingertips are the moat that Shen Wenci has carefully built since her teenage years. The generous education given by her middle-class family allowed her to systematically learn flower arrangement, tea art, and etiquette. Her mother's advice that vision determines the future made her realize that these seemingly pretentious skills might be the key to opening up a higher level. Whenever Shen Wenci used precise tasting terms to amaze everyone at a banquet, he felt that he was one step closer to his ideal life. The future surrounded by the fragrance of tea, silk and jewelry is quietly waiting around a corner. Chen Dazhuang stared at Shen Wence's graceful movements and picked up the teacup just like her. But his thick fingers always looked clumsy when holding the delicate teacup. Chen Dazhuang's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to the old days when he was a child in the countryside. In my memory, the wild tea served in coarse earthenware bowls always tasted astringent, with leaves swollen from soaking and floating in the boiling mountain spring water. At this moment, his fingertips touched the warm celadon cup. Looking at Chen Wen's slender fingers pinching the rim of the cup and sipping elegantly, his throat tightened and he suddenly felt a surge of vigor. When Chen Dazhuang tilted his head back and took 2 big gulps, the boiling hot tea passed through his throat, and the crisp bin fragrance mixed with the orchid fragrance exploded. Unlike the strong bitterness of the coarse tea from my hometown, this tea soup slides over the tip of my tongue with a hint of sweetness, and the aftertaste spreads up my throat like morning mist in the mountains. He smacked his lips subconsciously, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and an unprecedented soothing feeling spread through his chest. It turns out that even though it is the same tea, it can be divided into so many different realms. It smells really good. Chen Dazhuang wiped the tea that overflowed from the corner of his mouth and glanced at Chen Wen's slightly widened almond eyes. He suddenly felt that this expensive meal was no longer just something to fill his stomach. Instead, it opens a window to a new world, and even the fragrance of tea in the air becomes worth savoring. Chen Wenxi looked at Chen Dazhuang, who was tilting his head back to gulp down the tea, with a gilded copper kettle with a long spout hanging in the air. She froze in her attempt to refill the other person's tea. The first crop of Longjing tea that should have been savored carefully in the celadon cup now only had a few curled tea leaves floating at the bottom of the cup. The warm yellow light fell on the rolling Adam's apple on Chen Dazhuang's neck, and the few drops of tea splashed out, leaving dark water marks on the plain white tablecloth, which was out of tune with the elegant atmosphere around it. Doubts entangled Chen Wen's mind like spider silk. The boy in front of her, who could afford to pay her 520 yuan a day to make her his girlfriend, was holding the cup in an even rougher manner than the old man in the tea house in her hometown. In my memory, which of those suitors who sat opposite her and drank tea did not insist on 3 sips before knowing the taste? But the boy in front of me drank the expensive Mingqian Longjing tea like a cow drinking stream water, and he didn't even notice the tea stains splashed on his clothes. Chen Wenxi opened his mouth, and the words that were lingering in his throat, "Chen Dazhuang, don't you usually drink tea?" eventually turned into a faint sigh. She lowered her eyes and turned the teacup in her hand, watching the tender buds floating in the tea soup, and swallowed her doubts back into her heart. Chen Wenxi finally turned the question that was about to come out of his mouth into a faint smile. After all, in this contractual relationship with a clear price tag, some curiosity may not be worth pursuing in depth. Chen Wenx's favorability decreases by 10. Chen Dazhuang was surprised. He looked up at the panel of Chen Wenxi, who was smiling at him. Name, Chen Wenxi. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Status, healthy. Experience, 0. Favorability, 30. Chen Dazhuang looked at Chen Wenx's drooping eyelashes, which cast a butterfly-like shadow under her eyes. She was tapping the teacup with her slender fingertips, describing the 7-infusion method of brewing Longjing tea in a graceful and picturesque way. The warm yellow light passed over the pearl necklace that was faintly visible around her neck, and even the swaying of the maple leaf hairpin on the end of her hair seemed like a carefully designed rhythm. But the glaring favorability level on the panel, 30, was like a sharp blade, repeatedly reminding Chen Dazhuang of the coldness behind this joy. Chen Dazhuang's throat suddenly felt dry. Chen Wenxi was clearly smiling, her eyes and brows showed the gentleness of a Jiangnan girl, and she spoke of tea ceremony allusions with ease. But this perfect elegance sent a chill down his spine. Although the wild tea in the coarse earthenware bowl in my hometown is bitter, it has never been so shocking as it is now. The precise arc of Chen Wenx's wrist when pouring tea, the guiding words she used when explaining, and the little gesture of using the ends of her hair to cover her smile from time to time, were like a carefully choreographed script by the girl. Every detail reveals a calculation that Chen Dazhuang cannot fathom. Chen Wenxi can really make the fake look more real than the real thing. Chen Dazhuang stared at the silver spoon that Chen Wenxi used to stir the tea, watching the ripples break into thousands of stars under the light, and thought secretly in his heart. The sense of oppression that Chen Wenx's acting brought to Chen Dazhuang was far more disturbing than straightforward disgust. Chen Dazhuang felt like he was in a gorgeous puzzle. And all the sweet interactions are just bargaining chips for the other party to control the overall situation. After a while, the waiter brought the menu with a gold-plated cover in both hands. Chen Dazhuang glanced and saw that the dark pattern on the cover was a 3-dimensional cloud relief. Chen Dazhuang took the menu and turned to the inner page. The thin rice paper was printed with detailed ink and brushwork pictures of the dishes. There are several lines of annotations in small regular script next to the name of each dish, which are detailed and elegant, from the origin of the ingredients to the cooking techniques. This was the first time in Chen Dazhuang's life that he had stepped into such a fancy restaurant. The luxurious decoration and elegant atmosphere of the store made him quite dazzled. Chen Dazhuang's eyes fell on the exquisite menu, and the names of the dishes listed on it opened his eyes. For example, Huajia drunken crab with aged girl's red wine. The name alone exudes a strong sense of ancient charm and elegance. It reminds people of the plump crab soaked in mellow Huajiu wine, exuding an alluring aroma of wine. There is also crab roe lion head with truffle juice. Crab roe lion head is a traditional famous dish, but it can be paired with precious truffle juice, and I wonder what kind of wonderful taste it will have. Chen Dazhuang had never heard of these dish names, and had no idea what they meant. You should order. Chen Dazhuang smiled slightly and gently pushed the menu in his hand towards Shen Wensi. He never liked pretending to know something when he didn't. He knew that Shen Wensi pursued quality of life and must have a deep understanding of these high-end delicacies. In his heart, he already regarded Shen Wensi as his senior commentator when he tasted high-end food. After all, it is easier to get into internal friction than worrying about the girl's impression of you. Chen Dazhuang felt that it was a good feeling to use Shen Wensi to get free money from the system so that he could enjoy a feast. Shen Wensi smiled slightly and took the menu elegantly. The moment Shen Wensi lowered her eyes, the silver maple leaf hairpin on the end of her hair swayed gently, casting tiny shadows under the warm yellow light. Her slender fingertips fell on the gold-plated menu like light brushstrokes on an ink scroll, and finally stopped at the words slow-cooked marbled beef. As she lowered her head, the necklace swayed gently between her swan-like collarbones, reflecting a warm luster that contrasted with the three-dimensional cloud relief on the menu cover. The chef here is good at Huailiang cuisine. She raised her eyes, and her almond-shaped eyes curved into a gentle crescent. Shall we order a few of their signature dishes, along with some seasonal vegetables? As she spoke, Shen Wensi's eyelashes cast fine shadows under her eyes, and the slightly upturned corners of her lips carried the gracefulness unique to Jiangnan women. Chen Dazhuang nodded in agreement, and Shen Wensi closed the menu with a movement as graceful as closing an ancient fan. Drunken crab should be served chilled. She turned to the waiter, her voice ending in the soft and sticky tone unique to Jiangnan, as if she was reciting a short poem in Wu dialect. Remember to simmer the beef with rice wine for enough time, until it can be separated by a light poke with chopsticks. In addition, please bring a pot of Qingqian Biluo Chun tea, with 4 appetizers, preferably something light like crystal braised pork and Yangju pickles. As she spoke, Chen Dazhuang noticed that she enunciated each word clearly and slowly, as if she were carving a piece of fine porcelain. The waiter always maintained a standard 45-degree bow, and his voice was respectful and low when he answered. When the gilded long-spouted copper kettle was tilted, the boiling hot tea drew a silver arc in the air and was accurately poured into the celadon cup without splashing a single drop of water. Chen Dazhuang watched the tea surging in the cup. The tender green tea leaves stretched out like new buds in spring. The misty hot air carried the unique floral and fruity aroma of Biluo Chun towards his face. As the first cold dish was served, the whole dining table seemed to unfold a vivid and colorful painting. In the crescent-shaped ice cup, the drunken crab glows with an amber luster, and the crab shell is dotted with fresh basil and mint leaves, as if it were a still-life painting carefully painted by a skilled painter. The waiter gently lifted the lid of the celadon stewing pot with silver tongs. Suddenly, the rich aroma of meat and mellow wine intertwined together and turned into wisps of steam rising up. The tender marbled beef trembles in the soup. Through the translucent meat, you can vaguely see the thick sauce underneath. It is like a carefully crafted work of art, making people drunk before they even eat it. Chapter 37, Eating Private Food with Shen Wensi Part 3. When the waiter opened the celadon stew pot with silver tongs, Chen Dazhuang was almost stunned by the aroma. The amber soup wrapped around the slow-cooked marbled beef lies trembling at the bottom of the pot. The oil oozing out from between the meat grains floats on the surface of the soup like broken gold. The mellow aroma of rice wine and the fat aroma of beef twist into a hot stream that drills straight into the nasal cavity. Shen Wensi used a white jade spoon to gently cut open the flesh, and with a poke of the chopsticks, the delicate texture was revealed. The beef ribs here are made from Australian M9 Wagyu beef, stewed in 5-year-old Huajia wine for 4 hours, and the gelatin is completely dissolved in the soup. She scooped up half a spoonful of soup and handed it to Chen Dazhuang. The lotus pattern on the edge of the spoon was stained with golden soup. Look at this wall hanging. Does it look like it's wrapped in silk? Chen Dazhuang didn't care about the heat and swallowed most of the meat with a spoon. The moment the beef melts on the tip of your tongue, the richness of the fat and the sweetness of the rice wine explode, the tenderness between the tendons has a slight chewiness, and there are wisps of the fragrance of tangerine peel in the aftertaste. He smacked his lips subconsciously, swallowed the meat with his Adam's apple rolling, and even licked the soup clean along the edge of the spoon. Only when his rough fingertips rubbed the cold wall of the bowl did he realize that his eating manners were unethical. Looking at Shen Wenxi again, she was gently picking the crab meat with a silver fork, her fingertips pinching the crab claws like picking flowers, and she neatly arranged the snow-white crab meat in a ginger and vinegar dish, each piece with a transparent luster. This drunken crab uses Yangcheng Lake June yellow, which is soaked in aged Enviahong for 3 days, and then added with plum and roselle to adjust the color. If you taste the crab roe, it should be runny. As she was speaking, the crystal braised pork was served. The diamond-shaped aspic was embedded with crimson ham shreds, shining brightly in the ice cup. Chen Dazhuang picked up the aspic with bamboo chopsticks, and the aspic broke into 2 pieces. The crystal braised pork tastes cool and smooth at first, then the salty and fresh taste spreads at the root of the tongue. The oily aroma of the ham mixed with the gelatinous texture of the jelly is like holding a piece of melting amber in your mouth. Shen Wenxi picked up a small piece with a silver fork and looked at it carefully under the light. The meat for this dish is made from the crystal hoof of the pig's front leg, which is marinated with saltpeter and then boiled in a stew. The jelly sauce is mixed with Zhenjing vinegar. The emphasis is on the 4 words fragrant, crispy, fresh, and tender. As she spoke, her pearl necklace swayed slightly as she lowered her head, and the maple leaf hairpin on the end of her hair brushed the edge of the celadon bowl, causing a few ripples in the soup. What impressed Chen Dazhuang the most was the crab meat stew. The meatballs in the purple clay bowl were turned dark brown by truffle juice, with golden crab roe embedded on the top. He pressed lightly with a spoon, and the meatballs trembled like tofu, revealing the crab roe inside. For this lion's head, we need to select black pork that is 70% lean and 30% fat, and cut it into pomegranate-shaped pieces by hand. Shen Wenxi used a spoon to stir the meatballs, and immediately fine drops of oil floated in the soup. When adding crab roe, you have to use the crab roe from the crab shell. The truffles are seasonal from Yunnan. After slicing them, steam them with the meat. The freshness is locked in. Chen Dazhuang scooped up a spoonful and put it into his mouth. The tenderness of the meat, the density of the crab roe, and the unique aroma of the truffle led in his mouth and finally turned into a wisp of aftertaste that spread up his throat. He couldn't help but drink 2 spoonfuls of soup in a row. It was so hot that he gasped, but he was reluctant to put down the spoon. Shen Wenxi always maintained an elegant rhythm. When cutting crab meat, the knife and fork touched lightly without making any sound. When drinking soup, he placed the edge of the spoon against his lower lip, and even when commenting on the dishes, his fingertips only lightly touched the edge of the bowl. She pointed at the Yangju pickles on the plate. The 4 small dishes of pickled cucumbers, milk melons, shredded ginger, and pagoda vegetables were arranged like a meticulous painting. This pickle must be dried for 100 days using soy sauce from the dog days of summer. The milk melons we choose are the local and milky cucumbers from Yangju, which are so crisp and tender that you can squeeze out the juice. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of shredded ginger and put it in his mouth. A little sauce stained the corners of his lips, and he gently pressed it with an ivory napkin. His movements were more noble than when he served tea. Chen Dazhuang watched her cut a piece of marbled beef into 4 small pieces, chewing each piece carefully with the soup, and suddenly felt that the dish in front of him was no longer a simple meal. The aroma of huajia wine embedded in the crab meat, the tangerine peel crumbs dissolved in the soup, and the natural texture on the truffle slices all became stories in Shen Wenxi's explanation. He followed her example, scooping up the soup from the lion's head with a spoon and slowly holding it in his mouth. He could actually taste the faint aroma of rice in the meat that was the aroma that seeped in from the steamer cloth. At this moment, the warm yellow light fell on the dining table, casting the shadows of the 2 people on the Suzhou embroidery placemat. One was eating roughly, and the other was savoring the food slowly and delicately. There was a different kind of harmony. When Shen Wenxi used a silver fork to push the last piece of crystal braised pork to the edge of the dish, and his fingertips drew a half arc under the light, Chen Dazhuang was staring at the empty purple clay bowl in a daze. He had eaten up all the soup from the bowl of crab meat and rice. His stomach felt warm at the moment, but he still felt like something was missing. He wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, looked up and saw Shen Wenxi arranging the Yangju pickles into neat little piles with ivory chopsticks, and suddenly realized that the rice in his bowl had already been emptied. "Would you like to order anything else?" Shen Wenxi raised her eyes, her eyelashes casting butterfly wing-like shadows under her eyes, and her tone was gentle. Chen Dazhuang touched his stomach and laughed gruffly. The dishes you recommended are too delicate and won't fill my stomach. How about a real staple food? Shen Wenxi raised her eyebrows, and the maple leaf hairpin on the end of her hair trembled with her movements. The Jitu rice sweet wine glutinous rice here is a specialty. It uses Jitu rice from Nandang, Suzhou, and paired with homemade Osman thus sweet wine. As she spoke, her slender fingertips tapped the word siamai on the menu. The siamai wrapper should be rolled into a lotus leaf shape, and glutinous rice, shrimp, and diced pork belly are stuffed inside. When steaming, pine needles should be used as padding to give it a hint of herbal fragrance. Okay, let's order this. Chen Dazhuang nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, the celadon steamer was served on the table. The moment the lid was opened, the sweet fragrance of Osman thus mixed with the hot steam of glutinous rice hit my face. The siu mai stands on pine needles, and the lotus leaf edge on the top is translucent, through which you can see the orange-red shrimp and dark brown diced meat inside. Chen Dazhuang didn't care about the heat and picked up one with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the siu mai skin bursts between the teeth, the slight intoxication of sweet wine wrapped in the chewy chicken head rice explodes on the tip of the tongue. The glutinous rice absorbs the fresh fragrance of the gravy, the sweetness of the shrimp and the fat of the pork belly blend perfectly, and there is a faint scent of Osman thus in the aftertaste. He swallowed one in a few bites, and picked up the second one impatiently. Oil stains dripped through his fingers onto the white tablecloth, but he was completely unaware. Eat slowly, it's hot. Shen Wenxi handed over the warm tea, his eye swept over his bulging cheeks, with an imperceptible helplessness in his tone. She used a silver fork to gently split the siu mai, picked out a chicken head rice and examined it carefully. Look at this chicken head rice. It has to be freshly peeled to be soft and sticky. The dried ones won't have this taste. The sweet wine uses Taihu glutinous rice, and golden Osman thus honey is added during fermentation, so it is sweet but not greasy. As she spoke, her pearl necklace slid down to the hollow of her collarbone as she lowered her head. Her voice was soft but professional. The siamai wrapper must be rolled until it is translucent and has to be tough, otherwise it will break when steamed. This craft cannot be mastered without 10 years of experience. Chen Dazhuang nodded as he ate. When he finished the third steamed bun, the emptiness in his stomach was filled with the warm glutinous rice, and the sweet taste of sweet wine still lingered on his tongue. He watched Shen Wenxi cut the siu mai skin into small pieces with a silver fork, chewing each bite slowly, even gently brushing off the debris on the pine needles. He suddenly felt that the way she was explaining the ingredients at this moment was more attractive than ever. Those details about the origin of chicken head rice, the fermentation time of sweet wine, and the method of rolling siu mai skin sounded like love poems when she spoke them. Although the red number, favorability, 30, on the panel was still glaring, Chen Dazhuang stared at Shen Wenxi's slender fingertips turning the silver fork, and looked at her shining almond eyes when she was explaining, and his heart couldn't help but be moved. He thought of the wild tea in the coarse porcelain bowl in his hometown, and looked at the basket of steamed dumplings in front of him that were steamed with pine needles and wrapped in sweet wine. He suddenly realized that what Shen Wenxi showed was not only exquisiteness, but also a dimension of life that he had never touched before. This xiaomai is absolutely amazing. He wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, and sighed with satisfaction. How do you know so much? Shen Wenxi paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. The maple leaf hairpin on the end of her hair hid the complex emotions that flashed across her eyes. My family just likes to study these things. She put down her silver fork, picked up the teacup and sipped it gently. The tea is getting cold. Can you have another brew? Chen Dazhuang looked at the butterfly wing-like shadows cast by her eyelashes under her eyes when she lowered her eyes, and the luster of the light flowing on the pearl necklace around her neck, and suddenly he felt an unprecedented determination. He wiped his hands with a tissue, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement, and a voice in his heart shouted louder and louder, he will definitely pursue this girl. Even if the favorability is negative now, even if their beginning smells of money. But Chen Dazhuang wanted to show Shen Wenxi that delicate tea could be brewed in a coarse earthenware bowl, just like his hands, which could learn to gently hold the teacup she handed over. At this moment, the last trace of heat in the steamer dissipated in the warm yellow light, but a seed quietly sprouted in Chen Dazhuang's heart. He must make this beautiful and elegant girl fall in love with him sincerely. After they had their fill, the waiter bowed and handed over the gold-stamped bill, and quietly read out the total amount for the two of them. Sir, the total is 6,586 yuan. At that time, Chen Dazhuang was chatting with Shen Wensi. He was talking to Shen Wensi about the interesting experience of fishing for crabs in the pond in his hometown when he was a child. Seeing the waiter coming, Chen Dazhuang casually took out his ICBC card from his trouser pocket and threw it onto the edge of the table. As the card brushed against the Suzhou embroidered placemat, he was also showing Shen Wensi the best arc for the fishing rod when fishing. Chen Dazhuang told the waiter, "The single transaction limit of my card is 2,000 yuan. Please swipe it in 3 or 4 times." The tone was as casual as saying add a pair of chopsticks, as if the price on the bill was just a fraction of what he would have bought from the street. Even the wrinkles on Chen Dazhuang's eyes from smiling didn't wrinkle a bit more because of the nearly 7,000 yuan spent. Shen Wensi lowered his eyes and stirred the teacup, but his eyes were involuntarily fixed on Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang was indeed fat and not good looking. His sleeves were still stained with oil stains from eating. But when he casually threw the bank card on the edge of the table and his fingertips casually ran across the silver lines on the card, that moment of sharpness made Shen Wensi's heart tremble inexplicably. Although his fingers were fat, his movements were strangely smooth, as if he was playing with an ordinary little object rather than a bill worth thousands of dollars. The warm yellow light outlined the fat profile of Chen Dazhuang. His jawline was slightly tense because of speaking, revealing a toughness that was rarely seen in normal times. He casually instructed to split the bill and swipe the card with an unquestionable tone of mind, without any of the embarrassment or boasting that other students would have when faced with a high bill. That calm attitude of money is just a number attracted Shen Wensi's attention like a magnet. This is completely different from her impression of those boys who deliberately show off or are petty. It is a kind of calmness that comes from the bottom of his heart. Shen Wensi suddenly felt that at this moment, Chen Dazhuang seemed to be covered with a layer of light. When the waiter bowed and left, Chen Dazhuang just turned his head, with smile lines at the corners of his eyes. Shen Wensi lowered his head in a hurry, but his fingertips unconsciously clenched the tea tray. She remembered how casual he was when he threw the card just now, and how honest he was when he talked about crab fishing. The two completely different temperaments blended wonderfully in him, creating an indescribable attraction. It was not his handsomeness in appearance, but his control over money and occasions, a real power that she had never seen in those carefully groomed suitors. Shen Wensi's heart was beating softly in her chest. For the first time, she discovered that a man's demeanor when paying the bill could be so moving. It's not the ostentatious spending, but the nonchalant attitude towards consumption, as if 800 yuan is just change in the pocket. This kind of nobleness was hidden in his rough movements and in his nonchalant tone, making her feel inexplicably pleasing when she saw his back as he took out his phone to watch videos. The tea tray on Shen Wensi's fingertips gradually became hot, and she was shocked to realize that she was a little distracted. This fat guy, who she always mistook for a poor student from the country, now made her feel a ripple of heartbeat under the warm yellow light. Shen Wensi felt that Chen Dazhuang was not pretending to be wealthy, but was almost numb and calm about the numbers. Even the beads of sweat oozing from his forehead revealed his relaxation that it's just a few $1,000s. When the waiter left with the POS machine, Chen Dazhuang was taking out his mobile phone to watch short videos. His stubby fingers swiped across the screen quickly, and there were still grains of rice hanging from the corners of his mouth. But Shen Wensi stared at the sweat-soaked collar on the back of his neck and suddenly remembered what his mother had said. The real wealth is hidden in the details. It's about the control of money, not the style of spending it lavishly. Could this card with a single time limit of 2,000 be a shackle deliberately set up by the family behind Chen Dazhuang? It's like putting an exquisite bridle on a runaway horse, which neither allows Chen Dazhuang to be too conspicuous on campus, nor leaves enough room for decent consumption. Shen Wensi's fingertips unconsciously stroked the necklace, thinking of the high-end restaurants in the past 2 days, the sushi made by the god of sushi himself, the yellow rice in the private restaurant. If Chen Dazhuang really came from a family that needed to hide their wealth, would it be like throwing a stone into a calm lake if I took him to exquisite dinners every day? Will Chen Dazhuang's parents see clues from her spending records and think of her as a dodder trying to cling to the rich? The remaining tea in the cup in front of Shen Wensi created tiny ripples, reflecting the image of Chen Dazhuang tilting his head back to drink up the remaining tea. He was too lazy to even use a coaster and directly poured the tea from the ice-cracked teacup into his mouth. The arc of his Adam's apple rolling was very much like the windlass at the entrance of his hometown village. But when Shen Wensi looked at his lips wet with tea, he felt for the first time that there was some real power hidden in this rough posture. Perhaps compared to those suitors who use brand names to show their elegance, this fat man who can spend a $6,000 bill like pocket money is her key to peek into another world. But will this key eventually open a door full of thorns? Shen Wenxi lowered her eyelashes and swallowed all her unspoken doubts into the aftertaste of Biluo Chun. But suddenly a system prompt rang in Chen Dazhuang's ears. Shen Wenxi's favorability increases by 20. Chapter 38, Taking Shen Wenxi shopping. After leaving the stylish private restaurant, Chen Dazhuang's eyes inadvertently swept across the system panel. When he heard that Shen Wenxi's favorability value had risen by 20 points, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and an indescribable joy surged in his heart. Of course, Chen Dazhuang also clearly saw that despite this wave of improvements, Shen Wenxi's favorability towards him still remained at 10. Chen Dazhuang frowned slightly, his heart full of doubts. He really couldn't understand why Shen Wenxi's favorability had inexplicably dropped by 10 points while they were eating private dishes together. How come it suddenly jumped up 20 points like on a roller coaster? The changing curve of Shen Wenxi's favorability was like an electrocardiogram with no apparent pattern, which left him confused. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Chen Dazhuang doesn't like to dwell on these trivial things. Chen Dazhuang knew in his heart that he was fat and not very handsome, and his appearance was not attractive to girls. The biggest advantage he had in pursuing Shen Wenxi was that he was not stingy with spending money on girls. In this real world, material contributions can sometimes indeed bring men and women closer together. Shen Wenxi was extremely beautiful. Not only was her face as delicate as a carefully crafted work of art, but she also exuded a unique temperament in her every move. Moreover, Shen Wenxi knows a lot of things, whether it is poetry or fashion trends, he can always talk about it in detail. Another crucial point is that Shen Wenxi is very clean and has no emotional experience. In addition, with Chen Dazhuang being with her, her quality of life can be significantly improved. After all, when the two of them were eating and playing together, the system would think that they were spending money on Shen Wenxi, but Chen Dazhuang also ate, drank and played in the middle, and he enjoyed it very much. So Chen Dazhuang secretly made up his mind that he would try harder today no matter what, and try to raise Shen Wenxi's favorability to a positive number. Coincidentally, Shen Wenxi had no classes scheduled this afternoon, and as a freshman, Chen Dazhuang also had a lot of free time in the afternoon, with plenty of time to kill. Although Chen Dazhuang doesn't interact much with girls on a daily basis, he has limited knowledge of girls' preferences. But in his inherent impression, all girls have a special liking for shopping for clothes. He recalled the several times he had met Shen Wenxi before. She wore different beautiful clothes every time, and there were probably too many clothes in her closet to count. But Chen Dazhuang also knows that for women, there is never too much clothes, and no matter how many clothes they have, they cannot satisfy their pursuit of beauty. After thinking for a while, Chen Dazhuang suggested to Shen Wenxi, we have nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. I have never been to Jinling. Can you take me around? In return, I can buy you any clothes or bags you want. When Shen Wenxi heard Chen Dazhuang's proposal, he thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. In her eyes, Chen Dazhuang looked low-key and ordinary, even a little rustic. But he was quite generous when spending money with her, and his lavishness was something that none of Shen Wenxi's suitors could match. Although Shen Wenxi's previous suitors had taken her to many high-end restaurants, it was only occasionally. It is impossible to have a big meal every time like Chen Dazhuang. Going to a fancy restaurant is like going to a roadside shop. She couldn't help but guess that Chen Dazhuang was most likely from a large family, but he had a very strict upbringing, so he looked so low-key. Shen Wenxi has always had a dream in her heart, which is to marry into a wealthy family and live a wealthy life from then on. At this moment, she felt that Chen Dazhuang might be the person who could help her realize her dream. My mother said that the real wealthy families are all hidden deep. Just like this fat boy, he can obviously make the bill of a private restaurant look like it's from a roadside stall, but he insists on wearing street stall clothes to pretend to be poor. So, she secretly decided to get along seriously with Chen Dazhuang. Try to see Chen Dazhuang's true background clearly during the process of getting along with him, and don't miss this opportunity that may change her destiny. Going shopping in the mall can allow you to further see Chen Dazhuang's strength. The afternoon sun is shining brightly. Shen Wenxi gathered her hair, ran her fingertips over the metal pattern of the maple leaf hairpin, and said to Chen Dazhuang, then let's go to Deji Plaza. There are some limited edition items for the new season. Shen Wenxi spoke in a normal tone, as if saying let's go to the school gate and buy a cup of milk tea, but she observed Chen Dazhuang's reaction calmly. This was really Chen Dazhuang's first time in Jinling. He had never heard of it, nor did he know that Deji Plaza was the most eye-catching luxury landmark in Jinling City, with a glass curtain wall so bright that it could reflect people's shadows. The mall includes many international first-line luxury brands such as Chanel, LV, Hermes, Dior, etc., and more than 95% of the first-line luxury brands have settled in. In recent years, the sales of Deji Plaza have been rising year by year. It is a phenomenal high-end luxury shopping mall in China, second only to Beijing SKP, and can be regarded as the ceiling of consumption in the country. However, Chen Dazhuang knew that the consumption in Deji Plaza was high, but it was no big deal. Anyway, any consumption system given to Shen Wenxi can be returned to him. It just requires the cashiers to swipe the card a few more times. Because of the sensible female anchor Adana. Now Chen Dazhuang has sufficient funds, it is no longer 1500, but 2020. So Chen Dazhuang said easily, "Okay, I have never been to Deji Plaza, Shen Wenxi, you lead the way." When Chen Dazhuang took out his mobile phone to call a taxi, his fingertips moved quickly across the screen and he directly selected the high-end business car option in the taxi app. When the page popped up the message estimated fare, 258 yuan, Chen Dazhuang felt it was a bit expensive. After all, Chen Dazhuang thought that it was less than 10 kilometers from their school to Deji Plaza. However, Chen Dazhuang's fingertips only paused on the screen for half a second, as casually as crossing out an ordinary dish on the menu, and his fingertips lightly pressed the screen to confirm the order. The action was so natural that it seemed as if the 3-digit fare was just a piece of cigarette ash that was flicked away. Chen Dazhuang felt that the fare should be refunded. After all, it was used to buy clothes for Shen Wenxi. "I think so." "Of course you can. I believe in you, the system, you will definitely be able to tell the difference." The black car stopped in front of Deji Plaza, and Chen Dazhuang paid the fare of 264 yuan using his mobile phone. Then Chen Dazhuang waited nervously for the system prompt. After all, his 2020 capital was quite important. A few seconds later, when Chen Dazhuang was opening the car door, the system prompt came. The host spent 264 yuan on Shen Wenxi and was given 264 yuan back. Chen Dazhuang's slightly uneasy heart immediately calmed down. "I feel like there is nothing in the world that can stop me anymore. I am so awesome with the system." Chapter 39, Taking Shen Wenxi Shopping too. Chen Dazhuang's shoulders slumped as he and Shen Wenxi walked into Deji Plaza, as casually as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. The moment the automatic door opens, warm golden light wrapped in fragrance rushes towards you. The crystal chandelier covering the entire wall of the first floor was reflecting light like broken diamonds. The crocodile leather platinum bag in the Hermes window glows glossy under the spotlight. A waiter in a tuxedo was bending over to push open the carved glass door of the watch counter for the guests. Even the floor tiles were made of Carrara white marble imported from Italy, and they were mirror clear. Chen Dazhuang walked beside them with one hand in his pocket, looking at the professional smiles of the salesgirls and the diamond ring sparkling on the customer's fingertips without even raising his eyelids, as if those watches costing 6 figures were just cabbages in the vegetable market. However, Shen Wenxi beside him attracted several inadvertent glances from customers and salespeople. When Shen Wenxi turned his head to listen to what Chen Dazhuang was saying, his jawline was as sharp as if it had been carved with a carving knife, and his nose cast a delicate shadow under the light. Her palm-sized face was bare of makeup, but her brow bones were full, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and her eyelashes were like butterfly wings covered with morning dew. When she blinked, even the small light brown mole at the corner of her eye trembled. Shen Wenxi has a thin but curvy figure. Standing in the mall, the lines of her shoulders and neck are as straight as a jade hairpin. Even the few strands of hair that casually fell on Shen Wenxi revealed the lazy and noble air of someone who treated a luxury brand store as his own living room. When the two passed by the LV counter, a lady carrying a Chanel CF bag couldn't help but take a few more glances. The lady's gaze stayed on Shen Wenxi's overly delicate facial features for 2 seconds, then she glanced at Chen Dazhuang's washed-out trousers calmly, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. After all, in this land full of custom-made suits and haute couture gowns, there aren't many men who can wear a $100 t-shirt and look casual. But the girl standing next to Chen Dazhuang was so beautiful that she looked like she had just walked out of a fashion magazine, and even the air was brighter. Chen Dazhuang looked at the old flower pattern at the LV counter and didn't feel anything. He thought it was just any fancy-looking brand in the mall and didn't recognize the gold-plated LV logo next to the revolving door at all. Shen Wenxi beside him slowed down his pace, his eye seemed to be caught by the denim bucket bag displayed in the window, and his fingertips gently stroked the strap of his canvas bag. The checkered pattern on the bag glowed softly under the spotlight, and the metal buckle reflected fine light. Shen Wence's slender neck slightly raised and lowered, her velvety skin glowing under the light, and the small light brown mole at the end of her eye trembled slightly as her eyes lowered, like morning dew that accidentally fell on the wings of a butterfly. When Shen Wence's eye swept across the LV window, her dense eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and the desire surging in her eyes turned into stars and fell into the depths of her pupils. Shen Wence's fingertips were still on the window glass. The cold touch felt through a layer of light, like touching an unattainable dream. She has seen Dior lipsticks and Chanel perfumes given to her by her suitors, and even a rich second-generation man waiting for her downstairs of the dormitory with a Gucci scarf in his hand. Those beautifully packaged gift boxes once amazed her roommates, but she always felt like something was missing when she opened them. Until this moment, when the warm light flowing from the LV monogram canvas reflected in her eyes, she suddenly understood. Those scattered luxury items were like stars scattered in the night sky, but this bag priced at 86,000 renminbi was the moon that she, as a college student, could not reach even if she stood on tiptoe. It felt like a light feather was brushing across her throat, and she subconsciously pursed her lips looking a natural pink on her plain face. Recalling the YSL chain bag given to her by a boy from the same department last week, when she declined it with a smile, the boy said boastfully, "This bag is actually not expensive, it's just half a month's living expenses for me. But the Neverfull in front of me is enough to buy dozens of such bags." The price of this bag would require her to work for half a year after graduation and go without food and drink to be able to afford it. The eyelashes cast tiny shadows under the eyelids, and the ends of Shen Wence's hair brushed the window when she turned around. That bit of desire was quietly rubbed into the curlers, like hiding a piece of spring snow that refused to melt. Like? Chen Dazhuang's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Shen Wence was startled and came back to his senses, his fingertips clenching the corner of his clothes in panic. She was about to shake her head, but she noticed that Chen Dazhuang had already noticed the way she was staring at the bag. Although Chen Dazhuang's emotional intelligence is not high, he can certainly see from Shen Wence's expression that she wants it so much. "Go pick one." He raised his chin towards the counter, and his tone was as casual as if he was saying, "Let's have a bowl of beef noodles today." Shen Wence's favorability increased by 10. Shen Wence was deeply moved and felt that Chen Dazhuang was not fat at all at this moment, but rather quite handsome. Chen Dazhuang was happy in his heart that Shen Wence's favorability was finally not negative. As the sound of the salesgirl's high-heeled footsteps approached from afar, Shen Wence's fingertips were still hovering above the strap of the Neverfull bag, as if she had touched a ball of hot moonlight. She stared at 3 bags of the same style in different sizes in the display case. The medium size was just enough to hold her textbooks and sketchbooks. The caramel-colored cowhide bag has a beeswax-like luster, and the stitching condenses into fine silver lines under the light. Even the tassels hanging from the metal buckle are exquisite. This was the look she had repeatedly depicted on the color pages of fashion magazines, and now she was actually lying on the velvet cushion. That 86,000 on the price tag looked like gold powder written on thin ice, which was dazzling but also made her afraid of shattering the illusion. Shen Wence almost held his breath as he picked up the bag. The texture of the cowhide felt warm through his fingertips. It was lighter than he had imagined, yet as heavy as a pounding heart. The salesgirl softly introduced, "This is a classic old flower model, and it is very valuable." Shen Wence's fingertips stroked the gold-plated logo on the inside of the bag. The curve of the letters was exactly the same as the one she had copied thousands of times. The excitement bubbled up from the bottom of my heart, and even my earlobes turned a thin layer of pink. When she turned around and gestured in front of the mirror, the bag swayed slightly with the movement, and the old flower pattern shattered into flowing spots of light in the mirror, making her eyes sparkle. This is not a cold picture in a magazine, but an object that can really be slung over her shoulders and warmed by her body temperature. When the salesgirl asked, "Miss, do you want to try the capacity of the lining?" she realized that her fingertips were shaking. Shen Wence saw Chen Dazhuang leaning against the counter playing with his mobile phone. His profile looked a little nonchalant under the light of the luxury goods store, but she still couldn't help but look back at him. Shen Wence couldn't hide the joy in his eyes, like a child who had stolen candy. The price tag of 86,000 was no longer thin ice, but rather like a lit firework, exploding into brilliant stars in her chest. Even Shen Wence's breathing carried a luxurious sweetness, as if as long as she carried this bag, she could step out of the canvas shoes era of the campus and step into a bizarre world that she once thought was out of reach. Shen Wence's favorability increased by 10. While Shen Wence was choosing a bag, Chen Dazhuang was chatting with the beautiful game partner Su Su, and they made an appointment to play Honor of Kings together in the evening. Hearing that Shen Wence's favorability had increased by another 10, Chen Dazhuang sighed. Buying bags for women is useful. Please help me swipe the card. The single transaction limit is 2,000. Chen Dazhuang put the card on the counter without any hesitation in his tone. The salesgirl took the card with a typical smile, but her mood was quite complicated. On the one hand, she was in real pain because the single transaction limit of 2,000 yuan forced her to swipe her card repeatedly. Every time she swiped the card, she had to re-enter the amount and check the information. The cumbersome process made her hand sore and she felt helpless. But on the other hand, she felt happy because the amount of money spent on this order was quite considerable. According to the store's commission rules, she will get a very generous commission after completing this order. When she thought of the bonus at the end of the month, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The salesgirl looked at Shen Wenci, her eyes full of envy. Shen Wenci is so young and beautiful, and she has found a boyfriend as generous as Chen Dazhuang. The salesgirl guessed that Chen Dazhuang must have been born into a large family, and that his elders must have set a single transaction limit for his spending for some reason. But even so, there is plenty of money in the other person's bank card, so even if he swipes the card a few more times, it will not be a problem for Chen Dazhuang. It's just a pity for the frontline service staff, who have to deal with the tedious card swiping process over and over again. When the notification tone for the 43rd successful transaction finally sounded, the salesgirl breathed a sigh of relief, her hand shaking a little as she handed over the receipt. After the salesgirl finally completed the tedious checkout process, a happy smile instantly broke out on Shen Wence's face. That smile was like a beautiful flower blooming in spring, bright and radiant, as if the bright lights of the entire LV counter had become her foil at this moment. The corners of Shen Wence's mouth were slightly raised at just the right angle, and his exposed white teeth sparkled like pearls under the light. His eyes were full of joy and satisfaction, as if they contained thousands of stars. She was so dazzling that even the beautiful LV salesgirl who was used to fashion and beauty couldn't help but look at her a few more times. A hint of envy flashed in the salesgirl's eyes, and she secretly sighed in her heart at Shen Wence's good luck to have such a generous boyfriend who spent generously on her. And Shen Wenci was immersed in this joy and couldn't extricate himself. So she took the initiative to reach out her hand for the first time, gently holding Chen Dazhuang's arm, and playfully hooked her fingers around Chen Dazhuang's hand. Chen Dazhuang only felt a current instantly spreading from his arm throughout his body, and his heart trembled violently. This was the first time in his life that he held a girl's hand at such a close distance. Chen Dazhuang felt that Shen Wence's hands were cool and refreshing. The moment he touched them, it was as if a stream of clear spring water flowed through his heart, dispelling the heat in his heart. Not only that, Shen Wence's hands were as smooth as fine silk, and the delicate touch made Chen Dazhuang a little overwhelmed. At this moment, his heart seemed to be filled with mixed feelings, with happiness and nervousness intertwined. What made him happy was the change in Shen Wence's attitude towards him. This close contact made him feel that their relationship seemed to have made a qualitative leap. He was nervous because he had never experienced such a scene before. Facing such a beautiful and elegant girl like Shen Wenci, Chen Dazhuang's palms were slightly sweaty and his heart beat faster involuntarily, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. The two of them slowly left the LV counter amid the envious or curious gazes of the salesgirls around them. Excited, Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but check Shen Wence's system information. Name, Shen Wenci. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Status, healthy. Experience, 0. Favorability, 10. Chapter 40 Taking Shen Wenci Shopping 3. When Chen Dazhuang followed Shen Wenci into the women's clothing section of the building, the cashmere carpet under their feet absorbed all the sounds of their footsteps. The air is filled with the scent of white tea, and the walls are painted in low-saturation Morandi colors. The silk dress on the model in front of the floor-length mirror swayed gently in the air from the air conditioner, and the 5-digit price tag on the tag looked like an exquisite medal. Shen Wenci stopped in front of the Max Mara camel coat, and his fingertips touched the texture of the double-faced wool. The material is as soft as crushed clouds, the stitching is so dense that you can't see the stitches, and even the buttons are made of hand-polished ox horn. She subconsciously turned around to look at Chen Dazhuang, only to see him staring at the crocodile leather belt in the display case next to him, his eyes looking like he was studying the eels in the vegetable market in his hometown. If you like it, why not try it? Chen Dazhuang tugged at the hem of the coat, his movements as casual as if he was picking up a discounted quilt in a supermarket. The salesgirl immediately stepped forward in her 3-inch high heels, her smile warmer than the light in the window. "Miss, you have a good eye. This is our new autumn and winter style, 100% Australian wool." When Shenwensi entered the fitting room, his fingers were still stroking the edge of the hem of her clothes. The reflection in the mirror made her stunned. The camel-colored coat made her skin look like warm jade, the straight shoulder line supported her figure, and the hem just dropped to her knees, making her 172 centimeters height look even more slender. When Shenwensi turned around, the hem of his clothes drew a smooth arc. The unique luster of cashmere glows warmly under the light, and even the hidden slimming design at the back waist fits like a second skin. "Nice." Chen Dazhuang leaned against the door of the fitting room, playing with his mobile phone, and said without raising his head. But when Shenwensi saw the game character flashing on his lock screen, his fingers were swiping randomly on the screen, and he was obviously absent-minded. The saleslady made up for it. "Sir, you have good taste. Your girlfriend looks slim and has a more charming look in this coat. Pair it with our pearl necklace." The next half hour was like a high-speed fashion show. Shenwensi changed into a white lace dress from Chloe. When the edge of the neckline brushed across her collarbone, Chen Dazhuang suddenly put his phone in his trouser pocket and reached out to straighten her crooked belt. The movement was as clumsy as bundling firewood, but it made Shenwensi's ears instantly hot. When the lace skirt swept past her ankles, Shenwensi saw the 26,800 on the price tag and couldn't help but think of the dozens of fast-moving consumer goods worth hundreds of yuan in her closet. The most dramatic was the red dress by Valentino. When Shenwensi walked out of the fitting room wrapped in satin, Chen Dazhuang was playing with a golden shovel. The moment Chen Dazhuang looked up, he was stunned. The deep V-neck of the red dress outlined Shenwensi's delicate clavicle, and the fishtail skirt wraps around her curves. Even the sound of the skirt sweeping across the ground when she walks sounds like the whispers of silk rubbing against each other. When Shenwensi turned around, the bow on her back fell to her waist, making her swan neck look even more slender. "This one." Chen Dazhuang's voice was a little hoarse, and he slammed the card directly on the counter. So for the next 10 minutes, the card machine at the cash register kept beeping. Shenwensi stood aside holding her coat and skirt, watching the salesgirl swipe her card for the 18th time. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "How about, we buy 2 first?" Chen Dazhuang instructed the salesgirl, "Pack them all for me." He pointed at the lace dress and camel coat, and glanced at the silk shirt in the display case next to it, "And that white one, take it too." Shenwensi's favorability increased by 10. When walking out of the women's clothing store, Chen Dazhuang was holding 3 paper bags with the brand logo in each hand, and his arms were sore from the weight of the bags. Shenwensi wanted to help, but Chen Dazhuang dodged him. "Let me do it, Shenwensi, it's inconvenient for you to wear a skirt." The setting sun shone through the glass curtain wall of the shopping mall, giving the two of them a golden edge. Shenwensi looked at the red marks on Chen Dazhuang's wrist left by the paper bag. Suddenly I noticed that the cuffs of Chen Dazhuang's washed-out t-shirt were frayed, which did not match the shopping bags in his hands with gold-plated logos. Shenwensi glanced at his washed-out overalls again, and finally couldn't help but stop at the elevator entrance. She put the Valentino paper bag in her arms aside, looked at Chen Dazhuang and said, "Chen Dazhuang, why don't you buy 2 for yourself? I just passed by Burberry and I think that plaid shirt suits you very well." Chen Dazhuang paused after hearing this. He looked up and saw his image reflected in the elevator mirror in front of him. My hair was a little messy and I was wearing a t-shirt that had been washed to a bleached look. Compared to Shenwensi, who was carrying a luxury paper bag and wearing exquisite clothes, he looked like he had just come in from a stroll at the vegetable market. "My clothes are pretty good." Chen Dazhuang tugged at the corner of his clothes and said stubbornly, "It's pure cotton and breathable. There's no need to change it. I am a grown man, and I just want clothes that are wearable, not brands." Chen Dazhuang was feeling helpless at this moment. He seemed to have 1,000 words in his mind, but he didn't know where to start. He could only complain inwardly. Doesn't he also want to buy himself a few pieces of clothes that he likes? Looking at the clothes with novel styles and high quality in the mall, he was really envious. Unfortunately, this system has extremely strict rules. If he spends money on buying clothes for himself, the system will not reimburse him at all. This means that every expense on his clothing consumption has to be squeezed out of his not-so-among his kind budget in 2020. Chen Dazhuang didn't want to be like this. After all, although the clothes he was wearing were a little old, there was no big problem in wearing them. There seemed to be a fog in Shen Wensi's heart, and his doubtful thoughts were tangled like a tangled mess. Before this, she did secretly suspect that Chen Dazhuang was just the kind of person who was just trying to show off. After all, the way Chen Dazhuang was dressed when we first met him made it hard for people to associate him with wealth. However, everything that happened in the past few days forced her to re-examine her judgment. The bank card in Chen Dazhuang's hand has a spending limit of only 2,000 yuan per transaction. But even so, when he was buying those big-name clothes for her, he didn't hesitate at all when faced with the high total price. The salesgirl swiped the card again and again. Her operation was smooth, without any embarrassment or reluctance, and it was obvious that there was ample funds in the bank card. This scene made Shen Wensi more confused. Shen Wensi couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and a thought flashed through his mind like a meteor. Could it be that the family behind Chen Dazhuang has extremely strict family education and does not allow their descendants to be too extravagant and wasteful, so they cultivate his habit of hard work and simplicity since childhood? And I might be the exception who breaks the rule, because Chen Dazhuang is too infatuated with me, to the extreme. That's why Chen Dazhuang was willing to break his usual frugality and spend a fortune on himself to buy so many expensive brand-name clothes. Shen Wensi has always been absolutely confident in his own charm. From childhood to adulthood, she has never lacked suitors. Those boys surrounded her madly like moths to a flame, and each of them couldn't wait to offer her what they thought was the best. Growing up in such an environment, she has long been accustomed to being the center of attention, and firmly believes that she has a unique charm that can attract the opposite sex. Thinking of these past events, Shen Wensi became more certain of his previous thoughts. However, Shen Wensi also keenly noticed that Chen Dazhuang was completely different from his previous suitors. The strength displayed by Chen Dazhuang, especially his financial resources and generosity towards himself, far exceeded that of all the people before him. Shen Wensi knew in her heart that facing such a different and powerful man, she could no longer simply accept and ask for things as she had done with her previous suitors. She remembered her mother's earnest teachings. When you meet a suitable target, you must show the right attitude. Love is never a one-sided effort. Only by giving appropriately can you better capture a man's heart and allow the relationship to develop in the direction you expect. After thinking about this, Shen Wensi secretly made up his mind that he really needed to give something for Chen Dazhuang. Only in this way can Chen Dazhuang's love for her deepen and he can keep this relationship firmly in his hands. Chapter 41 Shen Wensi buys clothes for Chen Dazhuang. Thinking of this, Shen Wensi raised her hand to gather her hair. The LV Neverfull bag on her shoulder swayed gently with the movement, and the caramel-colored canvas with monogram glowed with a soft luster in the sun. She unconsciously hooked her fingertips on the metal buckle of the bag strap, and her eyelashes fluttered as she looked up at Chen Dazhuang. Now you are my boyfriend, I have to help you pick out 2 new clothes. Shen Wensi paused as he finished speaking, his eye swept across Bao's body and then quickly raised up, his voice carrying a subtle softness. But I don't have much money, so I can only take you to the central square next to Deji. There are more styles of men's clothing over there, and the prices are more reasonable. Chen Dazhuang looked at her slightly red earlobes and felt as if his heart was gently hit by something. The system strictly prohibits one from actively asking for money or property from the opposite sex, but now that Shen Wensi is taking the initiative to buy clothes for himself, there is no problem at all. At this moment, Shen Wensi's upturned face was full of sincerity, and his own shadow was reflected in his eyes, with a bit of clumsy flattery. Although Shen Wensi took him to a not-so-high-end shopping mall, Chen Dazhuang felt as warm as if he was basking in the early summer sun. It's nice to go to the central square. Chen Dazhuang deliberately softened his voice and reached out his hand to lightly touch the top of Shen Wensi's head. I have enough clothes in my closet to wear, so don't spend money on me. But Chen Dazhuang couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. After all, this was the first time that a beautiful girl took the initiative to buy clothes for him, and in the capacity of his girlfriend. Chen Dazhuang looked at Shen Wensi's system information and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Name, Shen Wensi. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Status, healthy. Experience, 0. Favorability, 20. A favorability rating of 20 is indeed useful. Shen Wensi is now willing to buy me clothes. As Chen Dazhuang thought happily, he sketched out a beautiful picture in his mind. If Shen Wensi's favorability towards him increases in the future, maybe she can truly become his girlfriend. When he thought of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, as if he had already seen the happy future. On weekdays, it would be such a pleasant thing to be able to travel around with such a beautiful and outstanding girlfriend. Imagining the two of them walking hand in hand in the streets, basking in the warm sunshine, with people around them looking at them with envy, Chen Dazhuang felt secretly delighted. Moreover, after becoming a couple, you can do those sweet things that boys yearn for with her, such as watching a romantic sunset together, watching a movie together on the sofa, and staying overnight in a couple hotel together. Just thinking about it, Chen Dazhuang felt that every cell in his body was excited, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "That's too cool." In fact, Chen Dazhuang himself doesn't care much about his own dress and appearance. He always felt that as long as clothes were comfortable and clean, there was no need to be too particular. However, Shen Wenxi's small gesture of offering to buy him clothes was like a key that opened the door to his deep longing for a happy life in the future. Shen Wenxi deliberately slowed down his pace as he walked towards the central square holding Chen Dazhuang's wrist. The LV bag on her shoulder swayed slightly as she moved, but her eyes were always fixed on his panting face. "Don't worry, let's take our time shopping. There are several stores in the men's clothing section on the third floor that have particularly good large-size designs." As soon as she entered the UR counter, she walked straight to the area marked plus size and ran her fingertips over a row of dark grey sweatshirts. "This oversized version is most suitable for you. The dropped shoulder design can weaken the width of the shoulders, and the dark grey color also makes you look thinner." She pulled off a hooded sweatshirt and picked up a pair of black ankle-length sweatpants from the shelf next to her. "I chose this pair of fleece-lined pants. The elastic waistband won't squeeze your stomach, and the cuffs are tight to show your leg shape." Chen Dazhuang stared at the sweatshirt and frowned. "Isn't this color too old-fashioned? Dark gray is a universal color that makes you look thinner." Shen Wenxi gestured the sweatshirt to his chest. "Look how energetic the model looks with the cropped pants." The waitress who was tidying up the shelves next to her couldn't help but say, "Sir, your girlfriend has a good eye. This one is selling really well." The young lady was amused by Chen Dazhuang's confused expression before she could finish her words, and she secretly winked at Shen Wenxi. Chen Dazhuang watched her squatting in front of the shelf, looking for the XL size label, her hair looking fluffy under the warm light of the mall. "This caramel sweater is the largest size." Shen Wenxi held up the clothes to compare with his body shape. The thick wool pattern has a drapey feel, and the slit design at the hem can cover the belly. Pair it with the black pants just now, tuck the hem halfway in, and it will make you look taller without being bloated. "Wouldn't it make my belly more obvious if I stuffed half of it in?" Chen Dazhuang subconsciously covered his lower abdomen. "No." Shen Wenxi squatted down and straightened his pants. "Look at these straight-leg flared jeans. They are size 34 and are loose. The trouser legs are slightly loosened to balance the upper body so that your legs won't be strained when you walk." As she pointed at the trouser line and explained, the salesperson from Zara next door was secretly glancing over here and whispering to her colleague. "How can that girl be so patient? She was just squatting on the ground looking for the size for her boyfriend." When passing by the HM counter, she suddenly stopped in front of a row of plaid shirts with bright eyes. "This navy blue plaid is perfect for you. The large plaid pattern has a visual sense of stretch, and the long sleeves are rolled up to the forearm to reveal the wrist, which looks neat." She stuffed the shirt into his arms without saying anything, and then took out a dark brown work vest. This vest with multiple pockets can divert attention, and the contrasting stitching is very refreshing. Chen Dazhuang pinched the vest fabric and worried, "With so many pockets, it looks like a tool. Workwear style is popular now." Shen Wenxi put the vest on his shoulders and adjusted its position. "Look at the layering. It's much more fashionable than just wearing a shirt." A waiter passed by with a clothes hanger not far away, his eyes wandering around the two of them, and he couldn't help but sigh to his companion, "This girl is so good at matching clothes. She just taught him how to roll up his sleeves. I want to have a girlfriend like her." "I also took this army green work suit." She stood up holding the suit, her cheeks flushed but her eyes curved with a smile. "The work suit fabric is crisp, the multi-pocket design can distract the visual center of gravity from the belly, and the hoodie drawstring can be tied loosely to modify the face shape." At the cashier, she carefully checked the size with the clerk, changed to the largest size for the dark grey turtleneck sweater. "He has a long neck, and the turtleneck looks more energetic." The customers in line next to her couldn't help but look over. As the cashier was packing, she whispered to Shen Wenxi, "Sister, are you studying fashion design? This combination is amazing." He glanced at Chen Dazhuang secretly again, wondering, how did this guy, who looks a little fat, find such a beautiful and knowledgeable girlfriend? When the door of the fitting room opened, Chen Dazhuang was stunned when he looked at himself in the mirror. A turmeric shirt paired with a brown vest, straight leg pants with rolled-up hems revealing the ankles, and Chelsea boots on the feet make the originally plump figure look neat and upright. Shen Wenxi squatted at his feet and adjusted the hem of his trousers. When he looked up, his eyes curved into crescents. Look, I said this color makes you look whiter, right? Isn't it more stylish to wear a vest over a shirt alone? She brushed her fingertips over the striped lining on his sleeves. Small details like these can really show how much thought goes into your outfit. Next time you go out, take a picture and send it to me. I'll help you check if you've matched them wrong. The customer in the next fitting room leaned out to take a look and exclaimed to his companion, that fat guy is dressed very well, how come his girlfriend is so picky? Chen Dazhuang's ears turned red, but he heard Shen Wenxi say to the waiter with a smile, please divide the shopping bags into two, he carries the heavier one. As Chen Dazhuang walked out of the mall carrying several large bags of clothes, he heard her muttering, sweaters should be laid flat to dry, and overalls should be ironed with attention to the trouser line. The setting sun stretched their shadows very long. He took the heaviest shopping bag and suddenly heard the waiter's voice behind him. It's that couple just now. The boy looks silly, but the girlfriend is pretty and knows how to match clothes. She squatted the whole time to find clothes for him and even thought of the color of socks. Ah, nowadays good girls like honest men, right? Look at the way she looks at him, it's all light. When Chen Dazhuang stuffed the last bag of clothes into the trunk of the taxi, the handle of the canvas shopping bag had already left red marks on his palms. Shen Wenxi curled up in the passenger seat, holding her LV bag between her legs, her fingertips unconsciously smoothing out the wrinkles on the shopping bag. I should have asked the driver to turn on the trunk light. You almost hit your head when you were squatting on the ground to load the bag. Chen Dazhuang shook his hand, it's okay, I wasn't hit. The shopping bags in the back seat rattled as the taxi rolled over the speed bump. Chen Dazhuang took out his phone and opened Meituan. Shen Wenxi, shall I take you to that newly opened Japanese buffet restaurant tonight? I saw a review saying the sashimi platter was super fresh. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Wenxi took out the photos of the two of them having lunch from her bag. On the dining table of the private restaurant, the fat from the dompa pork was still condensed on the white porcelain plate, and the bone plate in front of Chen Dazhuang was piled with half a mountain of shrimp shells. You ate 3 of a crab meat lion head dish at lunch. Shen Wenxi put the phone screen in front of him. And that bowl of butter rice, you even scraped the bottom of the bowl clean. We'll have a big dinner tonight, and you'll have to button up your new trousers tomorrow. Chen Dazhuang, if you touch your belly now, is it still bulging? Shen Wenxi's white fingertips touched his lower abdomen briefly, then quickly retracted her hand. We're going to a vegetarian restaurant tonight. It's the Qingzhou Ji near the south gate of the school. I've tried their mushroom soup and multigrain rice before, and they made me feel really good after eating them. Chen Dazhuang didn't want to go, so he asked, can I eat enough at a vegetarian restaurant? I just read a review saying that a Japanese restaurant has unlimited sweet shrimps. Of course I can eat enough. Shen Wenxi bumped into his arms when she turned around, the handle of the shopping bag still wrapped around her wrist. Their vegetarian dompa pork is made with konjac, and the taste is almost the same as real meat. And the pine nut corn is perfect with brown rice. Chen Dazhuang and Shen Wenxi returned to school and put the new clothes they bought back to the dormitory. Let us go to a vegetarian restaurant for dinner together. As the bamboo curtains of the vegetarian restaurant tinkled in the wind, Chen Dazhuang stared at the vegetarian abalone on the menu and wondered, is this really made of king oyster mushrooms? It looks like the real thing. Shen Wenxi pushed the menu in front of him and pointed at the mixed grain platter column. Look at this, pumpkin, purple sweet potato, and yam are all high in fiber and low in calories. I'll order you a mushroom and tofu stew. The soup is especially delicious when soaked with rice. Pair it with some stir-fried broccoli, and you'll have both vitamins and protein. As she spoke, a male waiter from the vegetarian restaurant walked briskly towards their table with a glass of lemonade. When he approached, his eyes inadvertently fell on Chen Dazhuang and he was instantly attracted. The male waiter looked Chen Dazhuang up and down. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, his appearance was not the kind of handsome that would catch people's eyes, and his figure was a little fat. Look at Shen Wenxi, who is sitting opposite Chen Dazhuang. She is so beautiful that she is like a fairy, and her temperament is even more outstanding. This strong contrast made the male waiter feel confused. How can this ordinary-looking guy have such a beautiful girlfriend? Do beautiful women nowadays prefer fat girls? The male waiter frowned slightly, and a hint of jealousy unconsciously flashed in his eyes. His heart felt like it was pricked by a thorn and was aching slightly. He couldn't help muttering in his heart. How come he can have such a beautiful girlfriend, while I work so hard every day but can't even meet a girl I like? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His hand holding the lemonade cup tightened unconsciously, and his knuckles turned white from the force. Looking at Chen Dazhuang, his eyes were filled with complex emotions of envy and jealousy, as if he wanted to see through Chen Dazhuang. He cursed secretly in his heart, why could this ordinary fat guy win the beauty, how could he compare to him? This feeling of jealousy spread widely in his heart like weeds, causing him to lose his composure for a moment, and he was unwilling to take his eyes off Chen Dazhuang for a long time. Chen Dazhuang had no idea about the male waiter's psychology. He was still enjoying the good time of having dinner with Shen Wensi. In fact, being a vegetarian isn't just about losing weight. Shen Wensi used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of vegetarian dongpa pork for Chen Dazhuang. Look at the Hericium erinaceus in here, does it taste like real pork belly? And after eating, you won't feel full like you would at noon. She watched Chen Dazhuang carefully take a bite, and her eyes suddenly lit up. How is it? Not greasy, right? They use very little oil. When the mushroom soup was served, Shen Wensi picked out the tofu cubes from his bowl and put them into his bowl. This tofu is stewed very tender, you should eat more. As she spoke, the street lights outside the window just happened to light up, and through the bamboo curtains, golden specks fell on the ends of her hair. Chen Dazhuang lowered his head and ate the multi-grain rice in the bowl. Suddenly, he felt that this bowl of mushroom soup without a drop of oil was more delicious than the sweet shrimp sashimi in the Japanese restaurant. When leaving the vegetarian restaurant, Chen Dazhuang touched his round belly and said with emotion, I didn't expect that I could be so full even if I was eating vegetarian food. Shen Wensi handed him a half-packed box of vegetarian snacks. This is coconut-flavored purple sweet potato cake, low in sugar, you can eat it when you are hungry at night. She watched him take the box and his fingertips brushed against the back of her hand, and suddenly he added as if remembering something. I'll take you to that new whole wheat bakery tomorrow morning. Their walnut ciabatta goes perfectly with sugar-free soy milk. The moonlight stretched the two people's shadows very long. Chen Dazhuang was carrying the takeout bag from the vegetarian restaurant when he suddenly heard Shen Wensi humming a song. He looked down at the little doll hanging on her LV bag. Shen Wensi said that it was the little bear that she had caught with great effort in the claw machine in the mall before. Now it was swaying with her footsteps, just like his light-hearted mood at the moment. Chapter 42 Daily Life of the Threesome in the Dormitory. After parting with Shen Wensi, Chen Dazhuang returned to the dormitory. Zhu Ziyan and Sun Sijia in the dormitory saw that Chen Dazhuang had changed into new clothes and looked much more energetic. Chen Juanhao's heart moved. As expected, it seemed that Chen Dazhuang felt that his previous disguise was too excessive and now he began to adjust. Chen Juanhao was just about to find a topic to get closer to Chen Dazhuang and make up for their previous conflict. Zhu Ziyan made an exaggerated sound of tut-tut in a sarcastic tone. Wow, an international brand is on the rise? Chen Dazhuang, you are a guy who was trying to grab free soup in the cafeteria, and you suddenly got it today. He tilted his head to look at the corner of Chen Dazhuang's clothes that was wet by the rain, and suddenly burst out laughing. This fabric is so floppy, how come it's the same as the lifebuoy on your belly? Sun Sijia leaned against the corridor outside the dormitory with his arms folded. Old Jew, what do you know? They say clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. He suddenly stood up and moved closer to Chen Dazhuang, his nostrils twitching exaggeratedly. But why do I smell a smell of snail noodles on this dress? Could it be that he got it from the owner of the snack bar and modified it? Zhu Ziyan immediately took over the conversation. Of course I am. Last time I saw him squatting next to a trash can and eating a steamed bun, now he dares to wear something with a logo. He suddenly rubbed Chen Dazhuang's shoulder with his sleeve. Oh, the thread ends are all untied. Is this the last batch of goods you bought from Pindu Audio? Sun Sijia suddenly burst into laughter, attracting the attention of the boys from other dormitories passing by. If I were you, I would donate this dress to the disaster area. Look at this belly, wearing HM looks like wearing a Michelin tire. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pointed at the tip of Chen Dazhuang's shoe and exclaimed. Oh my god, why is the hook on this AJ reversed? Even the put-in goods are not the right version, you are really talented. Zhu Ziyan exaggeratedly covered his chest and took 2 steps back, deliberately letting the entire corridor hear his joke. Da Zhuang, it's fine if you save money and buy fake goods. He suddenly leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Don't spend next month's food money chasing after other girls. After saying that, he high-fived Sun Seizure and laughed, and the laughter echoed in the corridor. Chen Juanhao's throat moved, and the hand he had just raised quietly retracted into his pocket. I couldn't even bring myself to shake hands and make peace with Chen Dazhuang. Chen Juanhao felt that he would have to stay in the dormitory with Zhu Xian and Sun Seizure for 4 years, and he could not offend these two people. Well, let Sun Seizure and Zhu Xian, two young fools, go and offend Chen Dazhuang. Anyway, I won't offend Chen Dazhuang anymore. I'll just find an opportunity to talk to Chen Dazhuang alone to ease the relationship. In Chen Juanhao's opinion, as long as he keeps silent and stays out of it, he won't get into trouble. If Chen Dazhuang wants to take revenge in the future, the first ones to bear the brunt will be Zhu Xian and Sun Seizure, two ignorant guys. Thinking of this, a hint of gloating flashed in Chen Juanhao's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible sneer. Chen Dazhuang's face was full of impatience, and his eyes were full of contempt for Sun Seizure and Zhu Xian. He also looked down on Chen Juanhao. In his mind, these three people were just the same kind of people. Sun Seizure and Zhu Xian are usually keen on comparing with each other. They would compete with each other over trivial matters, such as whose shoe brand is more famous, or whose restaurant is more upscale on the weekends. They look like two roosters fighting each other with red eyes. Chen Juanhao was also a petty person. He would hold a grudge for a long time against someone else's unintentional words. Chen Dazhuang was too lazy to pay attention to them. He thought that there was no point in having a heated argument with such people. It's a pure waste of your time and energy, and it will also mess up your mood. It's really not worth it. After all, Chen Dazhuang's schedule for today is quite full. He first enjoyed a leisurely lunch with Shen Wenxi and then strolled leisurely in the mall, feeling the leisurely and comfortable atmosphere. We also had a vegetarian dinner at the end. Next, he was eager to watch Adala's live broadcast because she was the most sensible anchor and knew how to give him cash back. I must reward Adana well today and let her know that it was right for her to give me a red envelope. You will send me messages more often in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang suddenly had an idea and quickly took out his mobile phone. He clicked on Shen Wenxi's WeChat account and sent her 5 consecutive transfers of 2,000 yuan. Shen Wenxi's behavior of buying clothes for herself today was also very nice. I must encourage her a lot. Let Shen Wenxi know that buying clothes for herself will not only not make a loss but also make money. After all, my system doesn't allow me to ask girls for money or property directly. I can only slowly cultivate the habits of the girls around me through this method. Let them develop the habit of taking the initiative to pay for themselves. This is the only way to improve your quality of life. The two people who show signs of success now are Shen Wenxi and Adana. You must cultivate yourself well. By the way, Chen Dazhuang also made an appointment with Susu to play games together in the evening. Now, Susu has brought him to Xingyao. If you try hard tonight, you might be able to become the king. I have never been a king. Tonight, my time is very tight. He didn't have the time to argue with these three guys. If you argue with them for a few more times, you might delay your progress towards becoming the king. Chen Dazhuang thought about the three guys in the dormitory. They were all single and had nothing to do all day. I understand them a little bit. After all, these three people can't seem to find any other fun other than getting together to make fun of others. Unlike Chen Dazhuang himself, he lives a colorful life and has beautiful women by his side. Not to mention that I'm in a good mood, my quality has improved and I really don't want to quarrel with others. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang was too lazy to pay attention to them. He quickly reached out and picked up his toiletries and change of clothes, and walked hurriedly towards the bathroom. Chen Dazhuang planned to take a nice shower to wash away the day's fatigue. Then nestle comfortably in your bed and enjoy watching live broadcasts and playing games. However, when he reached the bathroom door, Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but turn his head, glanced at Sun Seizure and Zhu Xian with disdain, and said, "You two bastards, just keep being complacent here. I want to tell you kindly that the clothes I am wearing were specially bought for me by my girlfriend. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. But I know you 1T believe it, so there's nothing I can do about it. You guys just keep on talking sourly here, I don't have time to chat with you." After saying that, Chen Dazhuang walked into the bathroom without looking back and closed the door with a bang. As the hot water rushed down, you could hear the high-pitched voices of Sun Xizhi and Zhu Zian outside. But Chen Dazhuang just put his phone on the windowsill. The message from Shen Wenxi had just popped up. The red dot was jumping on Idala's live broadcast preview, and Susu on WeChat was asking him what time the game would start. Chen Dazhuang hummed a song while rubbing the foam, and the water felt warm on his back. The mirror was blurred by the heat, but it reflected his indifferent smile. There were 3 guys in the dormitory who couldn't even add girls on WeChat, but they were still jumping up and down about buying me some clothes. How pitiful! I hope that the brothers and sisters who see this will help me to give gifts and urge me to update, so that the author knows that there are still people reading. Chapter 43, The Envy and Jealousy of Shen Wenxi's Roommates. Chen Dazhuang replied to Shen Wenxi's WeChat message while taking a shower. Shen Wenxi saw the 5 transfer records that Chen Dazhuang sent her and sent a question mark emoticon. After all, she had already received 520 from Chen Dazhuang today. Chen Dazhuang replied directly, "Just accept what I sent you." On the other side, Shen Wenxi's dormitory. Bang! The moment the dormitory door was pushed open, the shopping bag in Shen Wenxi's arms came in first. The corners of LV's iconic checkered paper bag were rubbing against the door frame, with Gucci's long red and green striped straps dangling from the back, and Prada's black nylon corners glowing stiffly under the incandescent light. The Dior paper bag at her feet made a dull sound when it was stepped on. As soon as she threw the keys on the table, 3 heads popped up from their desks. "Oh my God!" Li Meng, who was closest to the dormitory door, jumped over first, and her finger almost poked the LV metal tag dangling on Shen Wenxi's wrist. 1111, are you bringing them all back? Her ponytail brushed across the handle of the Prada bag, her eyes were glued to the glittering logos as if attracted by a magnet, and her toes unconsciously rubbed the Dior paper bag on the ground, making a slight hissing sound. Zhong Wei's chair slid half a meter on the wooden floor, and the e-commerce page was still on the screen of her mobile phone. She pinched the cuff of the Chanel tweed jacket on Shen Wenxi's shoulders, her nails scratching on the pearl buttons, making a small sound. "Is this the model that has been out of stock on the official website for 3 months? I saw the price quoted by the purchasing agent last week and it was almost 30,000. Before she finished speaking, her thumb was already sliding across the screen frantically. "Let me see this bag. Damn, it's the new LV Neverfull. This color combination is impossible to get in domestic counters. I remember the price was 80,000 or 90,000. Du Xiaojuo in the corner pushed the 2 of them aside, with her nose almost touching Shen Wenxi's face. She had seen Chen Dazhuang when she went out to eat Japanese food yesterday. At this moment, her eyelashes fluttered like little brushes, and her low voice was mingled with honey. 1111, tell the truth." Her finger secretly poked the side pocket of the LV bag. "Is that the fat guy who looked so rustic but so rich yesterday? Is he so rich? He must love you so much, you bought so many things." When talking about fat people, she glanced at Li Meng and Zhong Wei, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, as if she had also got a share of the pie. Shen Wenxi dumped the shopping bag onto the bed, and more than a dozen pieces of clothing with tags still on were spread out. Gucci's tiger head sweatshirt rubbed against YSL's velvet dress. She brushed her hair in front of her forehead and said in a tone as light as dusting, "Someone asked me to go shopping, so I just bought a few things." The Cartier bracelet on her wrist hit the iron bed, making a crisp ding sound. Shen Wenxi has outstanding looks and elegant temperament, and has always been surrounded by many suitors. The boys who admire her often give her all kinds of gifts to make her smile. From gorgeous flowers to exquisite and expensive jewelry, the gifts are varied. However, this is the first time I have received so many gifts at once like today. Although the 3 roommates didn't say it, they were all a little jealous in their hearts. Even Du Xiaojuo, who has the best relationship with Shen Wenxi, is like this. Li Meng suddenly squatted down and took out a velvet box from the Dior paper bag with her fingertips. "Is this the saddle bag? My sister, who works as a senior white-collar worker in Shanghai, saved up half a year's salary to buy a mini model last month." Her voice suddenly rose, startling the sparrows outside the window and making them fly away. Zhong Wei's phone fell onto the table with a bang, and the screen was still on the price page of LV's official website. The 5-digit price was as eye-catching as a needle. Du Xiaojuo's smile froze for a moment. Her eye swept over Shen Wenxi's Valentino riveted shoes stacked on top, and she secretly pinched the pocket of her jeans that had been washed white. When Li Meng bent down to pick up her phone, her back teeth made a clicking sound and her nails left several marks on the phone case. Zhong Wei put the Chanel jacket back on Shen Wence's shoulders, but her fingertips kept pinching the pearl buttons for 2 more seconds, and her throat rolled slightly. The air in the dormitory seemed to have been pickled with Chanel No. 5 perfume, with a subtle sourness mixed in with the sweetness. When Shen Wenci kicked off her high heels, the Van Cleef Arpels for leaf clover pendant on her ankle swayed, casting for small, diamond-shaped shadows under the incandescent light on the ceiling. Shen Wenci leaned on the edge of the bed, her fingertips unconsciously curling the leather handle of her LV bag, and the corner of her eye was like a fine net, catching all the hot gazes of her roommates. Li Meng's knuckles turned white as she pinched the tag on her sweatshirt. When Zhong Wei looked up the price, the light from the screen made her pupils sparkle. Even Du Xiaojuo, who was closest to her, fluttered her eyelashes as fast as if she was beating drums. The envy and jealousy in these glances were like a layer of luster on her newly untied Chanel jacket, making the smile lines at the corners of her lips even deeper. She knew that she should put on a helpless expression of "oh, don't be like that" at this moment, but the smile suppressed in her throat couldn't help but spread up, and even her earlobes turned pink with pride. As I was adjusting the ribbon of a Valentino shoe box, my phone vibrated on the bed sheets. Chen Dazhuang's avatar popped up, followed by 5 bright red transfer notifications. Her fingertips that were swiping across the screen paused. 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000. The 5 numbers 2000 were like icing sugar stuck to her eyes, so sweet that her heart trembled. Her mind suddenly flashed back to the afternoon in the men's clothing store, when Chen Dazhuang was spinning around in front of the mirror wearing the shirt she had picked out. His belly made the hem of his shirt shine slightly, but he still insisted on imitating a model and asking in a cool manner, "Am I handsome?" Shen Wenci guessed the reason. She thought that Chen Dazhuang probably transferred a lot of extra money to her because she bought him clothes and didn't want her to spend too much money. Thinking of this, Shen Wenci couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, and a different kind of warmth and emotion surged in his heart. Shen Wenci bit her lower lip while typing, her fingertips tapping quickly on the screen, but she suddenly stopped before pressing the send button. Her fingertips hovered over the words "Thank you, boss," and she deleted them slowly, and finally only sent a question mark emoticon with a tilted head. The screen reflected her crescent-shaped eyes, her eyelashes casting fan-shaped shadows under her eyes, as if hiding the cunning of the entire spring. Of course, she had to keep him in suspense. This fat guy was becoming more and more adept at pleasing others. She had to let him know that it was not so easy to gain Shen Wence's love. Shen Wenci was bored and flipping through his phone. Suddenly, Chen Dazhuang's message caught his eye, "Just accept what I sent you." Just a few words, but they reveal an unquestionable dominance. She was slightly startled, and her bright eyes blinked. The slightly stubborn yet sincere appearance of Chen Dazhuang in her daily life instantly appeared in her mind. A smile crept up the corner of her mouth, and she subconsciously stuck out her tongue, her playful look like a lively elf in spring. This simple action fully demonstrates her girlish innocence. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Wenci bit her lower lip lightly, tapped the screen with her slender fingers, and finally accepted the transfer. Shen Wenci's favorability increased by 5. "Dear brothers and sisters, please follow me, urge me to update, and give me a small gift. Moi, love you, : Chapter 44, Angry at the 2 clowns in the dormitory. After taking a shower, Chen Dazhuang saw that Shen Wenci accepted his transfer and his favorability towards him increased, so he was very happy. "I have plenty of time, so I'll take it slow and one day I'll be able to make Shen Wenci my real girlfriend." Chen Dazhuang thought of Shen Wenci's pure and beautiful face, and she would snuggle in his arms. A surge of heat surged in his heart, making him extremely excited. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Chen Dazhuang encouraged himself in his heart. In fact, the favorability of the beautiful playmate Susu is very high, reaching 50, and she is also very beautiful. Although Susu's appearance is 87, Shen Wenci's appearance is 88. But Chen Dazhuang looked at the 2 people with the naked eye and could not tell any difference at all. However, Chen Dazhuang doesn't like Susu as much as Shen Wenci. The main reason is that Shen Wenci has 0 experience. Of course, Susu is also very good. She can lead himself to the top tier, and Chen Dazhuang also likes to play with her. While thinking about all these things, Chen Dazhuang dried his body with a towel after taking a shower, changed into new clothes, pushed open the bathroom door, and prepared to go back to his bed. 3 people in the dormitory are playing Honor of Kings together. Zhu Zian suddenly knocked his phone against the table, and the phone case made a bang sound. Chen Juanhao, can you, Lu Ban, stop always going solo? Just resurrected, but was caught and killed by Nakalulu again. Do you have a built-in GPS? The can of iced tea next to him was shaken by the impact, and the water droplets on it seeped down the can. Sun Seizure lay on the bed, his knees pressed against the phone screen, his fingertips tapping rapidly on the tempered glass. If you lose this game, I will report you. If you had fired a little later in the dragon pit just now. Before he could finish his words, Kai on his screen was suddenly pulled into the crowd by Shisha, and his health bar was instantly reduced to 0. He was so angry that he threw his phone against the pillow, and the spring bed creaked. Chen Juanhao huddled in the swivel chair in front of the desk. The cartoon sticker on the phone case was deformed by him. How would I know there was someone hiding in the bushes opposite? Before he could finish his words, Lu Bun number 7 was shot in the head by Galaro's arrow under the Highland Tower. When the black and white interface popped up, he impatiently turned his phone upside down on the table, and the metal back cover and the wooden tabletop made a crisp sound. You're still looking for excuses after dying like this. Zhu Zian scratched his hair and the charger cable slipped from his wrist. These past 2 days, Zhu Zian and I have been scolding Chen Dazhuang together. No wonder you kept silent. I think you are even worse than that Chen Dazhuang. Sun Seizure half raised himself up from the bed and cursed Chen Juanhao. What does this have to do with Chen Dazhuang? Chen Juanhao stood up suddenly. He was very angry because he lost the game. Seeing Chen Dazhuang coming out of the bathroom, he was secretly happy in his heart. He took this opportunity to show Chen Dazhuang that he had no ill will towards him. It was these 2 people who attacked him. So Chen Juanhao followed Sun Seizure's words and shouted, "These past 2 days, you 2 have been complaining about Chen Dazhuang, but I didn't say a word. Now you 2 lost the game and you blame me? Just now when Zhu Zian and Yukai crossed the tower and killed Yao, and Sun Seizure and you missed 3 ultimates, why didn't you say that you were bad?" Chen Dazhuang was lying on the bed playing with his phone and replied to Susu's WeChat message, making an appointment for Susu to take him to the king level in an hour. During this hour, Chen Dazhuang will watch Idana's live broadcast and feed his sensible little anchor a lot. Used to encourage Anna to give her cash back. While chatting with a beautiful playmate Susu, Chen Dazhuang heard 3 clowns quarreling in the dormitory. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smug look. He didn't take Chen Juanhao's words, whether true or false, reasonable or unreasonable, to heart at all. He just thought it was just boring chatter. In Chen Dazhuang's eyes, Chen Juanhao, Sun Seizure, and Zhu Zian have always been in cahoots with each other, like birds of a feather. On weekdays, they always get together and cause trouble for him from time to time, which makes him very annoyed. But now, seeing them having internal disputes, blaming each other, and arguing with red faces, Chen Dazhuang felt so happy. He felt that the more fiercely these 3 quarreled and bit each other, the less energy they had to bother him. At this moment, listening to their fierce quarrel, in Chen Dazhuang's ears, it seemed to have turned into a beautiful piece of music. Yes, 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 just keep quarreling like that, the more fierce the dog bites the better. Chen Dazhuang leaned comfortably against the head of the bed, the dim light from his mobile phone screen illuminating his slightly smiling face. After replying to Susu, he was full of anticipation and prepared to open Idala's live broadcast room and immerse himself in that wonderful live broadcast world. At this moment, Zhu Zian and Sun Seizure saw Chen Dazhuang lying leisurely on the bed after taking a shower. They looked at each other, a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes at the same time, and the corners of their mouths curled up in a sarcastic arc at the same time. The main reason was that Chen Dazhuang had previously claimed that all the clothes today were bought by his girlfriend, which sounded absurd and unbelievable to them. Zhu Zian and Sun Seizure have always prided themselves on being the local bosses in the elf area, with affluent families, and they feel they are many times better than Chen Dazhuang. On weekdays, they looked at themselves in the mirror and felt sorry for themselves, thinking that they looked handsome and stylish, and were much more handsome than the fat man Chen Dazhuang. But now, these 2 handsome guys are both single, and Chen Dazhuang, whom they look down upon, brags all day long that he has a girlfriend right after school started. One moment he said his girlfriend brought him breakfast, the next moment he said his girlfriend bought him clothes. In their eyes, Chen Dazhuang was just a boaster. If they didn't mock him harshly, they would feel uncomfortable, as if there was a cat scratching them in their hearts. Zhu Zian was the first to attack. He exaggeratedly covered his stomach and pretended to laugh so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "Hey, Dazhuang, you are really good. Your girlfriend brings you breakfast and buys you clothes. Why don't you tell me that your girlfriend bought you an apartment in the city center? You are bragging so much that you are almost as good as a rocket going up to the sky. Sun Seizure also echoed with a scornful smile on his face. That's right, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How can someone like you have a girlfriend? Stop daydreaming here, do you think we will believe your nonsense? The two of them were talking back and forth, and the harsh mocking voices echoed in the dormitory, as if they were determined to make Chen Dazhuang feel ashamed. Chen Dazhuang frowned slightly, without even lifting his eyelids, his fingers still swiping across the screen of his mobile phone, ready to click on Idala's live broadcast. He felt extremely annoyed by Zhu Zian and Sun Seizure's ridicule and didn't want to waste any energy paying attention to them. But these two people chattered like noisy flies, really disturbing the peace and quiet. Chapter 45, Give Adana 12 months as Admiral. Chen Dazhuang sighed lightly, and finally spoke slowly, his voice calm but with unquestionable certainty. You two, instead of being sour on me, why don't you take a good look in the mirror and see how narrow-minded and self-deprecating you are? Whether I have a girlfriend or not, or whether I am bragging or not, what does it have to do with you? Could it be that you are so anxious because you are jealous of me, or you simply cannot believe that someone can find a girlfriend before you? To tell you the truth, my girlfriend not only buys clothes for me, but she is also very beautiful and is the goddess of many people. As for you guys, besides being good at talking, if you can, find someone who can treat you like this. If you don't have the ability, then don't keep nagging like a nagging woman. It's annoying. After saying that, Chen Dazhuang no longer paid attention to the two of them, put on his headphones, and looked at the mobile phone screen intently. Idana's figure appeared in the live broadcast screen, instantly attracting all his attention. Sun Seizure suddenly knocked the table hard with his knuckles, causing the folder to bounce up half an inch. He shouted at Chen Dazhuang's back. Hey Dazhuang, it would be a waste of your imagination if you don't go to Tomato to write a novel. He deliberately bit the word Dazhuang extra loudly, a mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the faded tattoo on his wrist swayed under the light. Girlfriend buying clothes? I'm afraid this is what you dreamed about last night. The girl in your dream even bought you a house. Zhu Zian leaned against the filing cabinet, his leather heels rubbing against the floor tiles, his tone tinged with icy coldness. That's right, I think he treats the female anchor in the live broadcast as his girlfriend. When the anchor says something, he can imagine an 18-episode romance drama. He suddenly raised his voice and deliberately spoke in a long tone towards Chen Dazhuang's earphone. Why don't you just use the screenshots of the live broadcast room as your marriage certificate? Anyway, that's how it's written in Tomato novels, it's cheap and easy. Sun Seizure took half a step forward, poked his fingers in the air twice, and then suddenly retracted them, as if he was burned by something. He stared at the tuft of hair sticking up at the back of Chen Dazhuang's neck, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. I think you've been single for too long and your brain is broken. You have to make a draft when writing a story, right? Do you really think we don't know you are just bragging? He became more and more excited as he spoke, but when he raised his hand to slam the table, he stopped and only dared to tap the edge of the table lightly with his knuckles. Zhu Zian suddenly sneered, took out his phone and swiped the screen twice. Hey, look, there's a story about the poor boy's counterattack against the beautiful CEO in the latest Tomato novel list. It's exactly the same as our Dazhuang script. He deliberately turned the screen of his mobile phone towards Chen Dazhuang, but only saw the other person's shoulders swaying with the live music. Sun Seizure's voice trembled when he answered. That's right. He might be fantasizing in front of the screen right now. When the anchor says babies place your orders, he thinks she is just being coquettish with him. The two of them were spitting at each other. Sun Seizure wanted to pull Chen Dazhuang's headphone cable several times, but as soon as he stretched out his fingers, he retracted them as if he had been electrocuted. He could only kick the table leg hard. Zhu Zian stared at the tiny laughter leaking out of Chen Dazhuang's earphones, and suddenly felt a blockage in his throat. He stuffed the phone into his trouser pocket and said in a sarcastic tone. All right, stop disturbing people's love. After all, he is the hero in Tomato's novel. The two men cursed until their mouths were dry, but Chen Dazhuang didn't even turn his head. Idana's laughter in the headphones floated through the air, like a soft thorn piercing the roots of their tongues. But the two of them could only shake their fists at Chen Dazhuang's back to vent their anger. Chen Dazhuang skillfully opened Idana's live broadcast room, and his eyes were instantly lit up by the familiar figure on the screen. Without saying a word, Chen Dazhuang quickly clicked the operation button with his fingers and extended Idana's command as admiral for 12 months without hesitation. You know, the monthly admiral fee is 1,998 yuan, which is 23,976 yuan for 12 months. The governor's monthly salary is only 19,998 yuan. At Bilibili, Chen Dazhuang's work is already the work of a top boss. Every time he recharges money, Chen Dazhuang has to first transfer the money in his bank card to the Bilibili platform and then give Adana the title of admiral. This series of operations is still a bit cumbersome. After doing it 12 times, Chen Dazhuang felt very tired. But when he thought about the 520 yuan that Adana had transferred to him before, Chen Dazhuang felt that it was worth it. If it weren't for Idana's heartwarming transfer, I wouldn't have the 1,998 yuan to go to the admiral. In Chen Dazhuang's heart, the fact that Adana could transfer money to him means that she is worth cultivating. Chen Dazhuang's fingertips slid lightly across the mobile phone screen, and the moment he completed the payment confirmation, Idana's live broadcast room seemed to be suddenly ignited by a mysterious and powerful force. In an instant, dazzling golden light gushed out like a surging tide, dyeing almost the entire screen brilliantly. Immediately afterwards, 12 Scarlet Admiral special effects that seemed to come from the sky, like brilliant fireworks and meteors, swiftly and violently cut through the public channel of the live broadcast room with overwhelming force. Each special effect seems to carry endless light and power, dragging a dreamy, colorful tail flame. The tail flame is like the wings of a mythical phoenix, emitting colorful light, leaving brilliant traces on the screen. These special effects crisscross on the screen, interweaving into a breathtakingly gorgeous matrix, just as the stars in the universe are rearranged and combined for Idana's live broadcast room at this moment, constructing a dreamy starry sky that belongs only to her. At the same time, an eye-catching banner announcement appeared at lightning speed, like a roaring golden dragon, domineeringly covering the entire live broadcast room interface. The gold-stamped lettering on the notice. The moon is full in the West Tower, Qianqiushui opens the Admiral X-12. It kept flashing against the glittering background, as if announcing this feat to the entire live broadcast room in a shocking way. The flashing characters seemed to carry an invisible force, shaking the screen in the live broadcast room slightly. The entire virtual space was trembling and cheering for this sudden grand scene. The audience in the live broadcast room, whether they were concentrating on watching the live broadcast or had just entered the room, were all stunned by this scene. The entire screen was instantly covered with dense comments of exclamations. The lone walker in the moonlight, what the hell? 12 admirals. The struggling young man, Brother Qianqiu, have you moved the bank here? Chasing dreams, Master Qianqiushui, please accept my knee. Confused little dear, what kind of magical operation is this? Am I dreaming? Hot-blooded Jiang who guessed, 66666, this is too arrogant. The top anchor is here. Hard-working rookie, boss, please help me. Wings of the wind, this is absolutely amazing. Dawn of light, could it be that a super-rich second generation is coming? Lone shadow in the dark night, how can ordinary people be so rich? I am really impressed. Star Journey, I feel like I missed out on billions. What's going on? Walking in the cloud, is the #1 brother on the list planning to take over the live broadcast room? Dance of the Dawn, 12 admirals, my annual salary is not even that much. Qing Feng passerby, what kind of background does Brother Qianqiu have to be so awesome? Phantom Dancer, wow, the host's live broadcast room is about to take off. Mu Yu Ting Feng, Brother Qianqiushui, this is what it means to support the anchor. I can't even dream of that. Night boat, when the commander of the 12th company smashed down, I thought the screen of my phone was going to burn through. Qingshank, I just finished counting the number of special effects, and Qianqiu has already pushed the popularity to the top of the entire site. Is this something a human would do? Pillow Star River, I quietly opened my recharge record and suddenly found that I couldn't even get the fraction of Qianqiushui's. Gleaner, I suggest that the live broadcast room be renamed the 8,000 Years of Snow in the Moonlight exclusive screening room. This lineup is even more exaggerated than the Spring Festival Gala. Ting Song Ren, if I exit now and come back to watch, can I still be considered as one of the first viewers of Qianqiushui? Shishanhu, the boss is confused. Cai Lian Chu, the boss is confused. Flower Seller, I suddenly understood what money power is. This wave of operations directly brought the live broadcast room into Forbes. T-Jexing, the boss is confused. Chapter 46. Aidana is touched. The warm light in the live broadcast room outlines Aidana's profile, and her porcelain-like skin glows with a pearly luster. When Chen Dazhuang's Admiral special effects exploded on the screen for the 12th time, her almond-shaped eyes filled with stars suddenly widened, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, with the ends even curled slightly due to shock. The coral-colored lips unconsciously pursed into an O shape, the sound of inhalation escaping from the microphone was trembling, the silver earrings hanging from the ends of the hair swayed lightly along the shoulders, and the broken diamonds drew a panic arc of light under the light. At this moment, the redness at the corners of her eyes made her look like a white rose drenched by a sudden rain, and even the tiny hairs on her eyelashes were filled with a sense of panic and poetry. As the special effects golden light flowed into a galaxy on the screen, the heat bar in the live broadcast room broke through the million red line like a skyrocketing monkey, and the numbers jumped like an electronic watch that was injected with chicken blood. The notification sounds pushed by the entire site kept ringing like firecrackers during the Chinese New Year. New viewers came in like a tide with grey tourist avatars, and the public channel was buried by barrages in the blink of an eye. Internet-addicted girl loves to eat peaches, I was blinded as soon as I cut in. Is this screen full of golden special effects like the National Treasury being moved in? Keyboard warrior, stop typing, don't panic, the newbie above. I bet the 5 packs of spicy strips are from Qian Qiuxue, the boss, who is here to blow up the room again. The champion of staying up late, the red panda, help me, the popularity list I have been watching for 3 days suddenly exploded, which god is stacking rockets for Nana? Danmu sightseeing group number 1024, tourists check-in +1, does following now count as old fans? Is it true that the anchor's eyelashes can glow? E-sports scumbag Zhao Taiju, I was just watching the LPL game next door and was pushed to the face. Can anyone explain it? Can this Admiral Redeemer see view room? The fugitive contestant of NetEase Cloud Music, who understands my family members? I was so emo at first, but I was perked up by the golden light. Class representative stenographer, pay attention to the key point. 12 admirals equals 12 3000 is equal to 36,000 RMB. This wave is the big guys using their money power to set off fireworks. Surfers, please don't cut in line, I'm dying of laughter. Is the public channel now a live broadcast of 100,000 Ys? Old fans said that this is just a routine operation by the boss Qian Qiuxue. Some old viewers were jumping around in the barrage with their IDs holding glow sticks. Make way, the famous scene of the year is coming, get ready to take screenshots and post them on the super topic. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of Admiral special effects came down like dumplings, making the new tourists keep typing 666, and even the passing advertising comments were squeezed crookedly. Thank you, brother Qianxiu. When Aidana raised her face, the light from the crystal chandelier fell on the corners of her eyes, which were shining with water. Her long eyelashes were like butterfly wings covered with morning dew, trembling gently with the trembling of the last note. Her fingertips unconsciously clenched the lace bow on her chest, and the gift special effects exploded into a golden waterfall on the screen. The Admiral icon reflected her snow-white skin like a little sun, and even the pearl earrings on her earlobes were plated with warm edges by the golden light. When she lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows under her eyes, and her heart felt like a fluttering bird. The 520 red envelope that she sent out after much hesitation late last night was indeed remembered by brother Qianxiu. My fingertips gently stroked the dark chat interface on the phone screen, and I felt a sweet feeling in my throat when I thought of the other person's words, silly girl, just live stream well. At this moment, the special effects exploding all over the screen are very similar to the scenes he prefers. As long as he shows a dependent attitude, boss Qianxiu can always show his favor to him in the most direct way. In the public channel, the barrage of Lorsal surged like waves, and a new viewer took a screenshot and posted, "This beauty is perfect with a rich man," but no one noticed that the corners of her mouth were curved into crescents behind the microphone. When the 12th Admiral's special effects exploded, she suddenly moved closer to the camera, the broken diamonds on her earrings streaked across the screen, and her eyes looked at the screen as if they were soaked in honey. Brother Qianxiu, if you keep doing this, I'm going to cry. There was a coquettish tone in her voice, and the red corners of her eyes swayed like 2 peach blossoms in the golden light. She was clearly a kitten who had been given candy, but she acted helplessly as if she had been over-pampered. Chen Dazhuang leaned on his bed, his eyes fixed on the screen. The charming appearance of Aidana on the screen made his eyes stare blankly. At this moment, Aidana's eyes were slightly red, with tears of emotion flashing in her eyes, and her delicate face was filled with indescribable surprise and gratitude. Her lips trembled slightly and with a hint of sob, she kept expressing her gratitude to Chen Dazhuang to the camera. Chen Dazhuang looked at Adana on the screen, who was so moved, and felt as if his heart was filled with honey. It was sweet and refreshing. The feeling of comfort rose from the bottom of his heart. The beauty in front of me, who usually looks radiant on the screen, now appears so dependent and grateful because of a seemingly casual action of mine. It felt as if he had instantly stood out from ordinary life and turned into a winner in life. A strong sense of accomplishment and satisfaction spread in his heart. The more Chen Dazhuang thought about it, the happier he became. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a smug smile. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the 520 red envelope that Adala had transferred to him before, and the joy in his heart was like a flood that broke through the dam and could not be controlled. He reached out and picked up the phone without hesitation, tapped his fingers quickly on the screen, and skillfully completed the charging operation. Immediately afterwards, he quickly exchanged 52 heart-beating balloons on the platform. His eyes were focused, with a smile on his lips. He tapped his fingers again, and 52 heart-beating balloons were all sent out at once like colorful fireworks. The screen was instantly filled with gorgeous balloon special effects, and Idana's surprised cry also came from the screen, which made Chen Dazhuang feel even happier, as if the whole world had become so beautiful. The pink heart-beating balloon special effects exploded on the screen like a tide. Each balloon glowed with a crystal luster, like countless beating hearts, dyeing the live broadcast room into a dreamy color. The public channel was instantly covered with dense comments, and the exclamations of new and old viewers almost broke through the screen. Esports girl Xiao Mango, oh my god! This pink sea is so shocking, did boss Chen Qiuxue move the bank here? Zhao Taizhu, a spectator, what a lucky koi fish Adana has. She met such a generous boss. I envy her so much. Xiao Zhong, the champion of staying up late, I was blinded as soon as I came in. These 52 heart-beating balloons are a definite romantic blow. The boss is really good. Danmutor group number 007, can you tell me if the anchor needs a roommate? Someone who can help receive gifts. Doghead. Class representative online, highlight the key points. 52 heart-beating balloons equals 52,200 is equal to 10,400 yuan. This operation by the boss directly filled the lineup. Beauty is justice, stop talking, who wouldn't be willing to give gifts to Adana after seeing her face? She deserves to be pampered with this beauty. Lemon essence, I feel sour. In other people's live broadcast rooms, the big guys give gifts, but in my live broadcast room, the anchor asks me for gifts crying. An old fan reports, I'm used to it, Chen Qiuxue has never let us down when it comes to pampering people, I'm waiting for the next wave of surprises. The barrage was full of 666 and envy, and many new viewers were busy taking screenshots and posting them on social platforms, with the titles Witness the romantic moments of the rich boss. Even the accounts that were usually lurking started to pop up, and the entire live broadcast room was as lively as during the Chinese New Year. The pink special effects reflected Idana's blushing cheeks and the countless envious eyes in the public channel, making her the focus of the entire site. Chapter 47 Going out with Susu to get a room and play King of Glory. Chen Dazhuang leaned comfortably on the bed, his eyes always fixed on Idana's live broadcast room on the screen. The popularity of Idana's live broadcast room was rising slowly like the rising tide, and the number of viewers kept jumping up. Idana's pretty face was filled with a smile as bright as a blooming spring flower. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, the corners of her mouth were raised high, and from time to time she stamped her feet excitedly, and her whole body was immersed in this sudden joy. Seeing her so happy, Chen Dazhuang felt a warm current in his heart and a sense of relief arose spontaneously. Time passed quietly, and Chen Dazhuang remembered that the time for the King of Glory game he had agreed to play with the beautiful Susu was about to arrive. Moreover, the intensity of feeding to Adana today was quite great, and the intentions that should be expressed were conveyed. So, Chen Dazhuang exhaled lightly in front of the screen and typed on his phone. You Manshi Lu Qian Qiuxue, I'm leaving first and will come to see you tomorrow. At this time in Idana's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was like flying snowflakes, rolling densely, making people dazzled. However, as an honorable admiral, the barrage sent by Chen Dazhuang has its own unique and dazzling special effects, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, which is particularly eye-catching. And Adana pays special attention to Yu Manxilu Changqiu as her elder brother. So as soon as this barrage appeared, she caught it immediately. Adana suddenly stretched out her hand and gently pressed on the screen, her fingertips sliding across the ID in the barrage, and the redness at the corners of her eyes looked like a pink lotus covered with dew. She tilted her head slightni and rubbed her cheek against the microphone, the pearl accessories at the end of her hair gleaming with tiny silver lights. "Can you take a look at this before you go, Chioki ni?" Before she finished her words, she suddenly made a heart-shaped gesture, waved her fingertips in front of the camera, and then gently pressed them against her chest, her eyelashes trembling and her smile dimples forming. "Look, I'm also saying I can't bear to leave you here, Tilda. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll play this heart-shaped special effect on a loop until you show up." The tail end of Idana's song dragged out like a ball of cotton candy, her drooping hair was dyed honey color by the live broadcast lights, and even the pink balloon wall behind her swayed gently with her movements, as if the heartbeats all over the screen were trying to keep her. Finally, Adana leaned closer to the camera, her eyes full of reluctance, and said softly and affectionately, "Thank you, Brother Chiencho, for your support today. Remember to come and see me tomorrow. Nana, I will always be here waiting for you." The bullet screens in the live broadcast room also flashed. My heart skipped a beat. Who can bear this? Press the screen to kill me plus make a heart shape with your chest. Double critical strike. Nana's little look shows reluctance written all over her forehead. Excessive sugar content. Help. I got goosebumps when the pearl hair accessories were shaking. The sense of dependence was overflowing from the screen. Come back soon, Mr. Chiencho. Screenshot hand speed group, the famous scene of heart-shaped gesture plus rubbing the microphone has been saved. Who would not say lock it after seeing this? I must wait for the boss to keep the appointment tomorrow. Microscope girl, did you notice? Her fingertips were shaking when she pressed the ID. She really couldn't bear to let go. This wave of dependence is full. The crowd in the canyon. I just came from Tang Tang Tuanchuan's live broadcast room. The big guy over there was urged as soon as he came online, and Nana over here is trying all kinds of ways to keep him. I am dazzled. Literary responsibility, pink lotus with dew on it, honey in hair. This farewell gesture must have come from a romance novel, even the balloon wall is acting out the inner drama. Admiral Radar, I started to miss her as soon as the golden special effects left. I suggest that the official release an exclusive recall for Chien Choshue button, otherwise I won't be able to sleep with Nana's little eyes. Class Representative 2.0, highlight the key points. Press the screen, rub the microphone, make a heart shape with your heart. These 3 actions are textbook level and you will never give up. I will never learn this, doghead. Retaining the ceiling, boss, don't leave. Nana's eyes are red as if she is about to cry. Can you bear to let such a good sister wait for a whole night? Night Watchman's application, I suggest that the big guys open a delayed checkout function. I can watch this little button on the screen 100 times in a loop. If I leave, I will lose 100 million. Dependence is overflowing, who understands? Her voice was trembling when she rubbed the microphone, which clearly showed that brother, don't leave was welded in her throat. Barrage, everyone stand up. Fill the screen with 666 and Big Brother, please stay. Whoever asks Big Brother to leave the live broadcast room today is making things difficult for us, hands on hips. Heart anchor launch, just after making a heart gesture, I pressed my chest again. Is this operation to install a locator in the boss heart? If I don't show up tomorrow, I lose. Reverse pie, boss, look. Nana said she will dance a new dance tomorrow. If you leave now, you will miss the limited skin. Warning of loss. Team spirit burning, attention all fans. Launch the Chen Chiushua recall plan and flood the screen with reluctant until the boss comes back. Microscope 2.0, discover the details. When she smiled and lowered her head at the end, she even hooked her fingers together. This is the live broadcast version of secretly pulling the corner of the clothes. She is so good. Looking at these rolling barrages, Chen Dazhuang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Then he gently closed the live broadcast room. As soon as the big tough guy Wu Dinyo Chen Dazhuang came online, a team invitation popped up on the screen. Yu Shongshin Jen Susu entered the team formation interface, and her voice sounded soft and glutinous, as if she had just woken up. Why are you late today, big boss? If you don't come, I'll give you the blue buff as a gift, Tilda. Chen Dazhuang smiled lightly, and the two of them quickly entered the game. Chen Dazhuang controlled Cheng Yaojin, whose health bar was at the bottom, to retreat under the tower, and the sound effects of Luna's infinite combo under the moon came from the headphones. Then I saw the purple figure on the small map rushing out from the jungle. The level 3 Luna went over the tower and knocked the low health Crazy Iron away. When the arc under the moon passed across the screen, the system announced first blood. Wow! Susu, your combo is like turning on GPS. Chen Dazhuang's Cheng Yaojin was still returning to the city under the tower when he saw Luna had already killed the enemy's red buff. Susu's smile in the voice chat was as sweet as candy. No way, it's because the big tough boss was able to withstand the damage just now, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to cross the tower. Look at this low health counterattack, thanks to you for giving me vision in the river. Chen Dazhuang's face turned red after hearing this. He clearly wanted to go up and get an assist, but his positioning was so stupid that he almost gave away a kill. But Susu's Luna had already floated to his side in the moonlight, and her skill special effects exploded next to Cheng Yaojin's bulky body, like a rain of purple petals. Come on, big macho boss, follow me closely. I'll take you to get the Overlord. If you are the big macho, put your health bar there, the enemy assassin will definitely not dare to come and kill me. In the domination pit, Chen Dazhuang's Cheng Yaojin was hooked by the enemy Zhong Kuei as soon as he swung his axe, and the screen was about to go black. Susu's Luna suddenly used a big move to break into the crowd, followed by a basic attack with Silver Moon Chain, and killed all 3 enemies with low health amid the roar of the Overlord, and finally accurately took down the Overlord. When the system frantically broadcast double kill and triple kill, she deliberately slowed down the voice. Did you see the boss? The axe you swung just now was so powerful that it scared the opponent so much that he used his skills incorrectly. He is indeed the big man who is called the Invincible Bull. Chen Dazhuang looked at his own record of 025, and then saw Susu's perfect data of 1207, but the headphones were still filled with flattery. Wow, your return to city special effects are so cool. The Cheng Yaojin skin you chose is as domineering as you are. Next time I'll play Yao on your head, let's see who dares to bully my big, strong boss. The pink bubbles mixed with the skill light effects of the canyon made Chen Dazhuang almost forget the fact that he had just been caught as an ATM machine by the enemy jungler. In the river grass, Susu's Luna suddenly stopped and said cunningly, "Boss, look at my head." Only then did Chen Dazhuang realize that there was a limited time title sending you a heart signal floating above her head. Before he could react, he saw Luna flying to his side with a big move. Luna's Zixia skirt rubbed Yaojin's axe, and her voice was so sweet that it could squeeze water out. I was just kidding. I was just sending you a heartbeat signal. Chapter 48 Going out with Susu to get a room and play King of Glory 2. In the war-torn virtual world of the Canyon of Kings, Luna, controlled by Susu, is like a lively fairy, moving lightly across the battlefield, the weapon in her hand drawing out dreamy purple moonlight. The light was like the mysterious stars twinkling in the night, illuminating the battle situation in the entire canyon. On Chen Dazhuang's side, the Arthur he controlled had just had a fierce battle with the enemy Jing in the river, but was accidentally killed by Jing's fierce attack and lost half of his health. At this moment, Arthur was like a frightened deer, shrinking hurriedly towards the defense tower, fearing that if he stayed for another second, he would be ruthlessly killed by Jing. At this critical moment, Susu's laughter, as sweet as cotton candy, suddenly floated through the earphones. "Don't be afraid, boss, watch me block her ultimate move." The voice seemed to have magical power, instantly calming Chen Dazhuang's panicked heart. Before he finished speaking, Luna on the screen rushed out from the red buff jungle area like a streak of purple lightning and appeared in front of Jing in the blink of an eye. Then, Luna activated the infinite combo under the moon. That series of extremely smooth operations was like a gorgeous dance, sending Jing flying into the dragon pit. Not only that, Luna also took down the enemy shooter who was fighting the dragon on the side. The whole process was done in one go, which was dazzling to watch. Wow, Susu, how did you do that? I thought you were going to guard the corpse. Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as his Arthur clumsily swung the big sword in his hand, trying to get a few assists. However, misfortunes never come singly. Arthur, whose health bar had not yet been fully restored, was hooked by the enemy Zhong Kuei's hook that was like a death-defying rope. Seeing that Arthur's health bar was dropping rapidly, a black screen seemed inevitable. At this critical moment, Luna stepped forward again, and she used her ultimate skill to penetrate the enemy crowd like a ghost. Silver Moon Chains instantly followed up with a basic attack, and amid the Overlord's earth-shaking roar, all 3 enemies were reduced to low health. In the end, Luna took down the Overlord with incredible precision. The whole process was thrilling and exciting. The system's frantic announcement of triple kill echoed in the headphones, while Susu deliberately slowed down the voice and said in a teasing yet sweet tone, "Did you see that, boss? You raised your axe so impressively just now that it scared the opponent so much that he used his skills crookedly tilde." In the next few qualifying matches, Chen Dazhuang's Cheng Yaojin seemed to have lost his way. He either got lost in the map and led the wrong line of soldiers, or rushed too far forward when starting a team fight, and was instantly killed by the enemy's concentrated fire. Looking at his dismal record of 0-5, Chen Dazhuang felt a little embarrassed to speak. However, Susu's Luna is always like a loyal guardian angel, and can always magically complete the harvest within 3 seconds after his death. Susu's encouraging voice in the headset never stopped. It's okay, boss, this wave of damage resistance is super qualified. Look at you standing there in the dragon pit, the enemy assassins don't dare to come over and kill me tilde. I'll choose an Arthur with the killing skill for you later, and we'll play the sacrifice strategy. These warm words, like the warm sunshine in winter, made Chen Dazhuang feel a little comforted even in an unfavorable situation. Once, Cheng Yaojin, controlled by Chen Dazhuang, was killed by Quang Tai in the confrontation lane and was waiting for resurrection with regret. At this moment, he inadvertently looked at the small map and saw Luna rushing straight from the blue zone to the confrontation road like a gust of wind. Before he could react, the screen showed Luna jumping over the tower to kill Quang Tai. Then Luna circled around Quang Tai's body, as if announcing to the world, "This is what happens when you bully my boss." Susu's voice was a little cunning and came into Chen Dazhuang's ears through the headphones. "Here's revenge for the boss tilde look, this crazy iron was poked by me so hard that he couldn't even use his ultimate move. It must be because I used too much force when I hit you just now." Chen Dazhuang stared at his grey screen and listened to her smiling voice. His mood, which had been a little low because of the adverse situation, suddenly became better. He even felt that even this adverse situation became cute. The most amazing game was when Arthur, controlled by Chen Dazhuang, chased the low-health Luban across half of the map like a possessed man, but was hit by a missile from Luban and his health was reduced to low, and he ran headfirst into an ambush circle in the wild area carefully arranged by the enemy. Seeing the 5 enemies surrounding him like hungry wolves, Chen Dazhuang felt a chill in his heart and was ready to surrender. At this moment of despair, he suddenly heard Susu's firm and sweet voice, "Boss, don't move. Look at me, I will do an infinite combo under the moon." The next second, Luna flew straight from the dragon pit to the middle lane like a purple meteor. Her ultimate skill cut through the crowd of enemies like she was in an empty space. The purple light effect was like a blooming mysterious flower, marking all 5 enemies. Finally, the moment Luna landed, all 5 enemies fell down. Not only did she successfully wipe out the entire team, but she also took down the Storm Dragon King. Chen Dazhuang looked at this scene, stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. At this time, Susu's sweet smile with a slight breath came from the headset. "How is it, boss? I said I would help you win without any effort tilde the way you chased Luban just now was very imposing, but next time, remember to look at the small map tilde." With one victory after another, the stars of the winning streak flickered happily on the screen. Chen Dazhuang looked at his Arthur's appalling KDA data and listened to Susu's various flatteries to him. Suddenly, he felt that the heating of his phone was not due to performance issues, but because of Susu's sweet voice in the earphones, which seemed to carry heat and made his heart feel hot. When Susu used Luna to complete a pentakill under the Highland Tower and shouted with a coquettish ending in her voice, "Boss, push the crystal quickly," Chen Dazhuang realized that the corners of his mouth had been smiling to his ears without him knowing it. He suddenly understood that the joy of being carried away was not just about winning so many games, but that every time after he died, there would be someone who would say to him with a smile, "It's okay, I'll take you with me." Time passed by as fast as a wild horse, amid the sound effects of skills in the canyon and Chen Dazhuang's occasional shouts. The numbers on the electronic clock on the wall jumped to 23:48 unknowingly. The whole dormitory was immersed in silence, with only the sound of Chen Dazhuang playing games echoing in the room. Suddenly, the light in the dormitory made a slight, crackling sound, breaking the silence. Zhu Xian slammed the newly issued textbook on the iron desk with a bang. The metal edge of the desk vibrated loudly and all the gel pens in the pen holder fell out. He stood up from the chair, the bed frame creaked and shook due to the upper bunk railing, and the light bulb above his head trembled. "Chen Dazhuang, you are a monkey, right? You howled from 9:30 to 11:40. Just now when your teammate got a pentakill, you shouted so loudly that it broke the corridor, but when you were giving away kills, you were quieter than anyone else. He tugged at the wrinkled collar of his pajamas and pointed at Chen Dazhuang's cell phone with the screen lit up. Your Arthur seemed to be drunk, chasing the low health Lu Ban for 3 blocks, and was killed by the defense tower 3 times. With a record of 08, how dare you turn on the microphone and shout I'm the C this time? Hurry up and turn off your phone. If you keep making noise, the whole floor will know you are such a loser. Sun Seizure, who was in the lower bunk, pulled the quilt over his head, then suddenly opened half of it, revealing his messy head and the red bloodshot eyes that showed he hadn't woken up yet. More than that. Just now he was playing as Cheng Yao Jin and used his ultimate to charge into the crowd, shouting, "Look at me, I'm going to beat 5 of them alone," but he was chopped down by the opponent's Lu Buyu's first skill and was reduced to low health. He hid under the tower and was humming a song while returning to the city. He kicked the upper bunk irritably, causing the iron frame to make a loud clang, and the alarm clock beside the pillow fell to the ground. I have to get up at 6:30 tomorrow morning to go for a run. If you don't turn off your phone, I'm going to shove your charger cable into the toilet. You still haven't settled the score for breaking my charger while playing games yesterday. He leaned forward, grabbed the lamp on the table, and shook it towards Chen Dazhuang's bed. Hurry up and turn the screen brightness down to the lowest setting. If you dare to howl again, I'll hit your bed with the clothesline. Zhu Zian followed suit and reached out to grab the power strip next to Chen Dazhuang's bed. Did you hear me? Quit the game now. You walk like a Cheng Yao Jin, and you were circling in the river during the team fight just now. I thought you were dancing in the square. If you keep me awake again, I will tell the instructor tomorrow that you are disturbing dormitory discipline by playing games in the middle of the night. One of them slammed the table while the other kicked the bed frame. Sun Seizure's slippers hit Chen Dazhuang's bed curtain. Zhu Zian's cup spilled water on the table. The metal desk made a buzzing sound from being slammed. Mixed with shouts of turn off the lights and go to bed, the whole dormitory seemed to have been thrown into a pile of firecrackers. At this time, Chen Dazhuang was staring at the rank label star 2-3 stars on the screen and grinning foolishly. I don't want to pay any attention to these 2 clowns. He had just finished the last game with Su Su, and the exciting scene of Luna killing 4 people in a row under the moon was still replaying. He was immersed in joy and ignored the 2 people's complaints. His fingers were still swiping the screen to mark the entrance to the qualifying match. Su Su's sweet and soft voice was still lingering in his headphones. Boss, you were awesome today. You will definitely be able to become the king after a few more games. Su Su's words were like a hot key, suddenly inserting into the rusty lock in Chen Dazhuang's heart. Starting from the second-hand Android phone he bought for 300 yuan in the second year of junior high school, he has been struggling in the Canyon of Kings for 4 years and 7 months, and his phone has changed from a laggy and unknown brand to a Redmi phone. There are 237 skin fragments in my backpack, but the star of the king rank is always separated by a layer of glass. It can be seen but not touched. Every time my fingertips are about to touch it, the system slaps me back into the diamond quagmire. The most frustrating time was during the summer vacation in the 3rd year of junior high school. He stayed up for 3 nights to rush from Diamond to Star Glory 4. He was about to succeed. As a result, the system blocked 5 games in a row of teammates who selected Huyi immediately without buying any tank. In one game, the support Yao was hanging on the jungler's head the whole time, and he used Xiahou Dun to take 12,000 damage but still lost. Finally, he had no other choice but to spend 20 yuan to find a coach who called himself National Server Arthur. He played 3 games with his account and won MVP every time. But when he took over, he was immediately matched with an AFK mid laner and a swearing shooter, and lost 5 stars and returned to Diamond. At this moment, the numbers Star Glory 2-3 stars on the screen were dazzlingly bright. That score protection card in the backpack was given from an event a few days ago. I had been winning streaks these days and had not used it. Chen Dazhuang clearly remembered that he also won consecutive games to Star Glory 5 last time, but in the first game the next day, he met Angela who said, "Practice heroes" at the beginning of the game, and they chatted by typing in the fountain the whole time. In the second game, the assistant Xiao Ming led the shooter from beginning to end. He used Cheng Yao Jin to resist the crystal explosion. When the settlement was settled, it was found that Xiao Ming's score was lower than his. The system's ELO mechanism is like a weird referee. If he sees that you win too much, he will immediately put a walking resurrection armor in your team. Last weekend, he was matched with a teammate who chose Zhong Kuei. He hooked and missed 9 out of 10 times. In the end, the hook hit his own red buff, which made him so angry that he almost threw his phone. This broken system just can't stand seeing people doing well. He muttered to himself and clicked on the historical records. In the 5 games that Susu led tonight, his teammates were either Zhongfei, who was good at initiating a team fight, or Ganjiang, who was good at dealing damage. But last week when he was playing solo, he either encountered Wanna, who was 0-11, or Hanshin, who played as a jungler the whole time and did not participate in the team fight. At this moment, the night wind in the canyon seemed to be mocking, and the fear of being dominated by the system in those years surged up. As soon as it's 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I guarantee that you will be assigned a teammate who pre-selects 3 mags and then chooses a shooter in the last second. Or maybe it was the weird one who said, "My girlfriend is checking up on me and I'm going to hang up," at the beginning. Thinking of this, he clenched his fingers around the phone tightly. We must push forward tonight and not let the disgusting mechanism of the system ruin this hard-earned winning streak. Zizila, the light tube flashed violently again, and the ceiling light of the dormitory began to flicker, as if it would go out at any time. Zhu Zian climbed down from the bed while cursing, and said viciously, "You really don't plan to lock me up, right? Fine, I'll report you to the dormitory manager for playing games all the time and not letting others sleep." Chen Dazhuang sat up straight abruptly, his eyes quickly scanning the power bank and the mobile phone with the lit screen on the table. The night outside the window was as dark as ink that could not be dissolved. Suddenly, Susu's words flashed through his mind, "I'm in great shape tonight. I'll play with you until whatever time you want, boss." A bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind like a spark. How about going out all night? Find a hotel where you can recharge, and play in a duo with Susu. Before the system can react, get the remaining 7 stars in one go. Chen Dazhuang knew very well that it was harder than climbing to the sky to ask ordinary beautiful girls to play games with him all night. After all, girls are very cautious, and under normal circumstances, they will never go out to play games with strange men. However, Chen Dazhuang was completely confident in Susu. After all, they had not only met but also eaten together, and most importantly, Susu's favorability rating for him on the system page was as high as 50. This gave Chen Dazhuang hope. Although he didn't care about the shouting and cursing from Zhu Zian and Sun Xizha, he knew that it would be difficult for him to become the king with these 2 people arguing beside him. Moreover, Chen Dazhuang knew that he was indeed in the wrong. After all, the lights in the dormitory were about to be turned off, and if he continued to play games, it would indeed disturb others' sleep. His fingers were typing quickly on the screen, and he sent a message to Susu, "Baby, the lights in the dormitory will be turned off soon. How about we go out and get a room to play all night? I'll treat you, and you must be the king tonight." At the moment the message was successfully sent, Zhu Zian turned off the ceiling light with a click. Zhu Zian's angry voice exploded in the darkness, "Chen Dazhuang, where are you? Still playing with your phone, right? I told you not to play, so I turned off the light for you." Chen Dazhuang was too lazy to pay attention to this clown like Zhu Zian. The most important thing for him at this moment was to leave the dormitory as soon as possible, because the dormitory was about to close. In his heart, everything must give way to the great goal of becoming the king tonight. He fumbled in the dark to grab his coat. The screen of his mobile phone lit up with Susu's reply. In the green dialog box, there were 2 words, in a coquettish tone, "Okay tilde." Seeing these 2 words, Chen Dazhuang's heart began to pound, as if he had already seen in advance the dazzling golden light symbolizing the strongest king when the crystal exploded. Chen Dazhuang was so excited that he thought that his for-year dream of becoming the king might really come true tonight. Chapter 49. Chen Dazhuang finally got what he wanted. Chen Dazhuang zipped up his jacket, put his hat on and rushed out of the dormitory building. The night wind made the windows in the corridor rattle. When he passed the dormitory management office, he saw through the glass that the aunt on duty was napping on the table. The opera segment on the radio was out of tune, just enough to drown out the sound of his sneakers rubbing against the ground. The moment I rushed out of the dormitory door, the cool night air suddenly rushed into my collar. Chen Dazhuang didn't bother to wrap his clothes tightly. He ran along the path holding his mobile phone, and the power bank in his canvas bag made a clanging sound. The leaves of the sycamore trees on both sides of the main road fell all over the ground, making tiny crunching sounds when stepped on. The lights of the teaching building in the distance flickered in the shadows of the trees. There was still a gap in the retractable door of the south gate, and the orange streetlight cast the shadow of the old man on duty on the glass of the security booth. The old man was holding an enamel pot and watching the live broadcast on his mobile phone. His cheers were mixed with the crisp sound of melon seed shells cracking, and he didn't even look towards the door. Chen Dazhuang crouched down and squeezed through the crack in the door. The soles of his shoes rubbed against the rust on the edge of the iron door, scaring away 2 sparrows that were perched on the edge of the door. The moment Chen Dazhuang squeezed out of the gap in the school gate, the night wind blew away the last bit of tension. The street light stretched his shadow into a long slanted strip. When his heel scraped against the curb, he realized that his socks had slipped down to his ankles from running in the dormitory. The phone vibrated in my palm, and Susu's message popped up. "Where's the boss?" He leaned against the trunk of the sycamore tree as he typed, his fingertips trembling a little with excitement. Thinking back to the night 4 years ago when I was played solo and was so betrayed by my teammates that I smashed my phone, and thinking back to when Susu said avenge the boss when he killed Kwong Tai by jumping over the tower tonight, my throat suddenly felt a little tight. Chen Dazhuang was still very touched that Susu was willing to accompany him to play the King's Glory all night. Without hesitation, he transferred 2,000 yuan to Susu through WeChat 5 times, writing a tonight's play fee in the remarks column. The WeChat message immediately popped up with Susufa's shocked emoticon, followed by an emoticon of a cartoon girl with twin ponytails holding a rose and shouting "I love you, boss," and an exploding heart special effect. "Boss, I'm taking a taxi. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Susu sent another voice message on WeChat. Susu's voice is very nice, with a sweet and sticky ending. Chen Dazhuang listened to it twice before putting the phone in his trouser pocket. As the smoke from the roadside barbecue stall wafted over, Chen Dazhuang felt that he should find a decent place he couldn't take Luna, who could get a pentakill, to squeeze into a cubicle in an esports hotel. Chen Dazhuang immediately took out his mobile phone and typed the best hotel near the school in the search bar. Soon, the search results came out, and he discovered that there was a 5-star intercontinental hotel not far from Jinling University. Chen Dazhuang looked at the distance and thought it was quite close, so he decided to walk over. It took him 5 minutes to follow the navigation to the hotel at a leisurely pace. After arriving, he opened the chat interface on his phone and forwarded the hotel location to Susu. The moment Chen Dazhuang stepped into the lobby of the Intercontinental Hotel, the dazzling light from the crystal chandelier above his head twinkled like stars in his eyes. He walked straight towards the front desk without looking sideways. The shiny marble background wall clearly reflected his slightly bloated figure. The zipper of his jacket was crooked, but it did not affect his momentum at all. He raised his hand and tapped the mirror-smooth table with his knuckles, speaking in a steady and decisive tone. "Get me a presidential suite, tonight." The receptionist immediately put on a professional smile, which was as standard as a carefully affixed label. "Hello, sir. The price of the presidential suite is 18,000 yuan per night." Before she finished her words, Chen Dazhuang had already taken out his bank card and slid it steadily across the table. The metal edge of the bank card glows with a cold luster under the light. Just as the card machine made a beep sound, Chen Dazhuang was lowering his head slightly and adjusting the straps of his backpack in an orderly manner. He looked so relaxed as if he had just bought a bottle of ordinary mineral water at a convenience store. However, the indicator light for the first failed transaction suddenly lit up, but Chen Dazhuang didn't even raise his eyelids, and his tone was still as calm as the surface of a lake. "Swipe it 9 times, 2,000 yuan each time." The tone was as casual as telling the waiter to add more ice. Then, the card machine made 9 beeps in sequence, each one as regular and crisp as a metronome. When the notification that the card was swiped successfully for the 9th time finally popped up, Chen Dazhuang calmly took the room card. Chen Dazhuang paced back and forth in the presidential suite, looking at the door from time to time, his heart beating like a little rabbit. Finally, the doorbell rang and he almost rushed over to open the door. I saw Susu standing at the door, like a model walking out of a fashion magazine. She wore an off-white beret, which was tilted playfully to one side. A few strands of flaxen-colored hair slipped out from under the brim of the hat, swaying gently as she moved. There was an exquisite silver maple leaf brooch pinned on the beret, sparkling in the light. Her face is small and delicate, and her skin is white and rosy, like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite. Her eyes are big and bright, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. When she smiles, they bend into 2 crescents, revealing her agility and playfulness. Under the high nose bridge is the cherry mouth that always speaks sweet words, which is now slightly raised, revealing a bright smile. She wore a loose white short knitted cardigan with light pink flowers embroidered on the collar and cuffs, adding a touch of sweetness to the whole outfit. She paired it with a black cropped vest, which perfectly revealed her slender, fair waist, with faint traces of her abs visible, making her look sexy and youthful. She was wearing a pair of light blue ripped jeans, the holes cleverly revealing her delicate skin. The trouser legs were slightly rolled up, revealing her slender ankles, which were tied with an exquisite silver anklet that made a crisp sound when she walked. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers with a few rhinestones inlaid on the uppers, which sparkled under the light. As soon as Susu saw Chen Dazhuang, her eyes instantly lit up like two small lights. Without saying hello, she jumped into the room like a lively deer, walking and turning in circles, humming a tuneless little tune. She suddenly stopped, tilted her head to look at Chen Dazhuang, and said with a smile, "Wow, Chen Dazhuang, this presidential suite looks so luxurious. If we were to play hide and seek here, I would probably have to look for you for a long time." As he spoke, he reached out and gently poked Chen Dazhuang's belly, as if testing something, then covered his mouth and giggled. Chen Dazhuang was somewhat at a loss for words after seeing her series of actions. His face flushed and he stammered, You are here, come and sit down." Chapter 50. Chen Dazhuang finally got what he wanted. Not long after, the doorbell rang again. Chen Dazhuang hurried to open the door, and saw two hotel service staff in neat uniforms slowly walking into the room with an exquisite dining cart. On the dining car, a wide variety of midnight snacks exuded an enticing aroma that instantly filled the entire space. Chen Dazhuang looked at the table of carefully prepared delicacies with a satisfied smile on his face. Once, in those ordinary days, he fantasized countless times about how pleasant it would be to eat delicious skewers while playing King of Glory with a girl of his dreams by his side. And at this moment, this dream has come true in this luxurious presidential suite of the Intercontinental Hotel. Susu's attention was instantly attracted to the dining car, and her eyes widened as if she had discovered a treasure. On the dining car, skewers of sizzling lamb, sprinkled with golden cumin and bright red chili powder, shimmered with an alluring luster under the lights, and smelled fragrant. The golden and crispy fried chicken wings seemed to be kissed by the sun, exuding bursts of wheat aroma. There is also an exquisite fruit platter, with various fresh fruits cleverly arranged into a blooming flower, which is gorgeous and tempting. In addition, there is steaming seafood porridge with plump rice grains, shrimps, crab meat and other ingredients faintly visible, exuding a rich seafood aroma. Susu jumped up excitedly, clapping her hands and muttering, "Wow, Boss Chen, you are really good at ordering. This is a feast of delicious food." As she spoke, she couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and turn on the camera mode. She first held her phone high up and took a 45-degree bird's eye view of the entire food truck, trying to fit all the food into the camera. Then, he moved closer to the grilled skewers and focused the camera on the greasy skewers. Even the jumping oil and coming grains on the skewers were captured clearly. After taking pictures of the skewers, she turned to the fruit platter and adjusted the angle several times until the photo she took perfectly showed the delicate posture of the fruit flowers. Then, Susu handed the phone to Chen Dazhuang and said coquettishly, "Boss, please take some photos of me with the delicious food. I want to post them on WeChat Moments so that my classmates will be envious." Chen Dazhuang took the phone, and Susu immediately posed in various playful and cute poses. She would hold her chin with one hand, tilt her head, stare at the skewers, and act as if she was drooling. After a while, she picked up a skewer with both hands, put it to her mouth, pretending to bite it, but her eyes looked towards the camera with a sweet smile, which seemed to melt people's hearts. After taking the photos, Susu quickly scrolled through the screen of her phone, picked out the one she liked the most, and added a paragraph of text. "Enjoying a luxurious supper in a 5-star hotel tonight, this is life." Then, he did indeed forget to add a few smug expressions and food tags before clicking send with satisfaction. After posting on WeChat Moments, she threw her phone away, picked up a skewer impatiently, took a big bite, and mumbled, "Millimeter, it's delicious, Chen Dazhuang, you should eat it too. After we finish eating, let us start playing online. I will definitely help you become the king tonight. Your hospitality will not be in vain." Susu's favorability increased by 10. Bite. The system detected that the host has raised the favorability of a woman who meets the criteria to 60. One prize wheel draw. The number of draws can be stored. When Chen Dazhuang was about to eat and drink, he suddenly received a prompt from the system. Only then did Chen Dazhuang realize that there were rewards for improving girls' favorability. There are only 2 girls around him now, and Chen Wen's favorability towards him is increasing very slowly. However, Susu's improvement was quite fast. I don't know if there will be any rewards when the favorability reaches 70, 80, 90, or 100. But Chen Dazhuang was hungry at the moment, and Susu was next to him. He didn't want to think too much about this. Chen Dazhuang also saved the system's roulette wheel lottery data. I plan to wait until I'm alone before drawing, so that if something goes wrong during the drawing and Susu sees it. When Chen Dazhuang was sitting on the soft sofa, his eyes were a little empty, checking the system messages. Susu leaned to one side, her eyes gently falling on Chen Dazhuang's profile, and she was also lost in her own thoughts. Susu looked at Chen Dazhuang carefully, and couldn't help feeling a surge of emotion in her heart. Every time I'm with Chen Dazhuang, my life seems to have been elevated to a higher level. Take this moment for example, they are in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and everything around them exudes luxury and comfort. There are rich and luxurious midnight snacks in front of you, and every dish exudes an enticing aroma, as if telling the beauty of life. This kind of life really made her feel extremely comfortable. If she could live like this every day, it would be something she had always dreamed of. Susu's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past, and she thought of her 2 previous boyfriends. Susu's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past, and she thought of her 2 previous boyfriends. Those 2 were the top school idols on campus, with such good looks that they looked like the male protagonists from idol dramas. No matter where the 2 boys went, they were always surrounded by a group of girls, and their admiring gazes almost overwhelmed them. I was attracted by the vanity of being in love with the school hunk, so I got together with them. It is undeniable that they are so handsome that people can't take their eyes off them, with well-defined faces, deep eyes, and upright postures, and every move they make exudes charming charm. When I am with them, I feel proud. Even after sleeping with her ex-boyfriends, Susu felt that she had not suffered any loss. After all, it is a rare experience to be able to have close contact with such a handsome person. However, the financial conditions of Susu's 2 ex-boyfriends were very average. Every weekend when Susu went out to get a room, they would choose just an ordinary chain hotel. In the end, both of them were dumped by Susu because they were not financially well off and could not meet Susu's material needs. After all, handsome guys can only be appreciated, not eaten. You'll get tired of it after a while. In contrast, Chen Dazhuang did not hesitate to book the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel just to play honor of kings with himself. This generosity caused ripples in Susu's heart. Looking at Chen Dazhuang's chubby face again at this moment, Susu actually felt that it was no longer as silly as she had thought before. Instead, Susu saw a different kind of charm in it. Chen Dazhuang's round cheek seemed to reveal an inexplicable affinity that made people feel warm. Her eyes gradually became soft and affectionate, and an impulse surged in her heart. Just when Chen Dazhuang was immersed in his own thoughts, Susu suddenly came close and gently kissed his chubby cheek when he was off guard. This kiss, with the girl's shyness and heartbeat, is also full of satisfaction with the current life. Then, Susu tilted her head slightly, looked at Chen Dazhuang, raised the corners of her mouth, revealed an extremely gentle smile, and said softly, "Brother Dazhuang, you eat too." That voice, like a spring breeze, gently brushed through Chen Dazhuang's heart. Chapter 51. Chen Dazhuang finally got what he wanted. Chen Dazhuang's hand holding the seafood porridge suddenly stopped, and the porcelain spoon hit the edge of the bowl with a crisp sound. The moment Susu's warm lips touched his cheek, he felt as if his skin was brushed by a feather. A current of electricity ran up from his ears to his heart, making him feel numb and itchy. He froze on the sofa, forgetting even to chew half a bite of the kebab. His eyes were as big as the plump shrimps on the food truck, staring blankly at Susu, who was smiling like a flower in front of him. This was the first time in Chen Dazhuang's life that he was kissed on the face by a girl, and that girl was a pretty girl like Susu, whose eyes curved into crescents when she smiled. Chen Dazhuang's Adam's apple rolled heavily, and he subconsciously touched the cheek that was kissed. On his fingertips, there was still a hint of the soft touch of Susu's soft lips. Chen Dazhuang's mind suddenly flashed through the 60-point favorability value of Susu on the system panel, and the shock he felt just now was gradually replaced by a subtle understanding. It turns out that when the favorability reaches 60, girls will be like this and will take the initiative to kiss you. It would be great if Shen Wenxi's favorability towards me could also reach 60. Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but imagine the cool and beautiful Shen Wenxi. The scene of her actively kissing him. Chen Dazhuang shook his head and came back to his senses. His eyes followed Susu's wrist holding the fried chicken wing upwards. She rested her elbows on the edge of the carved coffee table, and the lines of her forearms were like jade lotus roots just fished out of ice water, covered with a layer of delicate luster. When Susu pinched the golden chicken wings with her fingertips, her trimmed, round and translucent nails showed a healthy pink halo. The curve of the nail edge was as neat as if it had been measured with a compass, and there were a few grains of crushed cumin on the fingertips, shining faintly under the crystal lamp. Suddenly, Chen Dazhuang remembered the image of Susu holding up her phone and taking a photo of the dining car a few minutes ago. The wrist was slightly bent into an elegant arc, and the thin chain bracelet slid out a half-silver arc on the fair wrist with the movement. The teardrop-shaped zircon on the pendant swayed rapidly, as if someone had rubbed broken diamonds into the light. At this moment, when Susu was chewing, the pearl earrings on her earlobe swayed gently, echoing the necklace pendant that was faintly visible on her collarbone. Even the arc of her hair sweeping across her shoulders and neck revealed a seductive tenderness. The light cast a fan-shaped shadow on Susu's curled eyelashes. The faint mole at the end of her eye trembled slightly with her smile, her nose was as straight as a carved jade pillar, and her lips were moist and shiny because she had just bitten a skewer. Only then did Chen Dazhuang realize that the collar of the lotus-pink sweater Susu was wearing today had loosened down half of her shoulders, revealing skin that was whiter than the lychee flesh on the dining car. Even the tiny hairs on Susu's arms were clearly visible under the light, as if they were covered with a layer of transparent frosting. Susu is so beautiful, should I confess my love to him? However, as soon as this thought came up, it was suppressed by Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang felt that if he spoke up now, with Susu's bright eyes at the moment, maybe she could really become his girlfriend. But Chen Dazhuang's tongue touched his back teeth, and his heart was like a balance. In the left panel, Shen Wence's long eyelashes are shown as she lowers her head to read a book, and in the right panel, the neat figure of the beautiful counselor Baiyun is shown in her professional attire. These two beauties have zero experience, speaking from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Dazhuang prefers girls like this. Although Susu was as tempting as the skewers in front of him, he always felt that something was missing. Susu has had 2 relationships after all. Chen Dazhuang silently drank a mouthful of seafood porridge, and only when the hot rice grain slid into his throat did he feel a little more solid. If I take the initiative to confess, what does it matter if I get rejected? Even with the support of the system, is she still not as good as her 2 previous boyfriends? Then I would be embarrassed like a star in the Pacific Ocean. Chen Dazhuang secretly clenched his fists and his eyes fell on the corners of Susu's mouth which were stained with cumin seeds. Chen Dazhuang suddenly felt that it would be best to wait for Susu to confess her feelings to him. Anyway, I can still improve Susu's favorability. If it reaches 100, Susu will probably confess to me. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang's throat rolled twice, and his fingertips rubbed the remaining warm touch on his cheek, but in the end he swallowed back the subtle throbbing. He deliberately avoided Susu's bright gaze and grabbed the fattest grilled lamb chops on the dining car, with a metal knife and fork making a crisp sound when they collided. When the brown and crispy outer layer of the lamb chops was cut, oil sizzled out, revealing the pink tender meat inside. The cumin and chili powder exploded in the heat, and the fragrance was so fragrant that Chen Dazhuang's nose was itchy. As he took the first bite, the fat and lean mutton burst with hot gravy between his teeth, and the richness of the fat wrapped in the aroma of charcoal fire filled his mouth. It had a more milky and fatty flavor than the dry skewers he had eaten at roadside stalls before. He didn't care about his image, his cheeks were puffed up like they were stuffed with cotton, and he picked up a piece of fried chicken wing with a fork. The skin is so crispy that you can hear a crackling sound. When you bite it open, you first taste the garlic aroma mixed in the batter, followed by the chicken that is so tender that it is juicy, and even the gaps between the bones are soaked with salty fragrance. The seafood porridge made Chen Dazhuang's eyes light up. When he scooped it up with the porcelain spoon, the plump rice grains were wrapped in milky white soup, the shrimps were curled into pink balls, and the crab meat was clearly floating on the surface. After being sprinkled with a handful of emerald green onions, it was so delicious that he wanted to swallow it. Chen Dazhuang gulped down 2 large bowls of the soup until his stomach felt like it was filled with a warm water bottle. He then burped in satisfaction, smelling like seafood. I turned around and saw Susu cutting the strawberries on the fruit platter in small bites. Chen Dazhuang suddenly felt that the midnight snack in this 5-star hotel was indeed overbearing. The portion was big enough to feed a half-fat man like him, and the taste was far better than that of any roadside stall. Even the celadon bowl used to hold the porridge had a warmer luster than ordinary porcelain. Only now did Chen Dazhuang realize that the presidential suite in a 5-star hotel was expensive for a reason. Susu poked the strawberries on the plate with a silver fork, but her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the pendant of the thin chain bracelet. The moment her lips touched Chen Dazhuang's cheek, she clearly felt his body suddenly stiffen, and even his breathing paused for half a second. The immature reaction at that moment was like a feather gently scratching her heart. But the next second, Chen Dazhuang was so busy chewing the lamb chops that he didn't even notice the oil stains on the corners of his mouth. She was so angry that she almost crushed the strawberry. "Humph, why are you playing dumb?" Susu curled her lips secretly, but secretly glanced at Chen Dazhuang's bulging cheeks out of the corner of her eyes. In fact, the kiss just now was half impulsive and half calculated. Which of the two boyfriends she had dated on campus didn't hold her in his hands and pursue her for half a year? But no matter how handsome a face is, it can't fill a stomach. The cheap necklace her ex-boyfriend gave her faded after just 3 days of wearing it. Unlike Chen Dazhuang, who booked the presidential suite without blinking an eye and insisted on having freshly grilled skewers in a 5-star hotel. Treat yourself to top-quality Japanese food when you first meet. Chapter 52. Chen Dazhuang finally got what he wanted. She picked up a piece of fried chicken wing and took a small bite, but it tasted bland. Chen Dazhuang's family conditions may not be the best among the boys Susu has ever met. But Susu had never seen such a frenzy in spending money. Susu hopes to have a boyfriend like this. You can take yourself out for food, drink and entertainment every day and enjoy the best service. She imagined her life as Chen Dazhuang's girlfriend. When he wakes up in the river view room with floor-to-ceiling windows in the morning, Chen Dazhuang will ask the waiter to deliver breakfast to his bedside. The silver dining cart is filled with freshly baked croissants and steaming lattes. In the afternoon, she went to the most upscale beauty salon for a SPA. When the masseur's fingertips rubbed her shoulders and neck, a message from Chen Dazhuang popped up on her phone, asking her which Michelin restaurant she wanted to go to in the evening. There is no need to squeeze into the subway to go to the suburbs on weekends. Your private driver has already parked his sports car downstairs. You can go to any amusement park in any city and return on the same day, without even having to queue up for the VIP entrance. Susu licked the strawberry juice remaining at the corner of her mouth with the tip of her tongue, and suddenly felt that the subtle sound made by Chen Dazhuang chewing the grilled lamb chops became pleasant to the ear. It was not just the aroma of food, it was clearly the steaks from top restaurants, limited edition bags, and private yacht parties beckoning to her. Didn't he understand my hint? Susu shook her wrist a little irritably, and the faint light from the bracelet reflected in her eyes. This was the first time she took the initiative to kiss a boy. If it was her former boyfriend, he would have been so excited that he would have been incoherent. But Chen Dazhuang was stunned for a moment, and then he just buried his head in eating his midnight snack. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became. She forked up a piece of cantaloupe and bit into it fiercely. The sweet juice splashed on the corners of her mouth, but in her heart she was thinking about how to teach him next time. You can't let me take the initiative all the time, right? At least she had to let Chen Dazhuang confess his feelings, so that it would seem that she was not a materialistic girl, but was just attracted by Chen Dazhuang's sincerity. After eating and drinking, Chen Dazhuang raised his hand to call the hotel waiter and pointed at the menu with his fingertips. I want 4 cups of the latest popular internet celebrity milk tea, 2 cups each of succulent grape and mango sago. Please help me order takeout. Chen Dazhuang thought that he had to take good care of Luna, who would take him on the flight next, and ensure the logistics work himself. If Susu, the Wild King, had not been served well. She was too thirsty to concentrate on her operations, and once her ultimate skill was interrupted, she, Arthur, would probably be chased and beaten by the enemy in the canyon. Seeing Chen Dazhuang's actions, Susu paused while holding the tissue. These 2 internet-famous milk teas were clearly what she complained about to Chen Dazhuang while playing games last week. I saw several big internet celebrities drinking this kind of milk tea on their live broadcasts, but the queue was too long and I was too lazy to buy it. Soon, the milk tea was served. Water droplets condensed on the transparent cup wall, pink and purple grape pulp sank to the bottom of the cup, and the golden mango particles in the Yangji Ganlu were mixed with grapefruit pieces, and the sweet aroma could be smelled through the cup lid. As soon as Chen Dazhuang's fingertips touched the wall of the cup, he hurriedly pushed the succulent grapes toward Susu. The water droplets condensed on the wall of the cup formed thin streams under the light, and the pink and purple grape flesh swayed gently as the cup was pushed. When he picked up the mango sago himself, the pop sound of the straw piercing the lid of the cup mixed with the rustling sound of mango pieces hitting the crushed grapefruit. The moment Chen Dazhuang took a big sip, the pearls made a crunching sound in his mouth. The golden fruit pulp stuck to his lips without even bothering to wipe it off. Chen Dazhuang said, "Susu, drink it quickly, the milk cap is almost melting into the bottom of the tea." Susu rubbed the coolness of the cup wall with her fingertips, and suddenly felt that the anger she had been holding back because he didn't accept her confession was slowly dissipating like a balloon punctured by a needle. She remembered that when she said she wanted to drink milk tea, Chen Dazhuang was controlling Arthur and rushing around in the canyon. It was not until he returned to the city to replenish his blood that Chen Dazhuang said him. I thought he was just responding casually, but I didn't expect that he actually remembered it in his heart. It turns out that he doesn't understand, he's just stupid. Susu stared at the fruit pulp floating in the milk tea, her eyelashes casting a trembling shadow under the light. Maybe Chen Dazhuang just has never been in a relationship and doesn't understand girls' roundabout hints. But this seriousness in taking every word I say to heart is more real than those school hunks who used to say sweet words. Thinking of this, Susu suddenly put the milk tea on the table, her eyes shining like the rising moon. Chen Dazhuang. Sister will use Luna to take you flying tonight, and I guarantee you will become the king. When Susu opened the game interface, her fingertips tapped quickly on the screen, and the smile on the corner of her mouth could not be hidden. Since Chen Dazhuang can't learn to take the initiative, she will be the one who leads him into battle. When Chen Dazhuang becomes the king, are you still afraid that he won't understand the red buff you handed over to him? At the moment when the blue light exploded in the canyon, Susu's Luna swept across the river like silver lightning, and the crescent assault cut through the grass in the enemy's red buff area. Chen Dazhuang's Arthur followed behind with a shield raised, using his skills crookedly and almost crashing into the defense tower's shooting range several times. But Luna's infinite combo under the moon suddenly turned back, and the silver moon scimitar hooked the ankle of the enemy Huyi who was low on health, and pulled him back to the battlefield from under the tower. Don't panic. Follow my lead. Susu's fingertips left a residual image on the screen, but there was a smile in her voice. Look, I'm going to cut off Hanshin's ultimate move. Before she finished her words, Luna had already charged forward with her passive mark. When her ultimate skill passed through the wall of the dragon pit, a gap was instantly torn in the enemy's 5-man encirclement. Chen Dazhuang clumsily used his first skill to silence the chasing Vong Kuei, but the opponent's hook brushed past the edge of his shield, and he was so scared that his phone almost fell out of his hand. Beautiful! Arthur took the silence very well. Susu deliberately raised her voice, even though she knew that he was just being unlucky. When Luna drew the third arc in the air, the blade accurately shattered the enemy Wu Zetian's ultimate move. In the splashing starlight, she did not forget to look back at Chen Dazhuang's health bar. Hold on to your ultimate skill, wait until I kill the C position before you start the fight. At this time, the crystal had only 1/3 of its health left, and the 5 enemies were huddled together under the Highland Tower to defend it. Susu took a deep breath, and Luna suddenly rushed in the opposite direction, shuttling between the gaps between the enemy's skills. The moment the marks were fully stacked, 3 people were hit at the same time. The ultimate move was triggered in a chain like a silver chain. At the moment when the pentakill prompt sound exploded, Chen Dazhuang's Arthur just swung out a normal attack, but saw the word victory pop up in the center of the screen. He looked at his own record of 0-3-12, then at Susu's impressive stats of 18-2-9. Her cheerful laughter came through the headset. See? If you follow me, how far will it take for you to become the king? Susu was in a good mood tonight. While drinking her favorite milk tea, she led Chen Dazhuang and won 6 consecutive victories. The night wind came in through the window, blowing the hair on Susu's forehead. She shook the winning streak icon on her phone screen, and 6 golden stars shone brightly against the canyon background. Let's work harder and we will definitely be the champions tonight. Chen Dazhuang stared at the milk tea stains on her fingertips, and suddenly felt that it was worth it even if Arthur served as a mobile ward throughout the game. Chapter 53. Chen Dazhuang finally got what he wanted. Chen Dazhuang's fingertips were sweating from rubbing against the edge of the phone. On the screen, his rank was only 1 star away from the strongest king. Chen Dazhuang was very excited. He secretly glanced at Susu who was standing across from him. The girl lowered her eyes and scrolled through the hero interface. Luna's silver moon skin glowed coldly under the screen light, but he always felt that there was a hint of frost in the moonlight. When she won 6 consecutive games just now, her eyes were still filled with stars that filled the canyon. Don't worry, Susu. Chen Dazhuang cleared his throat and shook the screenshot of Arthur's winning rate in front of Susu. I've played Arthur for over 300 games. My KDA and team fight awareness are very solid. I'll take the damage while you take on the C role. We can definitely win. Before he finished speaking, Chen Dazhuang pursed his lips guiltily. The 013 record in the last game was still in the historical records. Susu did not respond, but tapped the screen with her fingertips extra hard. The clicking sound mixed with the war drums in the hall's BGM, making people feel nervous. Of course she knew how fake Chen Dazhuang's proficiency was. Susu even doubted whether Chen Dazhuang's level of Honor of Kings was at the bronze level. In the last game, he used Arthur to chase Hanshin, who was low on health. He even used his ultimate to rush into the opponent's Highland Tower. When he was bombed into low health by the defense tower, he still shouted in the voice chat, "Susu, follow me and harvest." But what really made her frown was the ELO mechanism of Honor of Kings. In the promotion matches after consecutive victories, the system can always accurately insert teammates who are AFK, shooters who are selected in seconds, or partners like Chen Dazhuang who have the awareness of bronze and the courage of king. Especially when someone like Chen Dazhuang is just one step away from becoming a star king, the ELO mechanism will be magnified to the maximum. Don't be nervous. Susu suddenly put her cell phone on the table, unscrewed the iced milk tea and took a big sip. The sweetness of mango pudding mixed with the cold air rushed into her throat, making her suddenly sober up. At worst, I'll be Luna 1 vs 5, and you can just stay behind as a ward for me. If you see an assassin, use your first skill to block the silence for me. Susu raised her chin as she spoke, but a somewhat forced smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Last season, when she was playing solo for the national server, she encountered a teammate who picked for shooters in seconds in the promotion match. In the end, she used Luna to kill 17 times in front of the fountain and forced the opponent to surrender. The reading bar on the game loading interface jumped to 90%. Chen Dazhuang was excited but also a little nervous. Susu looked at the shiny silver medal and suddenly remembered how Chen Dazhuang wiped the water droplets off the wall of the succulent grape cup before pushing it over when he ordered milk tea. Although this idiot is not good at playing games, he remembers every word she said. Ding! The prompt sound of entering the BP interface pierced the silence. Susu took a deep breath and banned Sima Yi and Shangguan Wana without hesitation in the banned heroes column. These two flying heroes are the best at suppressing Luna. When it was Chen Dazhuang's turn to ban a hero, he stared at the screen for a while, and suddenly waved his hand to ban Luban number 7. This short-legged guy deserves a beating. You can't let him disgust you. Susu was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and smiled. This guy really doesn't understand what's strong in the version. He bans heroes just because he doesn't like them. But when she locked Luna's contact, she saw Chen Dazhuang typing silently in the chat box. "Keep calm, teammates. Our Luna is the jungle king. Follow her pace." Seeing what Chen Dazhuang said, she suddenly felt that the ELO haze weighing on her heart seemed to be unlocked by this foolish trust. The blue light of the crystal hub lit up at the end of the loading bar. Susu's fingertips stroked Luna's passive mark pattern on the edge of the screen, like stroking some kind of battle spell. She raised her eyes to look at Chen Dazhuang. The fat boy was holding his cell phone straight up, his neck tilted forward like an ostrich ready to charge, but the tips of his ears were secretly red. "Follow my command." Susu's voice suddenly became deep, with a bit of the unique coolness of the Canyon Wild King. "Red starts the counter jungle. After you clear the first wave of soldiers, come to counter camp, remember. Even if I die, you have to trick the opponent's jungler into giving me punishment." Chen Dazhuang nodded vigorously, and responded with a okay with his Adam's apple rolling. The night wind outside the window brought in the hustle and bustle of the night market downstairs, blowing the milk tea cup on the table gently swaying, and the pink and purple grape pulp at the bottom of the cup shook with tiny fragments of light. It was just like the determination that had been rekindled in Susu's eyes at this moment, the determination to take down this star. The outcome of this game might depend on ELO, but at least she wanted to show the idiot beside her how Luna's moonlight could split all the headwinds. When Luna's silver moon scimitar drew the last arc in front of the crystal, Susu's fingertips almost rubbed through the screen. The burning effect of the enemy's red buff was still on her, and only a thin layer of blood remained on her health bar, like paper ash blown away by the wind. But there was no panic in her eyes. The moment her passive mark was fully stacked, her ultimate skill penetrated the enemy Wu Zetian's ultimate skill Starlight like a silver chain, and the blade accurately shattered Ganjiang and Moi's male and female swords. The moment the triple kill notification sound exploded, the blood splattering effects on the screen did not have time to dissipate. "Guard the house! Guard the house quickly, what are you doing?" Chen Dazhuang's roar exploded from the headset, and the broken sound with a crying tone made Susu's eardrum hurt. She caught a glimpse of the small map and saw Arthur, who was on her own lane, running towards the fountain with a shield. But in front of the enemy shooter, its movement speed was as slow as a snail with its tail stepped on. Even more glaring was the scarlet text exploding in the chat box. "Stop pretending, jungler. If I had known you loved to show off so much, I would have practiced Yao." It was the mid laner Deiji who had been AFK for half the game. "Arthur, do you know how to play? You just gave away kills in a team fight, you deserve not to be promoted to the king rank." The shooter Luban number 7 shell didn't hit the enemy, but it caused an uproar on the public screen. Chen Dazhuang was so angry that his fingers were shaking. Just as he was about to type a reply, he saw Susu suddenly press the mute button. Her Luna was like a statue frozen in the moonlight, standing in front of the blood-remaining crystal, the blood of the enemy assassin still dripping on the blade, but the eyes that had been burning with ferocity just now were now as dull as a pool of stagnant water. The malice of the ELO mechanism was fully demonstrated in this game. 3 minutes into the game, the mid laner Deiji suddenly hung up and said answer the phone, and when she came back, it was 0-3. Chen Dazhuang was killed twice by the enemy's Guangjie in the confrontation lane, and his mentality collapsed and he started to mess up the lane. The archer Luban number 7 was even more outrageous. In team fights, he would always hide at the back and shoot at the air, but when the crystal was left with only a little health, he would suddenly sprint forward. Now, this guy is being chased all over the map by the enemy's support Caiwenji, and the soldier line that Susu just cleared has spawned super soldiers. "Susu! I'll be there right away." Chen Dazhuang's Arthur finally reached the second tower, but was knocked back in circles by the enemy Caiwenji's second skill, and his health dropped to the bottom in an instant. Susu ignored him and just controlled Luna to retreat half a step, with the blade pointed diagonally at the ground. The moonlight condensed into a hexagram magic circle under her feet. This was her last bit of stubbornness. Even if the crystal was about to explode, she would make the enemy shooter pay the price. Chapter 54 Chen Dazhuang finally got what he wanted. When the enemy shooter Di Renjia rushed over with his ultimate skill, Susu calculated the CD of his second skill to release the control, and the crescent assault hit accurately. Marks full. But just when the ultimate move was about to be launched, his own crystal suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, and the word victory slapped on the screen like a slap in the face. Di Renjia's normal attack brushed against the corner of Luna's clothes and the last drop of blood splashed on the crystal debris, forming a dark red scab. The team wipeout notification tone and the sound of crystal shattering rang out at the same time. Susu suddenly let go of the phone and leaned back in the chair. Her fingertips were cold, and the light from the screen reflected her trembling eyelashes, clearly showing the bloodshot eyes. She had planned out every possible detail from cutting off Wu Ziqian's ultimate to instantly killing off the double CS in that infinite combo under the moon. He even used punishment to snatch the enemy's red buff when he was low on health, but in the end he was no match for 3 teammates who were swearing at each other on the public screen and fighting on their own in team battles. Chen Dazhuang's Arthur knelt in front of the crystal ruins. The dusty model looked like a defeated rooster. He opened his mouth and wanted to say sorry, but found that his throat was blocked and no sound came out. Just now when Susu was fighting 1 against 5, he was controlled by Caiwenji outside the second tower and could only watch her Luna dancing in front of the crystal. Every time the blade was swung, it was accompanied by a blood mist, but it still failed to stop the last super soldier. "This ELO is fucking amazing." Susu suddenly cursed in a low voice, her voice very hoarse. She grabbed the milk tea on the table and took a big gulp. The cold liquid choked her and made her cough. The sweetness of the mango sago turned into bitterness on her tongue. The pop-up window of failed to advance on Chen Dazhuang's screen has not disappeared yet, and the loading bar in the upper right corner has begun to circle for the next match. The system never seems to know that the distance to the star just now was accumulated by Luna through 17 kills and full screen operations. The night wind came in through the window, causing the empty milk tea cup on the table to sway gently. Susu stared at Luna's back as she put away her blade on the screen, and suddenly felt that the silver moon god of war also looked like a dejected loser at this moment. She raised her hand to rub her aching temple and heard Chen Dazhuang say cautiously beside her, "Susu, how about we take a break before fighting? I'll go buy you some skewers." Susu didn't look back, but just looked at the gradually fading moonlight effects on the crystal ruins and said softly. Her fingertips slid across Luna's skin poster on the screen, and the cold light of the silver moon scimitar reflected the moisture in her eyes. She lost this game, but in the next one, she will still pick Luna. Even if ELO is a mountain, she will use moonlight to carve a path through it. Soon the waiter brought several large plates of lamb kebabs. Red willow wood skewers are skewered with fat and lean mutton. The brown skin is wrapped in bright red chili powder. Cumin seeds dance in the heat, mixed with the unique milky aroma of Xinjiang mutton and penetrate into people's noses. Eat quickly, eat quickly. The mutton in this restaurant is freshly slaughtered and skewered, and it's sprinkled with cumin from southern Xinjiang. Chen Dazhuang didn't care about the heat and grabbed 2 skewers and pushed them in front of Su Su. The meat particles on the skewers were still dripping with oil, making tiny oil stars on the porcelain plate. He picked up a skewer and bit into it fiercely. The fat and lean meat burst between his teeth. The hot gravy mixed with the chili oil made him gasp for air, but he still mumbled. This fat is roasted until crispy, much better than the Luban number 7 in the game just now. Su Su stared at the lamb skewers on the plate without moving. The frustration she felt when the crystal shattered was still stuck in her throat. But when the aroma of steaming meat entered her nose, the fragrance mixed with charcoal and mutton fat was like a small hammer, gently knocking away the depression in her heart. She picked up a skewer hesitantly, and as soon as her fingertips touched the warm wooden stick, the cumin seeds on it made her feel itchy. When you take the first bite, the crispy lamb on the outside and tender on the inside melts on your tongue. The richness of the fat wrapped in the spicy aroma of the chili instantly dispels the bitterness of losing the game. Here, sugarcane juice. Chen Dazhuang pushed over the glass cup with a thick straw. The dark green sugarcane juice shone crisply under the light. The water droplets condensed on the wall of the cup slid down the glass, leaving a small water mark on the table. Su Su took a big sip, and the sweet juice mixed with crushed ice rushed into her throat. Her throat, which had been hoarse from playing games just now, was stimulated by the coolness, and she felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but squint her eyes. Actually, the one just now. Chen Dazhuang suddenly stopped chewing and wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth with a tissue. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been controlled by Cai Wenji, you wouldn't have to guard the house alone. He glanced downward as he spoke, like a child who had done something wrong, and even forgot to eat the lamb skewers in his hand. Su Su didn't respond, but just took another sip of sugarcane juice. The cold liquid slid into her stomach, but she felt a corner of her heart swell with warmth from this clumsy apology. She looked at the mutton crumbs on Chen Dazhuang's fingertips, and suddenly remembered that when he was scolded in the game just now, he was secretly typing on the public screen. Don't scold my jungler. Although the screen was immediately flooded with swear words from teammates. Okay. Su Su put down the bamboo stick, picked up the tissue and wiped her fingers. It's the fault of the ELO mechanism. It has nothing to do with you. She said it casually, but secretly glanced at Chen Dazhuang. The idiot was staring at the remaining half skewer of mutton in front of her. His Adam's apple rolled, and he quickly shifted his gaze to the sugarcane juice. The hustle and bustle of the night market poured in from the window. The smell of oil smoke from the kebab stalls mixed with the laughter of passers-by was more reassuring than the sound of war drums in the canyon. Su Su grabbed another skewer of mutton and bit it extra hard this time. The charred skin made a crisp crackling sound between his teeth and the chili oil flowed down the corners of his mouth. She didn't bother to wipe it, she just felt that the smell of the meat was more real than the sense of accomplishment when Luna got a quad kill just now. Seeing how she was enjoying the meal, Chen Dazhuang's eyes lit up, and he quickly put 2 more skewers on her plate. Eat more, the lamb kidneys here are really nutritious. No, they're really delicious. Chen Dazhuang's face suddenly turned red in the middle of his words, and he quickly lowered his head to drink the sugarcane juice. The straw made a gurgling sound, and the splashing juice foam stuck to the tip of his nose. Su Su looked at his flustered appearance and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. The anger caused by the bad teammates was like ice melted by the heat of the lamb skewers, and then washed away by the sweetness of sugarcane juice. She picked up the glass and gently clinked it against Chen Dazhuang's cup. The icy mist-shrouded wall of the cup made a crisp sound, mixed with the aroma of meat and the sweetness of sugarcane juice, spreading a circle of warmth in the presidential suite of the 5-star hotel. Next! Su Su bit the straw and looked at the sugarcane juice foam on Chen Dazhuang's nose. Suddenly, she felt her throat wasn't sore anymore. Next time I'll use mirror, and you play hard support and follow me closely, and we'll charge again. Chen Dazhuang raised his head suddenly, and the mutton in his mouth almost spurted out. He nodded vigorously, and the oil at the corners of his mouth swayed. Okay. I'm going to practice Shield Mountain right now, and I promise to protect you like crystal. The neon lights outside the window shone through the glass, casting flickering shadows on the lamb skewers in front of the two people. Su chewed the fragrant mutton and watched Chen Dazhuang dancing and imitating Dunchan's shield-raising movements. Suddenly, she felt that winning or losing in this canyon didn't seem to be that important. At least at this moment, these handfuls of mutton skewers and 2 large glasses of sugarcane juice have filled the hole in her heart. Chapter 55. Chen Dazhuang finally got what he wanted. Chen Dazhuang stuffed the last bite of the skewer into his mouth, wiped his greasy fingers on the napkin, and burped with a cumin-flavored burp. Su, watch out, my Arthur can fight and resist, and will definitely take you to great heights. Before he finished speaking, Su smiled and patted his shoulder. Chen Dazhuang, your operation is obviously at the god level. However, today I may be able to assist you with my diamond trumpet tilde. Su's tone was sweet and contained just the right amount of compliments. Su's fingertips flew across the screen, and she skillfully opened her small account that had been covered in dust for half a year. The avatar is still the system default Annie Baby-style cherry blossom girl, and the rank frame lights up with a dim diamond 5. Su turned her phone screen to Chen Dazhuang and spoke with the enthusiasm of a professional companion. Chen Dazhuang, look, this account has not been logged in since last year's Double 11. According to my experience, the matchmaking system is very friendly to returning players. The opponents in the first few matches were very gentle tilde. TSK, you sound like it's real. Chen Dazhuang curled his lips and clicked on the ranking match, but as soon as the loading interface popped up, a golden the strongest in the country logo floated next to Su's lunar avatar. His eyes almost popped out. Oh my god! Sister Su, your diamond account actually has a national service logo. Su covered her mouth and chuckled, her tone was humble. Oh, I got the bid by chance before, and I have never been willing to cancel this account. I am sorry to make you laugh tilde. As soon as the game started, Su's Luna rushed into the jungle like an arrow from a bow, and explained in a sweet voice while operating. Boss Chen, look, the red buff is the most efficient for clearing the jungle at the beginning. I'll go and help you watch the confrontation lane after I finish clearing it tilde. Arthur, controlled by Chen Dazhuang, followed behind. Just as he was about to help beat Xiaoye, he heard Su's gentle reminder. Chen Dazhuang, please go to the online development first, leave this to me, just rest assured to bear the pressure tilde. Chen Dazhuang just observed that the opponent's player is indeed a welfare bureau configuration. The player who locked Huyi in seconds when selecting a hero has the ideal elementary school students, don't mess with me. The auxiliary CAI1GS avatar is a kindergarten graduation photo. At the beginning of the game, the opponent's Huyi flashed directly into the jungle to grab the red buff, was chased and hammered by wild monsters to the tower, and turned back to release the bird, but the arrow pierced the river crab. CAI1G followed Huyi the whole time. During team battles, she always used her ultimate to heal herself. She chased the opponent's Arthur for 3 blocks with low health, but was killed by him with a silence. She rushed to the dragon pit as soon as she stood up with her resurrection armor, and all her skills were used on the Lord's butt. Angela in the middle lane is even more amazing. When she was hiding in the grass, she used her ultimate towards the wall. She was able to clear the line and push the soldiers to the opposite tower, but she herself was reduced to low health by the defensive tower. When her teammates were fighting in a team, she ran back and forth in the river. She missed her skills 3 times and used her flash in the dragon pit. She was simply a mobile ATM. As soon as Su reached level 4, she crossed the tower and killed Angela in the middle lane. Luna's crescent assault drew a perfect arc under the tower. She deliberately said in a surprised tone, "Wow! Thanks to you, Chen Dazhuang, for attracting firepower in the confrontation lane. I was able to get the kill successfully this time tilde." Chen Dazhuang felt warmed at heart after hearing this, and became more motivated to control Arthur in the confrontation. Chen Dazhuang, you see, the basic operation of Luna is to use the marks more often to refresh the ultimate move tilde. While Su was typing and directing his teammates, he did not forget to explain to Chen Dazhuang. In team battles, Luna shuttled like silver lightning. Once, Chen Dazhuang was surrounded and beaten by 3 people. Su's Luna suddenly rushed out and killed 3 people. She also expressed her admiration in the voice. Oh my god! Chen Dazhuang, you were so crucial in taking the damage just now. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to output at all tilde. Fuck! This is too good. Chen Dazhuang was so excited that he slammed the skewers on the table. Susu immediately responded. It's all thanks to your good cooperation, Chen Dazhuang. Look at this team wipe, it's all thanks to your accurate start. Susu looked at her own record of 2107, but attributed all the credit to Chen Dazhuang. If you hadn't been in front of me taking the damage, I wouldn't have been able to get the kill so easily. See? This is the charm of the System Welfare Bureau. Susu wiped off the grease on the screen, speaking with the enthusiasm of a professional playmate. Chen Dazhuang, with your awareness and skills, combined with my trumpet, it's so easy to reach the king level. Chen Dazhuang swallowed his saliva and said quickly, Sister Susu, I'll leave my promotion match to you from now on. At this time, a victory pop-up window popped up on the phone screen. Susu's Luna won the MVP with a score of 15.8. She smiled and said to Chen Dazhuang, Boss Chen, look, this is perfect. She shook the empty kebab plate and said playfully, next time if you invite me to play, you have to order 10 more skewers of lamb kidneys. The overtime pay for the national server operation is very expensive. When the crystal exploded in the last round, Chen Dazhuang's fingers were still frozen on the screen. Mai Shiranui, controlled by Susu, was stepping on the head of the low-health Lu Bu to complete the harvest. The hero with his health bar running out of energy jumped out of the victory animation at the edge of the fountain. Chen Dazhuang stared at the rank logo, the strongest king, in the upper right corner and suddenly felt hot. His phone fell on the sofa with a click and he bounced up like a lit firecracker. He turned around and pulled Susu beside him into his arms. We won! Susu, we won! I am finally the strongest king! Chen Dazhuang's voice was trembling and his arms were wrapped so tightly around the person in his arms that he almost couldn't breathe. Susu's ponytail swept across his chin, the ends of her hair still smelling of strawberry shampoo, but now they were shaking all over the place because of him. Susu buried her head in the hollow of his shoulder, her ears as red as ripe cherries, her eyelashes fluttering across his collarbone, the settlement interface still lit up on the phone in her hand, the golden medal of MVP flashing next to her avatar. Chen Dazhuang, you loosen up a little. Susu's voice was muffled in his sweatshirt, with a strangled sound. But Chen Dazhuang was just jumping around on the spot, his sneakers making so much thumping noise on the floor that even the sofa cushions were rubbed to the ground. He could feel the person in his arms swaying gently with his movements, and the top of her head rubbing against his chin brought a slight tickling sensation, until Susu's fingertips quietly grabbed the clothes on his back, and he lowered his head belatedly. Susu lowered her eyes, her nose was red, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. She was obviously so shy that she almost buried her face in her collar, but she still secretly raised her eyes to glance at his sparkling eyes. The street light outside the window shone into the living room through the gauze curtains, casting a layer of warm yellow on the overlapping shadows of the two people. Chen Dazhuang suddenly realized that he was still holding someone, and when he hurriedly tried to let go, he felt Susu's fingers gently clenching his back, like a kitten hooking onto a ball of yarn, timidly but not letting go. His Adam's apple rolled, and he suddenly felt more nervous than when he first became the king. He could only smile foolishly, resting his chin gently on the top of her head, listening to the increasingly rapid heartbeat of the person in his arms, colliding with a drum-like movement in his chest. Happy Children's Day to all my brothers and sisters? At Chapter 56, Watching the Moonlight with Susu. Chen Dazhuang's nose brushed against the top of Susu's head. The scent of strawberries mixed with the lingering smell of barbecued skewers in her hair suddenly reminded him of the afterimage of her Luna's infinite combo under the moon in the game just now. Obviously, he was a tough guy who could fight 1v5, but at this moment, he was like a little animal with its fur messed up in his arms, and the tips of his ears were so red that blood could drip out. He secretly threw the skewer in his hand into the gap of the sofa, and when his fingertips rubbed the back of Susu's neck, he felt her tremble slightly. The shouts from the night snack stalls outside the window drifted in with the wind. The background music of the king's victory was still playing on a loop on his phone, but he suddenly felt that the noise in the room had turned into slow motion. Susu. He swallowed, his voice hoarse as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. When you were playing Mai Shiranui just now, the moment you stepped on Lu Bu's head was so cool. The person in his arms laughed and rubbed his head against his chest. That's because Boss Chen is good at resisting injuries, so I can harvest. She deliberately drew out her tone, with the ending sound rising slightly, but her fingertips were still grabbing the thread on the back of his sweater, circling it again and again. Chen Dazhuang suddenly bent down and picked the person up horizontally. Susu screamed and hooked her arms around his neck. The phone fell on the sofa with a click, and the screen was still showing the battle record of the two people in the double row. He carried her to the balcony. When the gauze curtain was lifted by the evening breeze, the moonlight just fell on the red corners of Susu's eyes. "What are you doing?" She hit his shoulder, but didn't really use any force. "Let me show you something." Chen Dazhuang put her on the lazy sofa on the balcony and squatted beside her, looking at his phone. The light from the screen reflected his silly smile, and in the photo album he found a screenshot from a day ago. That was when he just reached diamond level. Susu used her trumpet to help him win a game. At that time, under her Annie baby avatar, there was a signature. "The Wild King leads the team? How about I lead the Wild King?" Susu stared at the screenshot and suddenly laughed. "You still have this?" "Of course." Chen Dazhuang put his phone in front of her. "Look, you played Cai Wenji in this game. You healed me so well that I wanted to give the red buff to you." He was chattering on about the details of what happened before, and suddenly he realized that Susu was not looking at her phone, but was looking at him with her chin in her hand, her eyes so bright that they seemed to contain stars. The night wind blew through the succulent potted plants on the balcony, making the ceramic pots clink. As Chen Dazhuang was talking, he suddenly became quiet and his eyes fell on the corners of Susu's mouth. The strawberry-colored lipstick she had applied today had rubbed off a little, leaving her lips with a naturally pink hue. He reached out his hand as if possessed, and just as his fingertips touched her lips, Susu gently bit them. Chen Dazhuang, the hot breath she exhaled when she let go made him shrink his hand. "When will you deliver the 10 skewers of lamb kidneys you just mentioned?" He looked at the smile in her eyes, suddenly put his phone into his pocket, and reached out to pinch her cheek. "Let's buy it now." "But..." He deliberately dragged out the words and suddenly moved closer when Susu raised her eyebrows. "First, I need to ask for overtime pay for being a national server assistant. Before he finished speaking, Susu's kiss gently landed on the tip of his nose, like a feather brushing past. The owner of the night snack stall on the street was shouting roasted lamb kidneys, but Chen Dazhuang felt that all the sounds in the world had disappeared, leaving only the heartbeat of the person in his arms and the unspoken words in his chest. "Susu, I like you." The crystal chandelier in the presidential suite cast tiny spots of light on the ceiling. Chen Dazhuang leaned back on the leather sofa in the living room, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the edge of the cashmere carpet. Unlike a few hours ago when the two of them hugged and kissed on the sofa, at this moment Susu was separated by two closed doors, with a deliberate sense of distance. Good night." Susu's voice came out from the crack of the door, and the ending tone was a little floating. Chen Dazhuang hummed and stared at the gilded carvings on the door frame of the master bedroom. He suddenly felt that this 5-figure suite was frighteningly empty. After the shower stopped for 10 minutes, he dared to tiptoe to the door of the second bedroom. He heard the rustling of pages, occasionally mixed with suppressed hums. It sounded just like the frustrated sound she made when she was interrupted while playing Luna. He leaned against the door and heard his own heartbeat hitting the marble wall. 3 hours ago, Susu's fingertips were still hooked on the drawstring of his sweater, and she laughed tremblingly in his arms. But when he carried her sideways into the master bedroom, she suddenly grabbed his collar, rubbed her nose against his Adam's apple, and shook her head gently. "Chen Dazhuang, can you give me some more time?" There were still tears of laughter on her eyelashes. The moonlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on the corners of her red eyes, like two broken diamonds. "Time." He was stunned at the time, his palms still resting on the back of her waist, and he could feel the stiffness of her body. Susu buried her face in his shoulder, her voice muffled as if soaked in water. "Just wait a little longer." Her fingertips quietly wrapped around his wrist and shook it gently as if she was afraid that he would be angry. Now he was sitting on the king-size bed in the master bedroom, looking at the abstract oil painting hanging on the opposite wall. He suddenly felt that the twisted red lines were very similar to his chaotic mood at the moment. On the bedside table was a welcome fruit plate sent by the hotel. The strawberries were arranged in the shape of a heart. He grabbed one irritably and stuffed it into his mouth. As he frowned at the sour taste, he heard the door of the second bedroom click. Warm yellow light shone through the crack in the door, and Susu, wearing pajamas with a bear print, tiptoed to the living room. Chen Dazhuang quickly lay down and pretended to sleep, squinting his eyes to see her rummaging around at the bar for a long time, and finally tiptoed back with a box of milk. Susu hesitated for a few seconds at his door, gently placed the milk carton on the doormat, and took out a piece of note paper to put on it. After the footsteps faded away, he got up and picked up the note. Luna, who was scribbled with a fluorescent pen, held up a white flag with the following written in marker next to it. "I'll take you to play rank tomorrow. If you lose, I'll give you a shoulder massage, but you're not allowed to knock on the door." At the end, I drew a puffy strawberry with its leaves tilted to one side. He stared at the words and laughed. When his fingertips rubbed the paper, he found another line of smaller words on the back. "Actually, the strawberry milk has been warmed." The floor-to-ceiling windows of the master bedroom faced the night view of the city, and the neon lights cast flickering shadows on the curtains. Chen Dazhuang put the milk carton on the bedside table, and suddenly felt that the two doors were no longer a barrier. He remembered the red mark on the back of Susu's neck that was exposed at the collar of her pajamas when she bent down to put the milk in. It was where he accidentally rubbed it when they hugged each other that night. Suddenly, a piece of candy rolled next to the pillow, and the strawberry-flavored wrapping paper glowed in the moonlight. He lay back on the bed with the candy in his mouth and heard the sound of flipping pages and intermittent humming from next door. It was the song Love Cycle that she often listened to, and it was so out of tune that it disrupted Luna's passive rhythm. "Susu." Chen Dazhuang smiled at the ceiling and pulled the quilt up to his chin. The milk carton on the bedside table was still warm, just like the temperature of Susu's fingertips just now. In fact, sleeping in separate rooms wasn't that bad. At least he knew that the person in the next room was looking at the same moonlight as him. Chapter 57, Eating Breakfast with Susu. The morning light shone through the gaps in the curtains and slanted onto Chen Dazhuang's eyelids like a golden thread. He turned over in a daze, and his nose was suddenly filled with a warm and fragrant smell. Susu knelt beside the bed, the little bear ears embroidered on the collar of her pajamas rubbed his chin gently, and her strawberry-flavored lips brushed across his eyelids like a dragonfly skimming the water. He hummed vaguely, and when his eyelashes brushed across her nose, he saw that the ends of her hair still retained moisture from last night, and the strands of hair on her forehead were pressed up playfully. When Susu saw him wake up, she shrank back like a kitten that had drunk cream, but her ears were so red that they were almost bleeding. "Good morning, Boss Chen." Before she could finish her words, he stretched out his long arms and scooped her into his arms, wrapping them in the quilt and rolling them back and forth on the bed. A strawberry candy that had not been opened last night fell out from the folds of the sheets. Chen Dazhuang leaned against her forehead and smiled softly, his voice hoarse from the morning. "Isn't this good morning kiss too perfunctory?" When my fingertips brushed against her lips, I felt her gently biting my fingertips, like a kitten practicing hunting. Susu buried her burning cheeks in the crook of his neck, and a muffled voice came out from under the fabric. "So what do you want?" The morning light cast a golden edge on the back of her neck, and the red mark left last night had faded to cherry blossom color. He lowered his head as if possessed by a ghost, and gently rubbed the delicate skin with the tip of his nose. The person in his arms suddenly trembled, raised his hand and hit his shoulder. "Stop it. I'm hungry." Chen Dazhuang tugged at the collar of his sweatshirt and followed Susu out of the presidential suite. The carpet in the hallway was thick enough to absorb the sound of footsteps. Her little bare slippers clattered on the floor, and the hem of her denim jacket brushed the back of his hand. When passing by a fire hydrant, he suddenly reached out and hooked his fingertips around hers. She was startled, and the earphone wire slipped out of her sweatshirt pocket, still playing the prelude to Love Cycle. "Why are you in such a hurry?" He shook her hand. "It takes a long time to wait for the elevator in a 5-star hotel." Susu turned around and glared at him, the end of her hair brushing his chin. "You were the one who said last night that you were so hungry that you could eat 10 baskets of shrimp dumplings." The elevator door opened with a ding, and the mirror reflected the crooked shadows of two people. The sleeves of her teddy bear pajamas were longer than her fingers, the hood of his sweatshirt was worn backwards, and on his wrist was a hairband that she had dropped last night. The revolving door crushed the morning light into pieces of gold. Susu suddenly stopped and squatted on the steps to tie her shoelaces. Chen Dazhuang looked at the back of her neck that was exposed when she bent over. The red mark from last night had faded to light pink, like a fallen cherry blossom. After tying her shoelaces, she stood up and rubbed the back of his hand with her fingertips unconsciously, then pulled back as if she had been electrocuted, but the tips of her ears turned red. In the buffet restaurant of a 5-star hotel, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows reflect the misty morning fog. The crystal chandelier cast a spot of light on the marble floor. Susu followed Chen Dazhuang in small steps, and her denim jacket rubbed against the tablecloth, making a slight rustling sound. He suddenly stopped and almost bumped into her nose when he turned around. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll get it." "I want strawberry milk and fried eggs cooked on the double side." She looked up at him, her hair brushing his chin, and that Napoleon cake. He pinched her cheek, turned and walked towards the dining table, and heard a soft hum behind him. When he came back with the plate, he saw Susu poking the watermelon in front of her with a fork. When she saw him approaching, she suddenly smeared a piece of strawberry jam on the back of his hand. "You just laughed at me for being slow at tying my shoes." He raised his eyebrows in pretending to be angry, but when she ducked her head, he rubbed her nose with his fingertips. Little rascal. Chapter 58, Breakfast with Susu Part 2. The sunlight came in through the stained glass, casting a golden edge on the tips of Susu's hair. Susu suddenly reached out and hooked the drawstring of Chen Dazhuang's sweatshirt and put her face close to his ear. "Actually, just now in the elevator, I wanted to hold your hand." The waiter from the next table passed by with coffee and accidentally knocked over the sugar bowl. Chen Dazhuang looked at the red corners of Susu's eyes. The morning light cast a golden red luster on the ends of her hair, and Chen Dazhuang suddenly felt that the sweetness of this cup of strawberry milk was far greater than ever before. Susu poked a piece of caramel-covered crepe with a silver fork and didn't even notice the cream touching her nose. Chen Dazhuang reached out to wipe it off for her, but as soon as his fingertips touched her skin, she opened her mouth and bit them. Although she was holding it gently, she deliberately rubbed his fingertips with her front teeth, and a sly crescent moon appeared at the end of her eyes. "Boss Chen, please feed me." Chen Dazhuang raised his eyebrows, took the fork, rolled up the crepe and handed it to her mouth, watching her chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, her eyelashes casting trembling shadows under her eyes. The blonde waiter from the next table walked by with champagne and secretly saw Chen Dazhuang using a tissue to wipe the cream from the corner of her mouth. When his fingertips brushed across her lips, Susu suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist, and her tongue quickly licked the sweetness on his fingertips. "Hello." Chen Dazhuang's ears felt hot and he pretended to hit Susu on the head, but she dodged it nimbly. Susu proudly shook the glass of strawberry milk, and the ice cubes made a crisp sound. Yesterday's warm milk tasted better, today's iced milk tastes even sweeter. As she spoke, she pushed the cup in front of him. The condensed water droplets on the wall of the cup dripped onto the back of his hand, and the cool feeling made his heart skip a beat. Chen Dazhuang picked up a runny sunny side-up egg with a fork and held it high on purpose. Susu stood up anxiously, and the collar of her teddy bear pajamas slid down halfway, revealing the light pink marks left by the shoulder straps. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her nose lightly, taking the opportunity to let the egg drip onto her plate. "Open your mouth, idiot." The sunlight shone through the stained glass onto the dining table, stretching the overlapping shadows of the two people very long. Susu secretly put a piece of Napoleon cake on his plate. The crumbs of pastry fell on the tablecloth, but she picked them up with her fingertips and stuffed them into her mouth, mumbling, "This is delicious, would you like to try it?" Before he finished speaking, Susu leaned over, and when her lips brushed the corner of his mouth, the blueberry jam on the cake rubbed his chin. "It's dirty." Chen Dazhuang smiled and tried to take the tissue, but she grabbed his wrist and pressed him under the table. Susu's fingertips drew circles on his palm, and suddenly she moved close to his ear, her hot breath tickling him. "I didn't hold your hand enough in the elevator just now, let's make up for it now." Their clasped hands were hidden under the tablecloth, and she rubbed his knuckles lightly with her ring finger, stroking rhythmically like pressing skill keys in a game of King of Glory. The old couple at the next table clinked their wine glasses with a smile, and Chen Dazhuang then realized that Susu's bare slippers had been kicked to his feet at some point. He hooked the shoe with his toes, but when she bent down to pick it up, he took the opportunity to pinch the back of her neck. The skin that had left red marks last night now had a healthy pink color, like a ripe peach. "Hateful." Susu slapped his hand away in annoyance, but buried her face in his shoulder. The pianist in the cafeteria played a soothing tune, mixed with the sound of knives and forks clashing and the sound of waves in the distance, but Chen Dazhuang could only hear the muffled laughter of the person in his arms. "Chen Dazhuang, please feed me a piece of cantaloupe. Pick the sweetest one." Chen Dazhuang looked down at the silly hair on Susu's head and suddenly felt that all the delicacies on the table had lost their flavor. He forked up a piece of cantaloupe with dew on it and passed it to her mouth. Seeing her eyes narrowed in satisfaction and the juice flowing down the corners of her mouth, he leaned over and brushed his lips against her skin. Sweeter than cantaloupe is the strawberry milk flavor that lingers between her lips and teeth. Chapter 59, Taking Susu to buy clothes and bags. The sunlight filtered through the diamond-shaped patterns on the stained glass, casting tiny rays of light on the strawberry jam mark on the back of Chen Dazhuang's hand. He secretly rubbed the soft flesh of Susu's palm with his fingertips. When he saw her shrink her hand due to the itch, he deliberately lowered his voice. The boutique at Daiji Plaza has a new saddlebag in a color similar to the strawberry lip gloss you wore yesterday. Susu was stuffing the last half of a croissant into his mouth. When she heard that, her eyes lit up like stars. The cuff of her teddy bear pajamas slid down to her forearm, revealing her elbow that had been pinched red by him last night. She tiptoed to reach the fur ball on his sweatshirt hood, and the tip of her hair brushed his chin, bringing with it a scent of strawberries. Then you have to help me with some advice. Last time you said I looked like a glutinous rice dumpling in my apricot cardigan. What color bag should I match it with this time? The revolving door of the hotel twisted the morning light into a whirlpool. Chen Dazhuang casually tucked the loose hair that had fallen on her cheeks behind her ears. When his fingertips brushed across her earlobe, he felt the skin there suddenly get hot. Chen Dazhuang took out his mobile phone and opened the taxi hailing app. He tapped the screen with his fingertips and quickly called a black business car. He put his phone back in his pocket and turned to look at Susu with a smile in his eyes. The car will be here soon, let's go wait at the door. Susu waved the strawberry hairband in her hand and came over to look at his phone screen. A business car? Is it the kind that's especially comfortable to sit in? As she spoke, the ends of her hair brushed against Chen Dazhuang's chin, with a sweet strawberry scent. Not long after the two of them walked to the hotel entrance, a shiny business car slowly stopped by the roadside. Chen Dazhuang took Susu's hand and sat in the back seat. The car was spacious and comfortable. Susu touched the soft seat back curiously, her eyes sparkling. Wow, it's much more comfortable than your electric donkey. Chen Dazhuang was amused by her and reached out to help her fasten her seat belt. His fingertips accidentally touched her shoulder and he felt her tremble slightly. He looked at Susu's profile leaning against the window. The sunlight shone through the car window onto her face, and even the light spots on her eyelashes could be seen clearly. The business car was driving steadily on the road. Susu put his forehead against the car window to look at the street scene outside, humming a tuneless little tune. Chen Dazhuang quietly took out his cell phone and wanted to take a picture of her cute appearance, but she suddenly turned around and discovered him. Why are you taking a picture of me? Susu came closer to look at his phone. The end of her hair brushed against the back of Chen Dazhuang's hand, making it itchy. Nothing. Chen Dazhuang quickly hid his phone behind his back, his ears feeling a little hot. I just think, the weather is pretty good today. Susu said oh and turned her head to look out the window, but the corners of her mouth secretly raised a little. Chen Dazhuang looked at the ends of her hair swaying back and forth, and his heart seemed to be filled with something soft and warm. The business car quickly arrived at Daiji Plaza. Chen Dazhuang got off the car first and then reached out to help Susu. When she got off the car, she stumbled accidentally and fell into Chen Dazhuang's arms. The strawberry hairband on her head rubbed his chin. Be careful, Chen Dazhuang held her shoulders, his tone a little helpless, but his eyes full of smiles. Did you get dizzy from the commercial vehicle? Susu looked up at him, her nose almost touching his chest, and she quickly took a step back with a red face. No way. Let's go, my bag is waiting for me. As she spoke, she pulled Chen Dazhuang into the mall. Her palms were still a little sweaty, but warm. The glass curtain wall of Daiji Plaza reflected the overlapping shadows of the two people, and Susu's bare slippers made a clicking sound as they stepped on the marble floor. When Chen Dazhuang led her to the elevator, he suddenly saw her secretly making a heart shape with her hands in the mirror. There was still some strawberry jam on her ring finger, which shone brightly under the light, just like the pink crystal ring he saw in the boutique yesterday. Chapter 60 Taking Susu to Buy Clothes and Bags Part 2. Let's go to the third floor to look at the bags first. Chen Dazhuang paused as he pressed the elevator button, then suddenly turned around and held her in his arms. But before that, shouldn't I fix the cream on someone's nose? Susu screamed ah and tried to hide, but he rubbed her nose with his fingertips. There was still some strawberry jam between his fingers that she had spread there for breakfast. When the elevator door dinged open, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and pecked the corner of his lips quickly, then she slipped into the elevator like a little animal that had drunk honey, her voice so sweet and sticky. I'm here to make up for you. Hurry up, the saddlebag is waiting for me, Tilda. As the elevator rose, Chen Dazhuang looked at Susu's dangling bare slippers in the mirror and suddenly felt that they were more dazzling than the crystal chandeliers in a 5-star restaurant. She was looking down at the outfit pictures on her phone, and when the tip of her hair brushed the back of his hand, he secretly took a picture of her serious profile. The background is the gilded elevator wall, and the red of her ears is brighter than the strawberry bag on the phone screen. When Chen Dazhuang took Susu into the LV counter, the light from the crystal chandelier was flowing along the glass display case. Susu's bare slippers made no sound as she stepped on the cashmere carpet, but when she saw the old flower bags covering the entire wall, her fingertips subconsciously clenched his cuffs. When the salesgirl came over, her eyes paused on Chen Dazhuang's face. Yesterday he took a school beauty in a white dress to see the limited edition. Today, Susu beside me was wearing a strawberry embroidered sweatshirt. The ends of her hair were still stained by the morning light, but the red at the corners of her eyes was brighter than the patent leather bucket bag in the window. "What kind of bags would you like to see?" The salesgirl smiled professionally, but her eye swept across the faint red mark on Susu's wrist. She remembered that the girl yesterday preferred cool-toned crocodile leather, while Susu in front of her was staring at the pink checkerboard on the top shelf, leaving light marks on the glass with her fingertips, like a curious little animal. Chen Dazhuang pointed at the saddlebag that Susu had been looking at for a long time and said, "Take it down and let her try it." As he spoke, Susu was standing on tiptoe to reach for the silk scarf in the display cabinet, and the strawberry pendant on her hairband dangled onto the back of the salesgirl's hand. The moment the salesgirl bent down to take the bag, she heard Chen Dazhuang say to Susu in a low voice, "I think this color suits you." And Susu responded by stuffing a strawberry hard candy into his mouth. The rustling sound of the candy wrapper mixed with the salesgirl's inner sigh. She clearly stuffed her business card into Chen Dazhuang's suit pocket yesterday. Unfortunately, Chen Dazhuang was indifferent to him. This is a pre-spring collection inspired by the shadows of the plane trees on Avenue Montaigne in Paris. When the salesgirl unfolded the dust bag, she deliberately let Susu see her new burgundy manicure. Lambskin lining, adjustable shoulder straps. Before she finished her words, she saw Chen Dazhuang squatting down to adjust the strap for Susu, and his fingertips brushed across the skin on the inside of her knee that had been kissed red yesterday. Susu suddenly laughed out loud because Chen Dazhuang tied the straps into a bow, which looked exactly like the shoelaces she tied for him yesterday. "Is this pink too tender?" Susu turned around in front of the mirror, and the bag chain hit the button of her teddy bear pajamas. The salesgirl was about to recommend a dark-colored model when she saw Chen Dazhuang hugging her from behind, resting his chin on top of her head. "What are you talking about? You looked good in your dinosaur pajamas yesterday." As he spoke, Susu secretly drew the word shame on his palm, and the salesgirl happened to catch a glimpse of the letters engraved on the inside of Chen Dazhuang's watch. The initials of the girl's name from yesterday were now shining because of Susu's strawberry hair tie. "Actually, this black one is more versatile." The salesgirl took out another one from the drawer without giving up. The cool scent of leather mixed with the strawberry and milk scent of Susu's body. When Chen Dazhuang took the bag, his fingertips rubbed the pearl bracelet on the salesgirl's wrist. She heard him whisper to Susu, "Last time you said you liked ones with locks." Susu responded by burying her face in his shoulder, revealing the skin on the back of her neck that reminded the salesgirl of the velvet bag in the window. Chapter 61, Taking Susu to Buy Clothes and Bags Part 3. The clock at the counter pointed to 11 o'clock. Susu finally chose a pink saddlebag, which cost 98,000 yuan. Chen Dazhuang asked the salesgirl to help swipe the card, with a single transaction limit of 2,000 yuan. "Do you need me to wrap it in a gift box?" When the salesgirl handed over the shopping bag, her fingernails scratched the LV gold stamping on the paper bag. Susu shook her head and took the bag, but when she turned around, she stuffed the strawberry candy into her hand. "Sister, have one too, it's super sweet." The sun shone in through the French windows of the counter. The salesgirl looked at Susu's bouncing back and suddenly felt that the candy wrapper in her hand was more dazzling than the wallet she had saved up for 3 months to buy. It turns out that what Chen Dazhuang likes is not the coldness of the school beauty, nor his own exquisiteness, but the kind of girl who can spread strawberry jam on the back of his hand and smile like a freshly picked peach. When Chen Dazhuang dragged Susu to the women's clothing area on the second floor, her bare slippers were still slipping on the carpet. The moment the elevator door opened, the silk dresses covering the entire wall looked like flowing paint. Susu subconsciously hid behind him, and the strawberry embroidery on her sweatshirt brushed against the cuffs of his suit. Yesterday, when he accompanied the school beauty to look at haute couture, his cuffs were still stained with the scent of Chanel camellia, but now they were wrapped in the smell of the frosted apple she had just chewed. Susu swung the champagne glass handed to her by the salesgirl in her hand. She stared at herself in the mirror, wearing a sweatshirt and a cashmere skirt, and wrinkled the 4 zeros on the price tag with her fingertips. Chen Dazhuang directly pulled a lotus pink velvet skirt from the hanger. Try this, I saw you wearing a nightgown with straps yesterday, and I think this neckline suits you. As he spoke, Susu's hand was pricked by the crystal embroidery on the hem of her skirt. When the curtain of the fitting room was drawn open, Chen Dazhuang raised his eyes and his fingers hovered on the screen, but he forgot to press send. The lotus pink velvet wrapped around her slender waistline, and the bias-cut neckline just revealed the curve of her shoulder bones. The morning light cast tiny shadows on her collarbones, like a handful of crushed starlight. When she turned around, the crystal embroidery lit up with flowing light, making the blush at the corners of her eyes more scorching than the patent leather high heels in the window. Her loose hair hung down at the side of her neck, making the elegance of the velvet look as fresh as wild berries. Isn't this color too bright? As Susu spun around, the hem of her velvet skirt swept across her ostrich feather coat. Chen Dazhuang suddenly pulled her into his arms and rubbed his chin on the top of her head. What's so bright? You looked good yesterday when you were wearing dinosaur pajamas and squatting on the roadside eating spicy hot pot, but now it's like you're wearing sunrise on your body. It's so bright that I can't even open my eyes. His voice was hoarse, his eyes were glued to her pink cheek against the velvet, and his fingertips smoothed out her slipping shoulder strap. When the seventh shopping bag was piled at her feet, Susu stepped on his leather shoes and acted coquettishly to get down. When he bent down to change her shoes, his eyes could not help but fall on her new off-white knitted dress. The pearl chain hanging from her collar dangled to the tip of his nose, and the curve of her waist and hips reminded him of how she had pinned the gardenia into his shirt pocket this morning. Would you like me to cut the tag off for you? When the salesgirl handed over the paper bag, Chen Dazhuang was staring at Susu tying her hairband in a daze. The sunlight fell on her lotus pink velvet skirt, and the crystal embroidery shone like a crushed galaxy. He suddenly pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head. Susu, don't wear dinosaur pajamas anymore. If you wear this, I'm afraid you'll bump into a tree when I see you on the road. Susu buried herself in his arms and smiled, the strawberry hair tie at the end of her hair rubbing against his Adam's apple. Chen Dazhuang murmured again, how can it be so beautiful? The amazement in his tone was very similar to the look in her eyes when she saw the gardenia this morning. Back then, the tips of her hair were bathed in the morning light, and now the hem of her velvet skirt was bathed in the spotlight, but it still made his heart beat out of control. Chapter 62, Taking Susu to Buy Clothes and Bags Part 4. When Chen Dazhuang took Susu by the hand and walked from the women's clothing area to the accessories area, she already had 3 silk scarves of different colors on her wrists, a newly bought pearl hairpin in her hair, and the hem of her strawberry sweatshirt was stained with gold powder from when she tried on the champagne-colored dress. Chen Dazhuang casually took a smoky pink cashmere cardigan from the display stand and draped it over her shoulders. This will definitely look good with the denim shorts you wore yesterday. As he spoke, Susu was standing on tiptoe to reach the lace headband high up. The hem of her skirt swept across the row of ostrich feather coats behind her, causing tiny particles of dust to fly in the beam of light. The door curtain of the fitting room rises and falls frequently, and a mountain of dust bags is piled up in front of the floor-length mirror. When Susu came out in her moon-white silk nightgown, Chen Dazhuang was leaning against the wall taking a video of her, his phone camera following her spinning movements. The ruffles on the neckline of her nightgown brushed against her collarbone, and the silk ribbon around her waist was tied into a bow, making her cheeks, which were already bathed in the morning light, look even more rosy and white. Even the scented candles handed to her by the salesgirl were not as good as the strawberry and milk scent on her body. Do you want this one? She turned around holding the hem of her skirt, and the pearl hairpin on the end of her hair bumped into Chen Dazhuang's chin. He nodded with his Adam's apple rolling, and pinched her waist lightly with his fingertips. Yes, I want whatever you want to wear. When the salesgirl next door came over with a fruit plate, she saw Chen Dazhuang squatting on the ground trying on boots for Susu. His fingertips brushed the red mark on the inside of her ankle, and when he looked up, the smile in his eyes was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. The caramel color of this pair is the same color as the sugar-roasted chestnuts you ate yesterday. Susu chuckled, bent down and stuffed a strawberry candy into his mouth. The rustling sound of the candy wrapper mixed with the whispers of the salesgirls. They stood in the corner holding new brochures, but their eyes were all glued to Susu. Some people stared at the newly bought diamond bracelet on her wrist, some secretly measured the cut of her velvet skirt, and some watched Chen Dazhuang adjusting the hem of her skirt, and their nails unconsciously dug into their palms. Mr. Chen, do you need all the items you purchased this time to be delivered to the hotel? When the 17th shopping bag was piled up at the checkout counter, the salesgirl's professional smile was finally mixed with some genuine envy. She watched Chen Dazhuang's hand pause as he took out the black card. That hand had just smoothed Susu's hair that was messed up by the wind, and there were still strawberry lipstick marks on his fingertips from when he adjusted her necklace. Susu was jumping around to put away her hairpins. When she heard the word hotel, she suddenly buried her face in Chen Dazhuang's back and said in a muffled voice, "Can the place we live in really hold so many clothes?" Chen Dazhuang ruffled her hair with his backhand, and when he nodded to the salesgirl, his eyes fell on the half-strawberry candy sticking out of Susu's sweater pocket. "Send it to the Intercontinental Hotel, the presidential suite." As he spoke, Susu secretly looked up at him. The light cast a soft shadow on his profile. His nose was high, his eyelashes were long, and even the arc of his waist when he was bending over to help her tie her shoelaces was so beautiful that it made people's hearts skip a beat. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her, who was willing to buy the entire store for her, was more dazzling than all the crystal chandeliers in the window. Even the corner of the school beauty photo sticking out of his pocket was seen by her as a trace of strawberry jam that was accidentally stained. "Goodbye, sisters." When Susu followed Chen Dazhuang out of the counter, she suddenly turned around and waved to the salesgirls, and the new bracelet on her wrist made a crisp sound. The sunlight shone on her through the revolving door. Her newly bought mint green gauze skirt fluttered in the wind, and the gardenia hairpin in her hair swayed. It was the one that Chen Dazhuang had specially pinned on her in the flower shop just now. The salesgirls crowded behind the glass door and looked at their backs. Some couldn't help but mutter, "Look how sweet her smile is. The way Mr. Chen looks at her. TSK, it's like he's looking at her eyeballs." Another salesgirl touched the imitation bag she had bought with 3 months' salary, and looked at Susu being held in Chen Dazhuang's arms. The envy in her heart was like a blooming tea bag, instantly filling her entire chest. Chapter 63, taking Susu to a French dinner. As the hotel concierge pushed the luggage cart behind them, Susu counted the LV logos on the shopping bags and suddenly tugged at Chen Dazhuang's sleeve. "We seem to have bought too much." He looked down at her. The sunlight cast a layer of gold on the blush at the corners of her eyes. Her newly bought diamond earrings sparkled with her movements. "Not much." He suddenly stopped and kissed her forehead gently, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. "You deserve the best." Susu stood there in a daze, watching his back as he turned around and continued walking forward. Her heart felt like it was stuffed with a freshly peeled strawberry candy, sweet and warm. Even the back of the man in front of her, who was wearing a worn-out t-shirt, seemed especially reliable. She secretly took out her cell phone and took a picture of his back. Next to the selfie of the dinosaur in pajamas in the album, there was finally an image that she could set as her screensaver with a blushing face. Chen Dazhuang, who was not far away, seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and smiled at her. There was still a strawberry mark on his cuff that she had rubbed on it, shining like a small medal in the sun. Before I knew it, time had passed and it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is high in the sky, and the scorching sun is baking the earth mercilessly, as if it wants to melt all things in the world in this scorching heat. At this time, Chen Dazhuang and Susu's stomachs made growling sounds of protest at the same time. They smiled at each other, knowing that the other was also hungry. Chen Dazhuang tilted his head slightly, gazed at Susu tenderly, and asked softly, "Baby, what do you want to eat?" His voice was low and magnetic, as if it carried a magical power that made people feel at ease. Susu tilted her head, her eyes were lively, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile, and said, "I suddenly want to eat French food." As she spoke, her eyes were full of anticipation, as if she had already smelled the tempting aroma of French cuisine. Hearing Susu's answer, Chen Dazhuang took her hand without hesitation. The action was natural and intimate, as if their hands were born to be tightly held like this. He smiled and said, "Okay, let's go have a French meal. There's a great French restaurant in Jinling. I'll take you there right now." As he spoke, he took Susu and walked towards the destination with brisk steps. Along the way, Chen Dazhuang held Susu's hand tightly, turning his head to look at her from time to time, his eyes full of doting. Susu followed him like a little bird, with a happy smile on her face. Soon, they arrived at this French restaurant in Jinling. The restaurant's exterior is very French, with a retro architectural style and exquisite carved decorations, exuding an atmosphere of elegance and romance. The huge glass display windows were spotlessly clean, gleaming in the sunlight. Carefully arranged flowers and French ornaments were placed in the windows, as if telling passers-by about the romantic story of France. Chen Dazhuang gentlemanly opened the door of the restaurant for Susu, and the two walked into the restaurant accompanied by soft and soothing French music. The interior decoration of the restaurant makes people feel as if they are in romantic Paris. The gorgeous crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, casting a soft and warm light, making the entire space cozy and elegant. Exquisite French oil paintings are hung on the walls, depicting French pastoral scenery and historical scenes, and each one seems to be telling a touching story. The dining table was covered with a snow-white tablecloth and laid out with exquisite tableware. The silver knives and forks sparkled coldly under the light, and the crystal wine glasses were as clear as morning dew, reflecting colorful light. Susu was deeply attracted by everything in front of her, with surprise and excitement flashing in her eyes. Chen Dazhuang looked at her happy face, and his mouth couldn't help but curl up, his heart full of satisfaction. They were led by the waiter to a seat by the window, ready to enjoy this romantic French food journey. Chapter 64, Taking Susu to a French Dinner Part 2. Outside the window, the street scene of Jinling City unfolds like a scroll. The sunlight shines softly onto the dining table through the glass, adding a bit of warmth and romance to this world. Soon, a waiter in a black uniform with delicate white piping on the collar and cuffs came in with an elegant and steady pace. He had a smile on his face, and that smile was just right, warm yet measured. His eyes were focused and gentle on Chen Dazhuang and Susu. Holding a leather-covered menu in his hand, the golden pattern on the cover sparkled with low-key luxury under the light. "Sir, madam, welcome to our restaurant. This is our menu. We hope to bring you a wonderful dining experience." The waiter bent slightly and gently placed the menu on the table, his movement smooth and natural. Susu approached curiously and gently flipped open the menu. The inner pages of the menu were made of high-quality paper, smooth and delicate, with a slight sheen. The description of the dishes is written in elegant French and Chinese, with clear and elegant handwriting. Next to the name of each dish is a small and exquisite hand-painted illustration, which vividly shows the appearance of the dish, making people intoxicated by its appearance before tasting it. "Wow, every dish looks so tempting." Susu frowned slightly, her eyes lingering on the menu, revealing an expression that seemed a little difficult to make a decision. Chen Dazhuang looked at her with a smile, then raised his head and said to the waiter, "Can you introduce the signature dishes to us in detail?" "Of course, sir." The waiter nodded and pointed his slender finger elegantly at a dish on the menu. Our Marseille seafood soup is a classic French dish. It uses all kinds of freshly caught deep-sea seafood, including tender shrimps, plump mussels, springy squid, etc., paired with tomatoes, onions, garlic and other ingredients, and is carefully cooked for a long time. The soup is rich and fragrant, full of the scent of the ocean, and paired with crispy toasted bread, it is a great way to dip the soup in. Then the waiter pointed to another dish. Beef stew in Burgundy red wine is also our specialty. Selected premium beef is stewed for a long time with high-quality red wine from the Burgundy region until the beef becomes tender and tasty, melting in your mouth. The rich aroma of the red wine is fully integrated into the meat, and paired with the soft and glutinous carrots and potatoes, the taste is rich and layered, leaving you with an endless aftertaste. Susu's eyes lit up as she listened, and Chen Dazhuang nodded slightly, listening attentively. The waiter continued to introduce, the pan-fried foie gras with apples and caramel sauce is also a delicacy that you cannot miss. The foie gras is pan-fried until both sides are golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It is paired with sweet and sour apple slices to neutralize the greasiness of the foie gras. It is then drizzled with sweet caramel sauce, which has a rich taste and a blend of sweet and salty. With the waiter's detailed and professional introduction, Chen Dazhuang and Susu gradually decided on the dishes. Then we'll have Marseille seafood soup, beef stew in Burgundy red wine, and pan-fried foie gras with apples and caramel sauce. And one serving of French baked smails. "Susu, haven't you always wanted to try it?" Chen Dazhuang looked at Susu and asked for her opinion. Susu smiled and nodded. "Okay, that all sounds great. Let's have another serving of French onion soup, it feels very classic." "Yes, Marem." In addition, our restaurant special dessert today is Napoleon mille-feuille, with freshly baked puff pastry layers, sweet custard and fresh cream in the middle, and fine powdered sugar sprinkled on top. It has a crispy and soft texture and is very popular. "Would you like one?" the waiter added. "It sounds good, let's have one," said Chen Dazhuang. "What drinks would you like to pair with your dishes?" "We have wines from all major wine-producing regions in France. Whether it's a rich and mellow red wine or a refreshing and pleasant white wine, they can all be perfectly paired with the dishes." The waiter handed over a wine list, which was also beautifully made. Chen Dazhuang took the wine list, looked at it carefully, and asked Susu, "Baby, how about some white wine? It's refreshing and refreshing." Susu nodded in agreement. Chen Dazhuang said to the waiter, "Then give me a bottle of 2018 Chablis white wine." "Okay, sir and madam, your dishes and drinks will be served to you shortly, please wait. I hope you two enjoy your meal." The waiter bowed slightly again, then walked away with graceful steps to prepare the meal for them. Inside the restaurant, soothing classical music flows softly, diners around are chatting quietly, and the atmosphere is comfortable and beautiful. Chen Dazhuang and Susu were quietly waiting for the arrival of the delicious food. Their eyes were full of love and anticipation. Chapter 65, Taking Susu to a French Dinner Part 3. Soon, the waiter walked in with elegant steps and brought the Marseille seafood soup to the table first. The exquisite soup bowl is like a work of art, with delicate patterns painted on the edge. The soup is an attractive orange-red color, and the surface is dotted with chopped green parsley. A rich and fresh aroma hits your nose. It's the scent of the perfect fusion of the sea and spices, as if all the deliciousness of the entire ocean is concentrated in this bowl of soup. Susu gently scooped up a spoonful of soup and slowly put it into her mouth. The soup slid across the tip of her tongue, and the first thing she felt was the sweet and sour taste of the tomatoes, which set a refreshing tone for the soup. Then, the rich flavor of seafood instantly blooms on the taste buds. The sweetness of shrimp, the mellowness of mussels, and the chewy freshness of squid are intertwined together, with distinct layers yet harmonious and unified. The texture of the soup is rich but not heavy, and you can feel the freshness of the ingredients and the care that goes into its preparation in every bite. "Wow, this soup is so delicious, the flavors are matched just right." Susu's eyes lit up and she exclaimed in praise. Chen Dazhuang also took a sip and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this soup is very delicious, and the use of spices is also very subtle, which makes the taste of seafood more prominent." Then, the beef stew in red wine was served. In a brown casserole, large chunks of beef were soaked in a thick sauce, surrounded by brightly colored carrots and potatoes. The unique aroma of stewed red wine permeates, mixed with the meaty aroma of the beef itself, making you salivate. The beef was stewed until it was very soft. The meat fell apart easily with a fork, and the surface was shiny with an attractive oiliness. Chen Dazhuang cut a piece of beef and put it into his mouth, chewing it gently. The beef melted in his mouth. The mellow aroma of red wine spread in his mouth, blending perfectly with the tender and juicy beef. During the stewing process, the astringency of the red wine has long dissipated, leaving only the rich fruity aroma and mellow wine flavor, and every texture is full of the flavor of the sauce. The beef is stewed to perfection. The aroma of the red wine has completely permeated it. "It tastes amazing," Chen Dazhuang said with satisfaction. Susu also tasted a piece and squinted her eyes. "Well, the beef is so tender and has no fishy smell at all. The taste of red wine and the aroma of meat go perfectly together. And the carrots and potatoes are full of gravy and are super delicious." Pan-fried goose liver with apples and caramel sauce was placed in front of the two people. The goose liver showed an attractive golden color, with a slightly crispy surface, and the oil shimmered under the light. The apple slices on the side are cut into delicate thin slices with a faint pink color, and the caramel sauce is like golden threads, casually but cleverly poured on the foie gras and apples. The aroma of foie gras is mellow and rich, with a unique aroma of oil, which echoes the fresh aroma of apple. Susu picked up the knife and fork and gently cut off a small piece of goose liver. The goose liver was as delicate as cream, and the cut had a slight luster. When you put it in your mouth, the foie gras melts instantly on the tip of your tongue, and the rich aroma of fat instantly fills your entire mouth, but it doesn't feel greasy because the sour and sweet apple slices neutralize this feeling in time. The sweetness of the caramel sauce adds a sweet layer to the whole taste. "Wow, this foie gras is so delicate. It has a rich taste when paired with apples and caramel," Susu said in surprise. Chen Dazhuang also tasted it and nodded, saying, "Indeed, the foie gras is cooked to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The apples and caramel add the finishing touch, making the whole taste more balanced." Chapter 66, Taking Susu to a French Dinner Part 4. French baked smails were served next. 6 smails were neatly arranged in a white baked dish, covered with a layer of golden and crispy cheese. The cheese was slightly bulging, with some burnt parts on the edges, exuding a rich aroma of milk and garlic. The unique aroma of snails mixed with cheese and garlic is so appetizing that you can't help but salivate. Chen Dazhuang gently clamped a snail with a special pair of tongs, and then picked out the snail meat with a small fork. The snail meat is covered with fragrant cheese and garlic butter sauce. When you put it in your mouth, the first thing you feel is the mellowness and milky aroma of the cheese. Then the chewiness of the snail meat brings a unique taste. The aroma of garlic and butter is gradually released during the chewing process. The three blend together, and the taste is rich and wonderful. This baked snail is very good. The cheese and garlic take the taste of the snail to a higher level, said Chen Dazhuang. After tasting it, Susu's eyes lit up. Well, the snail meat is very chewy, and the cheese and garlic go so well together. It tastes so delicious. Finally, the Napoleon millefeuille was served. The towering millefeuille looked like an exquisite pastry tower, with layers of pastry as thin as cicada wings and stacked in an orderly manner. The top is sprinkled with a layer of fine powdered sugar, which glitters like snowflakes under the light. Custard sauce and fresh cream are evenly spread between each layer of puff pastry, and the rich layers can be clearly seen from the side. Gently cut a piece, the puff pastry makes a crisp crunch sound, and the crumbs fall off. Susu picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The first thing she felt was the crispness of the pastry. It was a light, wonderful taste that broke in her mouth. Then, the sweet custard sauce and the rich taste of fresh cream spread in your mouth. The delicateness of the custard sauce and the density of the fresh cream are perfectly combined. The sweetness is just right and not too sweet. This Napoleon is delicious. The pastry is so crispy, and the cream and custard sauce are also great. Susu said happily. Chen Dazhuang also ate a piece, with a satisfied smile on his face. Indeed, the taste of this Napoleon is so rich, with crispy and soft interweaving, and the sweetness is just right. When the Marseille seafood soup was served on the table, the rich aroma spread instantly. Susu's eyes suddenly lit up and she couldn't wait to pick up the phone. She leaned slightly sideways and adjusted the angle so that the light coming in from the window would fall perfectly on the soup bowl. The orange-red soup seems to be given life, and the emerald-green parsley chopped on the surface are like gems inlaid in it, which looks particularly tempting in the camera. Susu quickly pressed the shutter button, and with a click, the wonderful moment of this delicacy was frozen. Hold on, this soup looks so good in the photo, the color combination is amazing. Susu said to Chen Dazhuang excitedly, but her eyes were still fixed on the phone screen, carefully checking the photo effects, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Next, the beef stewed in burgundy red wine was served. The brown casserole and the brightly colored ingredients combined into a picture with great texture. Susu immediately raised her phone again. This time she squatted down and shot from below, so that the beef, carrots and potatoes could be clearly laid in the picture. The oily sheen on the beef seems to be calling the camera, and the unique color after being stewed in red wine adds a sense of mellowness to the picture. This photo will definitely look very appetizing. The color of the red wine sets off the beef so well. Susu muttered to herself as she took the photos. Chapter 67, Taking Susu to a French Dinner Part 5. The pan-fried foie gras is served with apples and caramel sauce, and the exquisite presentation looks like a work of art. The golden foie gras, pink apple slices and caramel sauce that looks like golden threads form a harmonious color picture. This time, Susu brought the phone closer to take a close-up of the slightly crispy texture of the foie gras and the traces of caramel sauce flowing. This foie gras looks so tempting. If I take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments, I'm sure a lot of people will like it. She said to Chen Dazhuang with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. French baked snails are served on the table. The snails are covered with golden and crispy cheese in a white baked dish, and the rich aroma of garlic and milk fills the air. Susu changed the angle, making the baked dish take center stage in the picture, highlighting the tempting layer of cheese surrounding the snails. This cheese looks so delicious. I can smell it just by looking at the photo. Susu said as she took several photos in a row, trying to capture the most perfect moment. The Napoleon millefeuille was served like an exquisite pastry tower. Susu stood up excitedly and took the photo from above, capturing the layers of puff pastry, the delicate custard and fresh cream, and the powdered sugar on top that sparkled like snowflakes. Wow, this photo is so layered, so beautiful. Susu exclaimed, her eyes full of admiration for the beauty of this dessert. As the dishes were served, Susu kept recording them with her mobile phone. After taking each photo, she would quickly look through them, sometimes with a satisfied smile on her face, sometimes with a slight frown, thinking about how to adjust the angle to make the photo more perfect. Finally, the two of them had almost finished eating. Susu leaned back in her chair and began to carefully select photos. She carefully scrolled through the album, zoomed in on each photo to see the details, and compared the light, composition, and color. After careful screening, she selected the 9 most satisfactory photos and carefully arranged them in the form of a 9-square grid. Then, she entered the text in the Moments edit box. I had a great meal with my boyfriend today. It was great. She also added a few food and love emojis. After clicking send, she put down her phone, a happy smile on her face, and immersed herself in this wonderful dining atmosphere with Chen Dazhuang, quietly waiting for friends' likes and comments. Not long after Susu posted on her Moments, her phone started to vibrate with notification sounds coming one after another. She picked up her phone contentedly, only to see new message notifications flashing on the screen. The first thing that caught her eye was a private message from one of her suitors, the words revealing an undisguised heartache. Susu, who is this boyfriend? How come I have never heard of him? The poor handsome boy's hand holding the mobile phone in the dormitory tightened slightly, his eyes fixed on the screen, and his heart felt like being tugged by something. My heart, which was originally full of expectations, now felt as if a 1,000-pound stone had fallen on it, making it heavy. At the same time, the group of girlfriends was also in an uproar. One of the girlfriends still managed to squeeze out a blessing. Wow, Susu, you look so happy. I wish you two will always be sweet. But there was still a subtle sourness in the tone. She stared at the screen of her mobile phone and bit her lip, feeling mixed emotions. She was happy for Susu, but couldn't help feeling a little envious and jealous. Another girlfriend secretly inquired. Susu, tell me quickly, who is this mysterious boyfriend of yours? Chapter 68 Taking Susu to a French Dinner 6. It must be extraordinary to be able to take you to such a high-end French restaurant. While sending messages, she couldn't help imagining what Susu's boyfriend looked like in her mind, guessing his identity and background, her curiosity growing like wild weeds. Another best friend said sourly in the group, "Oh, Susu, you are really amazing. You found such a rich boyfriend, and he can take you to such a delicious meal. I am so envious." She leaned on the sofa, looking through the exquisite food photos in Susu's circle of friends. The envy in her heart kept growing like fermented dough. Susu looked at the replies and was slightly stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She thought for a moment and began to reply one by one. I first replied to the suitor, he is someone I like very much. I hope you can find your own happiness soon. Then Susu sent a cute expression to the girlfriends group and said playfully, Hey, I'll definitely bring him to meet you guys when I get the chance. He's a great guy. After sending the message, she put down her phone and continued to immerse herself in the warm atmosphere with Chen Dazhuang, enjoying this wonderful time. Chen Dazhuang devoured the food in front of him like a whirlwind, but his stomach was still sending out signals of craving for food. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a feeling of unsatisfied desire, raised his eyes and saw Susu, who was concentrating on playing with her phone across from him, and then waved for the waiter to come over. Soon, the waiter in a neat black uniform came over with neat and elegant steps, bowed slightly beside the table, and put on a polite and professional smile. Sir, what do you need? Chen Dazhuang opened the beautifully bound menu again, quickly glanced at the dishes, and said to the waiter as he read, Give me another provencal stew, the kind that perfectly blends the freshness of vegetables and the flavor of spices. There are also confit duck legs. The duck legs should be crispy and tender, and melt in your mouth. And a French cheese and ham croissant, freshly baked and crispy. When Chen Dazhuang ordered the dishes, his tone was confident and full of anticipation, as if he had already pictured the tempting appearance of these delicacies in his mind. The waiter listened carefully and quickly wrote down the order on the menu. After Chen Dazhuang finished speaking, he nodded and confirmed. Okay, sir, the dishes you ordered will be served to you later, please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and left, his steps still steady. While waiting for the new dishes to be served, Chen Dazhuang looked at Susu, who was still playing with her phone, and said gently, Baby, you should eat some more too. Susu didn't even raise her head, her eyes still fixed on the phone screen, and responded casually, No, I'm full. Chen Dazhuang frowned slightly, his eyes full of concern. Don't just play with your phone, eat something. But don't eat too much, you always want to stay in shape, I don't like it if you get fat. He said half-jokingly, with a smirk on his face, but his eyes were full of doting. Susu then put down her phone, rolled her eyes at Chen Dazhuang, and said in a pretended angry tone. HMPH, how dare you? I don't eat too much just to keep my perfect figure. But since you said so, I'll try a little more. As she spoke, Susu picked up the spoon, gently scooped up a small piece of the remaining Napoleon Mill fuel on the plate, slowly put it into her mouth, a look of satisfaction on her face. Chapter 69, taking Susu to a French dinner 7. Just then, the waiter appeared again and placed the new dishes ordered by Chen Dazhuang on the table one by one. Provence stew is colorful, with red tomatoes, green peppers and purple eggplants intertwined, exuding a strong Mediterranean flavor. The confit duck leg lies quietly on the plate, with the golden and crispy skin wrapped in the tender and juicy duck meat, and the tempting aroma fills your nose. The French cheese and ham croissant was still steaming hot, with layers of puff pastry and the aroma of ham and cheese perfectly blended. Chen Dazhuang looked at the table of delicious food in front of him, his eyes full of joy. He couldn't wait to pick up the knife and fork and start to devour the food. Chen Dazhuang's eyes first fell on the Provençal stew that had just been served. This dish is colorful, like a carefully painted oil painting, with bright red tomatoes, fresh green peppers, mysterious purple eggplants, and a touch of tender yellow pumpkin, all complementing each other. He picked up the spoon and gently scooped up a spoonful. The hot steam of the stew came to his nose with a rich aroma. It was the perfect blend of the sweetness of vegetables and the fragrance of spices, which seemed to instantly bring him to the sunny countryside of Provence. When the stew is put into the mouth, the first thing you feel is the sour and sweet taste of the tomatoes. It is a natural and pure taste, like ripe fruits in summer, with the juice splashing in your mouth. Then, the freshness of green pepper, the softness of eggplant and the sweetness of pumpkin bloom on the taste buds one after another. The addition of spices adds soul to this stew. The unique fragrance of rosemary and the fresh scent of thyme are intertwined with the original flavor of vegetables, and the layers are as rich as a wonderful symphony. Each flavor is a unique note, together they create a beautiful taste melody. Chen Dazhuang closed his eyes slightly, an intoxicated look on his face, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This taste is absolutely amazing, it's like eating the sunshine of Provence into your mouth. Chen Dazhuang turned his eyes and looked at the confit duck legs. The golden and crispy crust gleamed with an alluring luster under the light, as if calling him. He gently cut the duck leg with a knife and fork. With a crack, the crispy skin cracked, revealing the tender and juicy duck meat, and the hot steam carrying the duck aroma wafted towards him. He put a piece of duck meat into his mouth and bit it lightly. The first thing he felt was the crispness of the skin. It was a pleasant crunch sound, as if playing the prelude to delicious food in his ears. Afterwards, the tender duck meat spreads in your mouth. The meat is delicate and melts in your mouth. The aroma of the duck meat's fat spreads in your mouth, but it does not feel greasy at all. Instead, it has a just right mellow feeling. The craftsmanship of this confit duck leg is exquisite. Every texture of the duck leg is full of the flavor of spices. While chewing, Chen Dazhuang secretly praised in his heart. This duck leg has crispy skin, tender meat, and rich spices. It is simply a delicacy. Every bite is a pleasure. Finally, Chen Dazhuang turned his attention to the French cheese and ham croissant. The freshly baked croissants were still steaming, with layers of puff pastry stacked like a girl's skirt, and tiny pieces of puff pastry fell off with the slightest movement. The aroma of ham and cheese mixed with the milky aroma of butter is overwhelming and mouth-watering. He took a light bite and the first thing he felt was the crispness of the croissant crust. It was a light, wonderful texture that broke in his mouth, like snowflakes melting on the tip of his tongue. Then, the salty and fragrant ham and the mellow cheese meet in your mouth. The salty and fresh taste of the ham and the richness of the cheese complement each other. Coupled with the sweetness of the croissant itself, the three flavors blend perfectly together to form a unique and rich taste experience. Chen Dazhuang's eyes lit up instantly, and he thought to himself, this croissant, with its crispy crust and salty and fragrant ham and cheese, is a match made in heaven. I can't stop eating after I eat one. As he enjoyed the food, a satisfied smile spread across his face, as if the only thing left in the world at that moment was this table of delicious French dishes. Chapter 70, going to play video games with Susu. After having a full meal and a drink, Susu leaned back in her chair comfortably and gently rubbed her slightly bulging belly. At this moment, her face was flushed, her eyes were bright, and she was filled with satisfaction and joy. She tilted her head and looked at Chen Dazhuang, who also had a satisfied look on his face. A hint of playfulness flashed in her eyes, and she suggested, Dazhuang, let's go to the arcade to play for a while. It's just the right time to help digest the food. Chen Dazhuang was slightly startled, then raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a doting smile, and nodded in response. Okay, I'll listen to you. Susu became energetic immediately after hearing this. She quickly picked up the small bag beside her, stood up, her eyes full of anticipation. The two walked hand in hand on the busy street. The afternoon sun shone through the mottled leaves, casting golden shadows and coating their figures with a warm halo. The breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, as if adding a touch of comfort to their leisure time. Soon, they arrived at the arcade. Before they even stepped in, they could hear the cheerful music, the sound effects of the games, and the excited shouts of people coming from inside, which was very lively. Susu couldn't wait to pull Chen Dazhuang into the video game arcade. As soon as you enter the door, colorful lights instantly come into view, making you feel as if you are in a world full of fantasy. A variety of game machines are neatly arranged, with brilliant images flashing on the screens. The claw machines are filled with all kinds of cute dolls, their eyes wide open, as if waving to people. In front of the racing game machine, several young people were concentrating on steering the wheels, simulating the racing scene, and shouting "come on" from time to time. On the other side of the shooting machine, the crisp sound of the basketball hitting the basket, accompanied by the cheers of the players, was particularly eye-catching. Susu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked around excitedly like a little child, saying non-stop, "Wow, this looks so fun, which one should we play first?" Chen Dazhuang looked at her excited look and couldn't help laughing. He gently squeezed her hand and said, "Let's play whatever you want to play." Susu thought for a moment, her eyes fell on the claw machine not far away, a cunning look flashed in her eyes, and she pulled Chen Dazhuang and walked over quickly. "Just play this, I must catch a super cute doll." Chen Dazhuang smiled and nodded. Chen Dazhuang and Susu came to the claw machine. Susu looked at the cute dolls in the glass window with anticipation in her eyes. She turned to Chen Dazhuang and said, "I really want to catch that pink bear. It looks so cute." Chen Dazhuang looked at Susu's impatient look, smiled indulgently, and started putting coins into the machine. He held the joystick with both hands, stared at the clamp, and operated it carefully. The clamp moved slowly to the top of a blue bunny doll, and Chen Dazhuang seized the opportunity and decisively pressed the button. The clamp fell, firmly grasped the bunny doll, and slowly rose. Susu clenched her hands nervously and stared at the clip without blinking. But just as the clamp moved to the top of the hole, the doll suddenly slipped and fell back to its original place. Susu couldn't help but scream ouch, and Chen Dazhuang scratched his head in annoyance. "It's okay, try again." However, the next few attempts still ended in failure. Chen Dazhuang tried to catch them about 10 times in a row, but the kid seemed to be deliberately going against him and he didn't catch any of them. He couldn't help feeling a little discouraged, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 71 Playing Video Games with Susu Part 2. Seeing this, Susu patted Chen Dazhuang's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "Look at me, I'm an expert at catching dolls." As she spoke, she confidently threw in 2 coins. I saw her skillfully operating the joystick, her eyes quickly locking onto the target among the many dolls. The look in her eyes was like that of an experienced hunter. The clip moved precisely above the pink bear. Susu narrowed her eyes slightly, as if calculating something, and then pressed the button decisively. The clamp fell down, firmly grasped the little bear, and smoothly sent it all the way to the cave entrance, and the little bear fell into the access port smoothly. Susu jumped up excitedly and cheered, "I caught it!" Chen Dazhuang also laughed and felt happy for Susu. Susu continued to try and put in coins to catch the dolls. She was very skilled and could catch almost 1 coin out of every 2. In a short while, several dolls were caught. People around were gradually attracted and gathered around the claw machine. Every time Susu successfully caught a doll, the crowd would exclaim, "Wow, so amazing! This technique is too strong." Chen Dazhuang was responsible for helping Susu hold the dolls. The number of dolls in his arms kept increasing, and soon he had a huge pile. Susu was so excited that she threw in 2 more coins. This time she aimed at a big brown teddy bear. She manipulated the clamp, lowering it with precision and successfully catching the teddy bear. When the teddy bear slowly fell into the access port, the crowd burst into warm applause. Susu looked at Chen Dazhuang happily, and Chen Dazhuang said with a smile, "Baby, you are so awesome, I feel like we can both open a doll shop." Susu stuck out her tongue mischievously and said, "That's right, don't you see who I am?" Among the crowd watching Susu catching dolls, many boys couldn't help feeling jealous when they saw Susu's delicate face, lively eyes, and the sweet dimples on her cheeks when she smiled. They looked at Chen Dazhuang with envy and resentment in their eyes, thinking, how could this guy have such a beautiful girlfriend? Their eyes shifted back and forth between Su Su and Chen Dazhuang. Some of the boys even frowned slightly, with the corners of their mouths unconsciously turned down, as if they were silently questioning why fate was so unfair. There were several girls in the crowd who were quite good-looking and had many suitors. But when he saw Su Su at this moment, he couldn't help but compare her secretly. They felt that Su Su was indeed exceptionally beautiful and had a unique temperament, and that they themselves were inferior in comparison. Looking at Chen Dazhuang's slightly plump figure, they were full of doubts and couldn't help but whisper, "This man is fat and ordinary, why would she like him?" One of the girls shook her head slightly, her eyes full of confusion, as if she couldn't understand Su Su's choice. At this time, someone in the crowd whispered, "This fat guy must be very rich, otherwise how could he find such a beautiful girlfriend?" These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples. The people around nodded in agreement and began to discuss in low voices. Maybe he's a rich second generation, otherwise why would he do that? It's possible. Aren't girls these days very realistic? I guess she's attracted to his money. These words spread quietly among the crowd like fine silk threads. In addition to the initial jealousy and confusion, there was also a bit of speculation in the eyes of everyone looking at Chen Dazhuang. However, Chen Dazhuang and Su Su, who were immersed in the fun of catching dolls, were completely unaware of the thoughts and comments of the people around them. Su Su was still concentrating on operating the claw machine. Every time she successfully caught a doll, she would happily hand it to Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang took it with a smile on his face, his eyes full of doting on Su Su, as if the whole world at this moment only had them and this bunch of cute dolls. Chapter 72 Playing Video Games with Su Su. Chen Dazhuang's arms were a little sore from holding the bunch of dolls. Su Su stood on tiptoe, stretched out her hand and poked his bulging arms, and chuckled, "If you keep catching them, you'll really have to open a doll shop. Why don't you keep them in storage first?" She pointed to the service desk not far away. In the glass cabinet, dolls deposited by others were neatly stacked. The plush material glowed warmly under the light. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Chen Dazhuang struggled to adjust the mountain of babies in his arms and followed Su Su to the counter. The uniformed shop assistant's eyes widened as she hurriedly took the dolls they handed over and labeled them according to categories. When the little girl saw the last half-human high teddy bear, she almost dropped it. She staggered and held onto the counter to steady herself, which made Su Su giggle. Walking through the neon-lit aisles of the arcade, Su Su was suddenly attracted by the music with a strong sense of rhythm. The dance machine at the corner was emitting dazzling lights, and a couple was stepping on the pedals to the rhythm of the music, their movements as smooth as flowing water. Su Su's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Chen Dazhuang's sleeve and ran over there. "Play this. I'll teach you." The game introduction was playing in a loop on the screen of the dance machine, and brilliant light and shadows were dancing on Su Su's face. She inserted the coin to select a song with proficiency, her fingertips drawing smooth arcs on the touch screen. "Let's choose this song, Love Cycle, I'm really good at it." Chen Dazhuang looked at the densely packed arrows on the screen, his scalp tingling slightly. "Will this work? I've never played it before." "Don't worry, I'm here for you." Su Su winked playfully and pulled Chen Dazhuang onto the step. Soon the air in the entire video game arcade was ignited by Su Su's breath. Su Su tied the denim jacket casually around her waist, the strawberry sweatshirt outlined her slim curves, and the little bear pendant on the backpack drew a playful arc as her body moved. The moment the music started, her body seemed to be injected with electricity, her ponytail raised up in a beautiful arc, and her sneakers stepped out with precise rhythm on the pedals. As soon as the prelude's drumbeats ended, she suddenly turned 180 degrees, tapping the arrows with her toes as lightly as a ballerina. The arrows that appeared continuously on the screen turned into flowing notes in her eyes. Her arms were stretched out like a swan spreading its wings, and her body rose and fell with the rhythm as if blending into one with the music. When the melody of the chorus exploded, her movement suddenly accelerated. Her continuous sliding steps brought up a gust of wind, and the hem of her sweatshirt fluttered, revealing the faintly visible butterfly bones on her waist. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. A boy wearing a trendy brand sweatshirt took out his phone to record the video. The camera shook violently following her movements. "Fuck, this girl is so handsome." The little girl sitting in the wheelchair had her eyes wide open and was waving her hands to the rhythm. The girl in a couple pulled her boyfriend's sleeve and exclaimed, "Look at her timing. She's better than a professional player." Su Su was completely immersed in her own world. When the music entered the interlude, she suddenly knelt on one knee, and the movement of her fingertips sliding across the ground carried the power of street dance breaking. When she stood up, the ponytail brushed across the back of Chen Dazhuang's hand, and he smelled a faint scent of strawberry mixed with sweat. As the last accent fell, she ended the performance with a handsome wave, her chest heaving slightly, and beads of sweat on her forehead shining under the neon lights. Perfect! The moment the golden review popped up on the screen, the entire arcade was in an uproar. Some people blew loud whistles, some applauded, and there was even a boy wearing glasses who almost knocked over the basketball machine next to him in excitement. Chapter 73 Playing Video Games with Susu. Susu looked at Chen Dazhuang with a smile and found that Chen Dazhuang was following her movements in a hurry. His loose sweatshirt was soaked with sweat and stuck to his back. He was always a step slow, either stepping on the wrong arrow or almost falling down, which made Susu laugh so hard that she bent over. Once, he grabbed Susu's hand in a panic, and they both lost balance and almost fell down, but they smiled at each other at the last moment, and their laughter drowned out the music. A few young men whistled and cheered. Susu jumped more and more excitedly, and suddenly turned to face Chen Dazhuang and made a heart shape with her hands. Chen Dazhuang was stunned for a moment, and then clumsily imitated her movements. His funny posture caused the crowd to burst into laughter. When the song ended, the screen displayed the evaluation perfect. Susu jumped up and down to check the score. Chen Dazhuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "It seems that all my dancing talent has been taken by you." Susu suddenly turned around and faced Chen Dazhuang, her ponytail drawing a streak of light under the neon lights. Her sneakers were still on the edge of the pedal, and her strawberry sweatshirt was soaked with sweat and stuck to her back, but it did not diminish the bright light in her eyes at all. The lingering sound of the music had not yet faded away when she suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Dazhuang's wrist, the warmth of her fingertips coming through the fabric. "Even though you dance like a clumsy bear," she stood on tiptoe and leaned close to his ear. The booing around them suddenly quieted down, but before she finished the last word, she suddenly took 2 steps back and opened her arms, shouting loudly in the breathless silence of everyone, "I like you just like this." Chen Dazhuang's pupils dilated instantly and the phone in his hand fell to the ground with a click. His face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading from the tips of his ears to his neck, and even his hairline was tinged pink. The crowd was stunned for 2 seconds, and then burst into deafening exclamations. The boy in the trendy sweatshirt almost dropped his phone, the little girl in the wheelchair clapped her hand excitedly, and there was a clang sound from the basketball machine in the distance. Someone was so scared that he missed the shot. "This is too sweet!" A girl screamed and covered her chest, with a selfie camera on her phone still facing her shocked face. Several boys looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them with blue hair muttered to himself, "How could this fat guy be so worthy of such a title?" His companion next to him said sourly, "He must be an invisible rich man, otherwise how could such a beautiful girl fall in love with him?" Susu suddenly grabbed Chen Dazhuang's hand and pressed it against her chest, poking it with her fingertips playfully. "Did you hear that? My heartbeat is faster than the beats of the dance machine." Chen Dazhuang felt a rapid rhythm under his palm, mixed with strawberry perfume and the unique plastic smell of the video game arcade, which made him dizzy. He clumsily took out his cell phone to take a picture, but found that the video function was not turned on at all, and the screen was still stuck on the blurry afterimage of Susu dancing. Suddenly someone in the crowd blew a hooligan whistle, followed by thunderous applause. Several uniformed shop assistants secretly took photos with the landline phone next to the cash register. In the camera, Susu standing on tiptoe to ask for a kiss was cut into colorful spots by the neon lights. Chen Dazhuang finally reacted, blushing as he pulled Susu into his arms. He heard her chuckling in his ear, "Silly, now you know why I always beat you, right?" The young clerk at the check-in counter in the distance was holding a teddy bear in a daze until the doll's glass eyes were reflected by the flashlights of the crowd. She looked at the 2 people hugging each other and suddenly remembered what Susu said when she deposited them, "Please help me take care of these babies. They are the fruits of my love with my boyfriend Tilda." At this moment, these words exploded in her mind, her hands trembled, and she almost pulled the bear ears off. Chapter 74 Playing Video Games with Susu. When Chen Dazhuang followed Susu to the racing game area, the warmth of her dancing just now remained on his palms. 6 giant simulated racing cabins stand side by side, with highlights of Formula One playing on the curved screens and the roar of the engines making the eardrums tremble. Susu skillfully opened the door of one of the black racing cars. The carbon fiber seat glowed coldly under the light. "Here, try this." As soon as Chen Dazhuang sat in the car, he was frightened by the densely packed buttons on the steering wheel, his fingertips hanging on the gear lever, at a loss. On the other hand, Susu fastened her seat belt neatly, threw her ponytail behind her head, and her racing gloves made a rustling sound as they rubbed against the steering wheel. The moment she pressed the start button, the entire cabin suddenly emitted a low roar, and the seat began to simulate engine vibrations, as if she was really on a racetrack. "Watch this, rookie!" Susu put one hand on the steering wheel and quickly operated the central control screen with the other hand and selected the Nürburgring Nordschleife. The moment the green light came on, she stepped on the accelerator pedal almost to the bottom, and the tires made a sharp scream as they rubbed against the ground. Chen Dazhuang imitated him in a panic, but he crashed into the guardrail before driving 10 meters. The alarm of the dented front of the car and Susu's laughter sounded at the same time. Susu's car rushed out like an arrow. Her eyes were always fixed on the center of the bend at the farthest point on the screen. Whenever she approached a bend, a slight flick of her wrist would result in a perfect drift, and the tires would leave a trail of blue smoke on the virtual road. When passing through a series of S-bends, she even let go of the steering wheel and used her knees to control the direction, freeing up her right hand to accurately press the nitrogen accelerator button. The car body instantly ejected, leaving the AI opponent far behind. The crowd of onlookers had unknowingly formed 3 layers. A boy in a racing suit was stunned, and the steering wheel model in his hand fell to the ground with a clack. "This operation is definitely professional level." Several girls held up their mobile phones to record the video, and the camera followed Susu's racing car as it bumped up and down. The area around Chen Dazhuang's cabin was even more lively. Every time he crashed his car, there would be bursts of good-natured laughter. A young man wearing glasses even took out a small notebook to record the number of times he had rolled over. "Pay attention to the wiring," Susu shouted in her cabin, and the voice came through the online system. Chen Dazhuang tried to adjust the direction in a panic, but ended up hitting the sign for the maintenance area, with the entire car lying across the middle of the track. Susu took the opportunity to complete the last lap, with a final speed of 320 km/h when she crossed the finish line. Her ID Strawberry Killer topped the leaderboard, breaking the world record of the second place by a full 5 seconds. As the hatch slowly rose, Susu took off her gloves and shook her wrists. Beads of sweat on her forehead slid down her chin. Chen Dazhuang came out of the next cabin with a dusty face, and the back of his sweatshirt was full of sweat stains. "This thing is harder than driving a real car." Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly pushed into the cabin by the crowd, and several boys hurriedly helped him fasten his seat belt again. "Brother, play another game. We will be your coach." It was not until the lights in the arcade began to flash to indicate closing time that the two reluctantly left. Susu walked in front holding the deposited teddy bear, and Chen Dazhuang followed behind with a backpack full of dolls. When passing by the racing area, he suddenly pointed at a cabin and exclaimed, "Look! Someone made an emoticon of my rollover video." Susu looked back and saw her own lifeless face on the screen. She smiled and stuffed the teddy bear into his arms. "Who told you to hit a tree even when drifting?" Chapter 75 Taking Susu to the amusement park. Night slowly fell, and the neon lights of the video game arcade gradually lost their luster behind Chen Dazhuang and Susu. The brilliant halo was like melting wax, flowing slowly along the street and gradually dissipating into the darkness. Chen Dazhuang was carrying a backpack full of dolls. The heavy nylon fabric was soaked with large dark marks by his sweat, but he was unaware of it. All his attention was firmly fixed on Susu's back in front of him. Susu was holding a plush teddy bear, and the cute look complemented her perfectly. Her ponytail swayed gently with her steps, and the pink rubber band on the end of her hair occasionally brushed the hat strap of her light blue sweatshirt. In the soft night, it glowed with a charming mother-of-pearl glow, as if the twinkling stars in the night sky had accidentally fallen into the world. The amusement park must be super beautiful right now. Susu seemed to suddenly remember something and turned around abruptly. Her sneakers quickly drew a half arc on the asphalt road. The dim light from the street lamp cast a long shadow on her, which just overlapped at Chen Dazhuang's feet. There was fine gold powder on her eyelashes, and in the warm yellow light, she looked like a butterfly flapping its wings, and every blink of her eyes was like the flapping of its wings, exuding a heart-stirring charm. Chen Dazhuang's heart seemed to be gently touched by an invisible hand. He trembled involuntarily, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he nodded hurriedly. The hand warmer in his sweatshirt pocket still retained the body temperature from when he had covered his hands before. He deliberately slowed down his speech and said, "I checked. There will be a light show tonight. As he said this, he carefully controlled his breathing, fearing that his rapid breathing would reveal his inner panic. However, when he bent down to help Susu straighten her backpack strap that had slipped off, he accidentally let the other person catch a glimpse of his red ears. When they passed through the arched door hung with star-shaped light strings, Susu suddenly stopped. The night breeze blew gently, as if nature, the magical magician, waved the magic wand in his hand, and hundreds of small lights lit up instantly like awakened fireflies. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be lit up, like a dream. Chen Dazhuang only felt that his heartbeat was as loud as a drum, almost bursting through his chest. Because Susu's warm fingertips were gently hooking the corner of his clothes through the fabric of his sweatshirt. The touch, which seemed unintentional yet intentional, instantly spread throughout his body like an electric current. At this moment, the entire amusement park seemed to have fallen into the vast Milky Way and became like a dream. The carousel is gently enveloped by colorful spotlights, and the outlines of the horses flicker in the light and shadow, as if you are in a fairy tale world. Cheerful music mixed with laughter came from all directions, but in Chen Dazhuang's heart, these sounds were not as good as the faint lemon scent from Susu's hair lingering on his nose. The fresh fragrance made him intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Susu's eyes lit up instantly, like fireworks suddenly blooming in a night sky, dazzling and brilliant. She excitedly pulled Chen Dazhuang forward, the sleeves of her sweatshirt slipped down, revealing half of her white wrist. Chen Dazhuang staggered when she pulled him and hurried to catch up. His broad palm was suspended at the crook of her elbow, protecting her loosely. He didn't dare to really touch her, but was also afraid that she would bump into the children who were chasing and fighting. He could clearly feel the warmth of her wrist coming through the air. That temperature was like a flame through a thin gauze. Although there was no direct contact, it made his heart feel hot. When passing by the cotton candy stall, Susu suddenly turned around, and the ends of her hair brushed across the back of Chen Dazhuang's hand, bringing a tingling sensation. Her breath, tinged with the sweet smell of cola from the arcade, gently brushed past Chen Dazhuang's ear, and she said coquettishly, "Look at that pink and purple one. Doesn't it look like a sunset glow?" Chen Dazhuang stared at the corners of her mouth covered with icing sugar, and felt his throat tighten. He even spoke with a tremor involuntarily, "It's more beautiful than the sunset." As soon as he said this, he regretted it so much that he wanted to bite off his tongue, thinking that his expression was too clumsy. Fortunately, Susu had already pulled him towards the carousel, her ponytail drawing a graceful arc behind her, like a cheerful little bird. Chen Dazhuang silently rubbed the sweat from his palms on his jeans and chewed over and over again in his mind this clumsy compliment, as if trying to taste endless sweetness from it, until the sweetness filled his eyes and made them sparkle with happiness. Chapter 76 Taking Susu to the Amusement Park Part 2. Let's go sit on this first. Susu stopped abruptly in front of the haunted house as if she had discovered a new world. Her sneakers rubbed against the ground violently, making a harsh sound. She raised her head excitedly, her eyes fixed on the threatening skeleton model at the door. Her thick eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows under her eyes, like two small fans swaying gently. Chen Dazhuang followed her gaze and saw the dark entrance, which looked like the bloody mouth of a dormant beast, emitting a terrifying aura. The cold air, accompanied by eerie and terrifying sound effects, came towards us like an invisible force. Several girls rushed out of the haunted house screaming, and in a panic they bumped into Chen Dazhuang, causing him to involuntarily take a half step back. The hem of his loose sweatshirt also shook violently. Susu couldn't wait to jump and run to buy the tickets, her ponytail swinging happily behind her head, as if telling of her inner excitement. Soon, she ran back happily, her eyes shining like the twinkling stars in the night sky. She picked up the fluorescent bracelet without saying a word and gently put it on Chen Dazhuang's wrist. During this process, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his hot skin. The touch at that moment spread throughout Chen Dazhuang's body like an electric current. "Don't be afraid, hold on to my strap," Susu said as she let the strap of her canvas bag hang down at her side. Chen Dazhuang stared at the piece of dark blue cloth, his Adam's apple moved slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally carefully hooked it with 2 fingers. It looked as if what he touched was not an ordinary strap, but a priceless and extremely fragile treasure. Just as she turned around, her ponytail gently brushed across the back of Chen Dazhuang's hand. The scent of lemon and the unique damp smell of the haunted house intertwined together, causing his heart to suddenly skip a beat, as if time had stopped at this moment. As soon as the two stepped into the haunted house, the voice-controlled lights above their heads suddenly went out as if controlled by some mysterious force, and the entire space instantly fell into pitch darkness. Chen Dazhuang instinctively clenched the canvas bag tightly. His knuckles turned white due to the force and his nails almost dug deeply into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks. In the darkness, there was a creepy sound of dragging chains, followed by a loud clatter, as if something terrifying was approaching. Immediately afterwards, a zombie with a green face and fangs suddenly jumped out from the corner. The mask that looked like rotten flesh was so hideous that it almost stuck to Chen Dazhuang's face. Susu was frightened by this sudden scene. She suddenly let out a cry and staggered backwards uncontrollably. Her warm back pressed tightly against Chen Dazhuang's broad chest, as if he was her only support at the moment. "Zhuang, save me!" Her voice was trembling with fear and helplessness, and the top of her hair gently rubbed Chen Dazhuang's chin. The lemon scent of her shampoo mixed with the hot breath made Chen Dazhuang freeze in an instant as if he was cast under a spell. Chen Dazhuang felt as if his heart was about to break through the constraints of his chest and was beating violently. He mechanically stretched out his arms to block Susu, but cold sweat had unknowingly seeped out of his back, soaking his clothes. His eyes were fixed on the zombie, but his brain seemed to be shrouded in a fog and was blank. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, which was to protect the person behind him at all costs. However, in this extremely tense atmosphere, Chen Dazhuang suddenly heard Susu's uncontrollable laughter. He came back to his senses as if waking from a dream, and saw her turn around, her eyes curved into crescents with a mischievous smile on her eyelashes, as if the fear just now was just a joke. "I fooled you," Susu said as she deliberately leaned closer to Chen Dazhuang's arms, poking his tense arms with her fingertips, and said coquettishly, "But you really felt super safe just now." Chen Dazhuang looked at her flushed cheeks, which were as beautiful and moving as the sunset in the sky. He suddenly realized that she was teasing him on purpose. At this moment, his heartbeat was still as violent as a drum, but a secret sweetness slowly spread in his chest, flowing through his heart like honey. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly, showing an awkward smile, his throat tightened, and he stammered, then I will protect you next time." In the dim light, Susu's smile became brighter and brighter, as if it could dispel all the gloomy atmosphere around her. The haunted house that was originally frightening no longer seemed scary at this moment. The only thing left was the vague ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them, which was like a gentle breeze, flowing slowly in the air and permeating every corner around them. Chapter 77, Taking Susu to the Amusement Park Part 3. After finally escaping from the haunted house, Chen Dazhuang's back was still soaked with cold sweat, which slowly slid down his spine and soaked his clothes. His heart was beating violently in his chest, as if trying to break free from its restraints, causing pain in his chest. Susu, who was standing by, seemed to have completely forgotten the thrill in the haunted house and suddenly burst out laughing. Her ponytail swayed gently with her laughter, inadvertently brushing across the back of Chen Dazhuang's hot hand. The soft touch felt like a feather brushing past. "So Zhuang is afraid of ghosts." She laughed and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her fingertips inadvertently rubbed the fluff of his sweatshirt, as if she had accidentally touched a sensitive string deep in his heart. "But the way you stood in front of me just now was like a hero in a movie." Susu's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples in Chen Dazhuang's heart. The tips of his ears instantly turned red, like ripe cherries, and even his neck was covered with a faint blush that spread all the way to his collar. Before he could even open his mouth to respond, Susu had already dragged him towards the Ferris wheel impatiently, like an energetic elf. The fluorescent bracelet on her wrist drew light green arcs in the night, like a twinkling meteor in the night sky. The two entered the cabin, and as the Ferris wheel slowly rose, Susu suddenly became quiet. She leaned forward slightly, with the tip of her nose almost touching the glass, and the hot air she exhaled created a white mist on the window surface, as if covering the glass with a mysterious veil. "Look, we are higher than the stars," she exclaimed in surprise, her voice full of childlike excitement and joy. At this time, looking down from the Ferris wheel, the city lights spread out under your feet, like a golden river, winding and shining. The neon lights of the amusement park shine brightly and brilliantly, just like the Milky Way scattered on the earth. Chen Dazhuang quietly turned his head and his eyes fell on Susu. I saw the small shadows cast by her eyelashes, trembling slightly with her breathing, like two butterflies spreading their wings and ready to fly. The moonlight sprinkled gently, giving her outline a soft halo, making her look like a fairy in a dream. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily, and he felt an urge to record this moment. Just as he took out his phone, he heard Susu's clear and pleasant voice, "Can you take a photo of me and the moon?" In the camera, Susu stood on tiptoe, trying to reach the high moon. Her ponytail hung neatly on her shoulders, and the hem of her skirt was gently lifted by the night breeze, as if she was dancing in the wind. Chen Dazhuang's hand was shaking slightly as he pressed the shutter button. The shaking was half due to excitement and half due to nervousness. When they were checking the photos after taking them, Susu suddenly came closer. Her warm breath gently brushed Chen Dazhuang's cheek, startling him and making his body tremble. She tapped the screen with her warm fingers and said excitedly, "Look, there are stars in my hair." When the car slowly rose to its highest point, Susu suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling like the twinkling stars in the night sky. "Zhuang, do you know the legend of the Ferris wheel?" The breeze brought by her words, carrying the familiar lemon scent, gently lingered around Chen Dazhuang's nose. "Those who make a wish at the top will always be blessed by luck." After saying this, she closed her eyes and clasped her hands together devoutly, her eyelashes casting tiny but lovely shadows under her eyes. Chen Dazhuang looked at her serious profile, feeling inexplicably moved, and closed his eyes. However, when making a wish, he couldn't help but secretly open a crack. The moonlight just fell on the ends of Susu's curled hair, like a warm light, lighting up the softest corner of his heart. When the car began to slowly descend, Susu suddenly took out the marshmallow hidden behind her back as if performing a magic trick. The pink sugar threads were pulled into long arcs, gleaming with a dreamy luster under the light. "I'll give you half," she said with a smile, her voice as clear as a silver bell. As she spoke, she broke off a large piece of marshmallow and stuffed it into Chen Dazhuang's hand, while she bit the other end herself. The corner of her mouth was accidentally stained with icing sugar, but she was not aware of it. Chen Dazhuang looked at her narrowed eyes, which were twinkling with joy. Suddenly, he felt that the night breeze had become sweet. Even the buzzing sound of the Ferris wheel's metal support sounded like a heartbeat, beating at his heartstrings again and again. Chapter 78, Taking Susu to the Amusement Park Part 4. As she slowly descended from the Ferris wheel, Susu's canvas shoes seemed to be possessed, and she was still unconsciously tapping the beat of the music coming from afar. The music seemed to have an invisible magic that made her immersed in it, and her feet couldn't help but dance to the rhythm. The night wind was like a naughty child, drifting over slowly, carrying with it the mouth-watering aroma of the snack street. The rich, burnt sweetness of the roasted marshmallows mixed with the mellow, burnt aroma of the sugar-roasted chestnuts, under the warm yellow streetlights, intertwined into a sticky and tempting web that tightly enveloped them. At this moment, Susu stopped abruptly as if she had suddenly discovered a rare treasure. The tip of her nose was almost touching the glass cover of the Candid Horse stall, and her eyes were sparkling with surprise. There were more than a dozen strings of hawthorns on the stall, each string wrapped in a layer of amber sugar coating. Under the warm yellow light, they were shining crystal clear, like frozen sunset, beautiful as a dream. So beautiful! Susu couldn't help but stand on tiptoe, her playful ponytail gently brushed Chen Dazhuang's wrist, as soft as a feather, like a ruby wrapped in a sugar shell. Susu said excitedly, her voice full of childlike innocence and joy. Chen Dazhuang looked at her bright eyes quietly, as if they were the brightest stars in the night sky. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily, and an indescribable feeling quietly spread in his heart. At this moment, the boss opened the glass cover just right. In an instant, the sweet and sour fruit aroma, accompanied by the sound of cracking sugar coating, spread in the air, and the tempting smell instantly penetrated their nostrils. Chen Dazhuang took the 2 strings of Candid Horse handed over by the boss, his eyes full of tenderness and doting. He handed the string with thicker sugar coating to Susu and said softly, "Be careful not to get your teeth stuck." Susu couldn't wait to take a bite of the hawthorn, and the sweet and sour juice instantly splashed to the corners of her mouth. Chen Dazhuang took out the tissue quickly, almost instinctively, but as soon as his fingertips touched her warm cheek, he pulled them back as if he had been electrocuted. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze and became extremely quiet, so quiet that they could clearly hear each other's quickened breathing. Susu tilted her head, a bright smile on her face, the ends of her hair gently brushed across the back of his hot hand, and asked playfully, "Zhuang, do you want to help me wipe it?" This sentence was like an electric current, instantly making the tips of Chen Dazhuang's ears burn red, as if blood was about to drip out. His hand holding the tissue was shaking slightly, and he was so nervous that he didn't know what to do. At this moment, Susu suddenly came closer, and the familiar lemon scent in her hair, mixed with the sweet and sour flavor of hawthorn, blew towards him. She slightly opened her pink lips and licked the corners of her mouth with the tip of her tongue. Her eyelashes cast a tiny but charming shadow under her eyes. She smiled and said, "I fooled you." Before she finished speaking, she couldn't help laughing so hard that she bent over. The little bells tied to her hair also jingled, and the clear sound seemed to be accompanying this beautiful moment. Chen Dazhuang looked at the dimples on her face when she smiled and felt his throat tighten as if choked by something. He was unable to speak for a moment. The night breeze blew gently, carrying the sweet scent of icing sugar, and gently cast the shadows of the two people on the light box of the Candid Horse stall. Susu seemed to remember something. She held up the Candid Horse and shook it. The sugar coating reflected a fine and dazzling light under the light, like countless little stars twinkling. "Hey, shall I give you one?" she said as she broke off a hawthorn and handed it to his mouth without waiting for Chen Dazhuang to answer. Chen Dazhuang looked at the hawthorn handed to him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He opened his mouth slightly and bit down. At that moment, the crispy sugar shell wrapped with the sour and sweet fruit flesh suddenly exploded on the tip of the tongue, and the wonderful taste spread instantly. At this moment, Chen Dazhuang looked at the corners of Susu's lips wet with icing sugar, and felt that the hustle and bustle of the entire snack street gradually disappeared. It seemed that the whole world was left with only the Candid Horse handed to him by the lovely girl in front of him and the sound of his own heartbeat like a drum. Chapter 79, Taking Susu to the Amusement Park, Part 5. In the amusement park, the colorful lights of the ring-tossing stall swayed gently in the night breeze, like a group of happily dancing elves. Those colorful halos, like nimble butterflies, danced freely on Susu's face, which was filled with expectation. Her eyes were instantly attracted to the pink unicorn doll on the top shelf. The unicorn seemed like an elf from a fairy tale world, covered with fluffy and soft fur, as if it was wrapped in clouds. Its eyes are like two sparkling gems, sparkling with dreamy light, as if hiding endless secrets. The delicate horn on the top of its head is wrapped with fine glitter, which emits a dazzling and charming luster under the light. Every flash seems to be telling a wonderful story, making the whole doll look particularly dreamy, like a sweet dream. "Zhuangzhuang, look at that!" Susu couldn't suppress her inner excitement. She stretched out her hand and tightly grabbed the corner of Chen Dazhuang's clothes. Her eyes were full of unconcealable expectation. Her voice unconsciously carried a bit of coquettish meaning, as if she was conveying to Chen Dazhuang her love for the unicorn doll. Chen Dazhuang looked in the direction of her finger, and when he saw the desire in Susu's eyes, he immediately straightened his back like a soldier who had accepted a sacred mission. He strode to the throwing line, his large sweatshirt blown up by the wind like a sail, and his broad back was like a solid and warm wall, just blocking the slightly cool evening breeze for Susu. Chen Dazhuang took a deep breath, as if he wanted to gather all the power around him onto himself. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the pink unicorn doll, as focused as a cheetah locking onto its prey. Then, he exerted force on his wrist and swung the hoop towards the target. The bamboo ring draws an arc lightly in the air, like a bird spreading its wings and flying. However, the bamboo ring swayed and fell at the feet of the doll, as if it was a lost bird that had deviated from its direction. Seeing this, the children who were watching couldn't help but let out a cry of regret. Chen Dazhuang scratched his head in annoyance, feeling a little disappointed. But when he looked at Susu's expectant eyes, his fighting spirit was immediately ignited. "It's okay. Try another angle." Susu seemed to have noticed his disappointment and ran to his side, skipping and jumping. Her ponytail swayed left and right with brisk movements, and the ends of her hair gently brushed his arm, bringing a tingling sensation, as if to cheer him up. She stood on tiptoe, pointing her white fingers in the direction of the shelf. The familiar lemon scent on her body lingered around Chen Dazhuang's nose, making him feel warm and comfortable. "Look, if you move it a little to the left, maybe it will work," Susu said seriously, her eyes full of encouragement. Chen Dazhuang looked down at her serious expression, and an inexplicable power surged in his heart. He picked up the hoop again, his eyes becoming more determined. 1, 2, 3, he missed the rings one after another, but Susu was always there to cheer him on. She waved her hands, and the clear sound was as sweet as a silver bell, drowning out the surrounding noise. "Zhuangzhuang is the best. I'm sure you can do it." Her voice was full of trust and expectation, which gave Chen Dazhuang motivation. Chen Dazhuang's palms gradually became covered with a thin layer of sweat due to nervousness and concentration, but he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. When the seventh ring finally firmly caught the unicorn's neck, Susu was so excited that she jumped up like a child who had gained the whole world. The ends of her hair gently brushed the red tips of Chen Dazhuang's ears. She naturally wrapped her arms around his arms with a bright smile on her face. "I knew you could do it. You're amazing." Her eyes were shining with joy and admiration, as if Chen Dazhuang was the superhero in her heart. Chen Dazhuang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if it was about to burst through his chest. He looked at the light flickering in Susu's eyes, which was brighter and more moving than all the colorful lights in the stall. At this moment, the cheers around him seemed to become blurred, and the whole world seemed to be left with only him and Susu. The boss smiled and took down the unicorn and handed it to them. Susu hugged the doll tightly, her cheek gently pressing against the soft fur, and her eyes curved into a smile, like a crescent moon in the night sky. "From now on, this will be our trophy." She looked up at Chen Dazhuang, her eyes full of admiration and joy. At this moment, Chen Dazhuang felt that all his efforts had received the best reward. He secretly thought to himself that he must win more happiness for her in the future and make her smile always so bright.